Bang! In a moment of daze, Mou felt something collide against his head. The immense force, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain, jolted him awake. Ugh! Ashi struggling to open his eyes. He saw an array of unfamiliar plants and towering trees whizzing past him, while an exquisite scent wafted through the air, nearly bringing him to tears. Regaining his senses, Mou realized he was being carried under the arm by a robust man clad in animal skins, racing forward at breakneck speed. The earlier impact must have been from his head brushing against the branches along the way. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his abdomen, causing Mou to involuntarily gasp. Looking down, he discovered a palm-sized wound on his stomach, still oozing blood. What the hell? This is outrageous. Mou was dumbfounded. Where was he? Hadn't he just been struck by a car? Shouldn't he be in a hospital, either being treated or pieced together by mortuary staff? How could he possibly be sprinting while being clutched by a burly man? Indeed, Mou was a promising university student from the 21st Century Blue Star, who, after school, had been wandering the streets when he stumbled upon an elderly man who had fallen. Overflowing with a sense of justice, he had decisively decided to help. However, just as he stepped into the street, he had a close encounter with a speeding car. Indeed, he had crossed the road from the opposite side. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind flooded with a torrent of memories. After a considerable while, he finally managed to recover and process the information. It seemed he had traversed dimensions. From the memories he had just absorbed, Mou deduced that he had inhabited the body of a young primitive man named Yu from a tree tribe, and the imposing figure carrying him was his childhood companion, Ling, who had been born on the same day as the original Yu and had grown up alongside him. Though they were of similar age, Ling was considerably sturdier than the original Yu, making Mou appear frail as a chick in comparison, easily whisked away by Ling. This disparity was likely due to the original's parents having died young, leaving him to survive on the meager provisions provided by the tribe, resulting in a protracted state of hunger. Hours earlier, their tree tribe had been besieged by a rival tribe known as the Wolf Tribe. To ensure the continuation of their lineage, the shaman and chieftain had arranged for the young members of the tribe to flee separately as their stronghold was about to be breached. Ling was the one who had fled with Yu. However, the original Yu had succumbed to excessive blood loss midway, allowing the fortunate Mou to take his place. After fleeing for a distance, realizing that the Wolf Tribe did not pursue them, Ling finally came to a halt. Are you alright? They haven't caught up. Let's take a moment, I'll check your wound. Thanks to the memories of the original Yu, Mou could comprehend Ling's words. Mou nodded in agreement. Ling carefully lowered Mou and began to inspect his injury. Perhaps due to the circumstances of his traversal, some mysterious force had dulled the pain of his wounds, preventing him from succumbing to blood loss. He merely felt a touch weak. Ling forcefully tore open Mou's clothing. Had he not been aware that Ling was merely examining his wound, he might have shouted in alarm to me. It would be quite unsettling to have a man rip one's clothes off without cause. After inspecting the wound, Ling produced a small pouch wrapped in animal skin from within his garments. This is the shaman's medicine. It can stop the bleeding. He applied the powder to Mou's wound as he spoke. Thank you. Upon contact with the medicinal powder, the bleeding ceased as if by enchantment. Yet complete healing would likely require some time. Gazing at the now staunching wound, Mou couldn't help but marvel at the shaman's miraculous remedy. The world into which Mou had traversed was not the primitive society of Blue Star. The presence of two suns, one large and one small, testified to this fact. In this realm, each tribe had its own totemic deity, revered with utmost devotion. These totemic gods varied greatly. Some were animals, others plants possessing numerous extraordinary and formidable abilities, the most crucial of which was to protect their tribe and aid the faithful in awakening as totem warriors. The shaman of the tribe was responsible for conducting the rituals, possessing the unique ability to communicate with the totemic deities, and it was he who crafted the shaman's medicine. The shaman held an exalted status within the tribe. Once the wound was tended to, the two had scarcely managed to rest when a cacophony erupted from behind them. The sounds of footsteps, shouts, and the clattering of various objects intertwined, creating a disconcerting symphony. Quick, pursue! They must be just ahead. Don't let them escape. The Wolf Tribe was in hot pursuit. Flee! Before they could discern the figures approaching, Ling swiftly hoisted MOU and began to run again. MOU felt exasperated. Couldn't they adopt a different position? It was uncomfortable, yet he couldn't deny the invigorating sense surrounding them. Thus began a thrilling chase through the primordial forest. After an extended flight, even the robust physique of a primitive man could not withstand such relentless exertion, and Ling was now utterly exhausted. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, the scenery before them suddenly opened up. The once lush forest was left behind. Before they could react further, a colossal cliff loomed ahead of them. MOU internally sighed. Of course, the trope of fleeing towards a cliff has emerged. Peering over the edge, the cliff stood at least 40 to 50 meters high, with a silken, crystal-clear river flowing at its base. Beyond the river lay an expansive grassland, teeming with diverse wildlife herds of primitive deer with massive antlers, swift-footed dinosaurs, and saber-toothed beasts, all contributing to a breathtaking tableau of a wild world. As the view expanded, a range of mountains appeared at the horizon of the grassland. The sight of the river below did little to uplift their spirits. Were this scenario to unfold on Earth, MOU would undoubtedly exclaim, "Heaven helps me," for they could simply leap into the river to evade their pursuers. However, they were not in the familiar territory of MOU. Who knew what ferocious aquatic beasts lurked beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, eagerly awaiting their next meal? MOU had no doubt that should they dare to jump, the creatures of the deep would fervently proclaim, "Thanks be to nature for its bounty." "Ah, why have you stopped? Just a moment ago, you were running so swiftly." A mocking voice jolted MOU from his thoughts. The members of the wolf tribe had caught up. Approaching them were several imposing primitives clad in various animal skins, each wielding blades fashioned from unknown beast bones. "Come along quietly and meet our tribe shaman, or else." Seeing the two halt, the leader among the half-dozen wolf tribe members threatened menacingly. Ling instinctively positioned himself in front of MOU, his expression grave as he stared down the opposing figures. Both understood that they stood no chance against the group, unable even to muster a basic defense. For the leader was a novice totem warrior, his chest adorned with crimson totem markings visible through the seams of his animal skin garb, effectively quelling any remaining resistance within the two. Before them lay only two choices: be captured and returned, or jump. After much internal conflict, MOU and Ling exchanged a resolute glance. "Let's jump," MOU whispered, then without hesitation, leaped into the abyss. Ling followed closely behind. Both understood that if they were captured, they would face a fate worse than death, reduced as slaves of the wolf tribe, forced to endure a life devoid of hope. Better to leap into the unknown, perhaps in search of a sliver of survival, than to live as wretched slaves, humiliated for all eternity. The wind howled past their ears as they plummeted swiftly downward. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger across the prairie. Meanwhile, several individuals atop the cliff displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that these two impetuous youths would indeed leap into danger with such resolve. Naturally, they had no intention of descending to seek out MOU and his companion, were it not for the orders from the shaman and the chieftain to eradicate every last one of them. They would never have risked venturing into the perilous wilderness in pursuit of MOU. In their perspective, it was entirely unnecessary. The tree tribe had already suffered the destruction of their totem, leaving them incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. With the totem's destruction, the tribe's members could no longer awaken as totem warriors, as it was rare for outsiders to trigger such awakenings for these exiles. A tribe devoid of its totem, even with a fraction of its populace remaining, could no longer be justifiably called a tribe. They were collectively referred to as the Exile Settlement. The inhabitants of this settlement were universally deemed exiles, and their plight was akin to that of slaves, perhaps even worse in certain respects. To be a slave, should one encounter a relatively benevolent tribe, one merely needed to relinquish their dignity and toil relentlessly. Though life would be arduous, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, free from the constant threat of predation by ferocious beasts. However, the exiles, having lost the protection of their totem and the guardianship of warriors, faced the imminent threat of death in this treacherous primordial world at any moment. "Let us return and report the situation to the shaman and the chieftain," the leader stated before turning towards the nearby thicket. The others nodded in agreement, hastily following him back towards the tribe's direction. The moment of immersion, the frigid river water enveloped MOU's body, and in his panic, he inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls of the river. The unhealed wound on his abdomen was stung by the water, causing it to bleed anew, igniting a sharp, fiery pain. Instinctively, Imoyu began to paddle with all his might. After a struggle, he inadvertently surfaced above the water. Huff. Huff. Imoyu gasped deeply, replenishing the scant oxygen in his lungs. It's all right. Upon noticing the figure of Ling, who had resurfaced nearby, he felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. He did not wish for any misfortune to befall Ling, who had thus far aided his escape. Before the two could fully exhale in relief, a menacing dorsal fin, adorned with sharp spikes, emerged from the depths behind Imoyu. The blood oozing from his wound had caught the attention of this formidable predator. "It's a water beast. Swim towards the shore," Ling shouted. Imoyu dared not hesitate, propelling himself forward with all his strength in pursuit of Ling. They fled with every ounce of energy they had left, their vitality waning, yet under the looming specter of death, both unleashed an unprecedented surge of strength. Fortunately, having leapt from the cliff, they had gained some distance during their fall. Thus, the point where they entered the water was not excessively far from the bank, roughly 4 to 5 meters. Splash! Just as the monstrous fish opened its gaping maw to seize Imoyu. Ling, who had reached the shore first, leapt onto the riverbank, swiftly turning to grasp Imoyu and pull him to safety. Upon witnessing the two safely ashore, the monstrous fish could only swish its tail in frustration before retreating. That was close. Our protagonist almost became fish food. Having narrowly escaped, Imoyu and Ling lay by the riverbank, gazing up at the sky and inhaling the fresh air. Suddenly, Imoyu sensed a peculiar sensation emanating from the hands they held together. Ding! All-knowing hand activated. Identifying. Identification successful. Name: Ling. Identity: primitive. Exile. Strength: apprentice warrior. Status: minor injury, fatigue, hunger. As the notification echoed, a segment of text materialized within Imoyu's line of sight. "What is this? Is it you, my golden finger?" Imoyu gazed at the words before him, his heart swelling with joy. He realized this could very well be the golden finger he had gained after his transference, likely capable of providing information about items through touch. Releasing Ling's hand, he discovered that the identified information did not vanish. It appeared that once identification was successful, the information would persist without the need for continued contact. However, how could he verify whether it possessed other abilities? While Imoyu's excitement surged, so too did his uncertainty. Without further prompts, he could not ascertain whether this all-knowing hand held additional powers. Just as he pondered this, another notification chimed. Ding! Identification successful. Name: Imoyu. You. Identity: primitive. Exile. Strength: ordinary primitive. Status: moderate injury, hunger, fatigue. Ability: all-knowing hand. Click for detailed information. Upon reading this, Imoyu's face broke into a broad smile. It was as if a pillow had been provided just when he needed to rest. By sheer happenstance, he had resolved a troubling dilemma. Without further hesitation, he activated the detailed information of the all-knowing hand through his consciousness. Instantly, a new segment of text replaced the previous content. All-knowing hand. Ability 1. Touch an object for 10 seconds to automatically identify its detailed information. The host may also choose to disable automatic identification and select whether to identify manually. Ability 2. Can expend prosperity points to query information, with corresponding prosperity points deducted based on the information accessed. Following this was a detailed description of the prosperity point system. Prosperity points can be obtained through binding to the host tribe, and any actions that contribute to the flourishing of the tribe will yield corresponding prosperity points rewards. Upon reaching this point, Imoyu understood the purpose of his golden finger. Without delay, he disabled the automatic identification. Since that was the case, he decided to test the functionality of the all-knowing hand. He reached out to grasp a patch of weeds nearby, initiating identification point. 10 seconds later, a segment of information indeed surfaced. Spiny grass. A perennial herbaceous plant, high-quality pasture, commonly found in grasslands and wastelands. Imoyu recognized this grass. His home on Blue Star was situated on the prairie, where his family had long relied on herding for sustenance. In fact, Imoyu had once used the proceeds from selling the family's cattle to pay his university tuition. This grass was quite prevalent across the prairie. Elated, Imoyu marveled at the potency of this golden finger. Armed with such assistance, He felt a renewed confidence in his impending existence within this primordial world, and perhaps he might even find a way back to Blue Star through his golden finger. In summary, the message was clear. Advantage is mine. Next, he intended to experiment with the all-knowing hand's other ability. Information retrieval. MOU silently concentrated. Ding. Insufficient prosperity points. Unable to retrieve information at this time. Gazing at the text that materialized before him, MOU furrowed his brow. Acquiring prosperity points would not be an easy task. Had the tree tribe not perished, he could have formed a bond with them, but now. Earlier, upon seeing their exiled status alongside Ling, MOU had already concluded that the tree tribe no longer existed. Sigh. It seems there's no choice but to take one step at a time. MOU resolved to cease his ruminations. Noticing MOU's prolonged silence, Ling assumed he was still in shock and spoke up. Are you all right, you? By the totem god's blessing, we have both survived. Indeed, we have survived. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences they had just endured, MOU spoke with a hint of trepidation. I must thank you for everything back there. Gratitude filled his heart. He had not forgotten Ling's care throughout their ordeal, especially when Ling had pulled him from the water just as the beast attacked. Had it not been for Ling, he might have perished shortly after his arrival in this world. Not at all. We are brothers. Ling scratched his head, displaying a simple, honest smile. Indeed, we are brothers, MOU echoed. Returning a faint smile, he sat up to assess his injuries. The wound on his abdomen had begun to bleed again due to the previous vigorous movements. We need to tend to this wound, Ling remarked, producing the remaining medicinal powder. MOU nodded in agreement. After applying the powder, the pain diminished significantly, and the bleeding ceased. What shall we do next? The chieftain, the shaman, and Uncle Ling's voice was heavy with sorrow. First, we should find a place to settle down, and then we can devise a plan, MOU replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone somber. Ling nodded in resignation. With the tribe destroyed and the totem shattered, both felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. After a brief discussion, they resolved to set out in search of a suitable place to establish themselves once their strength had been restored. After resting for a while, the two followed a small stream that flowed from the distant mountains into the river. At this moment, deep within the forest, at the midsection of a towering stone mountain, stood a frail figure clad in a burlap robe, resembling a desiccated old man before a cave. Beside him stood a stern-faced, burly middle-aged man. Why have you taken so long to return? The old man inquired sternly. Reporting to the shaman, those two youths from the tree tribe fled into the woods. We pursued them, but upon reaching a cliff, they refused to return with us and jumped off. On our way back, we encountered a ferocious beast with mixed bloodlines, which caused our delay. The group, not daring to be lax, bowed and answered the old man's inquiry. The old man and the burly man were none other than the shaman and chieftain of the wolf tribe, presently questioning the returnees who had pursued Ling and MOU. They jumped, quite brave. Very well, you may return. Hearing that the shaman did not express anger, the group exhaled in relief, respectfully bowing before hastily departing. Let us hope nothing unforeseen occurs, the old man murmured, the malevolent dividing line. After a grueling trek of over a day, MOU and his companion cautiously evaded one ferocious beast after another. They subsisted on a few fish caught from the small streams and spent a night trembling in the grass by the creek. Finally, as the sun began to set on the second day, they arrived at the vicinity of a verdant mountain range. Before them lay an entrance to a valley, approximately 100 meters wide. On either side of the entrance stood steep rock walls, resembling faithful sentinels guarding this sacred land. Gazing into the valley, they beheld a tapestry of dense vegetation, a true testament to the flourishing flora. Various plants intertwined harmoniously, creating a breathtaking panorama. A crystal-clear stream trickled forth from the valley's mouth, meandering towards the horizon. Chapter 3. The divine bamboo, how beautiful, MOU exclaimed, captivated by the enchanting scenery. Noticing MOU had halted, Ling inquired, Why have you stopped? Talking to a wall, MOU replied with a sigh. What nonsense? Ling scratched his head, perplexed by MOU's cryptic remarks. Shall we venture inside? Ling asked. Let us go, MOU responded. Stepping towards the valley, followed closely by Ling, you contemplated the possibility of finding some caves within the valley to shelter for the night, as he had no desire to spend another night in the perilous grasslands. The mountains flanking the valley were formidable, making it impossible for them to traverse today, given that it was already evening. Hence, he deemed it prudent to explore further. The two entered the valley with utmost caution, vigilantly observing the slightest rustle of grass or whisper of wind, prepared to react to any unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering, they were greeted by a thicket of dense trees, interspersed with wild grasses and shrubs. Strangely, despite the density of the forest, the trees here were not nearly as towering as those they had fled through earlier. Ling and Mo treaded softly, the silence surrounding them palpable, devoid of even the faintest bird call or any sign of other beasts. "Why is it so quiet here?" Ling wondered aloud. "Be cautious. Something feels amiss," Mo warned. "Indeed," Ling nodded in agreement. Suddenly, "Wow! What is that?" As they nervously emerged from the woods, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. They found themselves in an expansive meadow, where trees and shrubs had vanished, replaced by swathes of grass standing half a meter tall, swaying gently in the breeze. At the center of the meadow stood a bamboo grove. Strikingly circular, its symmetry so perfect it seemed crafted by a compass. At the heart of this circle towered a colossal green bamboo, surrounded by others reaching only 2 to 3 meters high. This central bamboo stood exceptionally tall, exuding an aura of divinity. Its entire body glistened a vibrant green, soaring to heights of over 100 meters, with a diameter of 2 feet. The trunk was straight and sturdy, adorned with numerous tightly packed nodes, each resembling a meticulously carved work of art. The upright stalk pierced the sky, as if yearning to breach the azure above. A gentle breeze stirred its leaves, creating a soft rustling sound, a melodic symphony in harmony with nature. It appeared as the sovereign of the bamboo grove, commanding its subordinates with an air of authority. "This bamboo is peculiar. Let us maintain our distance," Mo suggested. Ling nodded slightly. The two then made their way towards the stone wall on the western side of the meadow. Upon reaching the base of the wall, they looked up to find it towering at least 100 feet high. Nearly vertical and seamlessly integrated into the landscape, utterly impervious to collapse or the fall of debris. There appeared to be no possibility of loose stones or falling objects from above, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would be throwing things from such heights. Having assured themselves of their surroundings, the two set about clearing a space roughly 30 square meters in size, then settled against the stone wall. Leaning against its solid surface, Mo felt a flicker of safety in his heart. After a moment, Ling turned to Mo, gazing at the towering bamboo in the distance. "What do you think that is?" "I believe it is a type of bamboo, though I have never seen one this tall." Mo pondered aloud. "Bamboo? How do you know that?" "I have never encountered such a thing near our tribe," Ling inquired, stroking his chin. He had merely asked out of curiosity, as he assumed that Mo, having been frail as a child, had rarely ventured beyond the confines of the tribe. "A shaman told me," Mo replied after a moment of silence, attributing his knowledge to the now-deceased shaman of the tree tribe. After all, the shaman could not refute him now that he was gone, and even if he were still alive, Ling would not dare question him. Thus, any future queries regarding inexplicable matters could simply be attributed to the shaman's wisdom. The two conversed for a while longer until Ling noticed the day was waning. He stood and said to Mo, "It's getting dark. Let us spend the night here. I will look for food nearby while you start a fire." He then tossed a small bone knife, about the length of his palm, to Mo. This knife had been crafted by Ling's father from the bone of a fierce beast. "All right, be careful," Mo replied. Catching the bone knife with a nod, he weighed the knife in his hand. He was surprised by its unexpected heft, around 7 or 8 pounds. This was likely due to the high density of the bone from the fierce beast. Watching Ling depart, Mo set out to gather some dry grass and twigs near the valley's entrance. He also acquired 2 birds from a nearby tree, borrowing them for his evening meal. Returning to the stone wall, he selected a sturdy, straight branch and fashioned it into a drill about the thickness of a finger using the bone knife. He then chose a softer piece of wood as a base and carefully drilled a hole into it. With the materials ready, Mo began to demonstrate the art of friction firemaking. From his acquired memories, Mo discovered that, due to the presence of totemic gods and shamans, the primitive inhabitants of this world were not as ignorant as one might imagine. While their methods of production and living remained rudimentary, they possessed the fundamental skills of firemaking through friction, striking flint, maintaining embers, and constructing simple shelters. They could also craft various stone and bone tools. and had developed a rudimentary language along with the concepts of primitive agriculture and animal husbandry. As fire-making was a foundational survival skill. Every member of the tribe had learned it, and Mou was no exception. Thus, he found the task familiar. After nearly half an hour of diligent effort, he finally produced a small mound of glowing embers. Gently, he transferred the embers into the nest made from the birds. Slowly blowing upon it, as the air rushed in, a plume of smoke began to rise. Suddenly, as the smoke thickened, a flame leapt from the nest. Quickly, Mou set the nest down and added some slender twigs and dry grass. Watching as the flames grew stronger with each lick of the fire, at last, the fire was successfully kindled, and a smile of relief spread across Mou's face. After a while, he added larger branches to the fire, ensuring it was stable and would not extinguish unexpectedly. His gaze then fell upon a dozen or so fruits lying on the ground. These had been brought back by Ling during his food search. The fruits were fist-sized, with a red, oval-shaped exterior, somewhat reminiscent of the dragon fruit from Blue Star. It was said that a certain park's pet dogs were particularly fond of dragon fruit. Whether this was true, he could not say. Are these even edible? Though Mou had faith in Ling's wilderness survival skills, the fruit's vibrant hue raised his suspicions. A classic phrase echoed in his mind. The bright color of something often indicated its toxicity. Shivering at the thought, Mou picked up one of the fruits and activated his omniscient hand for identification. Success. Red crystal fruit, edible, rich in vitamins, with medicinal properties that can mildly alleviate pain. This plant is a perennial shrub widely distributed across the primitive continent. Named for its resemblance to red crystal stones, as long as it's edible, Mou sighed in relief. Placing the fruit down, he looked up to see Ling returning from a distance, a mysterious animal carcass draped over his shoulder. Still dripping with blood. Chapter 4. The totemic god Ling dropped the bloodied carcass onto the ground, grinning widely. I'm back. I hunted a wild boar. Mou examined the creature closely. It bore a striking resemblance to an earth wild boar. Measuring about a meter in length, however, compared to its earthly counterpart, this beast had denser fur and significantly larger tusks. They both recognized this creature. It was none other than the wild boar, a staple prey often brought back by their tribe's hunting parties. Yet, what lay before them was evidently a juvenile creature. An adult pig-like beast could reach a length of 3 meters and a shoulder height of approximately 2 meters, comparable in size to a fully grown yak on Earth. Of course, such dimensions pertained only to the ordinary wild variant of the pig-like beast. Once a creature ascended to the ranks of hybrid blood ferocious beasts or higher, it could no longer be measured by conventional standards. You must have had a tough time. Did you encounter any dangers? Mou remarked with a smirk at the sight of the brawny man before him, his body smeared with blood and mud. None at all. The totem spirits have blessed me with good fortune. I stumbled upon a lost pig-like beast cub. You should hurry to the nearby stream and clean yourself up. I will take care of the pig-like beast. Understood, Ling replied while making his way toward the eastern cliff. Although primitive people rarely bathed except for ceremonial purposes, a competent hunter should possess the ability to cleanse the blood after a hunt to avoid attracting other beasts. Earlier, as they traversed the forest, they had discovered that the stream flowing out of the valley originated from the eastern cliff, forming a shallow pool of approximately 50 square meters at its base. The water flowed from the pool and continued along the mountainside into the valley. You wasted no time and began to process the pig-like beast with the bone knife he had used earlier. As the hide of the pig-like beast held little value, he did not need to exert effort to preserve its integrity. He simply gutted it, removed the bones, and sliced the meat. Once finished, Mou buried the hide. Internal organs, retaining the heart, liver, and lungs, and the blood-soaked ground. Half an hour later, Ling returned from the pool. By this time, dusk had already settled. The two of them skewered a processed leg of the beast onto a wooden stick and placed it over the fire to roast. As they chatted, they consumed the meat, slicing off the cooked exterior before continuing to roast the uncooked layers within. In total, they managed to devour over 20 pounds of beast meat. Primitive people naturally had a hearty appetite. And after 2 days of running about without a proper meal, they both indulged excessively. Mou had indeed been starved over the past 2 days. Thus, despite the absence of any seasoning, he relished the meal, after all. Just the previous night, our protagonist had gnawed on raw fish akin to a primitive tribal delicacy by the stream, so he certainly wouldn't mind this. He consumed around 5 pounds, while Ling exhibited even more gluttony. Devouring nearly 20 pounds of meat, you cannot afford to eat so little. A frail body cannot awaken the totem, Ling remarked, shaking his head disapprovingly at Mo's meager portion. Hearing this, Mo curled his lip in silent protest, inwardly musing, awaken the totem? The tribe is gone. Even if I were robust, there would be no place to awaken. However, to spare Ling further heartache, he merely feigned agreement with Anod that moment. Ling stood up intent on retrieving the remaining half of the roasted beast leg from the fire. Seeing this, Mo hastily interjected, wait, don't take it down just yet. The smoked meat can be preserved longer. Did the shaman tell you this? Ling asked skeptically. Indeed, Mo affirmed with a nod. Convinced by Mo's response, Ling ceased his actions. Although he had never heard of such a method, since the tribe typically dried meat to preserve it, he trusted the shaman's wisdom. Moreover, if the meat spoiled, they could always hunt again. With their bellies full, the two leaned against the stone wall. This place seems relatively safe. Let us stay here for a few days. A few days? What do you mean? Ling inquired, puzzled. That I mean a few sunsets, Mo clarified. Ling nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but worry about his parents. They must be heartbroken. Mo felt a pang of concern for his parents back on Earth. However, recalling that his elder brother was with them, he felt a slight relief. In the past couple of days, they had been too preoccupied to dwell on such matters, but now that they were satiated and settled, Mo couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over him, gazing at the 3 bright moons, 2 large and 1 small, hovering in the sky. Missouri unknowingly closed his eyes. The next morning, they rose early. Mo stretched, welcoming the new day. The previous night had not been particularly restful. Although the area appeared safe, they were still in the wilderness, and falling into a deep sleep could lead to dire consequences. They had even gotten up several times to stoke the fire and check on the smoked meat. Looking into the distance, the trees at the valley's entrance appeared exceptionally vivid in the morning light. The dew on the leaves sparkling like jewels. The distant mountains emerged from the morning mist, resembling a watercolor painting. The enormous bamboo in the midst of the grassland stood tall and majestic as before. Mo inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh morning air and the tranquility of dawn. Together with Ling, he navigated around the bamboo grove toward the pool at the cliff's base. They drank some water, and Mo wiped his face clean. Upon returning to their camp in the west, they consumed some leftover beast meat from the previous night. What shall we do now? Ling asked, since you had always been more intelligent than others. He often sought Mo's counsel as they grew up together, and it was no different now. Ling instinctively inquired about Mo's plans. First, let us smoke the remaining beast meat, and then we can explore the bamboo grove. Are we really going to that bamboo grove? Is there any danger? It looks rather peculiar. Why should we go there? Ling bombarded Mo with questions upon hearing his intention. Since we decided to stay here for a while, we must ensure the surrounding environment is safe. Besides, the bamboo grove should pose no threat. If it did, we would have sensed something by now, given our proximity, Mo explained. Ling nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, and refrained from further questioning. With the next course of action determined, Mo promptly set to work. He instructed Ling to fetch 4 branches with a diameter of around 10 centimeters and several wooden sticks about 1.5 meters long, roughly the thickness of an arm, from the forest. Using his bone knife. Mo took Ling's bone knife and sharpened the ends of the 4 branched sticks. Together, they drove them firmly into the ground at each corner of the fire pit, spaced about 1.5 meters apart. They selected 2 thicker sticks from the remaining ones, placing one on each side to create a frame, and then evenly laid the remaining wooden sticks across the 2 sides, spaced 5 centimeters apart. Thus, a simple smoking rack with sides measuring 1.5 meters was constructed. Mo pressed down on the rack. It stood firm and sturdy, capable of holding dozens of pounds of meat without issue. Ling gazed at the structure they had built, filled with wonder. You are incredibly clever. How did you come up with such an idea? This way, the meat won't fall off while smoking, Ling exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Mo chuckled, modestly brushing off the praise. The sun climbed silently to its zenith above the valley. By the time they finished smoking the meat in batches, it was already noon. They hastily prepared a simple lunch before setting off to explore the bamboo grove. Ling held his bone knife in hand as he walked alongside Mo toward the grove. They soon arrived at the bamboo grove, and due to their proximity, the towering bamboo appeared even more majestic and otherworldly. As they gazed upward, a rustling sound drew their attention to the bamboo forest before them. What is this? Upon seeing the unfolding scene, Mou's pupils constricted, his voice trembling. Ling's face turned pale in an instant. Clearly terrified. What had they witnessed? As the bamboo swayed, it parted to form a path about a meter wide, leading directly to the largest of the towering bamboo stalks. The two had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon and stood frozen in shock. Momentarily forgetting to flee. Regaining his senses, Mou gritted his teeth and resolutely stepped onto the path toward the giant bamboo. Don't go there, you. It's dangerous, Ling exclaimed, panic-stricken at Mou's approach. Ignoring Ling's warning, Mou continued forward. Naturally, he was not entranced. He understood that whatever force could orchestrate such an astonishing occurrence possessed powers beyond their comprehension. Moreover, it was evident that this entity wished for them to enter. Rather than flee futilely and risk provoking whatever lay within the bamboo grove, Mou deemed it wiser to investigate. He believed that, up to this point, the entity had shown them no malice. Otherwise, with its formidable power, they would never have survived this long. Ling, seeing that Mou was unresponsive, attempted to follow but found the path quickly closing behind him, blocking his way. Mou stood before the giant bamboo. Though it was not his first encounter with the colossal plant, its awe-inspiring presence left a lasting impression. Compelled by an unseen force, Mou reached out to touch the giant bamboo. As he activated the all-knowing hand. A fragment of information materialized. Dragon bamboo, totem spirit, an intermediate divine entity evolved from ordinary bamboo. Stunned, Mou withdrew his hand as if shocked by electricity, no longer interested in the subsequent information. His mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. This is actually a totem spirit. Young one, what are you doing? A commanding and ancient voice resonated in Mou's ears. I, the junior, did not know your esteemed identity and did not mean to offend. Indeed, you have the ability to hear my words, and it seems you are also aware of my identity, correct? Mou nodded slightly. Subsequently, the divine bamboo recounted the circumstances that led to Mou's invitation. It had just awakened from slumber, and Mou and his companion were the first individuals it encountered upon awakening. Observing Mou's exceptional talents and ancestral shamanic potential, it invited him for an audience. Realizing that the deity before him harbored no ill intentions, Mou explained the reason for their visit and expressed their desire to rebuild their tribe in this place, seeking the deity as protection. I grant you permission to reconstruct your tribe here and shall bestow my protection upon you, provided that you offer me sacrifices once a year, the totem stated after a moment of silence. Overjoyed by this, Mou eagerly agreed, deeming the regular sacrifices a trivial request, as offering to the totem was a necessary step in awakening as a totem warrior. The totem then offered a token of their meeting, a legacy of shamanic knowledge, advising Mou to contemplate it deeply upon his return. Upon your exit, summon the lad who was chopping bamboo outside. I shall bestow upon him some fortuitous opportunities as well. As the voice faded. A sphere of light, roughly the size of a fist, surged forth from the divine bamboo's trunk, floating before Mou before swiftly merging with his mind. The moment of this fusion. An immense expanse of knowledge unfolded within Mou's consciousness. Yet, he felt no discomfort. This knowledge seamlessly integrated into his mind. Unlike the disorienting experience he had endured while receiving the original memories, Mou was filled with exhilaration, understanding that by assimilating this knowledge, he might become the powerful shaman he had glimpsed in the original memories. After receiving the legacy, Mou expressed his gratitude, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave, as a small path opened through the bamboo forest. Chapter 5. Fortuity in the cave. Outside the bamboo grove, Ling, wielding a bone knife with fervor to rescue Mou, saw the bamboo forest part once more and rushed over in excitement to embrace Mou as he emerged. I am so relieved you're safe. I thought you were done for. Mou, taken aback by the burly man charging towards him, could only muster a bemused expression. After a few futile attempts to break free, he resigned himself to the embrace. After a while, once Ling had calmed down, Mou requested to be released, gazing at the concerned figure before him, and warmth surged within him, before Ling could inquire. Mou recounted all that had transpired in the bamboo grove. In awe, Ling followed Mou to stand before the divine bamboo. Upon learning that this magnificent bamboo was, in fact, a totem, Ling immediately knelt, bowing fervently. The primal tribesmen held an almost fanatical reverence for their totem deities, and Mo understood this deeply. The bamboo deity spoke little, and what it said was not heard by Ling. But a small white flame erupted from its trunk. This flame darted towards Ling and, in his astonished gaze, merged with his chest. Instantly, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, causing him to grimace yet stifle any sound. Mo watched anxiously from the side, his heart racing for Ling. After a while, the heat began to subside, and a peculiar light radiated from Ling. His skin grew more resilient, his muscles more pronounced. He appeared imbued with strength. Sensing a change, Ling hastily pulled aside his animal hide garment, revealing a vivid green bamboo leaf mark on the left side of his chest, from which dark green totemic patterns spread across his torso. Is this the awakening of a totem warrior? Mo grasped Ling's hand, employing his omniscient touch to investigate, and indeed discovered that Ling's power had transformed from an apprentice warrior to a novice warrior. Both were elated. Ling, sensing the newfound power within, felt a mixture of awe and gratitude. He understood that this was a gift from the divine bamboo and a responsibility to protect their tribe. After their astonishment faded, they expressed their thanks and returned to the western camp with hearts full of excitement. Oh my! I can hardly believe it. The bamboo deity is a totem god, and I have successfully awakened as a warrior. Ling's voice trembled with excitement as he gazed at Mo, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he wished to pour out all his overwhelming emotions. Mo, equally elated by Ling's exuberance, replied, "Indeed, this is astonishing. Now that the bamboo deity has recognized you and aided your awakening, we possess the strength and confidence to establish our own tribe in this land." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his gaze resolute and filled with hope. Once the tribe was established, he could utilize another function of his omniscient touch. With the totem's protection and his unique abilities, he believed he and Ling could thrive in this primal world. Ling, supportive of Mo's intention to rebuild the tribe, reminded him, however, that a shaman was essential for this endeavor. "I have a plan," Mo replied, feigning mystery with a smile. Ling regarded him skeptically and asked, "What plan?" "We have no shaman here." Mo raised his hand, revealing a green bamboo leaf mark on his palm. "I received the shamanic legacy from the bamboo deity. Although I have yet to master shamanic arts or scriptures, I will strive to learn and become a genuine shaman." Ling stared in shock at the mark on Mo's hand, never having imagined that Mo would acquire the shamanic legacy. "This is wonderful. With this, we can certainly rebuild our tribe," Ling exclaimed. "Ling, pay your respects to the shaman," he added, suddenly coming to his senses after his initial excitement, quickly bowing respectfully to Mo. Respecting the shaman of the tribe was a principle ingrained in every tribesman from childhood. And Ling regarded Mo with awe. Despite having grown up together, Mo hastily helped him up, assuring him that such formalities were unnecessary. Ling nodded in acknowledgement, though it was clear he had not fully absorbed the lesson. Mo, seeing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Habits formed from childhood were not easily altered. Once they had calmed down, Mo and Ling decided to carve out a cave in the western stone wall. They would temporarily settle there while contemplating how to rebuild their tribe. Fortunately, Ling had awakened as a novice totem warrior, possessing extraordinary strength. Otherwise, excavating a cave in the stone wall would not have been an easy task. Through the knowledge gained from the legacy, Mo understood that totem warriors were classified into 4 levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, and royal. Wink with a frown. Previously, Ling's status as an apprentice warrior indicated he had undergone warrior training but had yet to awaken. Possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, but still significantly weaker than a novice warrior. Shamans were categorized into human shamans, earth shamans, sky shamans, and ancestral shamans. Corresponding ferocious beasts were divided into mixed blood ferocious beasts, pure blood ferocious beasts, barbarian ferocious beasts, and wild ferocious beasts. Although theoretically, a novice warrior's strength could rival that of a mixed blood ferocious beast, due to the inherently robust physique of these beasts, it typically required about 3 warriors to defeat a beast of the same level, while slaying a beast of equal rank necessitated at least 5 warriors. Shamans are not combat units, thus are not compared here. With the strength of a novice warrior, a cave measuring 2 meters wide, 2.5 meters high, and 5 meters deep was swiftly carved out beneath Ling's iron fists. Of course, this is not a perfectly rectangular shape. This description serves to give readers a basic understanding. The rubble from the cave was cleared, and the stones previously dislodged were piled not far from the entrance. The two then brought in the previously smoked meat, placing it in a corner of the cave, which had been tidied in advance. The smoking rack remained untouched, ready for future USE-BY. This time, dusk had fallen, and the two moved the fire pit to the cave entrance. After gathering ample firewood, they produced the smoked meat and began their evening meal. After dining, they settled down for a restful sleep within the cave, reassured by the totem's protection against any unwelcome beasts encroaching into the valley. The following day, the two awoke leisurely, well past the sun's zenith. After breakfast, Ling ventured out to hunt, while MOU intended to survey the valley, as this would be the future site of their tribe. Exiting the cave together, they bid each other farewell and set off on their separate paths. MOU spent nearly 2 hours meticulously exploring the entire valley, gaining a comprehensive understanding of its layout. The valley ran north to south, presenting an irregular rectangular shape, approximately 1,500 meters long from east to west and about 1,000 meters long from north to south. Covering an area of around 1,500,000 square meters, over 2,200 acres, the eastern and western sides were bordered by towering cliffs, nearly vertical to the ground, with the valley's entrance located to the south, approximately 100 meters wide. Entering the valley's mouth led into a 300-meter wide band of forest, while the rear, to the north, featured a gentle slope of about 50 meters, beyond which lay an endless expanse of primal forest. MOU was thoroughly satisfied with the valley's geography. The sheer cliffs on either side would provide effective protection for the tribe once walls were constructed at both the front and back of the valley, while the ample flatland in the center could easily accommodate the tribe's development. Chapter 6. Evening conversations. After exploring the valley, MOU returned to the cave, only to find that Ling had yet to return. He added a few more logs to the fire, then gathered a considerable amount of grass from the meadow, spreading it out on the ground to dry, intending to use it for bedding. After completing these tasks, he found that it was still early, and with nothing else to do, he simply sat by the cave entrance to contemplate the inheritance he had previously received. MOU sat cross-legged, focusing his mind to begin meditating. As time slipped away unnoticed, MOU's consciousness transitioned into an ethereal void, a realm devoid of direction, where a dim grayness enveloped him, punctuated only by scattered points of light drifting amidst the shadows. He understood that these were the shamanic energies lingering between heaven and earth. In that moment, his consciousness transformed into a small luminous figure, resembling himself closely. He realized that his task was to control this light being to consume those flickering points, thereby augmenting his own power. With this thought, MOU ceased to hesitate and began directing the small figure to chase and devour the light points. Beneath the stone wall, wisps of shamanic energy appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, slowly flowing towards the frail figure meditating at the cave's mouth, eventually entering his body and initiating some unknown transformation within him. After a considerable time, MOU suddenly sensed that the realm where his consciousness resided began to tremble violently. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his consciousness was expelled. Returning to awareness, MOU opened his tightly shut eyes, filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to discern whether his body had undergone any changes. He stood up and took a moment to feel, quickly discovering that he felt incredibly invigorated, as though all fatigue, pain, and discomfort had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. At that moment, he felt sharp and clear-headed, as if his vision and hearing had improved. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. However, alongside this newfound vigor, MOU also noticed a troubling aspect. His mental state seemed less than optimal. His mind, which should have been sharp and perceptive, felt somewhat clouded, and his thoughts lacked their usual agility. This was likely due to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy during his recent practice, and it seemed plausible that his expulsion from that state was a consequence of this. Nevertheless, MOU remained exhilarated by the changes he had experienced. After all, with appropriate rest, his mental energy could be replenished. "You've finally awakened. Are you all right?" "I returned and noticed you seemed to be meditating, so I refrained from disturbing you," Ling inquired upon seeing MOU come to that. It was only then that MOU realized it was already nearing evening and that Ling had returned from hunting long ago. "I'm fine. Did you encounter any danger while hunting? Mou asked. Ling shook his head, relieved to see that Mou was well. Mou walked to the open area in front of the cave. Examining the game Ling had brought back, it was an animal reminiscent of a sika deer. Though its antlers were a full twice the size of a sika's, Mou reached out to touch the creature, activating his all-seeing hand, and moments later, a passage of text materialized. Giant antler deer, a common herbivore on the primitive continent, edible, gentle disposition, can be domesticated, so this creature is called the giant antler deer. Mou mused, feeling little emotional fluctuation. After all, it was merely an ordinary herbivorous beast. What truly piqued his interest were the final descriptors indicating its gentle nature and suitability for domestication. An herbivore. Gentle in nature and can be domesticated. Wasn't this an excellent choice for livestock? Mou quietly noted this information, contemplating the potential for future breeding to provide a stable source of meat for the tribe. After a brief period of reflection, the two set to work processing the carcass of the giant antler deer. They skillfully removed the hide, which was remarkably supple, capable of being fashioned into bedding or clothing after some basic treatment, certainly not to be wasted. Once they completed their task, both indulged in a sumptuous feast of tender deer meat. Later, they sat beside the fire, discussing the reconstruction of their tribe. I propose we name our new tribe Bamboo Tribe. I will serve as the shaman, and you can be the chief. What do you think? Mou suggested first. Ling had no objections to the first 2 points, but expressed some hesitation at the thought of becoming chief. Can I truly be a good chief? He questioned. You absolutely can. I believe in you, Mou affirmed. He had considerable faith in Ling, as memories from his former self coupled with their interactions over the past few days indicated that Ling was indeed capable of being an excellent chief. Although he appeared simple-minded, he was meticulous, mature, and possessed a sharp mind, compared to other primitive individuals, and formidable strength, an ideal choice for leadership. Upon hearing Mou's encouragement, Ling no longer hesitated, understanding that this was Mou's trust in him, as well as a responsibility to protect their kin and guide the tribe's development. The annual grand ceremony will take place at the end of autumn or the beginning of winter, following the first snowfall. Mou continued. Ling voiced no objections to this, knowing that rituals were the exclusive domain of shamans. He was unfamiliar with such matters. Subsequently, the two finalized several specific details. It could be said that they were now well equipped with all the necessary elements for rebuilding their tribe, a suitable settlement, a totemic deity, a chief, and a shaman. All that remained was the crucial issue of population. However, Mou currently had no solution for this. Ling suggested that they stockpile more meat, planning to trade for women and children from other tribes when the snow season arrived. Mou nodded in resignation. For now, that was the only course of action in this land. Population trading was quite common, especially during the food shortages of winter. 500 pounds of meat could be exchanged for 3 robust women or 4 healthy children. Although food was relatively abundant during the rainy and dry seasons, summer and autumn, it became exceedingly scarce in winter, when vegetation withered and beasts hibernated or migrated. Each year, many individuals from various tribes perished from starvation during the winter season, making it likely that many tribes would be willing to trade precious meat for seemingly inconsequential women and children. After discussing the tribe's future plans, the two eventually fell asleep, as the grass they had laid out to dry had not yet finished. They had no choice but to lie on the hard ground that night. The following morning, as Mou and Ling went to a waterhole to drink and wash up, they passed through a bamboo grove when an authoritative voice reached Mou's ears. Little one, a group of refugees has arrived on the hillside behind. You might consider approaching them. If their character is decent, they could be integrated into the tribe. Upon hearing this, Mou did not dare delay. After briefly explaining the situation to Ling, the two hurried towards the gentle slope. They crouched on the hillside, stealthily observing a gathering of around 20 people sitting on the ground, preparing to light a fire. The refugees appeared haggard, their faces sallow, hair disheveled, eyes dim, their bodies filthy, and the animal hides they wore were in tatters. Strangely, all of these individuals seemed to be adult males. Who's there? Suddenly, one of them turned his gaze towards the direction of Mou and Ling, shouting loudly. The other primitive men rose in alarm, grabbing their weapons and directing their attention towards the two. Not good. We've been discovered. Chapter 7. Entering the tribe and building wooden houses. Seeing that they had been found out, Mou and Ling decided to stop hiding and stood up. Who are you, and why are you spying on us? One man shouted. eyeing them warily. I am a member of the bamboo tribe. This is our territory. Who are you? And what brings you here? Ling retorted calmly. Upon learning that they had inadvertently wandered into another tribe's territory, the demeanor of the opposing group softened somewhat. Greetings, friends of the bamboo tribe. Our tribe was attacked by ferocious beasts, and we are but refugees who accidentally strayed into your territory. We will leave at once, the leader among them explained, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect. His companions offered no further comment. Wait a moment, Mou interjected, noticing that the group did not seem to be aggressive despite their numbers, and were even willing to depart. He felt they were likely not malicious individuals, prompting him to consider inviting them to join the tribe. The group halted at the sound of his voice, turning to look at Mou. Imu, a shaman of the bamboo tribe. I would like to invite you to join our tribe. What do you think? Mou extended his palm to reveal the totem mark, affirming his identity while making the invitation. His boldness in inviting them stemmed not only from their demeanor but also from his substantial confidence in his own tribe's strength. He noticed that none of the opposing group were totem warriors, and even if they harbored ill intentions, he and Ling could easily suppress them. Stone Spear, do you think what he says is true? I doubt it could be. The individuals in the opposing group began to murmur among themselves, most expressing skepticism, for it was indeed unusual for someone to invite them to join a tribe so readily. Listening to the discussion, the leader, Stone Spear, appeared conflicted as he wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately deciding to follow Mou to see for himself. Everyone, quiet down. I believe we should at least take a look. We have nothing left now. The only asset we possess is our strength. Even if it is a false invitation, at worst, we would be treated as slaves. However, if what they say is true, we could find a place to settle and no longer have to wander. The middle-aged man, Stone Spear, interrupted the chatter and proposed loudly to Mou. Observed this scene with a slight nod. Stone Spear was indeed a discerning individual. Hearing his words, the others began to waver. They understood that he spoke the truth. They had nothing of value to attract the attention of Mou's tribe. After some deliberation, the majority decided to accept the invitation and see what lay ahead, particularly after witnessing the totemic patterns inadvertently revealed by Ling. This notion was further solidified. Very well, we shall go and take a look, but should we discover that you are deceiving us, we will depart from Shermao immediately, he stated. Mou nodded slightly, acquiescing to the proposition. Along the way, Mou elucidated the reasons for their invitation. Upon learning that the bamboo tribe had recently been re-established and was in need of inhabitants, the concerns and skepticism of the group diminished somewhat. As they crossed the hillside and beheld the magnificent divine bamboo piercing the clouds in the valley below, Shermao and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces awash with disbelief. They gazed at the divine bamboo, a profound respect swelling within them, an ineffable sense of awe. This is the totem deity of our tribe, the bamboo god. Please, follow me to pay your respects, Mou explained with a smile. Observing the group frozen in place. Very well, the shaman replied in unison, their tones unwittingly growing more reverent. Upon arriving at the heart of their territory, the group witnessed the bamboo grove parting to reveal a narrow path. Their shock mingled with admiration, for they understood this was the miraculous power of the totem deity. They followed closely behind Mou and Ling into the bamboo forest. Once beneath the divine bamboo, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, their expressions filled with piety as they bowed respectfully. Mou also inclined slightly. With a modern soul, Mou found it difficult to perform the traditional 3 kneels and 9 kowtows before a plant, even if it was a totem deity. Fortunately, the divine bamboo seemed indifferent to such customs. Have you all made your decision? Are you willing to join our tribe? Mou posed the question once more. This time, there was not a hint of hesitation as they all expressed their willingness to join. No sooner had the words left their lips than clusters of flames erupted from the trunk of the divine bamboo, drifting toward the newly admitted members of the tribe. The group momentarily panicked at this sight. This is the blessing of the bamboo god. There is no need to evade, Mou hastily clarified. Only then did they cease their retreat, allowing the flames to enter their bodies. As the flames coursed through them, they began to heal the hidden injuries and enhance their physical condition. Instantly, they felt a comforting warmth enveloping them, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from their long journeys. Once more, the group bowed deeply, their faces alight with joy as they expressed their gratitude for the bamboo goddess grace. After guiding them to a stream downstream to cleanse themselves, the group returned to the vicinity of the cave. Mou and Ling produced some of the beast meat they had previously stored, and they all shared a simple lunch, the delicious roasted meat leaving everyone with grease on their lips. During this time, Mou inquired about their situation. They were a total of 23 individuals, originally members of the hunting team from the Manyo tribe. Shermao was their team leader, and their tribe comprised over 700 people, including more than 80 novice totem warriors and 2 intermediate warriors. Weeks prior, their tribe had been besieged by unknown fierce beasts, resulting in the tragic demise of all its members, including the totem deity, who was slain on the spot. Those present had been out hunting and thus escaped the massacre. Upon returning, they found the totem patterns on their bodies beginning to fade. Realizing something had happened to the totem deity in a state of urgency, they rushed back, only to discover their tribe had been reduced to ruins. You had learned through the inheritance that upon the death of the totem deity, awakened totem warriors would also lose their totemic powers, and the totem patterns would fade as well. With no choice, they wandered away from their shattered tribe, seeking a relatively safe place to settle, ultimately arriving at Mou's location. Throughout their journey, they had sought refuge from various tribes, but were met with rejection, and some tribes even resorted to violence to drive them away. During this period, they encountered several fierce beasts, resulting in their group dwindling from 40 to just 23 members. Many among them felt a sting in their eyes, their spirits dampened. Mou and Ling, witnessing this, also felt a weight in their hearts, for they shared a similar plight. Now that you have joined the Bamboo tribe, we are family, and together we shall strive to rebuild a stronger and more prosperous tribe. First, we need to construct wooden houses to provide shelter. Mou encouraged everyone after they finished their meal, outlining the tasks ahead. Understood, shaman. Together, we shall work diligently to develop a formidable tribe. The group responded enthusiastically, rising to pay their respects to Mou before promptly setting to work on the construction of the wooden houses. Mou refrained from excavating additional caves for their accommodation, fearing that too many tunnels might compromise the structural integrity of the stone walls, leading to potential collapses on the evening of the third day. On the western side of the valley, Mou gazed upon the 8 small wooden houses they had constructed, a smile gracing his face. After 2 days of labor, the houses were finally complete. The design was quite simple, with walls made from wooden stakes, roughly the thickness of a man's thigh, driven into the ground. Each house measured 3 meters in length and width, with the back wall standing 2.7 meters tall and the front wall 2.5 meters. The stakes on either side sloped downwards, and the front wall featured a rudimentary door made from a few stakes bound with vines and topped with a wooden plank. The roofs were densely covered with 5-centimeter diameter wooden rods, above which lay thick thatch secured with vines. The ground inside had been compacted with stones, and a thick layer of dry grass was laid in the corners. In total, there were 8 houses, each accommodating 3 individuals, allowing everyone to find a place to reside. Mou permitted them to decide how to allocate the houses among themselves. As they beheld the wooden structures, unfamiliar yet delightful, joy radiated from each face. Though Mou considered the houses exceedingly rudimentary, for those who had long resided in caves or rudimentary shelters made of branches, these were exquisite abodes indeed. After sharing a dinner at the cave entrance, everyone eagerly settled into their assigned wooden houses, their excitement palpable. Naturally, Mou and Ling continued to reside in the cave. The following morning, after breakfast, Mou instructed Ling to take 10 individuals out hunting, while he led the remaining members in crafting some essential tools. Chapter 8. Crafting wooden barrels and establishing animal pens for farming. Mou guided a dozen individuals into the woods at the valley's mouth, selecting a tree of barrel thickness and calling for others to chop it down. Without further questions, several behind him wielded their bone knives and began to cut. Find 3 trees of similar thickness and bring them down. Mou continued to direct. Of course, shaman, leave it to us. A few responded, quickly dispersing in search of suitable targets. The sounds of chopping echoed through the forest. Half an hour later, 5 large trees had been felled and, at Mou's behest, dragged out of the woods and onto the grass. Following this, under Mou's guidance, they cut off the branches and stripped the bark from the trees. After setting the branches and bark aside to dry, they worked together to lay the trunks flat. Each measuring 2 meters in length. Mou also instructed a few to cut 10 wooden stakes, each 50 centimeters long, and place them near the fire to dry. He intended to use these stakes to craft several barrels. as fetching water from the pond was quite inconvenient. Having barrels would allow them to transport water back to their encampment. Which of you is skilled at crafting bone tools while the wood dries? I need assistance, MOU inquired of the group returning to the camp. I am, shaman. I can craft bone tools quickly and efficiently. A young voice exclaimed eagerly from the crowd. MOU recognized him as Shirtu, the youngest among the new tribe members, around the same age as MOU, with a lively and spirited personality. Shirtu, is it? Come with me. I need your help in crafting some tools. MOU had no doubts about Shirtu's capabilities, trusting that he had no reason to deceive him. Shirtu hurriedly approached, excitement palpable as he followed MOU into the cave. I need you to help me craft a few chisels, MOU said, retrieving previously collected beast bones. What is a chisel? It sounds impressive, Shirtu inquired. I'll draw it for you, MOU replied, picking up a piece of charcoal from the fire and sketching on the cave wall while explaining the purpose of the chisel. As a university student in an engineering discipline, MOU found it quite manageable to draw a simple diagram. Got it, shaman? I'll have it done for you before sunset. Shirtu nodded confidently. Now understanding what a chisel was, thank you for your hard work. Once he had assigned tasks to Shirtu, it was still midday, and MOU began to prepare for the crafting of bone hoes, as he aimed to get ready for future farming endeavors. Knowing that the shaman intended to guide them in making new farming tools, the group grew excited, gathering curiously around MOU. Seeing this, MOU could only briefly explain what a bone hoe was. The primitive people were indeed capable of farming, and the shamans in their tribe would also cultivate medicinal herbs, albeit still in the rudimentary stage of slash-and-burn agriculture. Go fetch me 2 wooden sticks. Just take the freshly cut tree trunks. They should be about 3 fingers in thickness and as tall as you, MOU instructed Shirtu. Nodding in understanding, Shirtu departed. MOU rummaged through the cave, retrieving 2 shoulder blades from the giant horned deer and the wild boar beast, then made his way to the water's edge to begin the process of sharpening them using a rough stone. Which, how could you engage in such endeavors? Just entrust it to us. Merely instruct us on how to grind, and we shall surely comply with your specifications, upon witnessing MOU personally honing the bones. The group hastened to voice their objections. Noticing their concerns, MOU relented, handing over the bone in his possession and elaborating on the grinding process. Before long, the bone was meticulously shaped as per MOU's directives. He inspected it closely. The scapula had been smoothed down, its broader end thinned to an acute sharpness, in the center, for holes had been drilled with a pointed stone, 2 on each side, through which ropes could be threaded to secure the wooden pole. Upon returning to the cave entrance, Shirtu had already hewn the wooden sticks and prepared 2 ropes. Which, I overheard you mention that crafting the bone hoe requires rope, so after felling the wooden sticks, I fashioned 2 from the stones, Shirtu reported eagerly as MOU returned. MOU praised him, eliciting a surge of excitement from Shirtu. Despite his exuberant nature, the boy was diligent and sufficiently astute. MOU pondered nurturing his potential further. With all materials gathered, MOU commenced the creation of the bone hoe. Borrowing a bone knife, he flattened the bottom edge of the wooden pole for a more seamless fit with the scapula. On the opposite side, he carved 2 grooves to secure the rope. Without these grooves, the rope would inevitably shift during use. Subsequently, he threaded the prepared thin rope through the holes in the scapula, winding it around the grooves on the wooden pole in layers until it was securely bound. At last, the bone hoe was complete. MOU tested it on the grass, and its effectiveness was commendable. The others, witnessing this, were eager to try the newly devised tool. After their own experimentation, they expressed great satisfaction with the bone hoe, noting its efficiency compared to using wooden sticks or bone clubs for digging. As evening approached, Shirtu finally presented the chisel he had fashioned to MOU, who inspected it thoroughly and was quite pleased. The previously prepared wooden stakes were nearly dry, prompting MOU to plan the construction of a wooden barrel. Suddenly, a commotion from outside the cave caught his attention, followed by a person rushing in to inform him that the chief and the hunters had returned. Upon hearing that Ling and the others were back, MOU promptly discarded his tools and hastened out of the cave. In the sunset, the returning hunters displayed their robust figures, bearing their catches with expressions of satisfaction and fatigue intermingled. Their heavy footsteps conveyed a sense of achievement from the day's endeavors. The twilight cast a golden hue upon them, rendering them akin to triumphant heroes. Which, we have returned, Ling called out before even reaching MOU. Glad to hear it. No one was injured, I hope? MOU inquired as Ling approached. By the totem's grace, there were no casualties. Good, good. That is a relief, Mo replied with a smile. Given that a larger number had gone hunting, the spoils were indeed plentiful. They had captured a wild buffalo, an adult pig, 3 giant antler deer, and a living fawn, which we were unable to capture any live animals. Please punish us, Shi Jian humbly reported to Mo. You had previously instructed them to attempt capturing some animals alive. Mo waved his hand dismissively, understanding that without proper tools, it was exceedingly challenging for these primitive people to capture animals unscathed. Animals would flee, and to halt them, weapons would inevitably inflict harm or death. This dilemma would require further contemplation on his part. The group, seeing that Mo bore no ill will, collectively sighed in relief. After fastening the living fawn beside the wooden hut, they began processing their catches, skinning the animals and laying the hides on the grass to dry, while inedible entrails were buried deep in the woods. We have sufficient food for 2 days. We shall refrain from hunting tomorrow as I have other plans. Mo declared post-meal. The others voiced no objections. Upon returning to the cave, Mo settled into his daily meditation. Despite the recent busyness, he had not ceased his cultivation of witchcraft, dedicating time each evening to sit in quiet reflection. The following morning at the cave entrance, everyone gathered around Mo, awaiting the assignment of tasks. Pay attention. I have the following directives. Mo began slowly. He first instructed Shi to lead 4 individuals in crafting ropes, for he required them for a particular project. He assigned Shi Jian to guide another 4 in shaping fist-sized stone balls, and tasked Ling with leading 9 to clear a roughly 100 square meter area in the southwest corner of the valley for a livestock pen. Meanwhile, he would oversee the remaining 4 in constructing wooden barrels. The barrels were straightforward, merely hollowing out the previously prepared dried wooden stakes and drilling 2 holes to thread rope through. Mo and his team swiftly completed the barrels, and after filling them with water, they transported them back to the camp for convenient access. Chapter 9. Tanning hides and crafting stone tools. After finishing the barrels, Mo wandered through the valley to inspect the progress of others. Finding no issues before returning to the cave, around noon, he called off Shi and Shi Jian, for they had produced enough rope and stone balls. Throughout the morning, they had crafted 53 2-meter-long ropes and 125 fist-sized stone balls, though not perfectly spherical. They had been smoothed enough to be relatively rounded. After a brief respite, he instructed the team to soak the hides collected in recent days in a nearby stream on the eastern side of the valley. He then led 13 individuals to retrieve the 2 bone hoes they had previously created, directing them to begin digging holes on the grassland to the left of the cave. With only 2 hoes available, the group could only dig in pairs, taking turns. Before long, a pit measuring 1.5 meters deep and 2 meters long and wide emerged. What purpose does this pit serve? Shi Jian inquired curiously. You shall discover that shortly, Mo replied enigmatically. In truth, he intended to use the pit for tanning the hides. He knew of a method utilizing ash and water for this purpose, necessitating the excavation of a pit to fill with ash and water for tanning. Yet, he refrained from elaborating further, believing they would grasp its purpose once completed. Though Mo understood the procedure, he still faced several challenges. First and foremost was ensuring the pit did not leak water. To address this, he contemplated mixing ant nest soil with regular earth to create a slurry for coating the interior walls of the pit. This method was inspired by a video he had seen on a social media platform, where a fellow had constructed a wilderness-style villa using similar techniques while building a swimming pool. Given the results depicted in the video, Mo felt this approach could yield results. He promptly dispatched a team with bone hoes and several barrels to search the forest behind the valley for ant nests, which were relatively common and should be easy to locate. Sure enough, half an hour later, 5 large barrels filled with ant nests were presented before Mo. Observing the dense throngs of ants, he felt a slight itch, but the ruggedness of the primitive people rendered them unafraid of bites. Upon returning with the ant nests, Mo wasted no time and instructed the group to crush the nests, mix them with soil to form a slurry, and apply it to the walls of the pit. After allowing it to dry for a moment, he had them pour a barrel of water into the pit. Observing attentively, he confirmed there was indeed no leakage. Next, it was necessary to produce the ash, which was a straightforward task given the abundance of dry grass and wood in the valley. They could simply gather it and commence burning. By evening, the required ash was ready. However, as darkness had fallen, the remaining tasks would have to wait until the following day, the clearing has been completed, measuring a total of 20 paces wide and 50 paces long. Ling respectfully reported upon returning to the camp with his team. Excellent work, your efforts are appreciated. Rest well, for a meal will be served shortly. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the valley as the villagers gathered on the grass to watch Mo Yu demonstrate how to create ash water. He filled a barrel with water, estimating it to be around 30 liters. Following the 1:10 ratio of ash to water, he calculated that he would need 3 kilograms of ash for a barrel of water. Lacking precise measuring tools, he resorted to estimating the amount. After adding the ash and stirring thoroughly, he allowed it to settle briefly before pouring the surface water into the pit and discarding the sediment at the bottom. Successfully producing a barrel of ash water. Is everyone clear on the process? Mo Yu inquired, glancing at the others. Understood, which, Sure Tu responded loudly, with the others nodding in agreement. Very well, Sure Tu, you shall lead 10 individuals to continue producing ash water until the pit is filled. The rest of you, gather your tools and accompany me to construct the livestock pen. Seeing the group nod in affirmation, Mo Yu promptly assigned the tasks. The pit held a volume of 6 cubic meters, equivalent to 6,000 liters, necessitating over 200 barrels of water to fill it. An undeniably hefty undertaking. As they traversed the woods, a 20-meter-long and 50-meter-wide clearing came into view, precisely where Ling and his team had worked. Regarding the construction of the livestock pen, Mo Yu combined techniques observed among pastoralists on Blue Star to devise a suitable method. First, he instructed that every 2 meters along the 4 edges of the rectangular clearing, a wooden stake of 15 centimeters in diameter and 2.5 meters in length should be driven into the ground, with 50 centimeters underground and 2 meters above. Secondly, he directed that a 5-centimeter diameter hole should be drilled into each stake at 50-centimeter intervals. Thirdly, he instructed that wooden sticks of similar thickness be inserted into these holes, secured with wooden wedges. Thus, a rudimentary livestock pen was completed. In order to reinforce the fence, Mo Yu instructed his men to pile the rubble that had been dislodged during the excavation of the cave at the base of the fence. Following the method provided by Mo Yu, a group of individuals immediately commenced work. With nothing to occupy his time, Mo Yu returned to the cave to meditate. The others did not permit Mo Yu to engage in such laborious tasks. Around 2 in the afternoon, Sure Tu arrived to inform Mo Yu that the plant ash solution had been prepared. Mo Yu then directed Sure Tu and the others to begin tanning the hides. The use of plant ash for tanning is a traditional method of leather production. First, they retrieved the animal hides soaked in creek water, thoroughly removing any residual flesh and impurities. The hides were then laid flat on a stone slab, where coarse stones were used to grind them until the coarse hair was slightly exposed. Subsequently, the hides were completely submerged in the plant ash solution in a pit, with several stones placed atop to prevent them from floating. The following morning, the hides that had soaked overnight were taken out and hung in a shaded area to dry. Once dried, the leather underwent multiple rinses in clean water to eliminate any remaining plant ash. After soaking in clean water for a while longer, the leather was further softened and shaped. Finally, after drying, a relatively supple hide was obtained. Shi Chong, feeling the softness of the leather, expressed his admiration for Mo Yu's method. This is remarkable, shaman. With your technique, we can use this soft hide to make clothing. The others were equally delighted, eagerly touching the tanned hides. All right, from now on you can use this method to tan hides for clothing, but I need these animal skins for hunting tools. I cannot allow you to use them for clothing. Mo Yu interjected. Shaman, do you also know how to make hunting tools? What do they look like? Sure Tu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Smack? Shi Chong playfully slapped Sure Tu on the head, chiding, what are you saying? The shaman is undoubtedly capable of crafting hunting tools. Seeing these two lively characters, Mo Yu could only smile helplessly. Without further ado, he began the crafting process, requesting the previously braided ropes and polished stone balls. He retrieved a piece of animal hide, laid it on the stone slab, and used a bone knife to cut a piece just large enough to encase the stone ball. After wrapping the stone in the hide, he secured it tightly at both ends with the rope. Completed. What Mo Yu had fashioned was a tool used by primitive humans from the Paleolithic era on Blue Star for hunting. Known as a slingshot or throwing strap, specifically designed for hunting purposes. Mo Yu created a single-strand slingshot, which had a very simple structure. Rope in the center with a stone ball tied at each end. When used, the slingshot would be spun horizontally and released, and upon contact with the legs of the prey, it would entangle them through the force of rotation, rendering them immobile and allowing for capture. The slingshot could also directly incapacitate prey. Its throwing distance was considerable, often reaching several dozen meters, or even over 100 meters. The group of primitive people exchanged bewildered glances, unable to imagine how to hunt with this peculiar device. "Shaman, how is this thing used? Can it really be used for hunting?" someone asked, skepticism in their voice. "We shall find out by trying," Imoyu replied with a smile. "Sure too. Go bring that little deer over here." "I'm on it," Sure too responded. Shortly thereafter, he returned, leading the little deer. "I've brought it." "Shaman, release the rope." "Huh?" I said, "Release the rope." Once Shirtu confirmed that he had heard Imoyu correctly, he let go. The little deer, seeing its opportunity, bolted away, and before the others could grasp what the shaman intended by releasing the deer, Imoyu seized the slingshot and began to swing it in the air. Suddenly, he released his grip. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the strange object spun through the air, rapidly catching up to the fleeing deer, entangling its legs upon contact, causing it to fall instantly. Imoyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although he had practiced with this device during his travels on the grasslands, no one could guarantee absolute success. Fortunately, he had hit the mark. Otherwise, he would have been left with a tarnished reputation. The primitive people stood in stunned silence, but soon their astonishment transformed into exhilaration, erupting into cheers. At that moment, another group rushed onto the grass, led by Ling, who had just returned after finishing the animal enclosure. "Shaman, what is this thing? It can take down a fleeing animal?" Ling asked, her eyes alight with excitement. Seeing her reaction, Imoyu immediately began to explain. "This is fantastic, Shaman. With this slingshot, our hunting will be much easier. This device is truly remarkable." Chapter 10. Participating in hunting and cultivating the land. On the untamed continent, as dawn broke, a group of individuals strolled across the grasslands, armed with various weapons and a peculiar rope, its ends tied to something wrapped in animal hide. This was Imoyu and his party preparing for a hunting expedition. "No, Shaman, it's too dangerous. You cannot go. If anything were to happen to you, the tribe would be finished." Upon learning that Imoyu intended to join them on the hunt, Ling was taken aback and hurried to protest. However, after Imoyu appealed to her emotions and reason, Ling ultimately conceded, albeit reluctantly. To ensure Imoyu's safety, she decided that the entire tribe would mobilize. Equipped with the slingshot and other weapons, they set off in a grand procession. After a day of practice, most of the tribe members had become adept at using the slingshot, showcasing an innate talent for hunting tools. The objective for the day was to capture a herd of giant antler deer or wild buffalo. In hopes of attempting domestication, the group silently traversed the grasslands south of the valley, each person acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking around them. After more than an hour of travel, they had ventured far from the tribe, yet signs of the herd remained elusive. With no other option, they pressed on. "Shaman, Chief, we've spotted a group of fearsome beasts ahead. We need to circumvent them." After yet another fruitless stretch of their journey, scouts dispatched to assess the situation returned. Ling nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. This scenario was all too common during previous hunts, hardly warranting alarm. They simply needed to go around. Not long after, a terrifying sight emerged in the distance. A group of colossal, terrifying beasts, towering approximately 30 meters high. These were indeed the fearsome creatures they had been warned about. Their massive bodies commanded awe, each step resonating with immense weight and power. Every movement underscored their dominance as the unequivocal rulers of the grasslands. Imoyu marveled at the creator's ingenuity while cautiously maneuvering around the beasts with the others, continuing their quest deeper into the plains in search of their intended target. As the sun climbed higher. After a strenuous morning of trekking, Imoyu and his companions finally caught a break. The unmistakable signs of a herd of giant antler deer became apparent, as a pile of fresh droppings instantly captured Ling's attention. Upon closer inspection, they found that the droppings were still quite fresh, indicating that a herd had passed through not long ago. The group erupted in joy and quickly called upon an elder named Heihu, the most experienced hunter among them. "Uncle Heihu, are you confident you can locate this deer herd?" Imoyu inquired. "Just call me Heihu, Shaman. I will surely lead you and the chief to the herd." Heihu replied eagerly, "Very well. We shall rely on you." After a thorough search, Heihu proved his worth, leading them northwest, about 5 kilometers from where they had found the droppings, to a leisurely grazing herd of deer. Peering through the gaps in the grass, the group observed approximately 50 deer, mostly adults, with only a few fawns sprinkled among them. To avoid alarming the herd, they retreated a short distance to formulate a plan of action. Ling, take 5 people and circle around to the back of the herd. The rest of us will split into 2 groups and ambush either side of their path. Once everyone is prepared, await my whistle. Upon hearing it, you and your team will spring forth and throw the slingshots, trying to capture as many giant antler deer as possible. The ambushing group will follow my lead. MOU quickly organized, as planned. They began their approach. With the grass reaching waist-high, everyone easily evaded the deer's line of sight. Once everyone was in position, MOU blew his whistle. The sharp sound echoed clearly across the open grasslands, alerting the deer to danger. Before they could react, Ling and her team sprang up, hurling the slingshots. The slingshots whizzed through the air like shooting stars, striking down 4 deer instantly. The startled herd, now realizing the threat, began to flee in the opposite direction. Seizing the moment, Ling's group launched another barrage of slingshots, but regrettably, only 2 more deer were ensnared, while the rest missed their mark on the other side. Witnessing the approaching deer, MOU felt a surge of excitement. His plan was working, and the herd was moving in the anticipated direction without any unforeseen complications. The deer drew within approximately 30 meters. MOU, having observed them intently, shouted, "Everyone, get ready!" The ambushers rose, brandishing their slingshots with fervor. The deer, now alarmed by the sudden appearance of people ahead, were gripped by fear and sought to halt their frantic escape. However, the speed at which they were running made it difficult to stop, and MOU and the others would not grant them that opportunity. Throw, free throw. As the 2 waves of throwing took place, 11 majestic stag antelopes were ensnared, tripped by their own hooves and brought down to the ground. The significant bounty brought smiles of joy to every face. After a brief respite, they picked up ropes to bind the mouths of the deer, preventing any sounds that might attract other ferocious beasts. A group of individuals either pulled or tugged, carried or shouldered the prey, making their way back towards the tribe. Before darkness fell, the group finally returned to the valley, all utterly exhausted, and the bound deer appeared equally weary. After releasing the deer into the animal enclosure and hastily consuming a simple dinner, everyone retired to rest. MOU and Ling returned to the cave and collapsed into sleep. "Which, Chief, are you awake? Those deer have been ramming against the enclosure, and they might escape." Early in the morning, while MOU was still dreaming, he suddenly heard a voice calling from outside the cave. Upon hearing this, how could MOU continue to sleep? He sprang out of bed like a carp leaping from the water and dashed towards the exit. Those deer were his lifeblood and must not escape. Upon reaching the enclosure, he was met with the sight of several stags colliding against the wooden barriers. MOU focused his gaze and noticed that it was only the male deer that were agitated, while the females remained calm, quietly munching on grass in the corner. MOU had observed yesterday that they had captured a total of 5 male deer, with the rest being females. So it's the males that are restless, is it? Well, I can't be blamed for that. I hope you retain your courage for a while longer. Without delay, MOU ordered a harsh reprimand for the deer, instructing others to grab stones and strike the antlers, forcibly breaking them off in an instant. All the male deer slumped, their defiance extinguished, as if they had lost the greatest pride of a male creature. "I still prefer the way you were just now." So wild and untamed, MOU was quite pleased, nodding in satisfaction. After quelling the deer's unrest, MOU had another task for the day: to organize a group of people to clear a patch of land beside the wooden hut. He intended to experiment with planting some wild vegetables. Cultivation, like animal husbandry, is a more stable and abundant method of obtaining food than hunting and gathering, and MOU certainly would not overlook this opportunity. He called upon the members of the tribe to carry bone hoes to a piece of vacant land in front of the hut. If it were spring or autumn, they could simply burn the dried grass. But now it was summer, leaving only the tedious method at hand. With a shout, everyone began to cut grass, till the earth, and remove the roots. Soon, a plot of land, measuring 20 meters on each side, was cleared. MOU instructed them to evenly spread a layer of the ash residue obtained from the previous process of making wood ash water, informing everyone that wood ash would enhance the yield. With the land prepared, MOU had already decided what types of wild vegetables to plant. He would have Ling and the others gather some commonly consumed wild vegetables from the tribe's past during their hunting trips, bringing them back to sow in the earth. Little by little, they could eventually establish a certain scale of cultivation. Previously, while fertilizing with wood ash, MOU had also realized the necessity of constructing a toilet. Improving sanitary conditions would also allow the accumulated waste to be used as fertilizer, enhancing soil fertility. He noted this down, intending to implement it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Pottery making in the morning. MOU and the others gathered around the fire pit to have breakfast, roasted meat. While everyone savored their meal with delight, MOU gazed at the roasted meat in his hand, his brow furrowed. Considering the time, MOU realized he had been traversing this wild continent for over 10 days now, consuming 2 meals a day, which meant he had already eaten more than 20 meals of roasted meat. While Ling and the others felt indifferent, MOU, influenced by the culinary delights of his homeland, was on the verge of culinary despair. No, this must change. I need to find some alternative forms of sustenance to soothe my wounded taste buds. After much contemplation, MOU concluded that the simplest option would be boiled dishes or soups. However, to create these culinary delights, he lacked suitable containers. Alas, it seems I must follow in the footsteps of those neighboring individuals who have also crossed into the primitive world, pottery making. Primitive people could grind stone bowls and stone pots for use, but MOU felt that this method was laborious and cumbersome. Thus, he decided to pursue pottery firing instead. The problem was that MOU, a mere college student, had no idea how to fire pottery. Faced with this dilemma, he had no choice but to summon his previously underutilized ability, the all-knowing hand. MOU remembered that this ability could be used to consult information and techniques. But it required the expenditure of prosperity points obtained through binding with the tribe. MOU had been preoccupied with various tasks in the past few days and had not had the opportunity to bind. Now that he faced a problem, it was time for the all-knowing hand to take action. After hastily finishing the meat in his hand, MOU returned to the cave, ordered everyone not to disturb him, and summoned the all-knowing hand. Binding tribe. Ding. Confirm binding with the Zhu tribe. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirmed. Isn't this redundant? I have no other choice. MOU mentally grumbled. Binding successful. Assessing current tribe prosperity. Totem. Divine bamboo. Middle god. 1500 prosperity points. Tribe population. 25 people. Shaman 1 Junior Warrior 1. 300 prosperity points. Buildings. Simple wooden huts 8. Cave 1. Animal enclosure 1. Majestic stag 17. Cultivated land 400. 300 prosperity points. Total reward 2,100 prosperity points. MOU was pleasantly surprised to find that he had gained 2,100 prosperity points right after binding. Querying pottery making methods. Query complete. The exchange for pottery making techniques requires 2,000 prosperity points. You wish to exchange. Exchange. Upon seeing the price, MOU's expression darkened instantly. Yet, the situation was dire, and he could only begrudgingly choose to exchange. Damn it, these prosperity points haven't even warmed up before being taken away. As he pressed the exchange button, an ancient book appeared in MOU's hands. He had expected the knowledge to be directly transmitted into his memory. But instead, it manifested as a physical book. Fortunately, he returned to the cave beforehand. Otherwise, he would have had no explanation for the sudden appearance of a book in his hands. Damn it. The all-knowing hand should have given me a hint beforehand. Isn't this just playing with me? After venting his frustration, MOU opened the book, which contained detailed processes for pottery making, expressed through a combination of images and text. Of course, it was written in Chinese characters. While the primitives had their own language, they had yet to establish a unified script. Moreover, it included methods for creating porcelain, a more refined material than pottery. At present, only MOU could comprehend the contents of this book, so he needed to convey its contents to the others. The all-knowing hand is such a nuisance. It would have been better if the knowledge had merged into my memory, saving me the time to learn. Looking at his remaining 100 prosperity points, MOU had a sudden inspiration and inquired about a way back to Blue Star. Query successful. This question is a special issue with 2 methods for exchange. 1. 10. 000 000 prosperity points. 2. Build the bound tribe into the most powerful tribe on the wild continent. Completing either of the 2 will allow for an exchange. Is this really possible? MOU was overjoyed, but the conditions for exchange that followed dealt him several hard slaps across the face. Speechless for a long time. Alas, it seems I must still develop the tribe. At least there's a glimmer of hope. Quickly regaining his composure, MOU resolved to continue developing the tribe, starting with infrastructure. Once a certain scale was established, he could absorb and conquer nearby small tribes and refugee settlements. To summarize, it was about stockpiling grain, building high walls, and being slow to contend for supremacy. As for whether this approach was right or wrong, Mou did not care. He believed himself to be no noble figure, incapable of undertaking anything without selfish motives. Just as he had previously devoted himself to developing the tribe, it was not out of any deep affection for the Zhou tribe, nor was it with the intention of rebuilding the tribe to gather strength to avenge past grievances against the wolves. It was not even to become a local overlord, chasing after the remnants of the past. It was purely because he lacked the strength to survive in the perilous primitive continent, thus needing to rely on the tribe to slowly develop. To speak bluntly, if he possessed the strength of the ancestor which Mirror Realm right now, he would undoubtedly abandon the Zhou tribe without hesitation, at most remembering Ling's life-saving grace and sheltering him for a while. Whether he was selfish or heartless, this was the most genuine reflection of Mou's thoughts regarding the tribe's development, now compounded by a reason he could not refuse. Outside the cave, in the cleared area, everyone had finished their roasted meat and sat chatting on the ground, waiting for further instructions. Upon seeing Mou emerge, they all stood up and looked over. Now, take all the wooden buckets and bone hoes. We are heading to the stream outside the valley to gather some materials, Mou called out loudly. The group immediately sprang into action. Shaman, we are ready. Let us depart. Everyone quickly prepared themselves, set off. Upon arriving by the stream, Mou instructed them to clear away the layer of grass along the stream bank. After scraping away the topsoil, a layer of fine, white-brown soil finally emerged. This was clay, the primary material for pottery making, as described in the book The Art of Nature. To make tiles from clay, dig down over 2 feet, selecting sand-free clay for the task. To make bricks, dig and assess the soil color, whether blue, white, red, or yellow. The best clay is cohesive and not crumbly, fine and not sandy. Water is added to moisten the soil, and people tread it until it becomes a thick mud. Then fill it into wooden frames, using iron wire to smooth the surface before removing the frames to form the shape. After digging up a full 10 buckets of clay, they carried it back to the valley. Find a flat stone slab and bring it over. Mou instructed the nearby stones and others. Due to the fact that the soil was collected from the banks of a brook, its moisture content is quite suitable, eliminating the need for additional water. Upon retrieving the stone slab, Mou placed a clump of clay upon it, repeatedly striking and kneading it. This step is essential for facilitating the shaping of the clay. Observing this scene, the onlookers promptly intervened as expected, insisting, "Leave such matters to us, the shamans." Despite the back and forth, Mou declared, "I will demonstrate once. Once you learn, you must all participate." He pinched off a piece of mud, meticulously molding it into the shape of a bowl. Unsurprisingly, it turned out rather unsightly, with a bizarre appearance. However, it sufficed for practical use. He then proceeded to fashion several jars and plates, none of which were aesthetically pleasing. "Could you fetch a bucket of water?" Mou instructed one of the bystanders. "Shaman, here is the water you requested," the individual replied, placing the wooden bucket beside Mou. He sprinkled a bit of water on the surface of the rough clay, striving to make it more rounded. "Now, everyone, begin crafting pottery as I have just demonstrated." Mou naturally assumed the role of the overseer. Thus, the group divided into 2 factions, one dedicated to kneading the clay, while the other molded bowls, jars, and water bottles, reminiscent of childhood days spent playing with mud. Once all the clay was exhausted, the open space was filled with various sizes and shapes of clay prototypes. Mou inspected them, discarding those that were clearly unsatisfactory. Suddenly, several remarkably refined and orderly clay prototypes caught his eye, prompting him to inquire, "Who created these?" "It was I, sure too." A figure emerged from the crowd, bashfully clutching the hem of his animal hide garment. "Well done, sure too. You should teach the others when you have the time," Mou commended. "Really? Thank you, Shaman," Sure too exclaimed, elated. Mou smiled and nodded. "Next, let us move these pieces to a shaded area to protect them from the sun. Leave it to us, we assure you there will be no issues." Now, all that remained was to wait for the clay prototypes to dry before commencing the firing process. Yet, as is often the case, things did not unfold as planned. Chapter 12. Firing the kiln that evening, a sudden downpour ensued, with rain cascading from the heavens as if the sky had torn open countless seams. lightning darted like a sword, shattering the darkness, followed by a thunderous roar akin to war drums, shaking the very ground. The rumbling thunder roused Imoyu from his slumber. Oh no, the clay prototypes! He jolted awake in the cave. Realizing the impending disaster, he rushed towards the location where the clay prototypes were stored. Along the way, muddy water splashed against his calves, chilling him to the bone, yet his mind was solely occupied with the clay pieces on the brink of destruction. Upon reaching the site, the dim light revealed a disheartening sight. Where once numerous prototypes stood, only a handful remained intact, the majority having been obliterated by the rain. The other members of the tribe soon arrived, their faces clouded with despair as they silently surveyed the devastation. Friends, do not lose heart. They are merely a few clay pieces. We can create more tomorrow. Let us return. It would be unwise to fall ill from the rain. Moyu urged, expressing a tinge of regret but swiftly offering encouragement. The following day dawned clear, yet the ground remained too muddy for any productive work, leaving the tribe to rest on the third day. After a full day of sunlight, the ground, though not completely dry, was suitable for outdoor activities. The tribe collaborated once more to create a batch of clay prototypes for drying. 3 days slipped by unnoticed. Finally, the clay prototypes had dried sufficiently, so you designated the location for the kiln at the base of a gentle slope behind the valley and commenced the construction of the pottery kiln. Guided by the procedures outlined in the manual provided by the system, he began by excavating a cylindrical pit approximately 2 meters above the ground as the foundation for the kiln chamber. Next, he dug horizontally to create the kiln opening. A layer of crushed stone was laid at the pit's bottom to enhance ventilation and drainage. Supports were constructed along the pit walls to reinforce the structure of the kiln chamber. Finally, Imoyu gathered numerous dry twigs to form the outer walls and roof of the kiln. Once assembled, a thick layer of earth was placed atop the branches to create a sealed kiln body, leaving only a small opening the size of a bowl for smoke to escape, ensuring the kiln retained sufficient heat during the firing process. With the construction completed, Imoyu prepared to fire the kiln. The dried clay prototypes were carefully arranged within the kiln, and the fire was ignited, engulfing the prototypes in a roaring blaze. Darkness enveloped the sky. Mizuryu peered through the kiln opening. Witnessing the clay prototypes glowing red, as if on the verge of melting, it should be nearly done, he declared. The group swiftly sealed the kiln opening and the smoke outlet, ushering in yet another prolonged period of waiting. By the time the temperature returned to normal, it was already around 10 o'clock the following morning. Let us open the kiln. First, we'll remove the top, then we'll enter from below to prevent any collapse. Imoyu instructed, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon entering the kiln, Imoyu found the floor littered with ash and charred remains. He picked up a ceramic bowl only to discover a crack running through it. With a gentle squeeze, it shattered into 2 pieces. 1 by 1. He examined several others, and each was similarly flawed. It wasn't until the 5th attempt that he finally uncovered an intact piece, a smooth, round ceramic pot that emitted a distinctive sound when struck, indicating its quality. Observing Imoyu's lack of further scrutiny, he ordered the others to remove the pottery from the kiln. After a thorough inventory, they found 2 ceramic jars, 3 ceramic plates, and 10 ceramic bowls, a total of 15 usable items from 70 assorted clay prototypes. The yield was less than 20%, and most of the successful pieces were small. Despite having a method provided by the system, numerous factors influenced the quality of the pottery, the quality of the clay, the thickness and shape of the prototypes, and the temperature and duration of the firing process. It was evident that further attempts and refinements were necessary. However, this was not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. Multiple firings and gradual exploration would be required. The tribe looked on in admiration at the pottery, which, akin to stonework, was far lighter, marveling at Moyu's ingenuity. Now, with an increasing array of tasks before the tribe, Moyu decided to implement a simple division of labor. He organized the 24 individuals in the tribe, excluding himself, into 3 groups. Ling and He, who would lead 10 of the older members on a hunting expedition. Shirtu would take 5 younger individuals to continue pottery making and later start brick production, while Shirchong would oversee 5 others dedicated to tending to livestock and farming. The group hastened to prepare the remaining 80 clay prototypes for firing. Tomorrow, they would begin working according to the designated roles. And Mo, you would join Shirtu and the others in the brick-making endeavor. Be careful on your journey, and remember to gather any edible wild vegetables you come across. as well as any interesting plants. However, prioritize hunting and safety. There is no need for unnecessary searching. MOU cautioned Ling and the hunting party at the valley's entrance. Rest assured, shaman, we will be vigilant, Ling replied earnestly, appreciating MOU's concern rather than finding it excessive. With that, the group set off, stepping into the morning light with determination. Upon returning to the valley, Shirchong and his team set about gathering grass to feed the deer, while MOU and Shirtu's group approached the kiln site to uncover the second batch of pottery. They retrieved a total of 4 ceramic jars, 6 ceramic plates, and 15 ceramic bowls, achieving a 30% success rate, slightly better than the previous attempt. This time, MOU did not leave a ventilation opening at the top of the kiln. Instead, he sealed it completely, likely resulting in a more uniform temperature within. The current collection of pottery sufficed for the tribe's needs, and MOU intended to shift focus to brick production. Once a sufficient quantity was amassed, he planned to enclose the valley for enhanced security and construct brick houses for habitation. The history of bricks can be traced back to the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, during which square and rectangular bricks were already in use. The Qin and Han dynasties saw significant advancements in brickmaking technology and scale, resulting in improved quality and varieties. In modern construction, bricks remain a vital wall material, particularly in rural areas, due to their affordability, simplicity of craftsmanship, and mature design and construction techniques. MOU aimed to first create the brick prototypes, fire a batch in the pottery kiln, and then construct a larger brick kiln, as the latter would need to accommodate a greater volume of bricks. This necessitated building a framework with bricks first, as directly excavating would likely lead to collapse midway through. Chapter 13. Brick making before commencing brick production. Molds needed to be crafted to facilitate the rapid mass production of uniformly sized brick prototypes. MOU chose wood as the material for the molds, intending to create a mold for bricks measuring 20 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in both width and thickness. The mold-making process was straightforward. He simply selected a suitable piece of wood and carved out the desired shape using a bone chisel. Regarding the brick firing process, MOU, being a civil engineering student, found the task child's play simple and straightforward. In theory, bricks are made from clay, shale, coal gang, or fly ash, which are baked at high temperatures to form a solid product. However, in reality, bricks made solely from clay exhibit superior characteristics. These bricks are known as clay bricks, which possess a myriad of advantages including high strength, resistance to cracking, waterproofing, fireproofing, sound insulation, and thermal insulation. The only notable drawback is the substantial amount of clay required. And large-scale extraction of clay can lead to environmental degradation and the destruction of arable land. Consequently, in the realm of Lancehuagua, the manufacture and use of such bricks have been progressively restricted. Of course, in this untamed continent, environmental protection is scarcely a concern. MOU intends to produce clay bricks, as the raw materials are abundant, eliminating the need to exhaustively search for alternatives. With their excellent properties, why would one choose anything else? He carefully packed the prepared clay into molds, compacted it with stones, and after leveling it, he gently removed the mold, thus forming a brick blank. Having instructed others, MOU directed Shirtu and the others to create additional molds for producing blanks. Once the brick blanks were ready, the next step was drying. Unlike ceramics, drying bricks does not require excessive caution. They can simply be left to air dry. Delegating the task to the tribe members, MOU planned to devote a significant period to cultivation. Previously overwhelmed with responsibilities, he could only occasionally find time to meditate. As for witchcraft, which scripts and spells, he had yet to study them. Fortunately, he now found himself with ample leisure to learn. A witch, by definition, is one who can wield witchcraft, by opening the sea of consciousness. One can perceive and absorb witch power, thus becoming a human witch. When one absorbs enough witch power to fill the mud pill palace and condenses it into a seed of witch power, one becomes an earth witch. When the seed of witch power germinates and grows into a plant, one is then a celestial witch. And when the plant of witch power blossoms, one is recognized as an ancestral witch. Witches can be categorized into different types based on the witchcraft they have mastered, including battle witches, blessing witches, divination witches, and curse witches. Theoretically, a witch can only learn one type of witchcraft, though exceptions do exist. With a rare few capable of mastering more than one, such individuals are akin to those who achieve perfect scores in advanced mathematics, often defying the odds. Battle witches focus on offensive spells. Blessing witches specialize in sacrificial and prayer-related spells. Divination witches excel in divination and predictive witchcraft, foreseeing fortunes and misfortunes, while curse witches, as the name suggests, master various secretive curses, reaching a level of proficiency that allows them to curse enemies from miles away. As for concocting witch medicines and healing, all witches dabble in this craft, but blessing witches are particularly adept, possessing unique healing spells to aid the injured, which is why they are sometimes referred to as medical witches. Currently, MOU is at the level of a human witch, and once he condenses a seed of witch power, he will ascend to the realm of an earth witch. For which type of spell suits him best. That remains to be seen. The inheritance from the totem deity includes 4 types of witchcraft, which he can experiment with one by one. Witchcraft and spells are used in tandem. Spells serve as the activation method for witchcraft. Only by reciting the spell while performing the craft can one achieve the desired effect. Lacking either component results in failure. Witchcraft and spells are documented in witch scripts, making the learning of witch scripts a prerequisite for mastering witchcraft. Accurately reciting the corresponding spells using witch scripts enables the release of witchcraft. The complexity of witchcraft varies with its effects, and correspondingly, the spells differ as well. MOU's immediate task is to learn witch scripts. He plans to start with healing spells, which are currently in high demand within the tribe. Although the hunters have returned unscathed in recent outings, injuries are unpredictable, and the healing spell may soon be needed. With the benefit of inherited memories, MOU learns witch scripts with remarkable speed, requiring only to trace and practice until he can recite them fluently, which necessitates prolonged practice. A month swiftly passed. After a month of diligent practice, MOU can now proficiently use healing spells, albeit limited by his current status as a human witch, allowing him to cast only a few spells each day. Additionally, he has learned commonly used spells such as the summoning spell, excitement spell, and strength spell. During this month, MOU discovered that whether due to his exceptional talent or the consequences of his transmigration, he possesses a remarkable affinity for all types of witchcraft. However, he concluded that such a trait should not be viewed as a disadvantage, and thus he did not delve deeper into the matter. MOU took a stroll to inspect the valley, where he noted the addition of over a dozen giant horned deer in the animal enclosure, along with several young wild buffalo temporarily housed together. Awaiting the construction of a new enclosure for separate breeding in the vegetable garden, Ling and the hunting team had gathered 5 or 6 varieties of wild vegetables, which MOU examined, finding them to be rather ordinary and of little value. He chose not to dwell on these findings. As he wandered to the rear of the valley, he observed that the gentle slope was now lined with rows of brick blanks, covered with a thick layer of straw. As per his orders to protect them from the rain, behind the brick blanks were 5,000 fired red bricks produced in a pottery kiln. Bricks that cool naturally become red bricks, while those cooled with water turn into blue bricks. This was the laborious result of Shur and the others over the past month, during which they had manufactured a total of over 100,000 brick blanks. MOU was now ready to begin constructing the kiln. He first erected a 4 by 4 by 4 meter framework with bricks, leaving an opening for the kiln and several vents. Then built a chimney, and finally applied a thick layer of mud to the brick surface. The kiln top remained open for the time being. By mixing chopped dry grass with mud, the kiln construction could commence. This project took a day and a half to complete, utilizing approximately 4,000 red bricks in total. The kiln could hold about 30,000 brick blanks, stacking them up to the level of the kiln top while leaving space for the fire chamber. The closure of the kiln top was straightforward, requiring only a dense arrangement of wooden sticks covered with mud. The remaining process was largely akin to pottery firing, which MOU entrusted to Shur and the others, only checking in occasionally. These bricks would require 3 firings to complete, taking approximately a week. With a total of 100,000 bricks, it would be more than sufficient to seal off the valley entrance, which is 100 meters long. While Shur and his team handled the brick firing, MOU needed to address another matter: the adhesive between the bricks, cement. Cement is made by mixing limestone, clay, and iron ore, grinding and firing them. However, MOU currently lacked both limestone and iron ore, posing a challenge. It is said that a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. He would have to search for limestone and iron ore later. If all else fails, he would need to devise substitutes. Chapter 14. Friends from afar. MOU stood near the gentle slope, watching as Shur and the others placed the last brick blank into the kiln. "Which are we ready to begin?" Shur asked as he approached MOU. "Let us start. After this final batch of bricks is fired, I will grant you a few days off to rest properly." MOU replied with a slight nod. "Understood, thank you." "Which Light the kiln, Shirtu shouted immediately. Seeing this, Mou had no intention of lingering further and prepared to return to his training. Little one, someone is approaching from the valley entrance. They will arrive shortly. You should take some people to investigate, a resonant voice echoed in Mou's ear. Halting his steps toward the cave, it was the bamboo deity. Someone is coming? Could it be people from another tribe? Mou refrained from overthinking and hastily blew the bone whistle hanging around his neck, which Shirtu had crafted for him to signal in emergencies. The sharp, high-pitched sound of the whistle instantly reverberated throughout the valley. Not good. It's the whistle. Hurry and check it out. Ling, who was patrolling behind the gentle slope of the valley, quickly led a group of people toward the sound. Others immediately put down their tasks and rushed toward the source of the whistle. Moments later, everyone gathered around Mou. What happened? Why did you blow the bone whistle? I'm not sure that I suspect it's that a crowd of voices erupted in speculation about the reason for Mou's urgent call. Everyone, listen to me. The totem deity just informed me that people from another tribe are approaching, so I summoned you all to see what is happening, Mou announced loudly once everyone had assembled. What? People from another tribe? Are they coming to attack us? What nonsense. What should we do? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos again. Silence. We have the protection of the totem deity. There will be no issues. I believe they are simply passing through, and we should go see what they want. Witnessing this scene, Ling immediately stepped forward to restore order. How much longer until we arrive? It's all that damned snake tribe's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to flee from the south. A very young primitive man dressed in burlap garments inquired of the elder ahead. We are already at the edge of the central region. If we walk a bit further, we can find a place to settle down, the elder replied in a calm tone. Report, Chief? We have discovered a valley that can pass through this mountain range. A dark-skinned, middle-aged primitive man approached the elder and the young man to report, having just scouted the situation ahead. Lion deity, shall we pass through the valley ahead? The elder respectfully asked the enormous lion standing before them. Let us take a look. I sense the presence of other totems. There should be a tribe living within the valley. The majestic lion spoke. Lion deity has spoken. Everyone, set off immediately and traverse the valley ahead. The elder commanded the large procession behind them. These individuals were part of the group previously discovered by the bamboo deity. They belonged to the lion tribe, originally situated in the south. However, several months ago, they were ambushed by the scorpion tribe, which had been allied with the snake tribe, suffering heavy casualties among their warriors and sustaining significant damage to their totem. Their totem is the magnificent lion. The elder and the young man are the witch-in-chief of the lion tribe. In a bid to preserve the legacy of their tribe, they were reluctantly compelled to depart from the southern lands where their ancestors had lived for generations, traversing thousands of miles to the central region. This morning, they arrived at the plains outside the valley where Mou resided, the valley's mouth. Mou and his companions gazed with grave expressions at the approaching throng of over 3,000 tribe members, clearly belonging to a formidable tribe. Should they harbor ill intentions towards the Zhu tribe, Mou and his small band of companions would stand no chance against such overwhelming numbers. As for the protection of the Zhu deity, Mou's gaze fell upon a terrifying totemic beast towering approximately 10 meters high and over 20 meters in length. Leading the opposing force, it was evident that the Zhu deity would be preoccupied with this formidable totem, leaving no room for protection. With a deep sigh, Mou could only pray that the other party bore no malice towards them. The weight of this uncertainty was stifling. It seemed imperative to hasten the development of their tribe. Greetings to you, our friends ahead. We hail from the southern region and seek passage through the valley. We kindly ask for your cooperation, the young leader of the opposing group spoke, taken aback by the politeness of their words, which contrasted sharply with the coarseness of Ling and her companions. Mou replied, Greetings to you as well. This is the territory of the Zhu tribe. I must consult our totem deity regarding your request for passage. I am the shaman of the lion tribe. In that case, my chieftain and I would like to pay our respects to your tribe's totem deity and further discuss the matter of passage. The elder accompanying the young man interjected, this. Both parties instinctively attempted to dissuade their respective shamans, but the resolute demeanor of Mou and the elder quelled their protests. Very well. Mou pondered for a moment before acquiescing to their request. He reasoned that the opposing tribe could have forcefully surged past them but chose to engage in dialogue instead, suggesting they were not malevolent individuals. Moreover, The disparity in strength left him with little choice but to comply. The elder and the young man approached the valley's entrance, exchanging respectful gestures. "Are you the shaman of your tribe?" the elder inquired, sensing the shamanic energy emanating from Mou. "Indeed, I am the shaman of the Zhu tribe." Mou responded candidly. Following a round of formalities, the group proceeded towards the sacred bamboo at the valley's center. "Shaman of the Lion tribe, I have come to pay my respects to the Zhu deity. We seek permission to traverse your territory, and we promise ample compensation afterward," the elder stated after bowing. "I can grant your request, provided that you do not damage any items within the valley and that once settled, you establish trade with the Zhu tribe. Can you agree to this?" The totem deity responded. "As a shaman, the elder could indeed perceive the words of the totem deity. I can agree to your conditions," he affirmed without hesitation. "Excellent. Throughout this journey, Mou has gleaned much about the opposing tribe and gathered valuable information about this continent. The land is divided into 5 major regions: East, West, South, North, and the center. Mou and his companions are situated at the edge of the central region, while the Lion tribe originally resided at the southern fringe. Contrary to Mou's assumption that the center was the most prosperous, it was actually the warmer southern region that thrived, boasting the largest area, the richest resources, and the highest number of tribes. The civilization of the South outpaces that of the other 4 regions in terms of lifestyle and language. Numerous powerful tribes and clans inhabit the South, where competition is fierce. The Lion tribe, a mid-sized tribe, can only survive in the less competitive southern fringes. This, in essence, is the information Mou has gathered. Though he would need to visit the South to learn the specifics, I possess an item that I believe will pique your interest. I propose a trade, Mou suddenly declared to the elder. "What item?" the elder inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "Ling, please fetch a ceramic pot," Mou instructed, turning away. "Of course, I shall retrieve it right away." This item appeared as resilient as stone yet was remarkably lightweight. Truly a fine possession. The elder gazed at the ceramic ware with great intrigue. "This is called pottery, a specialty of our tribe that it can replace all stone utensils and is far more exquisite and portable than stoneware. Might I use this to barter for some goods?" Mou elaborated. "Indeed, we may engage in trade. As we have recently migrated from the south, we find ourselves lacking many essential items. What do you require?" The elder pondered briefly before responding with enthusiasm. "We require salt, shamanic herb seeds, and grain seeds," Mou stated clearly. "Very well, upon my return, I shall send someone to conduct the trade," the elder affirmed. "Shaman Yu, we have brought the items. Let us commence our trade." Shortly thereafter, the young chieftain of the Lion tribe approached, accompanied by several individuals leading peculiar beasts resembling a cross between a cow and a horse. Laden with goods. This is a camel beast, used for transportation. It possesses great endurance and a gentle disposition. Many large tribes have domesticated them, the young leader explained, noticing Mou's curiosity regarding the creature. Mou nodded, ready to begin trading. After some negotiation, Mou exchanged 3 ceramic pots, 10 ceramic bowls, and 10 ceramic plates for 10 pounds of coarse salt, a handful of 5 types of commonly used shamanic herb seeds, and a small burlap sack containing approximately 5 pounds of a grain known as huangya rice. The items exchanged appeared modest, yet the value of the ceramic wares was significant, likely bolstered by the fact that the other party was willing to offer some concessions for granting passage. After all, salt and shamanic herbs were hard currencies in this primitive land, indispensable to every tribe. One should not expect that merely presenting a ceramic pot would incite a frenzy among the primitives of neighboring tribes, as they would not trade substantial resources for a mere vessel. It would take a powerful tribal chief or other significant figure with a penchant for collecting exquisite items to warrant such a generous exchange for ceramics. In most scenarios, seeking to barter pottery for vast amounts of goods would be folly. Following the trade, both parties verbally established an agreement allowing Mou to continue exchanging pottery for supplies in the future. The opposing tribe would periodically send individuals to conduct trade once they were settled. Mou harbored no objections and readily assented. With everything in order, the members of the Lion tribe began to traverse the canyon towards the primordial forest beyond the gentle slope. Under the guidance of the shaman and the chieftain, the Lion tribe displayed no unruly behavior. Before parting, the elder and the young chieftain approached Mou, signaling a few robust men trailing behind to lower their burdens covered by burlap. "Shaman Yu, this is a gift for you, as a token of gratitude for granting us passage," the elder stated. unveiling the burlap to reveal a colossal egg. This was discovered within a cave along our journey. Though its species remains a mystery, we sense a tremendous vitality within it. It is likely the egg of a fierce beast, which may be tamed as a battle companion upon hatching, the elder continued. Mou expressed his gratitude and accepted the gift without hesitation. After bidding each other farewell, the members of the lion tribe embarked on their journey to seek a settlement. As Mou observed the departing figures, he remained in contemplative silence, and the others around him displayed expressions of longing. Shaman, why did we extend such courtesy to that small tribe? They possess so little strength. They hardly qualify as a tribe. Even with a totem deity's protection, they are no match for us. We could have simply demanded passage, and they would have had no choice but to comply. Bai Ya, the hunting captain and intermediate warrior of the lion tribe, queried Mou after they had distanced themselves from the Zhu tribe. Things are not as simple as you perceive. Their totem deity, I have observed, is of the intermediate level. Furthermore, we have just migrated from the south. Should we attack a tribe in the central region, news may leak, leading to animosity from other central tribes, the elder replied calmly. Bai Ya fell silent, grasping the rationale behind the shaman's approach. An intermediate deity held the same rank as their own totem deity. If the lion deity had not been wounded, they might have had a fighting chance. But now, Chapter 15. The mountain eagle and the refinement of salt as Mou watched the lion tribe disappear into the forest. He led his companions back to the valley, carrying the giant egg. By now, it was afternoon, and they prepared a meat stew in the ceramic pots for lunch. Since acquiring the ceramic pots, the tribe had frequently cooked various dishes, no longer subsisting solely on roasted meat. After their meal, Mou turned his attention to the mysterious egg. The egg was predominantly white, adorned with fiery red stripes, and stood about 1.5 meters tall, requiring 2 adult primitives to lift it. After a thorough examination, Mou placed his hand upon the giant egg, activating his all-seeing hand. Mountain eagle egg. The mountain eagle, a carnivorous creature, is a fierce beast of the barbaric species. Named for its towering size that resembles great mountains upon reaching maturity, consumes 500 prosperity points to view hatching and nurturing strategies. The fierce beast. This is an egg of a barbaric species. Mou was instantly overwhelmed with joy, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, and the corners of his mouth curved upward in an irrepressible smile. His heart raced with excitement. The barbaric fierce beasts possessed formidable strength, comparable to that of intermediate deities among totemic beings. One could say that once this towering mountain eagle is nurtured, it could rival the current bamboo deity. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the lion tribe are oblivious to its worth. Otherwise, such a precious resource would not fall into his hands. You felt a wave of relief wash over him. Does it require 500 prosperity points to redeem? Mou glanced at his own prosperity points. Prosperity points, 100, tasks available for submission. Mou stared at the prompt following his prosperity points, utterly bewildered. He could hardly recall completing any tasks. Submit task. Ding. Task submitted successfully. 1. Firing ceramics to facilitate the tribe's way of life. Reward, 200 prosperity points. 2. Firing red bricks to discover superior building materials for the tribe. Reward, 200 prosperity points. Upon seeing this, Mou's displeasure morphed into irritation. Was this system deliberately targeting him? With these 400 prosperity points, his total would reach exactly 500, just in time to spend on the nurturing method for the mountain eagle. This truly is frustrating. Alas, grumbling aside, he must proceed with the exchange. A true man can bend and stretch. Upon redemption, the same old tattered book appeared in Mou's hands. Opening it, he discovered it contained detailed instructions on nurturing the mountain eagle from egg to adulthood. It also included a set of sorceries to contract the mountain eagle. This revelation slightly lifted Mou's spirits. The book stated that the mountain eagle, as a fierce beast of the barbarian race, had a body temperature exceeding 60 degrees Celsius, meaning that in its natural state, the eagle incubates its young using a temperature of over 60 degrees. Therefore, to hatch a mountain eagle, a temperature exceeding 60 degrees is required. In such a scenario, Mou could only resort to the winter heating artifact of the northern peoples of Blue Star, the Earthen Kong. The Earthen Kong is a common heating and sleeping facility found in the rural areas of northern China, typically constructed from clay or bricks, covered with mats and bedding, with openings connecting to a chimney for heating. As a native of the north, Imo had naturally slept on an earthen Kong before. It provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, perfectly suited for the northern climate. It was rumored to even alleviate rheumatism and correct hunchbacks. Recalling this, Imo instructed his people to construct a Kong at the cave entrance using bricks and clay, intended for incubating the eagle egg. To maintain the temperature, he wrapped the egg in 7 or 8 layers of animal hides. Everything was prepared. All that remained was to wait a month for the hatchling to emerge. After arranging the eagle egg, Imo began to address the remaining items from the exchange. The 2 types of seeds were briefly sun-dried before being stored for planting in the coming spring. Imo's gaze shifted to the container of table salt, revealing a jar filled with yellowish-brown crystalline material, far from the pure white salt grains he remembered. It clearly contained a significant amount of impurities. Table salt is not only an essential flavoring in people's diets, but also a crucial component in the human body, holding significant importance for maintaining health. The sodium and chloride in table salt are the primary ions maintaining the osmotic pressure of extracellular fluids. Vital for sustaining the body's fluid balance, electrolyte equilibrium, and acid-base balance, influencing the movement of water within the body as well as the normal excitability of nerves and muscles. Although primitive humans did not understand the specifics, they observed through daily life that when one felt fatigued and weak, consuming animal blood could alleviate these conditions as it contained salt. Through observing animals licking certain stones, they gradually deduced the significance and method of consuming table salt. Now, the primitive people of the wild continent had come to know that the human body requires salt intake to maintain strength. Otherwise, it would lead to weakness and fatigue. Imo had previously struggled to find a source of salt, and the tribe had been relying on animal blood temporarily. This unexpected transaction had finally provided him with the long-sought table salt. It was widely known that consuming untreated coarse salt could be harmful to the body, a fact that Blue Star inhabitants were well aware of, and Imo was no exception. Thus, he needed to purify this coarse salt. The purification of coarse salt primarily involves 3 steps: dissolving, filtering, and evaporating to crystallize. First, Imo placed the coarse salt into a clean ceramic jar, added an appropriate amount of water, and stirred it with a wooden stick until the salt was fully dissolved, forming a brine solution. Next came the construction of a filter. He took the burlap bag given by the lion tribe during the seed exchange and filled it with crushed charcoal powder. Commanding someone to bring a defective ceramic jar with a small hole at the bottom, he inserted the charcoal-filled bag into the jar, placing another container below to catch the filtered liquid, thus creating a simple filter. As he slowly poured the dissolved brine through the filter, the lower container began to fill with clear filtered salt solution. Once filtering was complete, it was time for the final step: evaporation and crystallization. He placed the filtered brine along with the ceramic jar over a fire, gradually heating it on low, allowing the moisture to evaporate while stirring with a wooden stick. As the water content diminished, the salt solution became increasingly concentrated. He continued heating until a large amount of salt crystals precipitated, and when only a small amount of liquid remained in the container, he removed the jar from the fire, using the residual heat to evaporate the remaining brine. Finally, he collected the resulting salt, allowing it to dry in a warm place before grinding it, yielding relatively clean table salt. The filtered salt appeared white, though it was far from the pristine whiteness found on Blue Star, indicating that the purification was not thorough enough. Nevertheless, Imo was content. He summoned everyone over and presented the purified salt. What is this? Ling inquired curiously, gazing at the snowy crystalline substance before her. Taste it and you'll know, Imo replied with a smile. Ling, skeptical yet intrigued, pinched a small amount of salt and placed it in her mouth. A wave of intensely salty flavor overwhelmed her, and she instinctively wanted to spit it out, but realizing it was salt and aware of its rarity, she stifled the urge and swallowed it down, grimacing at the strong taste. The sharp saltiness made her grimace, and the expressions on her face piqued the curiosity of the others. Is this salt? Why is it so salty, yet devoid of bitterness? Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have purified it through a special method. I will teach you all when the opportunity arises, Imo replied. Ling nodded in understanding, though she did not grasp the concept of purification. She understood that the witch had made the salt more visually appealing and palatable. That was sufficient for her. Observing the eager expressions of the others, Imo chuckled and ordered a pot of meat seasoned with salt to be prepared. Inviting everyone to share the meal together. Chapter 16. Cleverly catching wild chickens. That noon, MOU and the others were retrieving the final batch of fired red bricks from the kiln. It was the second day after the lion tribe had departed. Suddenly, Hey-Hu rushed over from a distance. MOU quickly inquired about the matter. Report, which, in a thicket not far behind the valley. We discovered many large red birds. The chief believes these birds can be raised, and I was sent back to inform you so you could come and take a look, Hey-Hu exclaimed, panting from his run. Red birds? Then we must go take a look. Uncle Hey-Hu, please lead the way, MOU decided immediately. Navigating through the dense forest alongside Hey-Hu, they felt confident as this destination was close to the tribe, and the area had previously been cleared by Ling and the others. After walking about 2 kilometers, they arrived at a thicket of several acres where Ling and the others awaited. It's this thicket. We found some unfamiliar large red birds inside that seem quite suitable for breeding, Ling reported to MOU. All right, let us hide nearby first. I want to see what these birds look like. MOU instructed. MOU and the others crouched behind the trees for a long while, nearly dozing off, until they finally heard movement in the thicket. MOU cautiously peered out and was greeted by the sight of a flock of vividly feathered large birds foraging on the ground. Damn, is that a chicken? Such a thing exists in the wild continent? MOU couldn't help but exclaim, thankful that his voice was low enough not to scare away the primitive chickens. These birds were strikingly similar to the chickens MOU was familiar with, save for their bright red plumage and being twice the size of the chickens he knew, making them nearly identical. Chicken? So this large bird is called a chicken. Can they be raised? Ling asked quietly, intrigued by MOU's words. Of course. These chickens are a great find. Not only can they be consumed for meat, but their eggs are also quite delicious, MOU responded in a hushed tone. Ling and the others brightened at this revelation. Let us head back. I'll think of a way to capture them alive, MOU declared. Understood. Ling and MOU led the group back to the tribe. Ling, have someone fetch some tree vines, about the thickness of a finger. Then, also gather a large quantity of grass seeds, MOU instructed Ling. As they traveled, he contemplated a plan to weave a net to capture the chickens. MOU merely had to speak, and his subordinates hurried off diligently. Meanwhile, Ling and the others busily collected vines and seeds while our witch enjoyed a leisurely respite in the cave, as the sun tilted westward. The items MOU required were finally gathered. Next came the task of weaving the net from the vines. MOU first took 2 3-meter-long vines, placing them in a cross shape on the ground, then secured the intersection with additional vines. The method of securing involved wrapping the binding vines around the intersection several times before hiding the ends within the vines. With the cross secured, he proceeded to add vines outward to weave a square frame measuring 3 meters on each side. Next, he began to weave the body of the net, starting from one corner of the frame. He took a vine and wove it along one side of the frame in an alternating up and down manner. This meant first passing the vine over the first vine of the frame, then under the second vine, and so forth in a continuous loop. When the vine reaches the edge of the frame, bend it back and continue weaving in a direction perpendicular to the previous one, creating a net-like structure. At this stage, the remaining process becomes exceedingly simple. MOU calls upon others to join in, significantly accelerating the weaving process, with MOU setting the spacing between the vines at 5 centimeters. As the weaving nears completion, the excess ends of the vines are tucked into the already woven net to conceal them. MOU inspects each weaving point and finds that most are secure, with only a few loose areas reinforced by wrapping additional vines around them. Thus, a vine net measuring 3 meters on each side with 5-centimeter mesh is successfully crafted. Add weight. MOU ties 4 stones, each the size of a head, to the corners of the net. By the time the net is finished, the moon has ascended to the treetops. After a hasty dinner, he disperses the group to rest. The following day, Ling, accompanied by members of the hunting group, sets off with MOU to carry the net back to yesterday's thicket. Upon arrival, MOU searches for a suitable spot nearby to begin the setup. First, he scatters grass seeds on the ground, then secures the net with ropes, suspending it from a robust tree branch growing horizontally above the clearing. The ropes are then pulled taut and tied to a distant tree. Now, it is simply a matter of waiting for the little chickens to take the bait. Perhaps the noise from setting up the net startled the birds, as there are no signs of them emerging from the thicket for a long while. Reluctantly, they continue to wait. Finally, as noon approaches, movement is detected in the thicket. MOU peeks cautiously and sees several chickens gradually emerging to forage. As time passes, More and more chickens venture out. You gazes hungrily at the flock of little chickens, thinking, all mine, cackle cackle. Soon, a fortunate chick discovers the scattered grass seeds beneath the net. Oh, oh, oh! The chicken excitedly calls out, prompting others nearby to rush over and peck at the seeds on the ground. Witnessing this scene, MOU's spirits soar. This first chicken to arrive is indeed my lucky star. To express my gratitude, I shall be sure to slaughter it first, preparing it in 3 delectable ways. MOU wickedly muses. Cut the rope. Moments later, MOU looks at the throng of chickens densely packed beneath the net and immediately gives the order. As the bone knife swings down, the rope tied to the tree snaps. The net drops swiftly, enveloping the unsuspecting chickens that had been greedily pecking at the seeds. Excellent! The hidden tribe's people cheer excitedly. What are you shouting for? Hurry and hold the net down, or it will escape. Realizing MOU's reprimand, the group rushes over to collectively secure the net, preventing it from being lifted. They pry open a corner of the net, extract a small chicken, tie its legs with a vine, and toss it onto the ground. After all the effort, they tally up their catch, 13 chickens in total, with 2 others killed by stones tied to the net, one crushed and the other injured, which MOU had ordered to be dispatched, just right for a delightful feast of roasted chicken and stew. Tomorrow, they must return to continue the hunt, but in a different location. Understood. Which, leave it to me. After giving instructions, he leads the group back to the tribe. With the chickens captured, the next task is to construct a coop to raise them. However, after a long day, MOU decides to postpone the building of the coop until tomorrow. Chapter 17. Expanding the beast pen and exploring the outside world. MOU had previously observed the wild chickens and discovered that they do not fly long distances like birds, but can leap short distances and glide. This was confirmed through his all-purpose hand. Knowing this, the solution became clear. Since they can jump high and glide, he instructed the breeding team to tie a few stones to each chicken's feet. Through repeated experimentation, and at the expense of one escaped wild chicken, he concluded that tying on a kilogram of stones would effectively weigh them down, preventing them from leaping while still allowing for some movement, thus enhancing their muscle texture. Even MacArthur, the 5-star capitalist, would approved. Ha! Aren't you the ones boasting about your jumping ability? Why aren't you leaping now? MOU chuckled as he watched the wild chickens dragging stones across the ground. His earlier frustration from losing a chicken alleviated somewhat. Next, he simply needed to construct a beast pen to contain the chickens. MOU planned to build 2 square pens, each 40 meters on a side, adjacent to the deer enclosure, to separate the deer from the young wild buffalo they had captured. The remaining pen would be designated for the chickens. He also intended to capture more wild buffalo to replenish the herd. With the experience gained from building the deer pen, MOU did not need to supervise closely this time. He simply instructed Ling and the others to begin construction. The tribe had accumulated a considerable stock of jerky and other food supplies, making it unnecessary to hunt for a while. Moreover, the last batch of bricks was completed yesterday, allowing for additional assistance in constructing the beast pens. MOU conveniently chose to forget his earlier promise of a holiday for the stoneworkers. The stoneworkers and the breeding team were tasked with building the pens. MOU directed Ling and the others to explore the primitive forest beyond the valley, investigating the terrain while also searching for the presence of other tribes or refugee settlements. The tribe was currently facing a severe population shortage, hindering many desired initiatives. MOU planned to integrate some like-minded refugees into their community. Additionally, gathering intelligence on nearby tribes was a precautionary measure. As the tribe continued to expand, encounters with other tribes were inevitable, and it would be prudent to prepare for potential conflicts to avoid chaos later. As for the area in front of the valley, it was a vast grassland devoid of anything but fierce beasts, making it unnecessary for immediate exploration. That night, in the cave, MOU and Ling sat across from each other by the fire. Tomorrow, you will venture out to explore. If you encounter other tribes, do your utmost not to be discovered. If you accidentally attract their attention, retreat quickly and avoid any altercations. Prioritize safety above all else. If you come across a refugee settlement, feel free to make contact. Those interested in joining our tribe may be brought back. Also, if you discover any unusual plants, bring them back as well. MOU relayed all the instructions he could think of. I've noted everything, rest assured. Which, Ling replied earnestly with a nod. The others busied themselves while MOU found himself idle once again. Sighing, he decided to continue his training. MOU had now stored half of his witch power in the Mud Pill Palace. With continued practice, he would be able to condense the witch power seed and ascend to the rank of Earth, which time passed swiftly. During the days that Ling was out exploring, she brought back various peculiar plants, all of which MOU examined, but none held significant value up to this point. No information regarding other tribes or refugee settlements had been uncovered. A few individuals sustained minor injuries, but MOU treated them with healing spells, restoring them to their former selves. On the fourth day after MOU's instructions, the beast pens were officially completed. MOU inspected the work and found no issues. The chickens and young buffalo were placed in separate enclosures. Over the past few days, Ling and her team had been making daily trips to the thicket to catch chickens, yielding varying amounts of success. Currently, there were over 60 chickens in the coop. As the number of animals increased, the workload for the breeding team also intensified. Alas, it is still the lack of population that troubles us. On the 10th day, Ling returned with an intriguing find, a football-sized, earthy yellow object. MOU had it cut open, revealing a white interior with a faint, pleasant plant aroma. Using his all-purpose hand, he identified it. Ding! Recognition successful. Ground yam, a one-year herbaceous plant of the nightshade family. Its tubers are edible, rich in starch, high in calories, and abundant in protein, amino acids, as well as various vitamins and minerals. Isn't this the wild version of a potato? This is a fantastic discovery. It is well known that potatoes produce high yields, are nutrient-rich and require minimal growing conditions, ranking as the fourth most important food crop on Blue Star, following wheat, rice, and corn. We must cultivate more of this. It could become one of the tribe's main food sources. Ling, excellent work. Where did you find this? MOU inquired about the location of the ground yam. Reporting to the witch, it was discovered in a valley approximately 5 kilometers from the tribe, roughly the size of 3 bamboo groves. Uncle Black Tiger found it while urinating, which washed away the surface dirt, and he dug it up. Ling explained meticulously. MOU had communicated distance units to them multiple times, and now most of the tribe members had a general understanding of meters, kilometers, and other measurements. That's about 3 acres, MOU thought silently as he placed the ground yam down. This is called ground yam, and it is edible. Tomorrow, take a group to dig up all of it. For now, prepare a batch of vine baskets for tomorrow's harvest. Understood. Which I'll head out to gather the ground yams tomorrow. Ling eagerly agreed. I'm not clean anymore, Ling exclaimed as she left the cave to find someone to weave the baskets. MOU shouted and rushed out of the cave, heading straight for the water pool. Fortunately, he had just spent a long time examining and smelling the ground yam, only to find out it had been fertilized with urine. Your mother is a flurry of chirping and fragrant flowers. Chapter 18. 3 Tribes Discovering the Sticky Wood. Ling led the group out for 3 days, traversing back and forth multiple times to finally retrieve the yams from the valley. From 3 acres of land, they managed to bring back approximately 5,000 pounds of yams. Due to their natural growth, the yield was far inferior to that of potatoes on Blue Star, which, as MOU knew, typically yielded over 2,000 pounds per acre, with high-yield varieties even reaching above 5,000 pounds. Some of these yams could be kept as seeds for planting next year to see what kind of yield could be achieved. Clearly, it was too late to plant this year, as it was already the first month of autumn. MOU had been in this wild continent for nearly 2 months, having arrived in the second month of summer, which meant it was now the middle of the first month of autumn. According to Ling's descriptions, MOU deduced that there were likely 12 months in a year here, with 3 months each for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. As for the storage of the yams, MOU initially considered digging a cellar, but fearing a collapse due to inadequate technique, he had to settle for stacking them inside his cave. That evening, MOU personally cooked a dish of fried yam slices and a stew of yam and beast meat, delighting the primitive people, who praised the meal repeatedly. The exploration continued. The following day, they discovered a small tribe called the Sheep Tribe about 10 kilometers north of their settlement, estimated to have around 300 inhabitants. On the third day, they found a medium-sized tribe named the Peach Tribe approximately 18 kilometers to the east, whose totemic deity was a peach tree, rumored to bear fruit that enhanced the strength of warriors, which piqued MOU's interest for quite some time. On the 5th day, they stumbled upon a medium-sized tribe called the Bear Tribe, situated 24 kilometers to the north, but this tribe was known to be cannibalistic, with Ling observing numerous human bones scattered around their vicinity. MOU took note of this tribe. Cannibalistic tribes typically prey on outsiders, capturing individuals from other tribes for sustenance. Such tribes, regardless of their totem or kin, were cruel and bloodthirsty and posed a significant threat. necessitating MOU's careful approach, especially since they were not far apart. As for the refuge gathering, they had not yet discovered any signs on the 8th night. Ling returned to report their discoveries for the day, which we found a lake approximately 20 kilometers to the southwest. It was so vast that I couldn't see the other side, and fearing danger, I didn't bring anyone close to the lake. You say? Note its location. It may prove useful in the future. You recorded the position on the cave wall with charcoal. Over the past few days, he had been gradually sketching a rudimentary map based on the reports from the exploration team. Well done, everyone. You've all worked hard. The exploration distance has been sufficient, so let us pause for now. After much contemplation, MOU spoke. Understood. Which, by the way, what happened to your hair? At that moment, MOU noticed the ends of Ling's hair were stuck together and glistening with oil. Oh, this? I got it while we were by the lake today. I was clearing a path and cut a branch, but it oozed a transparent liquid that splashed onto my hair. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I noticed it was like this on the way back to the tribe. Ling recalled. Indeed, it seemed to be some kind of resin-producing tree. Let me see that strand of hair. Cut it off for me, MOU instructed Ling without further inquiry. Ling swiftly cut the strand and handed it to MOU. As he touched the clumped hair in his hand, it felt as hard as iron, entirely unlike hair. Crunch. MOU placed the hair down, picked up a bone knife, and struck it. Upon closer inspection, aside from a white line, the hair remained intact. MOU's eyes lit up. This could be a valuable resource. Ling, take some people with you tomorrow to collect this substance. It will be of great use to me, MOU ordered immediately. As for the collection method, follow me outside, and bring along a bone knife. Arriving at a tree at the valley's edge, MOU instructed, now, watch closely how I do this and remember. Yes, which, I'm ready. MOU nodded. Took the bone knife, and approached the tree, at a height of 1 meter from the ground. He first made a vertical cut in the bark to create a long incision. Then, below this incision, he made a diagonal cut at a 45-degree angle and carved out V-shaped notches to the left and right. Done. Did you understand? Yes, I saw it clearly. Very good. Tomorrow, when you bring people back, use this method to cut the bark. Place a container beneath the lowest cut to catch the sap. Bring along some ceramic jars and bowls, and when you reach the location, make several cuts on different trees to collect the sap simultaneously. Then gather it all into the jars to bring back. Understood? Got it. Which MOU assigned the tasks for the following day to Ling. Pour 3 bowls of water and mix with the mud. The next afternoon, MOU was experimenting with the sap brought back by Ling and the others at the cave's entrance. They had followed MOU's instructions and returned with 3 jars of tree sap. MOU examined it with his golden finger. This tree was called sticky wood, and its sap possessed remarkable adhesive properties. By mixing it with water to form a paste, it solidified into a very sturdy substance. MOU was currently testing how much water could be added to dilute the sap without compromising its stickiness. The sap would solidify into a solid within half an hour of collection but could revert to a liquid state when heated, which was quite remarkable. Add 4 bowls of water. Continue. After a considerable amount of experimentation, MOU discovered that a maximum of 10 times the water could be added before compromising its adhesiveness. Within that ratio, the properties remained largely unaffected. This revelation filled MOU with hope. Using this sap diluted with water to create a paste could serve as a substitute for cement. This idea was feasible. The resulting paste not only exhibited excellent adhesive strength, but also boasted remarkable hardness upon solidification. The only drawback was its low yield. Approximately 100 liters could be collected at a time. And when diluted tenfold, it would yield 1,000 liters, enough to prepare 6 cubic meters of mud, which could be used to make around 3,000 bricks. Calculating this, it would suffice to construct a building measuring 3 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 2 meters in height. It seemed that for now, it could only be used to build small structures, and considerations for fortifications would have to be postponed. Chapter 19. Making tiles? Hatching eagle eggs. MOU first used the sap to mix mud and constructed a small section of wall, intending to test its viability for building. By the 3rd morning, the brick wall had dried sufficiently, and all the tribe members gathered in the open space to observe MOU's experiment with the brick wall. Now, give this wall a punch and see what happens, MOU instructed Ling. Yes, with a resounding thud, Ling's fist struck the wall, causing it to collapse. The onlookers were taken aback. Is that all? But MOU's expression remained unchanged. The collapse was due to the lack of a foundation before laying the bricks. What truly concerned him was the connectivity between the bricks. Observing the intact wall pieces on the ground, MOU had already reached a conclusion. Good, there's no issue. It can be used for construction. But which, it just fell down. How can it still be used for building? Stone asked in astonishment. You wouldn't understand the specifics, just follow my instructions, MOU replied, and there were no further objections from the crowd. Since joining the tribe, MOU had consistently introduced them to one remarkable invention after another, all of which proved to be highly useful, so no one dared to question his authority. Next, he contemplated the need to fire a batch of tiles. Stone, take those who have previously fired bricks and head to the brick kiln to wait for me. Oh, and by the way, bring back some pieces of wood the size of the brick molds. After leaving those instructions, MOU departed from the open area. Returning to the cave, he checked on the eagle eggs wrapped in animal skins on the clay stove, finding no signs of hatching. MOU frowned slightly, sighed, and took a bone chisel as he headed toward the brick kiln. Everyone, pay close attention to my next actions. Upon arrival, MOU prepared to create molds for the tiles. The concave tile molds were not easy to make, so MOU carved a square flat mold measuring 30 centimeters on each side and about 2.5 centimeters thick. After pouring out the square clay slab, MOU evenly placed it on a log resting on the ground. Under the force of gravity, the clay slowly bent, gradually conforming to the trunk, thus creating a curved tile. This is called a tile. It is used for building brick houses. Do you all understand? MOU pointed to the mold on the ground and addressed the group. Yes, they all replied in unison. They understood clearly. It was similar to making bricks with a few differences. Excellent. For the next few days, you will be responsible for making these tile blanks. Once you have enough for a kiln, we will begin firing them. Crack, 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 on the fourth morning after making the tiles. As dawn broke, MOU was awakened by a series of rustling sounds. Hud, what is that noise? MOU struggled to open his sleepy eyes. Crack, snap. The sound persisted. MOU rose to locate the source of the noise, tracing it to near the cave entrance. The rustling came from an object wrapped in animal skin on the clay stove. It was the eagle egg. Could it be hatching? Excitement washed away the last remnants of his drowsiness. He hurriedly pulled back the animal skin, revealing a small bump that had appeared on the eggshell, gradually expanding with the movements of the chick inside. What's happening? Ling, who was sleeping across from MOU, was also awakened by the commotion. Ling, the egg is about to hatch. By the way, Wu, what kind of animal is this egg? MOU has never revealed to anyone what kind of egg this is. A mountain giant eagle. What kind of ferocious beast is that? A barbaric beast. So it is a barbaric beast? What? Wu, did you say it is a barbaric beast? Ling, coming back to his senses, spoke with a trembling voice. Indeed, it is a barbaric beast. I will form a contract with it shortly. Wonderful. Now our tribe will have a guardian beast. Ling's face flushed with excitement. As a native primitive person, he was well aware of the power of the barbaric beasts. He had also heard from the elders in the tribe that some powerful tribes possessed guardian beasts, and the warriors in the tribe would cultivate their own beast companions. When you find a suitable beast companion in the future, I can help you form a contract. MOU smiled faintly, observing the excitement and envy in Ling's eyes. Really? Thank you, Wu. Ling expressed his gratitude repeatedly, overwhelmed with joy. Crack. While the two were conversing, the chick secretly pecked a small hole in the eggshell, revealing a waxy yellow beak. Accompanying this was a series of sharp, juvenile cries. Upon witnessing this, MOU immediately pricked his finger, drawing blood, and began to chant a spell. A mysterious incantation resonated, the words cryptic and difficult to comprehend. Shrouded in profound enigma. As he recited the ancient spell, MOU slowly raised his hand, his fingers dancing in the air. A vivid, blood-red rune gradually took shape. This rune shimmered with dazzling light, as if imbued with boundless magic and power. As soon as the rune was completed, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, flying towards the eagle. It effortlessly penetrated the hard shell and swiftly merged within it the instant the rune fully integrated with the eagle egg. MOU felt an indescribable, wondrous sensation surge within his heart, as if he had established a subtle connection with the life inside the eggshell. Ling watched this scene in shock and admiration. The egg began to tremble, and tiny cracks slowly appeared on the shell. As time passed, the cracks multiplied and widened. Finally, a piece of the eggshell was pushed up, and a small head emerged from the opening. The chick's body was still damp, gasping for breath as it struggled to free itself from the shell. You finally discerned the appearance of the chick. It was approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, with a width of around 80 centimeters. Its entire body was covered in light yellow down, giving it a fluffy appearance. The down was somewhat sparse, and its eyes were tightly shut. The color of its beak was horn-like, soft yet already taking shape at the tip, slightly curved downward, embodying the posture of a top-tier predator. Its skin and claws were pink, tightly gripping as if striving to grasp everything around it for a sense of security. Overall, it could be described in one word: ugly, especially paired with the enormous size of the barbaric beast's cub, rendering it even more unappealing. If you were not aware of its significance, he would undoubtedly have discarded this unsightly creature from the cave. Next, the issue of feeding the chick needed to be addressed. The freshly hatched youngling could not be fed beast meat directly. Following the suggestions in a book, you had someone fetch a wild chicken from the coop, bled it, and placed it in a clay pot to stew. After it was cooked, the bones were removed, and the meat was pounded into a paste using stones, which was then fed to the young eagle. It eagerly gulped down the food you provided, not ceasing until it had consumed an entire chicken. Alas, it seems raising this creature is quite a burden. It eats far too much, you thought bitterly. Ling, you and Heihu should take people out to hunt tomorrow. Raising the ferocious beast will surely consume a significant amount of food. Ling took people out to hunt, and you decided to begin constructing brick houses today. The first batch of tiles had already been fired yesterday. Over the past few days, you had also sent people to gather a collection of rubble and river sand, all excavated from the creek outside the valley. Calculating the time, there were still 2 months until winter arrived, and it was clear that wooden houses and caves would not be suitable for habitation then. You resolved to build a batch of brick houses during this period, equipped with heated Kong beds, ensuring comfort during the winter months. Today, we shall commence the construction of houses. The kind of brick houses we are building will be more comfortable than caves and sturdier than wooden houses, providing shelter from wind and rain. Once completed, we all can reside within, experiencing great comfort during winter. You gathered the idle members of the tribe in the clearing before the bamboo forest and introduced them to the benefits of brick houses. Fantastic, Wu, let us get started quickly. We 1T freeze in winter. Wu is truly remarkable. The crowd buzzed with excitement. According to Mou's plan, he intended to build a house measuring 3 meters in length and width, and 2.5 meters in height. The chosen location was at the center of the clearing, about 100 meters from the bamboo forest, starting from here and extending towards the east. In the future, Mou decided to designate a quarter of the northeastern area, approximately 500 acres, as a residential zone. The first step in building the house was to dig the foundation. Mou decided to excavate a foundation 30 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters deep. He took a bag of plant ash and sprinkled it on the ground to outline the foundation's shape. Let us begin digging according to the lines I marked. Dig down 1/2 meter, understood? Understood, Woo! The crowd responded loudly before promptly getting to work. During the time others were digging the foundation, Mou took a few individuals to melt sticky wood glue, which would be diluted with water for mixing with the mud. Observing the clouds of flying soil, Mou marveled. These primitive people are truly skilled workers. They have strength and follow commands without slacking off. If this were Blue Star, forming a primitive engineering team, they would certainly earn a fortune. The foundation was quickly excavated with everyone's combined efforts. Next, they began mixing the mud, using the soil just dug up, adding dry grass, river sand, and a suitable amount of glue, then stirring with bone spades until well mixed. They poured a layer of concrete into the dugout trench, followed by a layer of collected stones. Then another layer of concrete, repeating this process twice until the foundation reached the required height. Finally, they used wooden sticks to compact the foundation, completing the task. The foundation needed to dry for a day before they could start laying bricks. This established a schedule for the construction. The first day would involve preparing the foundation in the morning and collecting materials and making tiles in the afternoon, followed by starting the wall construction on the second day. During this time, they could also take turns feeding the livestock in the enclosure. Truly perfect, Mou felt deeply satisfied with his arrangements. Chapter 20. Building houses after drying overnight, the foundation had become sturdy, and they could begin laying bricks down. Mou decided to lay the bricks horizontally to achieve a 20-centimeter thick wall. All the tribe members, except for Ling and his hunting party, were called to work. First, they mixed mortar, combining mud, sand, and sticky wood glue in appropriate proportions, stirring until evenly mixed for wall construction. During the bricklaying, they first spread a thick layer of mortar on the wall base. Then took a brick, placing it steadily on the mortar, gently tapping it with a wooden stick to ensure the brick was level and secure. Each brick was placed with great care to prevent misalignment. As time passed, the wall gradually rose higher. OU guided them to lay bricks layer by layer, applying mortar again with each layer to ensure a tight connection between the bricks. Throughout the wall building process, MOU constantly monitored the vertical and horizontal alignment of the walls, making timely adjustments for any deviations. In the midst of this, MOU brought over several wooden stakes for the bricklayers to stand on while building the higher sections of the wall. Fortunately, the walls were not too high, and no significant issues arose. The front and back walls were built to 2 meters, while the side walls extended to 2 meters and then formed a triangular peak above for the subsequent beam and tile laying. It was also crucial to leave spaces for windows and flues on the left wall, a pit for the Kong on the right wall, and a door in the front. A group of people worked diligently for over a day to complete the 4 walls. And according to MOU's instructions, they placed a wooden beam as thick as a bowl at the top, with a row of wooden sticks laid across as rafters, then covered with mud before tiling. The tiling began from the bottom of the roof, laying the tiles one by one, secured by the sticky wood glue mud. Thus MOU did not need to exert effort to hang the tiles. The tiles overlapped each other, and the tiles on the sides were closely arranged, ensuring smooth drainage of rainwater. To be safe, MOU also inverted a row of tiles at the junction of 2 rows. At the ridge, he inverted a line of tiles to serve as ridge tiles, covering the sides to prevent leaks. This entire process took more than a day. Next, they needed to construct a stove inside the house. This stove was square, built from bricks, with 3 openings, one at the bottom front, one at the top back, and one directly above. The front opening was specifically for adding firewood, while the back opening was for venting smoke. A flue was constructed from mud bricks, extending to the pre-reserved hole in the wall, allowing smoke to exit the house. The top opening was for placing clay pots for cooking, which could be used to boil water. When not in use, it could be covered with a piece of mud brick. This took another half day. In total, it took about 4 days to complete the construction of a brick house measuring 3 meters in length and width, and 2.5 meters in height. Initially, MOU planned to construct the Kong uniformly, but he left it for the future residents to decide how large or small to build after the houses were allocated. Which, will we all be able to dwell in such splendid houses in the future? Asked Shermau, gazing at the enchanting abode before him, a sight he had never encountered until now. Indeed, we shall continue to construct homes, striving to ensure that each individual has their own dwelling, replied MOU's. A flicker of hope danced in Shermau's eyes. The others, upon hearing MOU's words, also displayed expressions of yearning, pouring their utmost efforts into the forthcoming tasks, eagerly anticipating the day they could reside in the houses they had painstakingly built with their own hands. Subsequently, MOU entrusted the work to the others and retreated to the cave alone. Within the cave, MOU summoned the all-knowing hand, intending to exchange the recent tasks he had completed for prosperity points. Ding! Task submission successful. Rewards as follows. A total of 5,000 prosperity points earned, including tasks such as capturing wild chickens, digging for ground potatoes, expanding the animal pens, firing tiles for construction, hatching eagle eggs, and a few wild vegetables collected by Ling, which also contributed a modest amount of prosperity points. Having submitted the tasks, he resumed his cultivation. As time galloped forward like a spirited steed, swiftly flowing like petals in the breeze, it was soon the middle of the last month of the dry season. In the cave, MOU's consciousness returned from meditation, and he slowly opened his eyes. Strolling to the cave entrance, he was greeted by the midday sun, which shone brilliantly in the sky, though the sun had lost its fervent heat of summer. Now merely warm, before him stood a fluffy, unsightly bird. After nearly 2 months of growth, the eaglet had more than doubled in size since it had hatched, its body now covered in dense down. At nearly 3 meters tall, it could no longer reside within the cave and had to be moved to the cave's entrance. Its immense size demanded vast quantities of food. Were it not for Ling's daily hunting expeditions, the tribe would surely face starvation. Chirp, chirp. Upon seeing MOU, the little creature flapped its tender wings excitedly, creating a whirlwind and emitting affectionate calls. MOU stumbled back a few steps, smiling at it. It seems it's time to give you a name. Let us call you Lightning, wishing you speed as swift as a flash and sharpness as fierce as thunder. Mou mused aloud after a moment of contemplation. Chirp, chirp. The little one appeared immensely pleased, though it remained uncertain if it understood. Mou had inquired of the bamboo spirit, who informed him that the wild beasts were quite intelligent, with mature beasts possessing wisdom comparable to that of humans, primitives. However, up to this point, aside from seeking food when hungry, Mou had not observed any signs of intelligence in Lightning, perhaps due to its tender age. Casting his gaze further, he saw Shermao and the others constructing the 20th house, Mou's own dwelling. Although the group was busy in the clearing, their efforts were remarkably organized, devoid of any chaos. Through 2 months of experience, they had become well acquainted with the process of house building. During this time, Mou discovered that Shermao possessed a remarkable talent for construction and carpentry. Offering several valuable suggestions, Mou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With talents of various kinds within the tribe, it would flourish even more splendidly. Otherwise, relying solely on Mou, the tribe's development would be a formidable challenge. Mou generously imparted his knowledge on the subject, teaching Shermao the techniques of mortise and tenon joints. They chose to build Mou's house beside the bamboo grove. Shermao and the others decided to construct a house for Mou that would surpass those of the rest. You are the witch. How could you reside in the same dwelling as us? I will certainly use the knowledge you have imparted to build you a larger and better house, Shermao had stated at that time. Mou did not oppose this notion. He had no reasons to do so, as the witch held a revered status within the tribe, and he had no intention of altering that. Mou's house was now nearing completion, expected to be finished by the following day. Over the past 2 months, the 3 enclosures had accumulated 53 deer, 20 wild cattle, and around 200 chickens. The wild chickens in the thickets had become increasingly wary and were no longer falling into Ling and the others' traps, prompting Mou to order a halt to their capture. The wild cattle had previously exhibited unruly behavior, which Mou had addressed by fitting them with nose rings. Indeed, the wild cattle behaved exceedingly well once adorned with the rings. Chapter 21. Constructing the altar in preparation for the sacrifice which, your house is completed. Early in the morning, as Mou rose from his slumber, Shermao entered to report the news of the house's completion. So soon? I shall go take a look, Mou replied, slightly elated, and hurried to the clearing without pausing to wash up. In the clearing, the others were gathered, chatting amongst themselves and occasionally gesturing toward Mou's house. Which, you've arrived. The house is ready. Do you like it? Upon Mou's arrival, their discussions halted, and they greeted him warmly. Mou returned their greetings and then gazed at the adjacent house. This dwelling, approximately 80 square meters in size and about 3 meters in height, featured windows on both the front and sides. Upon entering, he found the interior divided into several compartments by walls, with the designated bedroom containing a clay bed measuring 1 to 2 meters square. On the left side against the wall stood a fireplace larger than those in the other houses, while the remaining spaces were mostly empty. Mou felt quite satisfied with the house. Once it dried, he could furnish it and move in. It's splendid. I truly like this house. Thank you all for your hard work, Mou remarked appreciatively, looking at Shermao and the others, who stood behind him, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Phew, it was no trouble, which, it is our duty, as long as you are satisfied, they responded, visibly relieved by Mou's affirmation. They had feared that he would be displeased, not out of concern for reconstruction, but from a desire to avoid disappointing their respected and admired witch. Which, starting tomorrow, I will lead a team to craft your furniture and prepare the necessities for everyone's houses, Shermao informed Mou. There's no rush. Let us set aside the furniture for now. We must first attend to something of greater importance. Mou began outlining the next steps. Which, what significant task are we to undertake? In response to Mou's serious tone, the others expressed their curiosity, prompting Shertu to voice what everyone was thinking. The sacrifice is approaching. Sacrifice? Yes, the dry season is nearly over. It is indeed time for the sacrifice. The group erupted into a flurry of excited chatter. Sacrifice was one of the most vital events for primitive tribes, as each year it signified the potential for individuals to awaken as warriors, which explained their exhilaration. Everyone, quiet down, as the sacrifice draws near. I need each of you to cease your current tasks and promptly prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. There are 2 main tasks. Firstly, we must construct an altar for the sacrifice. Secondly, we need to prepare adequate offerings. For now, those are the only 2 tasks. Does anyone have anything to add? Mo articulated his thoughts and then sought the opinions of the others, only to realize he had asked a redundant question, as sacrifices were traditionally the domain of the tribes which, and others had no grounds to voice opinions. Very well, let us commence the construction of the altar today. Mo swiftly moved past his previous oversight and decisively made the call. Which, just command us. We shall heed your instructions and work diligently, the others replied in unison. Excellent. Now, let us proceed with my directives. Sure to, how many bricks remain in the tribe? Reporting, which, there are approximately 5,000 red bricks, Sure to answered promptly, having been taught numbers and basic calculations by Mo. All right, Sure Mao, how much glue do we have left? Reporting, which, there are about 5 jars of glue, Sure Mao replied without hesitation. Very well, starting tomorrow, Sure to, take 3 individuals to produce a batch of bricks. We need around 20,000 more. Sure Mao, you and 3 others will begin excavating the foundation for the altar. The remaining 4 will gather soil and sand, and do not stop until I say so. Is that clear? Yes, understood. Everyone responded in unison. Mo's plan for the altar was to construct a square structure measuring 3 meters on each side and 5 meters in height. He intended to build a 3-layered brick wall on all 4 sides to create a frame, then fill the interior with compacted soil and stones, positioning it directly in front of the bamboo grove. Facing the valley entrance, Mo calculated that he would need approximately 25,000 bricks and 9 jars of glue. As for the method of working at height, Mo had devised a plan. He would construct steps in front of the altar while laying bricks, starting with the first step and increasing its height as necessary until he could reach the second step, and so on, continuing this pattern until the 5-meter altar and the steps were completed. To facilitate the compacting of soil, Mo decided to compact the earth every meter and would continue laying bricks after filling the earth. After assigning the tasks, Mo retained Sure Mao for further discussion, explaining his method in detail, to which Sure Mao responded with enthusiastic applause. Ling, I need you and your hunting team to gather glue tomorrow. We'll need about 5 jars. Work diligently and aim to complete the task within 2 days. Can you manage that? That evening, Mo elaborated on his plans to Ling within the cave and assigned the task. Rest assured, which, we will fulfill the mission, Ling promised, clearly understanding the significance of the upcoming sacrifice. Well, then it's up to you, but do be sure to prioritize safety. Understood. The next day, all the members of the bamboo tribe began to mobilize. Ling led a group to gather glue, while Mo arrived at the bamboo forest to personally oversee the construction of the altar. To expedite the project, they decided to make bricks in batches, as well as collect soil and stones simultaneously, gathering while utilizing Chapter 22. Twisting ropes and fishing. 2 days later, Ling and his companions collected sufficient glue. Next, he would lead the hunting team to prepare offerings, primarily comprising ferocious beasts and wild animals. However, with Ling being the only novice warrior in the tribe, they were incapable of confronting ferocious beasts directly, even the lesser bloodthirsty ones. After considerable contemplation, Mo devised a relatively safe method: fishing. Indeed, fishing. Mo reasoned that most aquatic ferocious beasts, no matter how formidable, would lose at least 70% of their strength upon reaching land. He envisioned reeling these creatures from the water, making their capture significantly easier. Mo shared his thoughts with Ling, but before he could finish, Ling interrupted him in astonishment. Shaman, aquatic beasts are even harder to catch than those on land. And no one in our tribe can swim. I have a way to capture aquatic beasts without entering the water, Mo said mysteriously. Really, Shaman? What method is that? Ling, astonished that Mo could capture aquatic beasts without getting wet, inquired eagerly. Indeed, but first I need to craft something. What is it? Fishing hooks and lines. Once I create them, you will understand. For now, gather all the animal skins and tendons from the tribe and soak them in water. I will head to the bamboo forest. All right, Shaman. Upon reaching the vicinity of the bamboo forest, the people constructing the altar greeted Mo, to which he responded briefly before hurrying toward the totem. The bamboo parted automatically as Mo approached the sacred bamboo, bowing respectfully as he addressed the bamboo deity. Bamboo god, I seek your assistance. What is it? Speak. The totem responded. I wish for a sturdy item too. Mo conveyed his request to the bamboo god. You have many peculiar ideas, young one. Very well, I shall grant you an item, the totem remarked, observing Mo and sensing a significant difference between him and the other shamans. As though he were not truly one of the tribe, the words fell, Mo witnessed the totem radiating a green light, and soon a bamboo branch, as thick as an arm, gently descended. Upon receiving it, he found the bamboo branch to be a vibrant green, approximately a meter in length, adorned with 6 20-centimeter-long bamboo leaves. A touch revealed its remarkable hardness and sharpness, with the leaves growing in a reversed manner. Resembling a series of barbed hooks, an almost perfect natural fishing hook, young man, I have given you what you sought. Now leave me in peace, the totem insisted, signaling the end of their conversation. With the item in hand, Imoyu had no intention of lingering, taking the bamboo rod and bidding farewell. May the totem bless you, bamboo god. Meanwhile, the primitive people outside the bamboo forest were profoundly struck by this spectacle. Bowing to the ground in reverent prayer, rise and continue your work. Do not disturb the bamboo god, Moyu said nonchalantly, urging them to get up. Shaman, what is this? Ling inquired, observing the peculiar item in Moyu's possession at the cave entrance. This is a gift from the totem. Place it inside the cave, Moyu instructed. Hearing it was from the totem, Ling respectfully accepted it and carried it into the cave. Bring me some fatty beast meat. I need to render beast oil, Moyu directed Ling upon his return. Of course, shaman. Ling did not ask further questions, heading into the wooden house to retrieve the fatty meat. Since some of the bricks had dried and been distributed, the inhabitants had moved into new homes, leaving the old wooden houses to serve as storage for items like dried meat. Here, shaman, after accepting the beast meat, Imoyu placed it into a pot. Adding some water and setting it over the fire to heat, he stirred constantly with a stick to prevent it from burning, continuing until the residue turned a golden brown. Once the residue was removed, he obtained half a jar of beast oil. Go fetch the soaked animal skins and tendons, and bring some stones to me. You will follow my instructions for rendering the beast oil and Ling. Cut these animal skins into strips 4 fingers wide. Imoyu instructed the returning duo. Understood. Imoyu set about weaving a sturdy and resilient rope from the animal skins, enhancing its strength with a generous amount of tendons. The 3 of them worked diligently for over a day, and by the following afternoon, a 20-meter-long rope had been completed. The rope was as thick as an arm, with Moyu tying it to the bamboo branch gifted by the bamboo god. Next, Imoyu evenly coated the rope with a layer of oil, placing it by the fire to heat. As the rope absorbed the oil, he applied another layer, repeating this process several times until the rope gleamed and became even more robust. At dawn, the 12-member hunting team, along with Imoyu, set off toward the lake with their fishing hooks. Guided by Ling, they navigated safely to the lake's edge. Are these the sticky trees? Imoyu asked. Observing the white trees lining the lake, yes, shaman, these are the sticky trees, Black Tiger replied promptly. Moyu nodded, choosing not to dwell on it further. Before them lay a vast and stunning lake, its waters clear and tranquil, resembling a colossal mirror reflecting the sky and surrounding trees. The sky was a vibrant blue, with a few lazy white clouds drifting by, their reflections in the lake creating a picturesque scene. Towering trees encircled the lake, as if guarding this serene oasis. Occasionally, a withered leaf would flutter down from the branches, swirling in the air before gently landing on the lake's surface, sending ripples that adorned the lake like a natural necklace. Imoyu gazed dreamily at the magnificent vista before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility and ease. Since his arrival in this world, apart from initially fleeing for his life, he had seldom ventured beyond the tribe. Now, witnessing the grandeur of this primitive realm stirred emotions he had never experienced before. Shaman, what is the matter? Ling's voice broke through Imoyu's reverie. Nothing. Imoyu quickly regained his composure, aware of the brutal reality lurking beneath this beautiful scenery. Survival of the fittest. Secure the rope to this tree, make it tight. Come on, Ling, you have more strength. Imoyu began preparing to fish. Ling took the rope and tied it to a large tree on the shore, tugging it firmly to ensure its security. That it's done. Shaman. Good. Let us begin. On the other end of the bamboo branch, he hung a small lizard-like creature he had caught on the way. Throw this into the lake. Aim for a distance, Imoyu instructed. With a splash, the fishing hook was cast into the water, disrupting its prior tranquility. Black Tiger, take 2 people to patrol nearby to prevent other beasts from approaching. Once the fishing hook was set, Imoyu began organizing the others. Shaman, will we really be able to catch aquatic beasts this way? A curious voice asked. Rest assured, we certainly will. Yes, yes. Black Tiger took 2 individuals to keep watch, while the others nestled into nearby thickets. Buzz. Just as Mou and the others squatted, the rope was suddenly tugged. "Pull!" Mou shouted. The others swiftly joined in, beginning to haul the rope toward the shore. With the combined strength of 7 or 8 primitive people and Ling, the novice warrior, the hooked aquatic beast was soon drawn onto the shore. This peculiar fish was the size of a small car. Predominantly deep purple in color, with a wide mouth revealing a row of sharp white teeth, exuding a fierce appearance. Its relatively small eyes were positioned on either side of its head, with a tall dorsal fin and a forked tail, giving it an intimidating presence. Once on land, the strange fish thrashed violently, but it was quickly subdued by Ling with a stone to its head, dying almost instantly. Clearly, this was not a ferocious beast. Merely a larger fish, however. Mou had learned that size was not the sole indicator of ferocity. Regrettably, they had to continue fishing, cutting a piece of meat from the strange fish to use as bait. Casting it back into the lake. Gradually, they caught several bizarre aquatic creatures, but all were simply wild animals. "Sigh, it seems we will have to return tomorrow," Mou lamented, glancing at the setting sun. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment, the others were brimming with excitement. "Shaman, you are truly incredible. This device allows us to capture aquatic beasts without even entering the water. Indeed, I never imagined it could be so easy to catch aquatic beasts." A chorus of animated chatter filled the air, their words brimming with admiration and reverence for Mou. "Ling, untie the rope." Yes. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The previously dormant rope was abruptly yanked taut by a force far greater than before, causing the tree to which it was tied to tremble. "Quickly, come help pull the rope." Ling noticed the change, gripping the rope while beckoning others to assist. This time, the aquatic beast was evidently extraordinary. As Ling and the others struggled for some time without bringing it ashore, "Put in more effort, or the rope won't hold," Mou called out, observing the creaking rope. Slap! Mou suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing the folly of the situation. "Am I not a shaman?" A cryptic and convoluted incantation escaped from Mou's lips, followed by a sweeping motion of his arm. A radiant yellow light surged forth from the mark in his palm, enveloping Ling and the others as Mou invoked a revitalizing spell. In an instant, they felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through their bodies. "Listen to my command. I shall count to 3. And upon reaching 3, we shall all exert our strength together to pull the fish from the water." Mou directed. Point 1, 2, 3. A resounding roar erupted from Ling and the others at the count of 3. As they all heaved together, drawing a massive fish of over 3 meters in length from the depths. Once on the shore, the fish struggled to return to the lake, but what strength could a fish possess once ashore? It was swiftly subdued by Ling and the others, leaving only its gills pulsating in vain. "Excellent!" Mou exclaimed, witnessing the fish's defeat. Though the others lay exhausted on the ground, their faces were alight with joy. "Ha! Truly a ferocious beast!" Mou exclaimed with excitement after examining it. He then cast several restorative spells upon those sprawled on the ground, allowing them a brief respite before preparing for their return. They would take with them the 3 complete monstrous fish they had caught, while the half-fish previously cut for bait was left behind, as Mou wished to avoid attracting any other predators with the scent of blood. The group trudged back, arriving at the tribe just as twilight began to descend. Outside the tribe, on the gentle slope behind the valley, Shirtu gazed with worry into the depths of the forest. "Where are Wu and the chief? Why haven't they returned yet?" Suddenly, shadows began to emerge from the distant trees. Shirtu's eyes brightened at the sight, and a smile spread across his face as he recognized the figures approaching. "Wu, chief, you have returned!" Shirtu shouted with excitement. Ling and the others also beamed at the sight. You felt a twinge of emotion in his heart. It was always a delightful thing to be missed. "Indeed, we are back," Ling replied with a smile. "Fantastic. I shall inform the others at once. They have all been quite worried about you," Shirtu exclaimed, darting back towards the valley, shouting as he ran. "This young man really ought to have brought the goods with him instead of running off." Mou chided playfully, though there was no hint of reproach in his tone. "Wu and the chief have returned." Shi Miao, who was preparing dinner, heard the commotion and dropped the firewood he was holding, rushing towards the gentle slope. Others also hurried over to greet Mou and his companions. "Wu, you didn't encounter any danger, did you?" "Chief, you have finally returned." "Yes, we were all quite concerned." The crowd expressed their worries in a cacophony of voices. Just then, a massive 4-meter-tall bird dashed over, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was the fledgling eagle, Lightning. The crowd parted to make way as Lightning rushed to Imoyu, lowering its head to gently nudge his chest with its beak. Imoyu staggered slightly before reaching out to pet it. Accepting the game they had carried, the group made their way back to the valley. Bring that largest fish to the pond, splash some water on it. But remember to keep a safe distance from the pond and don't drench it too much, Imoyu instructed those carrying the bloodied beast, its gills still flaring. The ferocious creature possessed a tenacious vitality. Having survived for so long out of water, Imoyu sighed with relief, grateful it had not perished. Otherwise, it would have begun to rot by the time of the sacrifice. Naturally, it could not be allowed to dry out. One could not present dried fish to the totem during the ceremony. After dinner, Imoyu had the least attractive of the 3 fish tossed to Lightning. He then directed that the rope used for fishing be untangled. As it had suffered significant wear during the day and could no longer be used for angling, instead, he intended to use it to preserve the beast's meat. Imoyu recalled a unique method he had encountered in a book before his crossing. The bow fishing technique is a traditional skill practiced along the coastal regions of Huagua. One first prepares a length of rope, threading one end through the fish's nostril and securely binding the other end to its tail. This configuration bends the fish into a bow shape, effectively prolonging its survival time out of water. From a physiological standpoint, this positioning greatly restricts the fish's movement, thereby reducing energy expenditure. Moreover, with its gills forced open, the fish increases its surface area for air exposure, allowing it to absorb more oxygen, thus extending its preservation time. Imoyu intended to utilize this method to keep the ferocious beast alive until the formal sacrifice. Without delay, with the assistance of others, the fish was soon secured in a bow shape and placed near the pond, where it would be periodically splashed with water to further prolong its life. Chapter 23. The sacrifice life is like water beneath ice, flowing east day and night, unbeknownst to man. Everything within the tribe proceeded in an orderly manner. It was not until the day following the conclusion of autumn that the altar was finally completed. Standing 5 meters tall and 3 meters square, the grand altar rose in the center of the valley, before the bamboo grove. The altar was clad in a grayish-white hue, and Imoyu had instructed that a layer of mortar be evenly applied to the outer brick walls. With a gently ascending staircase adorning its facade, as they gazed upon the magnificent altar, a sense of pride swelled within them. Each person had participated, directly or indirectly, in its construction, and they regarded it as a matter of great honor. I have never seen such a splendid altar. Indeed, I have not encountered such a structure even in a medium-sized tribe. This is all thanks to Wu's guidance. All stood in admiration of the altar's grandeur, their gazes shifting towards the frail figure at the forefront of the gathering. This was the shaman of their bamboo tribe, radiating wisdom like the sun, who had led them step by step in their progress. Now that the altar is complete and the offerings prepared, we await the arrival of snow, Imoyu stated, surveying the finished altar. Wu, I believe the tribe should craft a set of ceremonial garments. Ling suggested at this moment. Yes, I nearly forgot. It is indeed time to create some new attire, Imoyu concurred, having overlooked this matter. The inhabitants of the tribe, including himself, had been donning tattered clothing, and Imoyu had not prioritized addressing this issue until now. Seizing this opportunity to ensure everyone received a new outfit for the ceremony. However, Wu, we lack sufficient animal hides. Then let us cull a batch of livestock. Are we truly going to kill these animals? Ling asked uncertainly, feeling a pang of reluctance for the livestock they had painstakingly raised. Of course. The purpose of raising livestock is for consumption, and besides, we have not prepared enough fodder this year. In winter, there will be insufficient resources to sustain so many animals, Imoyu explained. This year, having just begun their farming endeavors, they lacked experience, and with the tribe constantly preoccupied with various tasks, they had regrettably failed to gather enough fodder. Although Imoyu felt a sense of loss, he resolved to cull some to alleviate the burden of livestock maintenance during winter. Next year, we must ensure adequate fodder storage, he contemplated. Understood. I shall take a group to handle this shortly. Ling replied, having come to terms with the necessity, acknowledging Wu's words as truth. They indeed lacked sufficient sustenance for the animals to survive the winter. Additionally, let us select a few of the best-growing livestock. Prepare them and include them as offerings during the sacrifice. Very well, Wu, I shall take care of it personally, Ling vowed solemnly, placing great importance on the ceremonial items and wishing to oversee the preparations. Good, now everyone. Back to your tasks. Sure to, gather a few skilled potters and accompany me, Mo commanded. He was set to craft several ritual vessels, dings. According to his knowledge, dings played a pivotal role in ancient Huagua sacrifices. Their primary function was to hold offerings, with different types of dings designated for various sacrificial items. Large dings could accommodate whole livestock, such as cattle or sheep, while smaller ones might contain grains, wine, or meat products. Prior to the commencement of the sacrificial rites, offerings would be meticulously selected and prepared, then solemnly placed within the ding. During the ceremony, the ding was often regarded as a conduit between heaven and earth, ancestors and humanity. Once the offerings were arranged within the ding, the priest or officiant would follow a strict ceremonial protocol, which included incense burning, bowing, and reciting sacrificial texts. Throughout this process, the offerings within the ding were viewed as gifts to the ancestors or deities, with the rising smoke symbolizing the essence of the offerings being conveyed to the gods above, seeking blessings for favorable weather, bountiful harvests, or the prosperity and safety of families. Furthermore, in ancient times, dings were symbols of power and status. The size, quantity, and ornamentation of sacrificial dings were strictly regulated. For instance, during the Zhou dynasty, the emperor could utilize 9 dings, lords 7, nobles 5, and scholars 3, reflecting the significance of the ding and denoting social rank during sacrificial events. The exquisite patterns on the dings, such as Taotai and Kuei-Long motifs, also heightened the sense of solemnity and sanctity of the rituals, showcasing the reverence of the worshippers towards the deities and ancestors. Dings were typically crafted from bronze. However, lacking such materials, Mo intended to utilize clay for his creations. Drawing upon his memories, Mo sketched out the design of a 4-legged square ding for Shi Tu and the others, directing and explaining as they worked until evening, when he successfully molded 4 basic yet acceptable clay dings. Although the clay should ideally be air-dried before firing, Mo was pressed for time, as snow might arrive the following day. Thus, he quickly set up several fires around the clay forms to hasten their drying. Once they had dried sufficiently, Mo ordered that they remain awake to fire the dings through the night. After much haste and delay, 3 finished ceramic cauldrons were finally completed by the following evening, while the remaining 2 had cracked during the firing process. The day after the cauldrons were completed, a light snow descended upon the wild continent, heralding the arrival of the goddess of winter. The fur garments were nearly finished, having been adorned with pockets and buttons under Mo's guidance, with the buttons crafted from polished beast bones. With everything prepared, the day of the ritual arrived amidst the eager anticipation of all. On that morning, the entire tribe indulged in an uncommon bathing ritual. Donning their newly made attire, by midday, everyone gathered at the base of the altar. Upon Mo's arrival, he observed that the decorations of the tribe members were quite ostentatious. Some sported antlers atop their heads, others adorned themselves with feathers, and some were bound with bone knives and clubs at their waists. The glance around revealed that Mo appeared the most humble, with Ling beside him proudly displaying 5 or 6 bone knives dangling from his waist. Mo felt a sense of exasperation. Was it truly necessary? Slowly, Mo and Ling ascended the steps, making their way to the altar's summit, where 3 1-meter-tall ceramic cauldrons had been arranged. The ancient and mysterious invocation to summon the spirits began to be recited, and the crowd below gazed solemnly, devoid of any unnecessary movements. As a shaman, Mo believed that the formality of such invocations often held more significance than their inherent purpose. As the incantation flowed forth, the totemic spirits began to manifest their presence. Chapter 24. Awakening of all. A colossal sacred bamboo radiated an unsettlingly vibrant green light, flickering as if imbued with boundless mysterious power and ancient legends. Simultaneously, its robust branches began to sway gently, as if yearning to break free from the earth's constraints and reveal its true majesty and strength. At that moment, all those gathered at the altar prostrated themselves, exhibiting utmost reverence and devotion. As the incantation gradually ceased, Mo commenced the formal declaration of the ritual's initiation. The ritual commenced. Let us present offerings to the totemic spirits. Mo's voice resonated with solemnity and steadiness. Upon hearing the command, the assembly hastily rose to place the prepared offerings upon the altar, filling its surface with a plethora of items of all sizes, even spilling onto the steps. May the bamboo spirit partake of these offerings. As Mou's words concluded, bamboo branches surged forth, wrapping around the offerings like arms. Moments later, the branches receded, revealing a scene where the previously intact offerings had been reduced to mere bones scattered upon the ground. This sight startled Mou momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Now came the most crucial part of the ritual. May the bamboo spirit awaken the warriors' totems. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits soared, their eyes alight with anticipation, akin to starving beggars catching sight of sumptuous food. The bamboo spirit pulsed with radiant energy, and waves of green flames erupted, cascading downwards towards the assembled multitude. The awakening had begun. As the flames merged with each individual, their expressions contorted in pain, veins bulging upon their foreheads, and their previously placid faces now contorted with agony. Within them, a blazing inferno ignited, its searing heat rapidly spreading to every limb and sinew. The sensation was akin to a ferocious beast mercilessly tearing at every inch of skin and nerve. Some could not suppress low groans, while others gritted their teeth, enduring the torment. Mou and Ling too received their share of flames. Yet their reactions were not as intense as the others. Mou closed his eyes to absorb the experience, noting a significant increase in his shamanic power, nearing its full capacity, while Ling felt a surge of strength coursing through him. A sigh of relief escaped Mou as he observed that the black tiger had completed its awakening, its chest adorned with a dense array of dark green totemic patterns, an expression of uncontainable joy upon its face. Before long, others too began to awaken, their faces beaming with delight. The bamboo tribe's first ritual. Just as Mou prepared to declare the ritual concluded, an even more brilliant conflagration erupted from the totemic spirit's branches, drifting towards the western valley. All eyes were drawn in that direction. In the distance, a massive bird lay languidly atop a mound of dried grass at the cave's entrance, its head tucked in, occasionally shifting positions. A small blade of grass, just peeking above the ground, inquired of its mother, "What kind of creature is that?" "That is a waste. It is not even a proper bird." Suddenly, a surge of green flames raced towards the slumbering lightning. Merging with its being, a piercing cry echoed. As immense energy began to transform lightning's form, Mou suppressed his curiosity and set about concluding the ritual. Given that all those awakening had previously been totem warriors, each successfully achieved their awakening with no failures. Awakening was not guaranteed. Factors such as insufficient physical strength or latent injuries could hinder the success rate. After presiding over the ritual, Mou entrusted the subsequent cleanup to Ling and hurried towards the cave. Having seen the flames directed towards Lightning, upon closer inspection, he found Lightning's eyes tightly shut, its body aglow with radiant energy. The most apparent transformations were its size and feathers. It appeared that Lightning had grown significantly larger since the ritual, and the downy plumage that once covered its body had vanished, replaced by an exquisite coat of sleek black feathers. Mou observed Lightning with a calm demeanor, feeling reassured. Noting the absence of any signs of awakening, Mou chose to attend to other matters. Returning to the altar, he discovered that Ling and the others had nearly completed their cleanup. "Gather all the beast bones and place them in the storage," Mou instructed. "Then wash the cauldrons and store them in the cave." "Understood," came the immediate response from one nearby, effortlessly lifting a cauldron to wash in the nearby pool. Having just awakened their totems, the tribe members' reverence for the totemic spirits and Mou had reached unprecedented heights. Eager to demonstrate their devotion, they set about fulfilling Mou's commands with enthusiasm. Both Mou and Ling were in high spirits, having successfully awakened over 20 totem warriors, thus significantly strengthening the tribe. "Silence, everyone!" The awakening of over 20 totem warriors is a momentous occasion, signifying that our bamboo tribe has gained formidable strength. Mou gathered those who had completed the altar cleanup, intending to discuss his forthcoming plans. Before delving into specifics, he delivered some motivational rhetoric to inspire the crowd. However, he cautioned, "We must not become complacent. We remain vulnerable compared to other tribes, especially with formidable beasts lurking nearby." Regardless of whether the crowd understood him, Mou expounded at length, indulging in what could be deemed superfluous discourse. He had come to appreciate why leaders in the modern world often open meetings with lengthy preambles. "It did indeed feel rather gratifying. I propose that we all mobilize for a grand hunt before the animal migrations commence." Mou articulated his plan. Although the tribe was currently small, Lightning's presence had drastically depleted their food reserves, necessitating a large-scale hunt before the impending snowfall. In the primitive continent, aside from hibernating creatures and those adapted to winter, animals would migrate en masse to warmer locales before heavy snows sealed the mountains. Logically, it was already late to be organizing a hunt, as migrations were nearing completion. Fortunately, the bamboo tribe resided in a central, southern area, allowing them to hasten their efforts and potentially catch the tail end of the migration. Time waits for no one. We shall prepare tomorrow and commence the hunt the day after, Mou decisively proclaimed. No one questioned or opposed him. Not only was Mou's decision sound, but his current standing within the tribe ensured that dissent was unlikely. From Mou's modern perspective, the decision bore both advantages and disadvantages. It was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Thankfully, most of Mou's decisions would be executed even if others did not fully understand, facilitating his reforms within the tribe. However, this also posed a risk. Should Mou's decisions falter without anyone to correct him, it could jeopardize the tribe's development. Thus, Mou deliberated extensively before making decisions. Striving to avoid errors. At this early stage, the tribe's affairs were relatively simple, and Mou managed them with ease. Chapter 25. The Grand Hunt. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue upon the landscape, a call echoed from Lightning's direction. The tribe members instinctively flocked to the vicinity of the cave, their curiosity piqued by the shaman's beast companion's transformation through the totem. Mou internally mused. It seems even primitive folk enjoy gathering to witness spectacles. At this moment, Lightning had completed its metamorphosis, standing nearly 10 meters tall, its sharp claws resembling deadly hooks. Its keen eyes pierced through the haze, capable of discerning all that existed. Its curved beak was robust and powerful, and its sleek black feathers adorned its form, exuding an aura of strength and majesty. Mou gazed at the magnificent bird of prey before him, feeling a profound sense of awe intertwined with excitement. This creature was his beast companion, and he genuinely felt joy for Lightning. The others also shared in the delight, though their happiness primarily stemmed from Mou's fortune and the tribe's acquisition of a formidable guardian beast. While the transformation of Lightning left them somewhat astonished, they quickly composed themselves. Living in the wilderness, they had grown accustomed to the sight of large animals, unlike Mou, who was filled with sentiment. As Mou approached, Lightning sprang to its feet and rushed over, affectionately nudging Mou with its claws. Cough, cough, cough. One swipe nearly sent Mou flying. Although Lightning had undergone significant changes, Mou understood that it was still in its juvenile stage. The adult mountain giant eagle would be considerably larger than the current Lightning. He beheld the grand avian. A mischievous thought crossed Mou's mind. He rubbed his hands together in delight, wearing a foolish grin. Hee. Upon witnessing such a display from its master, Lightning suddenly felt a chill run down its spine, its powerful body trembling. Oh my, come, let me ride you. Lightning tilted its head in confusion, unsure of Mou's meaning. Let me onto your back. Now understanding, Lightning extended a wing down to the ground, creating a pathway for Mou. Good boy, so clever, Mou exclaimed, filled with joy at the intelligence displayed by the fierce beast. Grasping Lightning's feathers, he climbed onto its broad back. His fingers lightly brushed the giant bird's plumage, which felt as smooth as silk. Take off. With a resounding call from Lightning, it suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. In an instant, Mou felt as though he was lifted by a tremendous force, the ground rapidly receding beneath him, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. The wind howled past his ears as he clung tightly to the giant bird's feathers, exhilaration and fear intertwining within him. The thrill of embarking on such an unprecedented journey was exhilarating. Yet he feared that a moment's carelessness could send him plummeting from the heights. Below, the tribe members looked up at the sight of the shaman riding the giant bird. Their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Shirtu excitedly pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look, the shaman is on the giant bird. How magnificent!" After circling the area, Mou gradually relaxed. Lightning flew with remarkable steadiness. Shifting to one side, Mou began to observe the scenery below. The figures of the people on the ground became indistinct, but he could clearly see the valley's entirety and the sparse buildings nestled within, as well as the extraordinary emerald bamboo. As he watched the diminishing landscape below, an indescribable thrill surged within him. This was an experience unlike any other. In this moment, He felt as if he had become a legendary hero. Upon returning to the ground, the others quickly surrounded Mou. "Shaman, what is it like up in the sky?" Shirtu inquired with curiosity. The sky, Mou began to boast, leaving the primitive people momentarily stunned by his tales. Afterward, Mou rewarded Lightning with 10 wild chickens, the creature's favorite treat. Lightning showed little interest in other foods, but had a particular fondness for the wild chickens, which were distant relatives. Lightning thought, "One bite. And it tastes just like the husband of my cousin's father's brother's boyfriend. So delicious." Next came the hunting expedition. Mou instructed the tribe to gather the previously collected beast bones and fashion them into various hunting tools. Bone spears, bone knives, and so forth. After some preparation, the day of the hunt arrived. Mou decided to participate. With Lightning by his side, he no longer needed the others to go to great lengths to protect him. And he could scout from the sky. Thus, Ling and the others did not attempt to dissuade him this time. "You all follow behind. I will scout ahead," Mou commanded before mounting Lightning and soaring into the heights. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. As he left the valley far behind, Mou sat upon the giant bird's back, his heart swelling with an overwhelming sense of grandeur. It was time to investigate the situation of the beast herd. After calming himself, Mou instructed Lightning to descend a little, focusing intently on the scene below. With no trees or obstacles on the grasslands to obstruct his view, he quickly spotted a herd of giant horned deer. After spotting the herd, Mou and Lightning circled back above the hunting party. Mou signaled Lightning to call out twice, a prearranged signal with Ling to indicate their direction. "Advance westward." Upon receiving the signal, Ling immediately commanded the party to turn westward. The deer herd soon encountered Ling and his team, and a massacre began. This time, there was no need for live captures. So tactics were unnecessary. They simply charged in an instant. Chaos erupted as wolves and boars fled, and weapons were drawn. "Lightning, charge down with me. Attack the deer," Mou exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he rode Lightning into the fray. Beginning to encircle the fleeing deer, a bird of prey, Lightning was a natural hunter, capable of delivering lethal strikes that crushed its prey's skull with its sharp talons, rendering them lifeless. After a fierce hunt, the grassland was littered with the carcasses of deer, a gruesome scene. Yet, Mou felt no discomfort in his heart, thanks to the combined efforts of the tribal totem warriors and Lightning's relentless pursuit. Not a single one of the 50-plus giant horned deer escaped. "Quickly gather the spoils. I will take Lightning and transport the prey back. You all find a place to rest." Mou efficiently organized the task. After collecting the hunted game, Mou and Lightning began the transport. With Lightning's massive size and swift speed, the task was completed in no time. The routine continued: scout, advance, hunt, and transport. Chapter 26. The next trade after a busy day. The bounty was considerable. With Lightning serving as a scout, locating the beast herds became remarkably convenient, allowing them to avoid dangers swiftly. All that Ling and the others needed to do was kill the beasts. Moreover, they no longer had to worry about transportation. Hunting had become both easy and enjoyable. With the shaman and Lightning's assistance, our hunting has become significantly more efficient, Ling remarked in admiration. Indeed, I never imagined hunting could be this simple. Hu concurred from the side. Upon returning to the valley, the tribe members were astonished by the mountain of game stacked before them. "Goodness, did we really catch this many?" Shirtu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "I never expected there would be so much. This means we only need to go out a few times to gather enough food for winter. Perhaps we could even trade for some women by then." Mou jested, feeling jovial. "Ha ha ha, that sounds wonderful. We must trade for more." The primitive people expressed their delight openly, eagerly anticipating the bounty. After a brief rest, they began processing the game late into the night, eviscerating, skinning, and cleaning until they finally turned in for the night. The next afternoon, as Mou added kindling to the fire, preparing to nap a little longer, Lightning's urgent calls rang out. "Something's happening." The tribe members, still in slumber, quickly awoke and rushed outside. Mou discerned that the commotion was coming from the rear of the valley. Rushing to a gentle slope, they were met with a comical sight. A giant bird stared intently at a group of people on the edge of the woods, who, burdened with pack animals, appeared both wary and hesitant to move. "Lightning, come back," Mou called out to the creature. Caw, caw, caw. In an instant, The once vigilant and imposing giant transformed into a playful creature, bounding toward the lean youth who had called it. The 10 or so individuals from the lion tribe stood in bewilderment at the scene before them. Long time no see, friends from the lion tribe. Mou broke the silence with a smile. Upon approaching, he immediately recognized the group, those who had previously passed through their territory, led by their young chief. Greetings, friends from the bamboo tribe. We have come to trade at the behest of the shaman. The young chief stated. Welcome, welcome. Upon hearing this, Ling expressed their warm welcome. And this magnificent avian? After exchanging pleasantries, the young chief turned his gaze to Mou. Do you recall the egg you sent me last time? Could it be? Indeed. It is the creature that hatched from that egg, a pure-blood beast. You did not divulge the entire truth, merely stating that it was a pure-blood beast. But why has it grown so quickly? The young chief inquired, puzzled. It is a result of some fortune received from the totem deity, I see. The young man nodded in understanding, harboring no further thoughts. A pure-blood beast was simply that, though somewhat regrettable. It was not enough to sway him, a chief from a central tribe, to reconsider. What have you brought with you this time? Mou asked. Salt, some hemp cloth, and seeds. Excellent. Let us have a meal before we proceed with the trade. Agreed. After a simple meal to entertain the lion tribe members, the trading commenced. Mou utilized pottery for the transaction. After some haggling, the trade concluded with 3 jars of salt, a small bag of shaman's herb seeds, and a roll of coarse hemp cloth measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Mou examined the cloth, noting its rough texture, yet for the primitive people, it was an invaluable luxury. By the way, Qing Niao, where is your tribe currently settled? Mou asked the young chief, who had just finished his meal. The shaman of the bamboo tribe. Our settlement lies just beyond your valley, approximately half a sun's journey away. We departed from our village at dawn. As soon as the path became visible. It is a half-day's journey, roughly 50 kilometers, which is not exceedingly far. Mou calculated the distance in his mind according to the pace of the pack animals. Thus, it is settled. I shall certainly visit your esteemed tribe at the earliest opportunity. You are most welcome. May I inquire about the source of your tribe's salt? This we bring from the south, where there exists a cave abundant in salt. Our tribe has had conflicts with the snake tribe over this very resource. This is the last batch of salt we can trade. Any further exchanges will have to wait until we discover more. Qing Niao hesitated briefly before divulging this information to Mou. Understood. Mou nodded in acknowledgement. He had initially assumed the other party would withhold such details, as salt is quite precious in the wilderness, and most tribes guard the knowledge of its source jealously. Surprised by Qing Niao's candor, he felt a growing fondness for the young chieftain. Would you not consider staying overnight in our village before departing? No, we must hurry back to our tribe, lest the shaman grow concerned. Very well, please convey my regards to your tribe's shaman. Certainly, farewell until next season. Farewell until next season. Qing Niao and Mou exchanged smiles as they watched her and her companions lead their pack animals away after bidding farewell to the lion tribe. Mou and his companions resumed their intense hunting efforts. The weather favored them, as snow did not fall for several days. After 3 consecutive days of vigorous hunting, Mou called a halt to the eager hunters, as the captured game would suffice for the tribe to endure the winter. Others may struggle to find food during winter, but that does not apply to Mou. He began to focus on processing the meat, curing, drying, and storing it, a series of tasks that would take considerable time to complete. Shaman, we are running low on firewood. Should we gather another supply? Early one morning, Ling reported to Mou that their previous stock of firewood was insufficient, as a significant amount had been used for curing the dried meat. The freshly cut wood was too damp to burn immediately. Therefore, Mou had previously instructed the felling of a batch of trees to dry naturally in an open area. The tribe had relied on this wood for cooking and heating, and it seemed they had exhausted their supply. Alas, firewood does not last long, Mou mused privately, yet there were no good alternatives at present. Gather some dry twigs, there is still plenty of dry grass in the woods. Understood, shaman. Please ensure your safety. Yes. After sending Ling off, Mou took his bone hoe and stepped out of the cave, intending to harvest the remaining wild vegetables in the garden for storage during winter. Upon reaching the garden, he found only a small patch of round wild vegetables left, which Ling and the others had brought back. Resembling cabbage from Blue Star, with a sharp thud, the bone hoe descended, severing the heads of the cabbage with ease. After finishing with the cabbage, MOU began to level the ground in preparation for the following year's planting. After a vigorous session of labor, MOU felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Ling and the others were out. Otherwise, they might have questioned, "Shaman, are you planning to work secretly with that hoe?" "No, I merely wished to take a look at it. I didn't. I just wanted to bring it home for a glance." MOU shuddered. The thought was too delightful to entertain. Looking at the rich black soil before him, he felt an overwhelming joy and muttered to himself, "This soil is truly fertile, enriched by years of decaying vegetation." Suddenly, it struck him. How could he have forgotten? MOU slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Lightning, go fetch Ling back for me." He called to the giant bird dozing in the distance. GG. Upon receiving the command, Lightning immediately soared out of the valley. "Lightning, what are you doing? Put me down." After a brief moment, Lightning returned, accompanied by Ling's shouts, clutching the bewildered Ling in its talons. "Shaman, Lightning didn't know what was happening. It just came and grabbed me," Ling complained to MOU after being set down. I'll deal with it later. You've returned just in time. I've thought of something that can replace firewood for burning. Go call the others back. No need to fell more trees." MOU smiled awkwardly, ultimately refraining from revealing the true reason behind Lightning's retrieval of Ling. "Shaman, is there really such a thing? Trust me." "All right, I'll go gather them." What MOU had in mind was peat, a substance that, in his childhood, villagers would excavate to substitute for coal. Peat, also known as turf or muck, is a natural organic material formed from the remnants of marsh plants in waterlogged, anaerobic conditions. It is rich in nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, calcium, manganese, and other minerals, with an organic matter content exceeding 30. The formation of peat requires specific conditions, including plant remains sinking into water, isolating them from air to prevent oxidation, along with appropriate sedimentation and accumulation rates. The uses of peat are extensive. In agriculture, it serves as a high-quality organic fertilizer and a growing medium for flowers, enhancing both the quantity and quality of agricultural products. Furthermore, peat is an excellent fuel source. Peat primarily forms in marshy environments, but it can also be found in wetlands, along riverbanks, loch shores, and the bottoms of waterlogged forests. While MOU was not fully aware of these specifics, he believed in his golden finger ability to discover information quickly. He didn't know where the marshes were, but surely wetlands, riverbanks, and loch shores were abundant nearby. "Shaman, we are back. Good. Now gather all the bone hoes and all the wicker baskets and follow me." MOU commanded the returning villagers. Yes, hearing that the shaman needed them, they all began to prepare the necessary items with renewed vigor. "Shaman, we are ready," Ling reported, holding a bone hoe. "Excellent. Let us set off." Following the stream, MOU led a group of primitive people along the creek, and with Lightning keeping watch overhead, they proceeded with less caution than usual. As they advanced, they dug into the grass at intervals. The first excavation revealed gravel, the second unearthed clay, the third, a large pile of wild animal droppings. The fourth, as they journeyed, the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers filled the primitive grassland. After approximately 10 miles of travel, a shallow marsh appeared before them. "I shall not be deterred." You seized the bone hoe from Ling and began digging. As he broke through the surface layer of grass, a dark brown, loose soil surfaced. "By the heavens, peat, health and prosperity, may all wishes come true." A group of primitive people watched as their shaman's excitement grew, uttering various exclamations. Could it be that he has been possessed? But they dared not inquire, sighing instead. "Ha ha ha, we have found it. Shaman, are you well?" Ling asked, bracing himself in response to MOU's strange behavior. "I am perfectly fine. Even better than ever." MOU chuckled, oblivious to Ling's and the others' bewildered expressions. "This is the substance. Dig it all up, as much as you can. Shaman, can this burn?" "It's still dripping with water," Ling questioned, holding a handful of peat, uncharacteristically challenging MOU's order. "Of course, it cannot burn yet. So why are we digging this? It must be processed before it can be used as fuel." MOU replied confidently. "Understood. Let us get to work." Having clarified, the group enthusiastically began their task, while their great bird, Lightning, predictably assumed the role of a transport beast. "Remove the stones and squeeze out the water. Only dig the black ones, this type. Do not excavate others." They worked tirelessly until the sun began to set. And finally, MOU and his companions made their way back to the tribe. "Tomorrow, Stone will remain in the tribe with 5 others. I will entrust you with certain tasks, MOU instructed before the villagers retired for the night. Understood. Yes. The following day, the villagers were divided into 2 groups to undertake their assigned tasks. Bring the molds and follow me. All right, shaman. Reaching the mound of peat, MOU began demonstrating the next steps. Place sufficient peat in the brick molds. Compact it with bricks, gently remove it, and then set the peat blocks out to dry. Just like making brick blanks, we will form these peat soils into blocks. Do you understand? Understood. We comprehend, shaman, the onlookers affirmed. Very well, Stone. You shall be responsible for this task. Do it well, as it pertains to the tribe's winter survival, MOU addressed Stone. Rest assured, shaman. I will complete the task. Excellent. Days swiftly passed, and the first batch of peat was thoroughly dried. Come, everyone, observe how this peat should be burned. After dinner, MOU gathered everyone to demonstrate the proper use of peat. This substance cannot ignite on its own. You must first kindle a fire before lighting the peat. As he spoke, MOU tossed a peat block onto the recently prepared fire. This peat? Why must we go through the trouble of burning it? The astute young man posed a pivotal question. Well asked. MOU cast an appreciative glance at the youth before him. First and foremost, this material is remarkably durable. A single piece of charcoal can burn for several hours. This means that with just 3 or 4 additions of peat throughout the night, we can sustain a fire until dawn. Secondly, it is much easier to gather than firewood, and its abundance is undeniable. Finally, peat produces a greater heat output than wood. MOU elaborated. Is it true? Such a wonderful resource exists? Exclaimed the young man, elated. Indeed. This means we can safely endure the winter. MOU's words settled. The gathered individuals erupted into excited chatter. Though they did not grasp the technical terms MOU used, they clearly understood the implications of producing more heat with fewer additions throughout the night. This sufficed to convince them that the peat indeed surpassed wood. As the explanation unfolded, the peat had already ignited. And MOU set it aside. The others, noticing the flames, quickly gathered around. How warm it is! It truly burns, you were right. Now, quiet down, MOU interjected. Though this peat is excellent, it should not be burned indiscriminately. It must be placed in the fireplace I previously used. When we sleep, the fireplace's opening must be sealed with bricks. Do you understand? He interrupted their discussions to impart knowledge about burning charcoal. Despite the formidable physique of the totem warriors, they were still human and must exercise caution. Why? Burning charcoal carelessly could bring misfortune to the tribe. It is imperative to follow my instructions. Those who disobey will be exiled from the tribe. Do you comprehend? MOU refrained from discussing carbon monoxide poisoning and similar knowledge, knowing they wouldn't understand, and instead issued a stern command. This exemplifies the advantage of leadership. Often, it suffices to give orders without exhaustive explanations. Understood, for the first time, they heard MOU speak so seriously and incisively, and they all solemnly pledged to comply with his directives. Very well. This only applies to inside the dwelling. Outside and in other areas, you may burn charcoal freely. As long as you adhere to my requirements, there will be no issues. Seeing their serious agreement, MOU softened his tone and offered further clarification. Got it, All right, the others nodded in response. Now, let us burn several more pieces of charcoal. Each of you take one back to try. Once the charcoal is ignited, there is no need for firewood. Just add another piece before it burns out. Additionally, breaking the peat into smaller chunks will produce even more heat. MOU made his final arrangements. Following this, everyone began distributing the charcoal to take back for experimentation. To prevent any mishaps, MOU conducted another inspection after the distribution. Finding no issues, he returned to the cave. Alas, it is time to relocate. The cave is no longer suitable for habitation, MOU mused, gazing at the cold, uninviting cave. Ling had long since moved to a brick house. While MOU's larger dwelling required more time to dry and the preparation of furniture. Moreover, with his pinnacle strength as a witch, he had grown less sensitive to the cold, which was why he had delayed moving. However, with the impending need to burn peat and the weather growing colder by the day, MOU decided it was time to move. His house should be sufficiently dry by now. Chapter 27. How is the burning of the doors and windows progressing? They have all been ignited. And how does it feel? Very warm and comfortable. Indeed, quite hot, and it lasts a long time. Yes, 3 or 4 additions throughout the night. Indeed, It makes one reluctant to leave in the early hours. Everyone provided a brief report on their experiences from the previous night. Good, that is excellent. Mou beamed with joy as he observed their admiration for his provisions. All of this is a gift from me. How proud I am. Having resolved the heating issue, the challenge of winter was nearly surmounted. A shelter to shield from wind and rain was established, the peat for warmth was being prepared, and the jerky had been cured in the days prior using the remaining firewood. One could say that all preparations were in place, merely awaiting the final touch. All right, time to move. You resolved to relocate to the brick house today. Why should he exert himself while others enjoyed the benefits? He had yet to utilize the peat, yet they had already reveled in its warmth for an entire night. That seemed rather unfair. Mou's belongings were not numerous. Aside from several sets of animal skins and some pottery, he had little else to transport. Items such as bone tools and seeds left in the cave could remain there, as he intended to repurpose the cave as a storage facility in the future. With the assistance of others, Mou swiftly completed the relocation. Lying on the earthen bed covered with animal skins, he gazed up at the sturdy roof, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and security. However, turning his gaze to the side, the empty windows and door frame caused him a headache. While the door presented a challenge, Mou believed he could manage it. The window, however, was more troublesome without glass. The need for a seal that also allows light was a bit daunting for a primitive man. After much contemplation, he concluded that animal skins would suffice. Though they offered poor light transmission, they excelled at insulation, precisely what Mou required. He spent some of his prosperity points to investigate relevant information and discovered that there were indeed precedents for using animal skins for windows. Animal skin windows were utilized by ancient peoples before the advent of paper. Animal skins were derived from animals, cleaned of flesh and blood, and tanned to make them soft and durable. Holes were drilled around the edges of the skins, which were then secured to wooden frames with ropes or nails. This type of window was sturdy and effectively resisted cold winds, though it lacked in light transmission, and was commonly found in colder northern regions. Excellent, this will do, Mou thought, dismissing the concern over poor light transmission. As long as he ensured convenience and warmth, that drawback was manageable. He could simply remove the coverings on pleasant days to let in light and air, and reattach them during inclement weather or at night, as they were secured with rope, making them easy to detach. First, he would address the door, then the window. Mou determined the order of operations. The primary concern with the door was ensuring it opened and closed conveniently. As for the door panel, he would have Shimiao craft one for him. Having learned the mortise and tenon joint structure, Shimiao could create a door with ease, like using a crane to lift a feather, an excessive use of resources. Without bearings or hinges, he would have to employ a simpler method. Mou contemplated the pivot structure, a common technique employed by ancient peoples for doors. He was well versed in its operation, having studied civil engineering, and possessed a solid understanding of these principles. The pivot structure primarily used wood, relying on the friction between pieces and simple mechanical interactions. Though its design was straightforward, it was remarkably practical and durable. Playing a crucial role in ancient architecture on Blue Star, the structure was quite simple. Wooden pivots were installed at both the upper and lower ends of the door, while corresponding mortises were created in the door frame above and below. When the pivots were inserted into the mortises, the door could rotate around the pivots to open and close. The pivots functioned like the inner circle of modern bearings, serving as the key component for rotation, typically cylindrical and securely affixed to the top and bottom edges of the door. The mortises acted as concave containers, positioned to correspond with the pivots, typically installed at the upper and lower portions of the door frame. Once the pivots were embedded within the mortises, the weight of the door would be supported by the mortises, allowing the pivots to rotate freely within them. Thus, when a person pushed or pulled the door, it would rotate smoothly around the pivots within the confines of the mortises, facilitating easy opening and closing. Understanding the principle made the operation relatively simple. Given that Mou had left the door frame incomplete, some adjustments would be necessary. The door panel would be constructed similarly, with pivots installed at both ends. In fact, there was no need for special installation. Simply replace one edge of the door panel with a round log, which could be refined later into an excellent pivot. This would be sturdier and more durable than a later reinstallation. The mortise's construction required selecting a wooden block and chiseling a cylindrical hole that matched the pivot, then digging a pit in the ground corresponding to the size of the wooden block. The wooden mortise would be buried flush with the ground, with the surrounding soil packed tightly to create the lower mortise. The upper one would be simpler. A hole could be made directly in the brick wall structure. With the theoretical groundwork laid, all that remained was the practical execution, which Mo Yu would entrust to Shi Miao. As he typically took on the role of guidance, to prevent the wooden mortise from rotting, Mo Yu instructed Shi Miao to char its surface. Clang, clang. After a series of hammering and chiseling, the mortise was installed. But to Mo Yu's dismay, since the door was crafted according to the distance between the mortises, it did not fit properly. I am disgracing my civil engineering background, Mo Yu lamented silently. Reluctantly, he excavated the mortise, inserted the door, and then repositioned it to the correct location, pouring half a bowl of animal fat into the mortise to ensure the wooden door would rotate more smoothly. Once construction was complete, Mo Yu tested the door's operation. Although it was somewhat laborious and far from the smoothness of bearings and hinges, it functioned adequately, which was sufficient to satisfy him. Shi Miao. You have done well. For now, you need not participate in other labor. Focus solely on crafting the doors for everyone. Yes, which, you can trust me with this, Thank you for your hard work. It hard at all. Shi Miao waved his hands dismissively. Upon the completion of the door, the next order of business was the windows. It had been resolutely decided to utilize animal hides, and the subsequent tasks appeared rather simple. One merely needed to apply glue around the periphery of the windows and affix several wooden hooks, followed by binding them with ropes woven from animal sinews. After securing the bindings, however, it became apparent that while visibility within the dwelling was adequate, the overall ambience remained rather dim. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Yu retrieved the burlap he had exchanged earlier, folding it to an appropriate size, and replaced the animal hide on the largest window at the front of the house. Indeed, once the burlap was installed, the interior was instantly illuminated by several degrees. Subsequently, the stone spear began to expedite the crafting of the wooden door, while others continued to work on the peat. In the orderly progression of time, 10 days passed. During this span, the various tasks unfolded smoothly, albeit interrupted by a relentless snowstorm that lasted a full day and night, which forced the stone spear's work indoors and dampened a batch of peat blocks that had not been covered in time with needle grass. Fortunately, the following days graced them with splendid weather, allowing for the timely completion of their tasks. Even amidst the snowfall, everyone took the opportunity to follow Mo Yu's method to attach the leather windows. Now, with collective effort, the peat had been fully prepared and neatly stacked, covered with hay. Dried meats and vegetables filled both the cave and the wooden house. As for the wooden door, only 5 more remained to be completed. But the intricate craftsmanship involved in its creation eluded the others, despite repeated instruction from Mo Yu and the stone spear. Consequently, the progress was rather sluggish, with others merely assisting in simpler tasks. During these days, Lightning was not idle either, making diligent preparations for the winter. The master would not build me a house, so I shall do it myself, brave and undaunted by adversity. Lightning, in the middle section of the western cliff, used its formidable beak to carve out a burrow sufficient for its size, bringing in plenty of hay for bedding. Mo Yu, concerned only about the possibility of a rock slide, allowed Lightning to proceed unhindered. Fortunate that its skills proved adequate and no mishaps occurred. For several days, the tribe members carefully navigated around that area, wary of any accidental falling debris. Afterwards, Mo Yu instructed the collection of the stones excavated by Lightning, believing they might prove useful someday. Furthermore, Mo Yu ultimately resolved to cull all the animals in the beast pen, as the lack of shelter would likely prevent them from enduring the winter. Additionally, venturing out in the heavy snow to feed the livestock was hardly a rational course of action, especially when the tribe was not in dire need of food, rendering the preservation of their scant livestock unnecessary. As days slipped by, the true winter arrived as anticipated. One morning, Mo Yu pushed open the creaking wooden door, revealing a vast expanse of white. Snowflakes danced gracefully, akin to fairies, quietly draping the earth in a pure, silvery gown. Gazing upward, the valley lay serene, the meadows adorned in white, and the houses resembled dreamlike castles of snow. The trees appeared as if sculpted from white jade, their snow-laden branches sparkling like brilliant pearls. The thick blanket of snow on the ground resembled a soft, white satin ribbon extending into the endless distance. The entire world resembled a fairy tale kingdom of ice and snow, tranquil and exquisite, intoxicating the senses and igniting the imagination. How beautiful! Mo Yu exhaled a breath of frosty air, cheerfully speaking to himself. After enjoying the snowy scenery for a while, he closed the door and returned to the warmth of his hearth. Well aware that he had no intention of marrying, amidst the heavy snowfall, with little to occupy their time, all members of the tribe nestled within their homes, kindling the fireplace and heating the Kong, leading lives of utmost comfort and contentment. The only notable drawback was the unfinished toilet, leaving one to brave the elements for nature's call. Never before had they experienced such a cozy winter. Daily, individuals expressed their gratitude, their gazes instinctively drawn toward the Central Valley, where their revered totem resided, a house beside it sheltering the one who had brought about their current fortunes, the all-knowing shaman. While the bamboo tribe enjoyed comfort, it did not imply that other tribes shared the same fortune. As winter days lengthened, most tribes on the wilderness continent began facing the harsh cold and food shortages. Typically, two solutions arose during such times: either to abandon the elderly, weak, and infirm, practicing frugality to endure, or resort to plundering weaker tribes or refugee settlements. Of course, there existed an exceedingly extreme faction, the cannibal tribes, who faced no such hunger. Traversing the serene bamboo tribe valley, one would venture southward, skimming across the vast grasslands, entering the lush primal forests, eventually reaching a stone mountain. Within a cave at the mountain's waist, a group of primitives faced impending starvation. "Shaman, our food supplies are nearly depleted," reported the chief of the wolf tribe to the somber elder. "What is there to fear? We've encountered such situations in previous years. We will adhere to the old ways, abandon the useless. And you shall lead a hunt." The elder's tone was indifferent, as though the lives of many had little bearing upon him, casually determining the fate of a portion of the tribe. The wolf tribe's totem was a colossal wolf, and like other animal totems, it required a substantial quantity of meat even outside the sacrificial season, leading to frequent food shortages among animal totem tribes. However, misfortune often harbored the seeds of fortune, and vice versa. Every advantage bore its disadvantages. The primary benefit of animal totems was their ability to move freely in the lesser divinity stage, while plant totems could only do so in the mid-divinity stage, and even then lacked the agility of their animal counterparts, only achieving parity in the greater divinity stage. The bamboo deity of the bamboo tribe, being of mid-divinity, should possess mobility, yet you had never witnessed it. Returning to the matter at hand, the wolf tribe's chief sighed and took his leave, having to decide who to abandon while also preparing for the hunt in the dead of winter. No animals awaited their pursuit. Their quarry lay among weaker tribes, specifically refugee settlements. Smaller tribes enjoyed the protection of their totemic deities, and their pack of totem warriors dared not provoke them. As preparations commenced, the chief visited the cave where the shaman resided, seeking an augury for the endeavor. "Come in. Yes, I have already divined for this journey, but the outcome is shrouded in fog. I cannot discern what will transpire. Then, you should head north, hunting along the way. There are unsettling elements in that direction. You ought to investigate." Those two younglings from the tree tribe headed that way, did they not? Indeed. Let us hope no calamity befalls you. Take that soft-boned fellow with you. He may prove useful. The elders suggested the chief bring along a former member of the tree tribe who had surrendered after their tribe's demise, a young man who had grown up alongside Ling and had awakened his totem anew. "Chief, how much longer must we walk?" a warrior from the wolf tribe queried as they rested in a grassy nest on the prairie. "Keep moving. We have yet to decipher the shaman's directives. Do you wish to return and face punishment? Besides, what ill is there in our current lives? Save for the cold, we are well fed and have women to warm our beds." Yes, indeed. This band of the wolf tribe had been out hunting for 2 or 3 days, having successfully raided several refugee settlements, plundering supplies and capturing a number of strong prisoners. And what of the weak? Naturally, they were disposed of. What use is a burden? Onward, lead the way. After a brief respite, the chief commanded them to advance, allowing a pale, disheveled youth to scout ahead. This youth was named Feng, a former member of the tree tribe. "Move faster, you sluggard." Upon the chief's command, chaos erupted on the grasslands as the newly captured prisoners were kicked and pulled into line. By this point, nearly a third of the captives had succumbed to the cold, leaving only about 60 for the rationale behind bringing these captives along. The wolf tribe's chief remarked, "Surely, I cannot carry all the spoils myself." Chapter 29. Enemies converged. The disordered footsteps shattered the tranquility of the wintry day. A piercing whistle disrupted the stillness of the valley. Something's amiss. Quickly, outside. Upon hearing the sharp signal, the tribe members reacted immediately. Mo hurried over to discover that it was Ling who had sounded the alarm, his eyes aflame with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching crowd. Leading the throng were over 20 robust men, followed by more than 60 ragged youths and adults. Upon closer inspection, Mou understood the source of Ling's agitation. Truly, enemies seldom meet without a purpose, he mused, recognizing the intruders as old acquaintances, at the forefront of whom stood the chief of the wolf tribe, accompanied by many members of their hunting party. Among them were those who had once pursued him. Ha! The shaman spoke truly. Who would have thought those two younglings from the tree tribe would still be alive? The chief of the wolf tribe, upon recognizing Mou and Ling, immediately launched into a loud derision. What are you fools planning? Ling demanded, his voice rising in challenge. What are you doing? Return with me to meet our shaman. Or else I shall have you captured, stripped of your garments, and thrown to the women of the tribe. Ha ha ha! A member of the wolf tribe's chief interjected, continuing the mockery. The others from the wolf tribe wore expressions of derision, as if toying with docile sheep, without a hint of restraint. You scoundrels, we will never go back, scoundrels. How dare you insult our chief and shaman? I will slay you. Upon hearing the insults directed at their revered chief and shaman, the Bamboo tribe's members were filled with righteous fury. Had it not been for Mou's silence, they would have rushed forward to confront the offenders. What? Ha ha ha, what are they saying? It's utterly hilarious. A shaman, a chief, and these two little brats who haven to even grown their fur, with a bunch of useless wretches like you, calling yourselves a tribe? Ha, what a joke. The group across seemed to have heard an extraordinary jest, and they erupted into laughter. As winter approached, the totemic deity, perhaps to conserve energy, fell silent. Though the sacred bamboo still towered high, it lacked any divine aura, appearing quite ordinary. Thus, the wolf tribe paid it little heed, unaware that it was, in fact, the totemic deity of the bamboo tribe, Feng. Go persuade your old friend to join you as a loyal beast of my wolf tribe, and I shall spare their lives. The chief of the wolf tribe called out, Feng, you dare betray the tribe? Cursed be you. Upon seeing a familiar face emerge from the crowd, Ling was instantly enraged, his fingers cracking ominously. What of my surrender? It's better than you all hiding like dogs. Feng looked at his childhood companion, devoid of any sentiment, and instead, he exuded an air of superiority. I have now become a totem warrior. My life has improved considerably. Far better than before, and I advise you to return quietly. The chief and shaman may yet spare your lives. Ling's anger surged, his face a mask of murderous intent. You watched with keen interest. Utterly unfazed by the threats. Oh my, this is too exciting, to traverse through time and witness such a melodramatic scene. If anyone ever tells me that primitive people are honest and simple, I, Mou, will be the first to dispute it. Enough. Feng, kill them. The wolf tribe's chief, having finished his mockery and seeing that Ling remained unmoved, lost patience and ordered the execution. As you command, replied Feng, his demeanor that of a sycophant, which made Mou's teeth itch with irritation. Don't blame me. You sought your own demise. Feng sneered and, in the next moment, lunged forward, throwing a punch at Ling seeking death. Ling showed no sign of panic, calmly raising his own fist in response. Crack, my hand. The moment their fists collided, Feng's contemptuous grin froze, replaced by agony and disbelief, followed by a piercing scream. Ling shattered his pretentious dreams and sense of superiority with a single blow. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The chief of the wolf tribe, witnessing this scene, realized that Ling had awakened as a totem warrior, and his expression shifted drastically. He disregarded Feng and the other captives, turning to flee. Just moments prior, Ling and his companions had been bundled in thick animal skins, concealing their totem patterns, which is why the wolf tribe had felt so emboldened. It was only after Ling sent Feng flying that the chief began to comprehend the gravity of the situation and felt fear. Of course, it was not Ling and Mou's strength that terrified him. With his intermediate warrior prowess, wiping out a few junior warriors was merely a matter of time. What truly frightened him was what lay behind the totem warriors, the totemic deity itself. The awakening of a warrior indicated the presence of a totemic deity backing Ling and his companions. They had clearly ventured into the territory of another tribe, a place surely watched over by a totemic deity. Yet, for some unknown reason, it had not intervened. With this thought, the chief of the wolf tribe was drenched in cold sweat, all remnants of arrogance evaporating. All he desired now was to distance himself from this place. As far as possible. Haha, now you know fear. It is too late. Bamboo tribe warriors, eliminate them. Mou commanded immediately. Kill them, to obliterate them. Upon hearing the shaman's order, the already aggrieved members of the bamboo tribe surged forward to attack. Wu, at the same time, Mou blew a whistle. He had no faith that Ling and his companions could handle the opposing warriors. The intermediate warriors across were not something they could contend with. Ji, lightning, hearing Mou's whistle, charged out of the cave, hurtling downwards. Block them. The members of the wolf tribe, upon seeing the terrifying beast descending from the sky, were paralyzed with fear. Some even gave up the fight, collapsing to the ground in surrender. You foolish bird, capture them alive, especially those who flee. Mou scolded as he watched lightning swiftly tear apart those who had ceased to resist. You imbecile! Why shred those who surrendered? Bang! After a chaotic skirmish, lightning returned, dragging the fleeing chief of the wolf tribe and unceremoniously tossing him onto the ground. Kai! Capture them all, flawlessly. The remains of the primitive people torn apart by lightning and those hacked to pieces by the bloodthirsty Ling. Well, I suppose they count as captured. Old Yu is right. Bind them all, Mou ordered, and the others began searching for ropes. He and Ling then approached Feng, who lay on the ground, questioning his very existence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mou glanced at him and lost interest. He had no desire to engage with such a spineless opportunist, nor was there any need for further conversation. Shall we kill him? Shaman, you may decide. Understood. After binding the shaman, 13 individuals remained alive. Clean the battlefield and throw the bodies out of the valley. Yes, Dotto, and behead them. They will be useful. Mou issued his orders slowly, observing the bloody scene before him. He felt a twinge of discomfort, but quickly composed himself. The savage land of the weak, preying on the strong, allowed no room for sentimentality. As for the captives, Mou intended to incorporate them into the tribe. Leaving the matter to Ling, he had no intention of personally inviting them and delivering a welcoming speech. They could choose to stay or leave. The tribe now possessed a measure of self-defense capability and no longer needed to tread so carefully. The decision to spare some members of the wolf tribe was not born of compassion from Mou, nor was it a foolish act that would allow them to return with news. He simply did not wish for them to die too swiftly. He had not forgotten the insults hurled at him moments ago. Come, strip them of their garments and lay them on the snow to warm up. Pour some water on those who have fainted to awaken them. Understood. The others from the bamboo tribe responded with cheerful agreement, eagerly rushing to fetch water from the pool. Just don't freeze to death. If you're on the verge of collapse, bring them inside to recover, then freeze them again. Let us start with 3 to 5 rounds. Let us see if they can still laugh afterward. You scoundrel, you are inhuman, you. Crack. Some members of the wolf tribe, hearing Mou's mercilessness, began to curse him, but before they could finish, Mou delivered a kick that dislodged their jaw. Finally, silence fell. The shaman is truly ruthless. As Mou walked away, Shirtu murmured, recalling the earlier scene, his tone filled with admiration. He considered such a shaman to be formidable. Chapter 30. Winter captured, a day passed, and even the robust physique of the totem warriors could not withstand the back-and-forth turmoil. Several members of the wolf tribe had been successfully dispatched by Mou. Among them, the chief of the wolf tribe was the most resilient, enduring over 10 rounds of turmoil before he was finally sent off. Leaving Mou utterly exhausted, dispose of the corpses outside the valley, throw them farther away, and behead them. I intend to use their heads to construct a jingguan. Upon witnessing the demise of those individuals, Mou's expression remained flat as he calmly issued his orders. Jingguan is a relic of ancient warfare, a construct born from the aftermath of battle. When the fighting ceases, the victorious side would gather the bodies of the fallen enemies and pile them in a single location, often forming a mound. They would then cover the corpses with earth, creating a conspicuous earthen mound resembling a fearsome burial mound. This practice traces back to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. In the context of the warfare at that time, it primarily served as a means to display the fruits of victory, showcasing the strength of one's army and their triumph in battle to their own people, rival factions, and future generations. For instance, an army might construct a jingguan to demonstrate their complete defeat of the enemy, allowing the corpses of their foes to symbolize their victory and instilling a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. deterring them from confronting the victors lightly. This practice persisted throughout history, but gradually faded away with changes in societal perceptions. MOU's intention to use these heads for a Jingguan was to instill fear in those who would dare to oppose them. Not only would it serve as a deterrent to external foes, but it would also act as a warning to the restless newcomers recently absorbed into the tribe. There were 57 new members in the tribe, but housing was scarce, so they had to squeeze in together. Each brick and tile house now housed at least 3 or 4 individuals. With warm shelter and ample food, the refugees quickly settled down, expressing deep gratitude towards Ling and MOU. After addressing this matter, the tribe fell into a state of tranquility once more. Meanwhile, the shaman of the wolf tribe, who had been waiting for a long time without seeing his people return, suspected that the chief and his companions had met with misfortune. However, at present, he had no other recourse. Sending more individuals would only serve to deliver food to the enemy. Now, the only option was to endure the winter and, once spring arrived, gather the power of the totemic deity and the entire tribe to destroy the opposing faction. However, this tranquility did not last long as the tribe's population surged, the consumption of food skyrocketed, and the bamboo tribe began to face a shortage. We have only about 10 days worth of food left. Should we reduce the daily rations for the newcomers? Ling, realizing the dwindling supplies, approached MOU to report the situation and inquire about the possibility of cutting back on the food allocated to the new members of the tribe. Absolutely not. Once they join our tribe, they become our kin, and we cannot treat them differently. As the chief, you must not regard these newcomers as outsiders. MOU promptly rejected Ling's suggestion, also hinting that he was aware the elders, including Ling, had not truly accepted the newcomers. Otherwise, such a proposal would not have arisen. Understood, I will regard them as kin from now on, Ling replied earnestly. However, this reaction was quite natural, and MOU chose not to dwell on it. With time, they would inevitably integrate. Even he, deep down, harbored some reservations towards these individuals. His ability to maintain a facade of equality stemmed from his modern mindset, allowing him to discern benefits and drawbacks while concealing his emotions. Keeping his joy hidden from view. So, how do we navigate the upcoming snow season? Ling inquired with concern, knowing that the snow would linger for over a month before animals would gradually return, allowing for normal hunting, hence his worries were justified. Rest assured, I have a solution for the food issue, MOU said with a slight smile, teasing them with a hint of mystery. Really? Indeed? Phew, that's a relief. Upon hearing that the witch had a plan, Ling let out a breath of relief, his worries alleviated. Gather everyone in the tribe first thing tomorrow morning. I will take you to hunt for fish beasts. Yes. Although Ling was uncertain how MOU intended to fish in such icy conditions, he unconditionally obeyed MOU's command, having witnessed MOU create miracle after miracle, instilling a deep-seated trust in him. Sure, Miao, you stay behind with 3 others to guard the tribe. The rest will come with me. The following morning, MOU arranged the personnel. Naturally, lightning was among the group, as it often played a significant role during missions. And MOU made it a point to take it along every time they ventured out. Once the arrangements were finalized, they set off into the gentle snowfall. MOU's target was the lake where they had previously encountered the ferocious beasts. He intended to conduct a primitive winter fishing expedition there. Winter fishing, as the name suggests, is an activity performed during the winter months. It is a traditional fishing method in northern Huaghua, especially in the northeastern region, where fishermen drill holes in the ice and catch fish through a series of operations. The yield from winter fishing is often substantial, making for a spectacular scene, and it also carries a certain cultural significance. The snow-covered path proved exceedingly difficult to traverse, and MOU and his companions trudged onward, laboriously making their way until they finally arrived near the lake around noon. The lake stretched out before them like a massive silver mirror, smooth and pristine, shimmering with enchanting light under the sun's rays. Irregular cracks occasionally marred the ice surface, resembling mysterious patterns meticulously crafted by nature itself. Thick snow amassed along the lake's edge, seamlessly blending with the frozen surface, creating the illusion of a delicate white lace trim adorning the water. The trees lining the shore stood silently as guardians, cloaked in snow, their branches adorned with snowflakes, some forming crystalline frost, akin to jade branches swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Deep within the woods, tranquility reigned, occasionally disrupted by the distant calls of birds, further enhancing the ethereal atmosphere. You could not help but reflect on the poetic verses. Frost covers the land. The heavens, clouds, mountains, and waters all share a blanket of white. The shadows on the lake stretch long, a solitary path, with a pavilion on the water's edge, a mere speck among the boats. Just a few people within the imagery described in those lines resonated profoundly with the scene before him. What do we do next? We drill the ice. Drill the ice? Yes. Upon reaching the lake surface, Mou assessed the thickness of the ice and found it remarkably solid. Bring me a stone and smash the spot beneath my feet. Mou selected what he deemed a suitable location and commanded action. Bang, bang. With the strength of a peak-level novice warrior, Ling swiftly broke through a 1-meter-wide hole in the ice. Now, enlarge the hole and remove the floating ice within. Ling complied. What next? Wait. At this, the primitive people froze in place, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Wait. Just like that. Just as uncertainty began to bubble up, a fish measuring over a meter in length leaped from the ice hole. Flipping and flopping across the surface, a hush fell over the air. A myriad of primitive folks stood transfixed by this bizarre spectacle, until Mou snapped. What are you standing there for? Grab it. Coming to their senses, they scrambled to secure the first fish, tossing it onto the shore. The appearance of the first fish seemed to break some sort of spell, as more fish began to leap from the icy depths in succession. Good color. With each fish that emerged, cheers erupted on the ice. Color. This was a term they had learned from Mou, and though they did not fully grasp its meaning, the excitement it evoked made them chant it joyfully. Why is everyone gathered here shouting? Hurry up and drill a few more holes. Mou looked at the crowd of primitive people, bewildered by their lack of initiative amid the revelry. Indeed, the more holes we make, the more fish we can catch. Quickly, find stones. It was only then that the group sprang into action, seeking stones to drill more holes. Spread out a bit. Don't cluster in one spot. Mou felt a profound exasperation for their simplicity. After opening several more holes, their efficiency in fishing dramatically improved, filling the air with cheers and shouts, creating a joyous scene. Batu, the ancestors were right. Do not indulge in desire, for excess leads to disaster. Do not revel excessively, for joy can turn to sorrow. The sounds on the ice inevitably disturbed the terrifying creatures lurking deep within the lake. Screech, screech. Realizing something was amiss, Lightning urgently sounded the alarm. Run! Mou and his companions reacted swiftly, dashing towards the shore, yet they were ultimately a moment too late. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered like thin paper, and a colossal beast over 30 meters long leapt from the water, crashing back down, sending waves crashing around them. Those who had yet to escape the ice found themselves violently tossed into the frigid lake. Fortunately, Lightning acted quickly, rescuing the fallen individuals and preventing a tragedy. Gasping for breath, the survivors sat on the shore, their faces a mixture of lingering fear and relief at having escaped. That was careless. One must never underestimate the situation, Mou murmured, acknowledging his own oversight. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered little adversity. Only recently had he dealt with a pack of wolves, leading him to become somewhat complacent and slightly dismissive of the primitive continent. This lapse in judgment had resulted in today's close call, but thankfully, it did not lead to any irreversible consequences. The primitive continent remained perilous, and any carelessness could jeopardize everything he had achieved. After a moment of reflection, Mou swiftly adjusted his mindset. There was much to be done, and the current predicament required immediate resolution. He built a fire, allowing those who had fallen into the water to dry their clothes. And after offering some comforting words to the group, Mou began to tally their catches. Most of the fish had been lost to the water, with only a small portion remaining on the shore. Still, the old adage held true. Fortune often lies within misfortune, while misfortune lurks within fortune. Although the giant beast had swept away the majority of their catch, its leap had inadvertently cast some smaller fish onto the shore. This turn of events benefited Mou and his group, who collected and packed the bounty for their return. After considering the additional fish and shrimp, he calculated that, with a bit of conservation, they would have enough to see them through the winter. Despite the unexpected incident during the winter fishing expedition, they had ultimately emerged unscathed and secured a sufficient food supply, making it a relatively successful endeavor. Upon returning to the tribe, those who had ventured out to hunt received a warm welcome from those who had remained behind. Many eagerly inquired about the details of their fishing experience. Those questioned did not hold back, embellishing their tales, which elicited cheers from the crowd. The interactions between the newcomers and the long-standing members of the tribe had drawn them closer together, a development MOU was pleased to witness. Choosing not to comment further, during dinner, everyone savored the fresh fish, filling their bellies to satisfaction. The following day, a rare sunny day dawned, prompting MOU to plan the construction of a toilet. With the tribe's growing population, hygiene had become a pressing concern. Now that there were both men and women in the tribe, it was rather inappropriate for everyone to relieve themselves indiscriminately. Establishing a toilet would not only improve sanitation but could also provide fertilizer for agriculture. Serving two purposes, without delay, they set to work. The first step was to select a suitable location, ideally situated downwind and distanced from water sources and living quarters. MOU chose a site near the animal enclosure, ensuring it was far from both water and homes, and that livestock waste could be managed simultaneously. Next, they needed to dig a square pit approximately 1.5 meters deep to serve as a repository for waste. Then, using bricks, they constructed walls along the edges of the pit, starting from the bottom, ensuring the structure was vertical, stable, and about 1 meter high. During the process of constructing the wall, it is imperative to leave an appropriately sized opening for the squat position, ensuring ease of use. Once the wall is completed, a simple squat board can be fashioned from wooden planks and placed over the reserved opening, ensuring it is stable and secured. To enhance privacy, MOU has also erected a brick enclosure as a barrier. After allowing sufficient time for drying, it will be ready for use. How do you use this? Someone asks. It's quite simple. Just step on the wooden boards on either side and align yourself with the hole in the middle. Comes the reply. It sounds complicated. Perhaps you could demonstrate it live. Get lost. MOU feels a chill at this absurd request and the eager gazes of those around him, promptly declining from now on. We will all need to relieve ourselves in the designated areas. One toilet is for men and the other for women, and they must not be confused. Understood? Understood. To facilitate differentiation, MOU erects a post beside the men's toilet. Time slips away like a fleeting shadow. After enduring over a month of frigid cold, spring arrives as expected. With the arrival of spring, the world seems to awaken from its slumber, gradually unfurling a vibrant tapestry of life. The earth warms, the soil becomes soft and moist, as if gently roused by nature itself. The first shoots of green grass timidly emerge, crowding together and pushing through the soil, forming a lush carpet upon the ground. Trees begin to stir as well. The once barren branches seem to transform overnight, sprouting small leaf buds that resemble bashful little sprites, tightly curled. The thawed streams babble merrily, their crystal-clear waters revealing the stones and darting fish below. As all of nature displays its exuberant vitality, this is the most enchanting and wondrous symphony of nature. Standing at the door, MOU gazes at this scene, feeling immensely content. Spring has arrived, bringing with it the season of animal courtship. No, rather, the season of diligent labor. MOU plans to cultivate a large expanse of barren land this year, ready to vigorously develop agriculture, with the seeds he has saved from before now coming into play. In celebration of the first new year since his arrival, MOU designates the first day after the ice and snow have melted as the Spring Festival. The entire Bamboo tribe will enjoy a 3-day holiday from this day onward, allowing them to pursue their desires. This tradition will continue as the tribe evolves. Life is meant to leave some traces behind. MOU thinks to himself. After the 3-day holiday, MOU decides to commence land reclamation, designating a southeastern area of approximately 500 acres as agricultural land. He intends to initially cultivate about 50 acres for crops, but the reason for not expanding further is simply that the tribe does not possess enough seeds. Due to previous activities within the tribe, the forest to the south of the valley has been mostly cleared, leaving only a ground littered with stumps to be dealt with. However, cultivating such a large area solely by manual labor is no easy task. MOU plans to utilize the ancient agricultural tool known as the curved plow, which has made remarkable contributions to farming throughout history. Although he is aware of its existence, he is not entirely clear on the specifics of its construction. Nevertheless, he knows that when faced with uncertainty, he can seek the guidance of the all-knowing hand. Having recently completed tasks related to building, fishing, and rituals, MOU's prosperity points have accumulated to over 10,000. An amount he cannot possibly exhaust. The curved plow, also known as the Jiangdong plow, emerged during the Tang dynasty as a tool for tilling soil. It consists of 11 components: the plowshare, the plowwall, the wooden plow base, the press plate, the plow handle, the plow arrow, the plow beam, the plow tip, the plow frame, the plow joint, and the plow plate. Following the method provided by the Golden Finger, Moyu begins his work. First, he constructs the plow beam, the main component of the curved plow, shaped like a bent wooden rod. He selects a piece of wood approximately 2 meters long and 10 centimeters in diameter. Bending it into the desired shape, he saws the wood into 2 segments, each about 1 meter long, and then joins them with glue to form a complete plow beam. He'll bend the wood. He uses fire, as is described in classical literature. Next comes the plow tip, which is also shaped like a bent wooden rod. He takes a piece of wood approximately 1.5 meters long and 8 centimeters in diameter, bending it into the required shape. After dividing the wood into 2 segments of about 0.75 meters each, he connects them to form a complete plow tip. The plow base, resembling a rectangular wooden board, is crafted from a piece of wood about 1.5 meters long, 0.5 meters wide, and 5 centimeters thick, shaped accordingly. Holes with a diameter of approximately 1 centimeter are drilled at both ends of the board for the plow beam and plow tip installation. Moyu diligently follows the instructions, assigning simpler tasks to the onlooking tribespeople. The plowshare, intended for soil excavation, is ideally made from iron or copper, but lacking metals, he must resort to crafting one from sturdy bones, specifically those of a ferocious beast used in rituals. After considerable effort, the plow is finally complete, but alas, he realizes that he has inadvertently commanded the oxen to be eliminated. I guess I will have to rely on manpower for now, and switch back to using oxen once we capture some. He muses. Testing its efficacy, he takes up a small whip, harnesses it, and begins plowing the field. Wow, this is incredible. The crowd cheers as they witness Moyu's invention swiftly turning over a stretch of land under Ling's guidance. Eager participants rush to take turns trying their hand at pulling the curved plow, and Moyu, bemused, observes their enthusiasm. After assessing the situation, he estimates that with 2 people operating the plow, they could cultivate about 10 acres in a day. Following 5 days of toil, the initially planned barren land is finally cleared. However, land reclamation is merely the first step. The subsequent tasks include leveling the ground, removing stones, roots, and breaking up large clumps of earth before sowing can commence. 3 more days slip by in this laborious endeavor. The crops to be planted are few: Hwangya rice and sweet potatoes. The Hwangya rice, though referred to as rice, is not actually a type of paddy but rather resembles a wheat-like crop, with golden grains the size of a fingertip. This crop cannot be sown directly like wheat. Moyu plans to plant them spaced approximately 30 centimeters apart, akin to corn planting. As for sweet potatoes, they will be the primary crop for this season, with Ling having brought back around 4,000 pounds still stored in the cave where Moyu previously lived. He estimates that these sweet potatoes could cover over 20 acres. The planting method is similar to that of potatoes. Cut the entire sweet potato into pieces, ensuring each has 1 or 2 buds, mix with wood ash, and then plant them at appropriate intervals with the buds facing upwards. Regarding fertilization, Moyu orders the collection of excrement from the toilets and from previous livestock. Although these should ideally be composted before application, he has not prepared in advance and must make do with what he has. To prevent scorching the seedlings, he burns a batch of grass and wood ashes, mixing it with soil and evenly spreading it across the fields. Chapter 32. Digging ponds for fish farming. Having completed the agricultural tasks, Moyu plans to resume his former occupation of aquaculture. However, with the migratory animals yet to return, it is not suitable for extensive hunting at this time. Instead, Moyu intends to expand the pond to the east, where he plans to raise fish. Since fish farming requires a larger and deeper pond, he will put considerable effort into the renovation. Fortunately, the tribe has now grown to over 80 members, including Ling. Moyu, in the original 23, along with 57 who joined during the winter, totaling 81. Providing ample manpower to Moyu envisions creating a rectangular fish pond 30 meters wide, 100 meters long, and 3 meters deep. The valley's flat terrain allows for straightforward excavation. To maintain the cleanliness of the tribe's water supply and facilitate construction, Moyu has chosen a nearby area for the new fish pond, rather than expanding the existing one. Given the depth of excavation required, Moyu has fashioned several ladders from branches. He selects 2 lengths of wood, about the size of a bull's mouth, stripping away the bark and drilling 10-centimeter diameter holes at 1-meter intervals. Then driving suitable wooden pegs into the holes, creating a primitive ladder. With the work officially underway, Soil flies in every direction. After the excavation is completed, the pond's walls require treatment. MOU utilizes a mud mixture made from adhesive wood glue, which he has tested for excellent waterproofing properties. After preparing the mud, he constructs several smoothing tools from wood to create a waterproof layer for the inner walls. After evenly applying the mud, he removes the ladders and waits for it to set. Let the water flow. Once the drying was completed, MOU commanded his men to channel stream water into the pond. As the water level gradually rose, a wave of excitement swept through the onlookers. The arduous project that had spanned several days was finally complete. It's the outlet of the pond. MOU also excavated a channel to direct the water into the nearby creek, ensuring a continuous flow into the fish pond. Finally, he inserted a dense array of branches horizontally at the juncture of the channel and the pond, crafting a barrier to prevent the fish from escaping. The next task was to catch suitable fish for breeding. MOU decided to revisit the original location, the waterhole, for fishing. As for the method, fishing rods would not suffice. A considerable quantity of fish was required, and their size had to be manageable for breeding. MOU planned to construct a series of fish traps. Ling, gather the women of the tribe and weave dozens of baskets, 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. Remember to make them with a rounded bottom. Sure to select 10 skilled individuals. I will have a task for you shortly. As you command. They responded promptly. Subsequently, MOU guided Sure and the others in crafting the funnel-shaped entrance for the fish traps, ensuring it had an opening of 15 centimeters, which was ideal for the fish intended for breeding. Once this structure was completed, it was inverted and placed into the main body of the trap, effectively preventing any fish that entered from escaping swiftly. After several hands-on demonstrations, Sure grasped the technique and continued to instruct the others. Meanwhile, MOU took the opportunity to relax, thinking it far more enjoyable to lie down than to weave reeds. 2 days later, 25 baskets and their entrances were ready. MOU instructed them to connect the two using reeds and then secure them with a long rope. The following day, he summoned Lightning and his team to the waterhole, casually dispatching a few small animals along the way to use as bait. Upon arrival, they dismantled the small creatures and distributed them among the 25 traps, casting them into the water while tying the ropes to the shore, and then began their wait. Rather than idly waiting, MOU gathered the others to explore the surroundings. As they ventured into a nearby valley, a familiar bleating faintly reached MOU's ears. "Sheep," he exclaimed. Elated by this unexpected find during their wanderings, he quickly motioned for silence, preparing to approach stealthily. Cautiously creeping to the valley's mouth, a group of plump, white creatures bounded into view. Indeed, the sight of the little fat sheep conjured images of roasted lamb, succulent lamb chops, and steaming lamb soup in MOU's mind, causing unbidden tears of joy to trickle down his cheeks. This is truly a delightful surprise. He wiped away his tears, signaling his companions to retreat quietly, resolving to return the following day with proper equipment to capture them. What animal was that?" Ling inquired once they had distanced themselves. "That is a sheep, suitable for domestication and quite delicious." "Delicious? Indeed. Then, shall we charge in and catch them all?" Before Ling could respond, someone else interjected eagerly. "We cannot rush in. We will return tomorrow and devise a plan to catch them all," the MOU asserted. "All right, what does the sheep taste like?" the individual murmured. Ignoring the gluttonous inquiry, MOU continued to explore the area. After several more turns without discovering anything significant, MOU led the group back to the lakeside. "It's nearly time. Let us haul in the fish traps," MOU announced, approaching one of the traps to inspect it himself. For what boy could resist the allure of fishing? To his surprise, he grasped the rope tied to the trap, but instead of the anticipated weight, he found only a wet rope. "What is happening?" The surrounding individuals gathered, curious about the commotion. Upon inspection, MOU discovered that the rope had been severed by some sharp object. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "This trap must have been bitten through by a ferocious beast lurking in the water. When you retrieve the traps, do not venture into the water under any circumstances. Understood?" "Understood." They replied in unison, aware of the dangers beneath the surface. "That's good. Now disperse. We must finish retrieving the traps and hurry back." As the group scattered, MOU no longer lingered, casting aside the rope and moving to the next trap. This time, no unforeseen incidents occurred. As he pulled, a significant weight was conveyed through the rope. With a heave, he successfully dragged a trap ashore. Peering through the gaps, he beheld a dozen peculiar, wriggling fish, each one grotesque and reminiscent of something mutated. "Goodness, how unsightly!" he exclaimed as Mou finished his lament. The others retrieved the remaining traps, with two experiencing the same fate as his first. The ropes severed and the traps vanished, while two others had been torn open, allowing the fish to escape. Nevertheless, the rest yielded some catch. Overall, they hadn't captured many fish, but they had lost 5 traps, prompting Mou to curse his misfortune. The task of transporting the fish naturally fell to Lightning and Mou. They secured all the traps onto Lightning's back while Mou set off ahead to return to the tribe, leaving the others to trudge along behind. The journey of over 20 kilometers took 2 hours for the walking group. But for Lightning, it was merely a matter of minutes. Upon arriving back at the tribe, Mou instructed Lightning to land beside the fish pond. The commotion drew the attention of the other tribe members, who marveled at the sight of the witch descending from the skies, their eyes gleaming with admiration. "Come here, help unload these traps and soak them in the pond," Mou called out to the crowd. Upon hearing the witch's command, the tribe members rushed over, eager to untie the ropes. "All right, you all may return now. I can handle the rest." Once the ropes were undone, Mou addressed them, sending them off. For the subsequent task required his personal attention. Not all fish are edible nor suitable for breeding. Some may harbor toxins, rendering them inedible. Others, the tribe members could not discern, but only Mou, with his unique insight, could assess. Poisonous? Discard. Carnivorous? Discard. Too ugly? Discard. Unappetizing? Discard. Too many spines. After a thorough selection process, out of over 200 fish, only 20 met Mou's stringent criteria. Am I being too harsh? No, I'm merely being responsible for my family. He resumed his selection, opting for the more aesthetically pleasing ones despite their odd appearances, ensuring they were suitable for his purposes. Following this meticulous process, he retained over 100 fish. The remaining non-toxic carnivorous fish were naturally designated for dinner that evening. That night, Mou hosted a grand feast featuring fish soup and pan-fried fish, garnering much praise from the hungry tribe members. A few of the women gazed at him with longing eyes, their hunger for more than just food evident, sending a shiver down his spine. Thankfully, Mou's status provided him some protection. Had he been an ordinary, frail tribesman, he might have been taken by those robust women to a cave for less than noble purposes. After a hasty meal, he retreated to the cave, feeling the weight of their intense gazes. Before falling asleep, he recited a line from the scriptures, then slowly drifted off. The following morning, Mou rose early. Today was the day to fetch the sheep for the tribe, and he could not afford to delay. Armed with a bone shovel, rope, and traps, a large group set off in high spirits. Upon reaching the lake, they set up the traps before hurrying to the valley where the sheep had been spotted the previous day. As they approached the valley's entrance, Mou heard the distinct bleating of sheep. After observing for a moment, he commanded his men to begin digging traps at the valley's mouth. Having noted that this valley was pocket-shaped with only one exit, he concluded that if they dug traps there, the sheep would surely be funneled in when Lightning drove them. Cackle, cackle. Soon, a strip-shaped pit that shrouded the valley mouth was completed. Mou instructed his men to gather some slender branches to lay over the trap and covered it with a multitude of fallen leaves, crafting a simple disguise. Once everything was in place, he began to herd the sheep. Mou directed the others to retreat and hide, while he rode Lightning into the valley from above. Upon surveying the scene, he noticed that, in addition to over 100 goats, there was also a wild boar, all gathered near a stone wall at the back of the valley, their heads lowered as if engaged in some unknown activity. Appearing quite content, Lightning, after we descend, take down the largest wild boar first, Mou planned, intending to eliminate the solitary boar to prevent any unnecessary chaos should it bolt. A sharp cry of an eagle pierced the air, startling the animals in the valley, all of them looking skyward. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a shrill cry echoed through the valley, and upon glancing back, they saw the hefty black creature lying in a pool of blood. A massive raptor standing beside its carcass, shaking the blood from its claws. The slaughter of the boar caused an immediate panic among the sheep, who fled in a frenzy towards the valley mouth. Mou and Lightning feigned a chase once more. Soon, the flock reached the valley's entrance. With a thunderous crash, the first plump sheep fell into the trap, and the others, realizing the anomaly too late, were pushed forward by their oblivious companions. In an instant, The white sheep cascaded into the pit like dumplings. The few fortunate ones at the end of the line who managed to halt were not spared either. As lightning's wings sent them tumbling down as well, every single one was captured. Not a single one escaped. Wonderful! Roared the primitive men outside the valley, their spirits soaring with joy. Not only had they captured a bountiful haul today, but they had also learned a new hunting technique from the shaman. Bind them all. Mou gazed at the trap brimming with sheep, his mood buoyant. Upon receiving the command, Ling and the others produced ropes, each one grinning as they approached the struggling, shivering lambs trapped within the pit. Chapter 34. Discovery of rock salt. Once all the lambs were pulled from the trap and tied up, Mou counted them, totaling 105 sheep, although 12 had sustained injuries from their fall. After a thorough examination, he treated the 3 with minor wounds, and with a flick of his healing spell, they were nearly restored. As for the remaining 9 that were severely injured, Mou decided to send them on their way. Even if healed, they would be afflicted with disabilities unsuitable for breeding. Better to sacrifice them on the spot. Providing sustenance and fulfilling Mou's intentions, why not? With all the sheep secured, Mou and his companions began to explore the valley. The valley was not large, only about 100 acres in size. After a quick circuit, they found nothing of note until they reached a pile of rocks at the base of the cliff at the back of the valley, where the surrounding scenery caught Mou's attention. This area was filled with yellowish-brown crystalline blocks, and not a blade of grass grew nearby. You recalled that the animals he had observed from above were clustered around this very spot. Could it be? A shiver ran down Mou's spine, but he said nothing further, instead discreetly pocketing a thumb-sized fragment of the crystalline material while no one was watching. What's wrong, shaman? Black Tiger inquired. Noticing Mou's deep contemplation, oh, nothing, just pondering something. Let us move on. Upon returning to the lakeside with the sheep, the day was still young, yet Mou ordered the fish traps to be raised. Today, the sheep were the priority, and they needed to return early to avoid any mishaps. One by one, the traps were pulled up, and remarkably, none were damaged, a stroke of good fortune. Upon inspecting the traps, Mou was pleasantly surprised by the bounty of fish caught. He decided to take the fish back himself. You go to Ling and the others, and return with them, back at the tribe. After having Lightning drop him beside the fish pond, Mou sent the bird back to assist Ling and the others. Once Lightning departed, Mou began sorting through the fish. Today, he had selected over 150 fish, a slight increase from the previous day. As he finished processing the fish, a chorus of bleating reached his ears. Ling and the others had returned. What kind of creature is this? So white, so large, so round. It looks delicious. A throng of people gazed at the peculiar creatures Ling and the others had brought back, curiosity bubbling forth as they chattered excitedly. After untying them and tossing them into the animal pen, they fed them some grass. Mou refrained from elaborating, knowing that the hunting team would explain later, thus saving himself the trouble, and simply ordered that the flock be settled down. After a hearty meal of lamb, Mou approached Ling and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Come to my dwelling tonight, but don't let anyone else see. I will be waiting for you." Ling nodded slightly in response. Saying nothing more, following a satisfying feast, the group reluctantly dispersed. Knock, 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 shaman. Open the door. It's me. Under the moonlight, a gentle yet deliberate knocking accompanied Ling's intentionally lowered voice, reaching Mou who lay in bed. He rolled over, opened the door, and found Ling waiting. "Let us go. Come with me. We don't ask too many questions. You'll know when we get there." Mou interrupted Ling's inquiries. Understanding his tone, Ling suppressed his curiosity and followed. Under the cover of night, they stealthily made their way to the gentle slope where Lightning awaited, a prearranged meeting. Take off. The journey was silent, and soon, the trio arrived at the valley where they had captured the sheep by day. Upon landing, Mou noticed that Ling's complexion was pale and his legs trembled slightly, clearly unaccustomed to flying for the first time. Mou said nothing further about it. The valley was peaceful and serene, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. They hurried to the base of the cliff behind, where Mou picked up a crystal and handed it to the visibly uncomfortable Ling. "Try this." Ling accepted it, hesitantly licking it, and was met with a bitter, briny taste that surged through his palate. This is. Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky. His hands trembled as they clenched into fists. seeming to want to capture this exhilarating moment and prevent it from slipping away. In that instant, Ling was enveloped in overwhelming joy. The familiar taste spread across his tongue. Ling instantly recognized what it was. Indeed, this is rock salt. Wonderful, now our tribe will never lack for salt again, Ling exclaimed, his voice infused with delight. Not only can we consume it ourselves, but we can also trade with other tribes for valuable goods. Mou added, revealing another aspect Ling had not considered. Salt is a valuable currency in the wilderness. Hearing this, Ling's eyes gleamed even brighter, his gaze misty and breathing heavy with excitement. All right, this matter must remain confidential. We cannot disclose it to anyone to avoid complications, Mou cautioned, urging Ling to calm his emotions. I understand, shaman. I won't let anyone else know. Ling, recognized by Mou for his remarkable courage and wisdom, instantly grasped the implications at hand. An innocent man may be guiltless, but possessing a treasure can invite envy. Good things are easily coveted. Though Ling may not have known the refined terminology Mou used, he understood the sentiment behind it. The boy, Stone, I believe he is exceptionally clever, diligent, and responsible. He is a promising candidate I wish to cultivate. Very well, shaman. Though Ling found it peculiar that Mou referred to someone older than him as a child, he had no objections to Mou's suggestion and quite liked Stone as well. Let us take some back, store it in my dwelling, and tomorrow, bring Stone along so we can purify it. All right. Ling was well aware of what purification meant, having been taught by Mou in the past. After excavating several large chunks of rock salt crystals, weighing several hundred pounds, the two of them quietly returned to the tribe aboard Lightning. Chapter 35. Purification of Edible Salt Shaman. We arrived. The next morning, after breakfast, Ling and Stone came over. Stone, did Ling tell you why I called for you? The chief only mentioned that you had a task for me. Stone replied, slightly puzzled. Oh, then come and take a look at this. You led Stone to where the rock salt was stored. Shaman, this stone looks quite beautiful. This is salt, oh. So this is salt. Huh, what? It's salt? Stone exclaimed, realization dawning on him. Lower your voice, Ling cautioned from behind. Stone quickly covered his mouth with his hand, attempting to appear composed, though his face betrayed the excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, I summoned you to assist in purifying this salt. But this matter must remain a secret, do you understand? I won't speak a word to anyone. Stone quickly assured, good, then let us get started. Clarifying the intricacies involved, the three of them set to work purifying the rock salt. Mou had all the necessary pottery and filtering cloth in his dwelling, crushing, grinding, dissolving, repeatedly filtering, and evaporating. After the entire process, they managed to extract about half the weight of fine salt from the roughly 300 pounds of coarse salt brought back, with a loss of nearly 50%, which was within the normal range and even exceeded Mou's expectations. The salt shall first be placed in my dwelling. We will consume some ourselves. And when the Lion tribe arrives for trade, we shall exchange it for other goods. Very well, Wu. Remember to keep it a secret, understood. Once this matter was settled, Mou and his companions returned to fishing. For over 10 consecutive days, they ventured out early and returned late, gradually increasing the fish population in the pond. During this time, due to severe damage to the fish traps, Mou ordered the weaving of a new batch. At last, it was nearly ready. Mou stood beside the fish pond, observing the fish gliding through the water, occasionally surfacing for air, his heart brimming with pride and joy. Thus, the fishing plan of the Bamboo tribe was officially completed, and Mou decided to halt this operation today. A few days later, the eagerly awaited members of the Lion tribe arrived beyond the gentle slope. Welcome, welcome. It has been a long time. After the customary pleasantries between the two parties, Mou guided the Lion tribe delegation to his dwelling. Qingniao, what have you brought this time? This time, we mainly have seeds and some hemp cloth. Unfortunately, we have run out of salt in our tribe. Too, Qingniao said, somewhat embarrassed. Excellent, excellent, Mou exclaimed, causing Qingniao and the others to look bewildered. What is this? Salt. But soon, the bag Mou produced astonished them. Indeed, we have found salt. Can we trade this? Certainly, this is wonderful news. Just when our tribe is nearly out of salt. Qingniao rejoiced upon hearing this. Mou had deliberated carefully before deciding to present it. The Lion tribe's consistent demeanor reassured him, and since trading was inevitable, It was better to engage with the relatively familiar lion tribe than to seek out uncertain others. Wu Yu, may I inquire how much salt you can offer? This time, just these 2 bags. If you need more next time, we can trade additional amounts. Oh, you produced approximately 100 pounds of salt. I'm afraid the goods we brought may not suffice. Will we be able to make up the difference next time? Qing Yao responded with delight, but then his expression turned a bit anxious. No problem at all. From now on, we will trade once a month, on the occasion of 30 sunsets. How does that sound? Mou agreed to his request and then proposed a monthly trading schedule, since the previous exchanges with the lion tribe had been too random, sometimes leaving no time to prepare the trade goods. Certainly, Wu Yu. Qing Yao had no objections, as they had already committed to these transactions. Now it was merely a matter of setting a date. Very well, take the salt with you, and you may leave your goods behind. All right, by the way, Qing Yao, could you ask your tribe's shaman if we can trade for some camel beasts? Previously, when the tribe lacked essential items from the other party, Mou found it inconvenient to make requests, merely exchanging whatever was offered. However, now that the situation had shifted, with the acquisition of salt, Mou felt empowered to request items he desired. He had long coveted the camel beasts, as their tribe had yet to acquire suitable means of transportation, relying solely on manual carrying. All right, I will speak with the shaman upon my return. That works. After the transaction was concluded, Mou briefly entertained the guests. Since the timing was early, he invited them to tour the tribe. Wu Yuling, we must take our leave. See you at the next trade. Until next time, travel safely on your way in the afternoon. Qing Yao and his companions bid farewell, and Mou and Ling escorted them to the gentle slope. Chief, are you certain this bamboo tribe is a minor tribe? It cannot possibly be a remnant of a larger tribe, can it? After departing from the valley, one of the lion tribe members inquired of Qing Yao. I am not sure. Qing Yao's visit to the bamboo tribe shattered his preconceived notions of a poor, backward minor tribe. The well-tended fields, sturdy houses built from unknown materials, towering altars, animal pens, and fish ponds. The people of the bamboo tribe appeared healthy, showing none of the pallor associated with hunger or cold that often characterized minor tribes. Everything left Qing Yao perplexed. Chapter 36. Catching wild chickens this time. A total of 5 bundles of hemp cloth, each 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, were traded. However, Mou did not intend to use them for clothing. The tribe had many applications for hemp cloth, especially for the filtration step in purifying salt, which required a considerable amount. He decided to store it for now and would consider making clothing after he had developed the method for weaving hemp fabric. In these recent transactions, Mou had acquired numerous shamanic herb seeds, which he planned to plant today, as half of the previously cultivated land remained unused, 3 acres of Huang Yimi and 22 acres of Dishu. With an abundance of seeds, Mou could not manage the planting alone. He would enlist the help of the women in the tribe. Currently, the tribe consisted of 82 individuals, including Mou and Ling, with 21 women and the rest being strong men. The 2 rounds of recruiting migrants had been fortunate, as they were all robust adults, devoid of children or the elderly, which spared the tribe considerable trouble during its development. Everyone listen up. I have gathered you here today to ask for your assistance in planting these seeds. Mou addressed the women of the tribe and explained the purpose of their gathering. Oh, so that's the case. I thought it's no trouble at all. Wu, please just tell us what you need, and we will do our best. Indeed, Wu. While we may not excel in hunting or combat, planting crops is certainly within our capabilities. Upon understanding the reason, the group became eager to assist, as helping the shaman was a matter of great pride. Furthermore, since joining the tribe, they not only enjoyed meat at every meal but also were warmly clothed, all while living in a safe environment with amicable people. Over time, they had developed a sense of belonging to the tribe. All right, let's get started. Everyone work hard, and in the evening, I will prepare a few dishes to reward you. Mou felt immensely pleased by their enthusiasm. Great. We get to enjoy Wu's cooking again. The promise of Mou's culinary skills heightened the group's eagerness, as his food had become quite popular within the tribe. While others planted the shamanic herb seeds, Mou inspected the progress of other crops, most of which had already sprouted, although some seeds had failed to germinate for various reasons. How careless of me. I should have reserved a portion of the seeds for replanting. Alas, this oversight had not been anticipated. He should have set aside some seeds to compensate for those that failed to sprout. However, this was not a significant issue, merely a slight waste of land. and MOU was currently not short on land. Thus, he merely sighed and did not dwell on it too much. The busy day soon came to a close. With all the seeds planted, MOU fulfilled his promise and prepared several delicious dishes, earning him a round of applause as usual. It was no surprise. Under the influence of a 5,000-year culinary culture, pleasing the palates of primitive people was akin to child's play. With no pressing tasks remaining in the tribe, MOU planned to continue developing livestock farming. Last year, a series of missteps had led to failure. This year he was determined to prepare thoroughly and promote livestock breeding vigorously. The first step was to catch wild chickens. After last year's capture, the wild chickens had become more cunning, avoiding nets hung from trees. Therefore, MOU needed to employ a different method. This technique was called the leaf blindness chicken trap. He would take a large leaf, fold it into a bowl shape, and secure it with thin twigs to prevent it from spreading, then attach a piece of meat that chickens favored to another thin twig, and fix it inside the leaf. The prepared leaf, laden with food, would be placed on the ground to lure the chickens. When a chicken pecked at the food, the leaf would naturally close over its head, obscuring its vision. Once the chicken's view was blocked, it would panic and flail about, allowing a person to easily approach and capture it. The operation was straightforward. MOU called upon the tribe's people, and in no time, they had prepared it. Can this really catch wild chickens? Someone expressed skepticism. Let us go and find out. MOU led the hunting team toward the thicket. Upon arrival, he scattered the leaf bowls across a nearby clearing, also scattering some meat nearby, then concealed himself in a bush. Moments later, a wild chicken foraging for food discovered the scattered meat. It pecked at a long strip of meat, lifting its head to swallow, allowing the meat to slide down its throat bit by bit. At this point, other chickens noticed the unusual behavior and rushed over, but the first chicken deftly dodged them. Soon, the other chickens spotted the meat on the ground and began to frantically compete for it. The ground meat quickly vanished. Naturally, the meat strips in the leaf bowls were then discovered, and the wild chicken, now engrossed in its meal, began to eat without hesitation. Unfortunately, the leaf bowl, along with the meat, was inadvertently lifted over its head, leaving it momentarily disoriented, yet it was unwilling to relinquish the food it had in its beak. Consequently, a group of chickens began to flail about the grass like headless flies. Success! MOU exclaimed with delight, unable to contain his joy. Color! The surrounding people of the bamboo tribe stared wide-eyed at the scene, all appearing incredulous. Catch the chickens! MOU urged, and he and the tribe members joyfully began to gather the chickens. This one is mine, and this one too. They all belong to me. Chapter 37. Scissors. A total of around 60 plump chickens were brought back to the tribe. Without uttering a word, MOU tossed them into the chicken coop. Yet he did not untie the ropes binding them. My dear treasures, please bear with me for a moment. I shall come to your rescue shortly. Last time, in an attempt to prevent the wild chickens from escaping, MOU had weighted them down with stones, which now appeared rather unreliable and exceedingly troublesome. This time, he resolved to employ a different method to thwart their escape. Sure too, go fetch me some animal bones. I'll be waiting for you in the house. Do you need my help in polishing the bone tools? Precisely. The items I'm crafting are not large. Just bring back suitable bones. Understood, I'll be on my way. And remember to take the polishing tools with you. MOU called out as he watched Shirtu rush off like a gust of wind. Got it? Shirtu replied loudly without looking back. MOU shook his head and slowly made his way to the wooden house. Upon returning to the wooden house, MOU placed a bone chisel on the wooden table, which was crafted for him by Shirtu when he was instructed on how to make stone spears. Seeing that Shirtu had not yet returned, MOU poured himself a cup of water and savored it slowly. It was sweet and refreshing. I'm here, Shirtu exclaimed as he entered. Come in. What are we going to do? He asked curiously. Scissors. Scissors? What are those? Shirtu inquired, clearly intrigued by what MOU had mentioned. Allow me to teach you. Please take out the bone pieces and the tools. All right. Shirtu hurriedly brought forth the polishing tools and bone fragments, arranging them neatly on the table. Good. Let us begin. MOU selected 2 bone pieces of similar size, each measuring about 20 centimeters in length and the width of a palm. Now, first, we must smooth the edges of these 2 pieces, ensuring they are of equal size. Oh, understood. Shirtu took the bone pieces from MOU's hands, placed the whetstone on the ground, and crouched down to begin polishing. As Shirtu's movements quickened, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Gradually, his breathing grew more labored. After a considerable time, a long sigh of relief escaped Shirtu as he announced, "I am done," which, "All right, good. You may rest for a moment. We still have more to do." "Okay," which, after a brief respite, the two resumed their work. Now they needed to polish the two components that would form the scissors. When scissors are separated, they typically reveal two similar parts, each with a handle and a blade. The handle is generally elongated, possibly curved to fit the grip of the hand for ease of use, while the blade part is usually flat with a certain curvature, presenting a sharp edge for cutting. The overall shape resembles an irregular L, where the longer side represents the handle and the shorter curved side signifies the blade. To facilitate polishing, Mou retrieved some charcoal and began sketching on a stone slab. Polish according to this shape. Both pieces must be identical, and this side needs to have a sharpened edge. Mou explained in detail until Shirtu understood. "Got it. Which? Excellent. Let us continue polishing." The room was filled only with the sounds of bone rubbing against stone and Shirtu's slightly hurried breaths. This round of work took considerably longer, to the point where Mou began to feel drowsy. "All right, which?" Just as Mou was on the verge of dozing off, Shirtu's voice snapped him back to attention. "Let me see." Upon examining the bone pieces, Mou found the polishing to be exceptionally meticulous, with all his instructions followed. "Well done, Shirtu. Your skills are improving." "Really? Thank you." Which, Shirtu's face lit up with joy upon receiving Mou's praise. "Of course, it's true." With the next phase of work, Mou took it upon himself to chisel out two equally sized round holes at the junction where the blade and handle of the scissors would connect. Then inserted the polished wedges. At last, the scissors were complete. With the tools fashioned, the chickens in the coop were in for quite a surprise. Mou darted over to the chicken coop. "Everyone, look, this is the tool that Shirtu and I have made. It is called scissors." "Scissors? What are they used for?" "Their purpose is quite simple. They are for cutting fabric and feathers, making them very convenient," Mou explained. "Now, let me demonstrate." Naturally, the subjects of his demonstration were the chickens in the pen. Mou caught one of the chickens and swiftly removed all the feathers from its wings. "Just like this. Now, you all can trim the feathers from these chickens, so they won't be able to fly." "Shirtu, you try it next." Seeing the eager crowd before him, Mou called on Shirtu to give it a go first. "Open the blades, place the feathers in the middle, and raise the blades." Under Mou's careful guidance, Shirtu quickly grasped the technique. With a series of snips, another chicken became bald. "All right, now everyone should have a turn, especially the women. You will need this skill for trimming animal skins and cloth in the future." "Yes, Shirtu. You teach them." Mou handed the scissors to the next person, allowing Shirtu to instruct from the side. Snip, snip. Each sound accompanied by the falling feathers signified yet another wild chicken turned bald. After finishing, they untied the ropes binding the chickens. Oblivious to what had transpired, the bewildered chickens, upon feeling the ropes loosen, hastily attempted to escape. Thud. However, just as one of them leaped up, it fell back to the ground. Momentarily dazed, the defiant wild chickens hopped around for a while, but none managed to escape. Realizing their predicament, they all drooped their heads and wandered about disheartened. Mou observed for a moment, nodded in satisfaction, and instructed that the chickens be fed before departing. Chapter 38. Beggar's Chicken. This morning, Mou rose early. Having developed a craving over the past few days, he felt compelled to indulge his long-suffering taste buds with a delectable meal. Thus, he set his sights on the chickens in the pen. "How can I not eat a couple of chickens after all the effort I've put in these last few days?" Mou mused to himself. Approaching Ling's dwelling, he knocked on the door, and after a few moments, it swung open to reveal a groggy Ling, who looked at Mou with confusion. What brings you here so early? Is there something amiss?" "Nothing serious. Just get ready and go catch a few chickens from the coop. I want to prepare a delicious dish," Mou replied, slightly embarrassed. "Understood. I'll get right on it." Although Ling didn't quite comprehend Mou's early morning desire for chicken, he refrained from asking further questions. Returning to his abode, Mou took a basket to the brick kiln and filled it with clay. After retrieving the clay, he poured it onto a stone slab, meticulously picking out roots and stones, refining the large clumps of clay into finer pieces. "I'm done." Just then, Ling returned with the chickens in hand. "You can place them over there. Now go fetch some herbs," Mou said while washing his hands. What Mo intended to create was the renowned dish known as beggar's chicken. After washing his hands, he took the prepared chicken and evenly coated it with a layer of salt, gently massaging it. The herbs had also been gathered. These were some spices Ling and the others had brought back during their earlier explorations. Mo, upon inspecting them, recognized a familiar scent akin to rosemary and thus instructed Ling to transplant a few of the plants. Wrapping the chicken in broad herb leaves, he then evenly coated it with the prepared clay. Wrapping each chicken separately. Next, we simply place it in the fire. Mo explained to the observing Ling. Oh, I see. Ling nodded, still somewhat perplexed by the method. Mo chuckled silently, confident that once it was completed, Ling would understand. The two kindled a fire in front of Mo's house, and after some charcoal had formed, they buried the chickens in the fire, leading to a long wait filled with anticipation. Sitting by the fire, they engaged in casual conversation about various matters within the tribe. After a considerable period, Mo felt that the time had come. It should be ready. Let us take a look. I'll do it, Ling replied, eagerly taking the stick from Mo's hands. He too was curious about what this peculiar method of cooking would yield. It wasn't long before Ling unearthed 2 hardened clay parcels from the fire. It should be done. Let me open it, he said, taking the initiative to break apart the encasing clay. Mo didn't let Ling handle this step, fearing that Ling's robust strength might ruin the chickens. Carefully chipping away the clay, they unveiled the leaves, and as the wrapping slowly came apart, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Both men were instantly captivated by the tantalizing scent, their eyes fixated on the golden brown beggar's chicken, each eager to savor the delicacy. Let us eat, Mo commanded, and without hesitation, they each grabbed a chicken, tearing into the tender meat despite the heat. Burp, this is delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite meat before. Ling exclaimed, satisfied after devouring his chicken. Indeed, it's delightful. If only we had other spices, Mo concurred. After a moment, the two extinguished the fire and disposed of the leftover bones. The 2 men, with faces smeared with remnants of their feast, stealthily enjoyed 2 chickens, hidden from the rest of the tribe. Just as Mo and Ling were about to part ways to attend to their respective tasks, several women returning from foraging for wild vegetables approached, their heads wrapped in bundles. Wu, could you please take a look? They have been bitten by insects, Shirtu said to Ma Yu as he ran over. All right, let me see, Ma Yu replied. After examining the women, he noticed several large red welts on their faces, which had already begun to swell. Without delay, Ma Yu waved his hand and cast several healing spells, and soon, the pain and swelling gradually subsided. Thank you, Wu, for saving us, the women expressed their gratitude. What bit you? Once he saw that they were no longer in distress, Ma Yu inquired about the incident. Wu, it was a kind of yellow insect that can fly. I encountered a tree while foraging for wild vegetables, and then a swarm of insects came flying over, one of them explained. Yes, at first we thought they were just a few small bugs, so we didn't pay much attention, but then upon hearing Ma Yu's question, the women began to chatter amongst themselves. How big were those insects? Not very large, about the size of a fingertip, one of the women recalled. All right, I understand. You may return now and wash your faces. Yes, after clarifying the situation, Ma Yu let them leave. Let us go take a look, he suggested, already forming a hypothesis in his mind, but he decided to bring Ling and Shirtu along to investigate. It was in this forest. Shirtu informed Ma Yu of the location. He had been assigned by Ma Yu to ensure the safety of the women, so he knew where to go to its that tree. After entering the woods for a short distance, Shirtu pointed ahead at a tree. Ma Yu followed Shita's gesture and saw that the tree was not very thick, but there was a large black mass nestled in its branches. Indeed, Ma Yu recognized what it was immediately, and it was exactly as he had suspected. Chapter 39. The bees upon the tree was a massive beehive, densely populated with bees, and bees were busily flying back and forth in the surrounding thicket. These bees appeared different from those in Ma Yu's memory. Each was about the size of a thumb and looked quite dangerous. Ling, knock one down for me with a bone knife, but don't use your hands. To determine the type of bees, Ma Yu instructed Ling to catch one for him. In this situation, the limitations of Ma Yu's golden finger became apparent. He had to physically touch the object to identify it. Ling carefully observed the insects buzzing in the air, and suddenly, he drew his bone knife and struck a slower flying bee. With a soft thud, it fell to the ground. Be careful, Ma Yu said as he picked it up and noted that its legs were covered in pollen. indicating it was a nectar-gathering bee. To be certain, Mayu used his all-knowing hand to check. Ding! Identification successful. Tiger bee, feeds on nectar, large in size, temperamental, and extremely sensitive to smoke from burning pine needles, which can induce temporary unconsciousness. Excellent, the golden finger proves its worth. Not only did it provide specific information, but it also offered a method to deal with them. The time, place, and people are all in our favor. Not seizing these bees would be contrary to fate. Mayu thought with satisfaction. Pine needles are quite common, and this primitive forest is filled with pine trees, making it effortless to gather a batch. Let us head back first. After completing their observations, Mayu and his companions began to return. Collect these pine needles, they will be useful. Mayu did not immediately return to the tribe, but instead gathered pine needles along the way. Wu, what are you collecting these for? Shirtu asked, puzzled by Mayu's actions. I will use them to deal with the bees. What are bees? Those insects we just encountered. Oh. Those bees produce a delightful substance called honey, which is delicious and highly nutritious, and bees can also be domesticated. Noticing Shida's lack of enthusiasm, Mayu immediately began to extol the virtues of honey. Delicious. Upon hearing about something tasty, Shida's excitement surged, and he gulped. What does it taste like? Sweet, even sweeter than the red crystal fruit. Hearing this, Shirtu became even more eager, his face reflecting longing. All right, let us continue gathering. We can enjoy it tonight. Mayu interrupted Shida's delightful daydream. After collecting a substantial amount of pine needles, the three returned to the tribe, planning to capture the bees that night. They left the collected pine needles along the way since they would need them later. Upon returning to the tribe, Mayu went to the cave to find Shijian, who was crafting furniture. After Mayu moved out, the cave had become Shijian's workshop, where he crafted various items for the tribe. As Mayu approached the entrance, he saw Shijian bent over, struggling with a wooden plank. Wu, what brings you here? Upon hearing footsteps, Shijian turned and quickly stood to greet Mayu. I have something to ask of you. I need you to make me a wooden box, and no problem, Wu. What are your specifications? Shijian inquired about the details. Just the usual, 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, but leave the top open and provide a lid. Additionally, a hole the size of half a fist should be cut in the center of the front wooden panel. Mayu provided the dimensions based on his memory of a beehive, and no problem, Wu. I can have it ready by tonight. All right, place it here when you're done. Understood, Wu. After discussing the beehive box, Mayu left the cave. As Shirtu eagerly watched, the sky gradually darkened. Wu, Chief, it's getting dark. Let us hurry. After having just eaten, Shirtu urged. All right, let us go. Mayu sighed, realizing he had never noticed before how much of a foodie this guy was. Taking a torch and the beehive box, the trio of Shirtu, Mayu, and Ling set off towards the woods. Along the way, they collected the pine needles they had gathered earlier, with the torch in hand and the moonlight above. They could clearly see the path, and the physical capabilities of the warriors and the shaman far exceeded those of ordinary people, giving them excellent vision. Before long, they arrived beneath the beehive. After surveying the area, Mayu took action, first clearing a space to begin burning the pine needles. As the pile ignited, a plume of aromatic smoke billowed forth. The bee swarm instantly became agitated, but the surrounding darkness of the night kept them from flying freely. After a while, a few bees began to drop, and seeing that the time was ripe, Mayu quickly positioned the beehive box beneath the hive to catch the falling bees. As time passed, more and more bees were knocked unconscious. Fluttering down like leaves, Shirtu climbed up the tree and take down the beehive. Once he saw that all the bees had fallen, Mayu hurriedly instructed Shirtu to ascend the tree. Understood. Shirtu immediately scrambled up the tree with agile movements like a monkey. Once at the top, Shirtu did not directly grab the beehive but first cut off several branches supporting it. Mayu nodded in approval at this. Soon, the beehive was successfully retrieved, and they wasted no time in returning to the tribe. With no time to process the beehive, Mayu carefully searched through the unconscious bees by the firelight. He needed to quickly locate the queen bee to form a bond. Otherwise, once the swarm recovered, it would be quite troublesome. After comparing several bees and calling the tribe members to help, their efforts paid off as they finally found a bee that was slightly larger than the others. With a plump abdomen and short wings, the queen bee, Mayu was overjoyed and quickly began the bonding process. Since the bee was unconscious, it offered no resistance, and the contract was established smoothly. Mayu breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have resolved it in time. Chapter 40. The honeycomb. After placing all the bees back into the beehive box, everyone's gaze shifted towards the beehive. Mayu instantly understood and carefully opened the hive. Inside were sheets of comb, with evenly spaced hexagonal cells filled with thick, golden honey. Mayu signaled everyone to taste a bit, and in an instant, excitement sparkled in the eyes of the primitives as they took turns dipping their fingers into the honey and bringing it to their mouths. At that moment, the sweet flavor burst upon their tongues, as if a warm current flowed through their bodies. They reveled in the deliciousness, their faces radiating satisfaction. Mayu smiled gently and also dipped into the honey, savoring the fragrant sweetness that exploded in his mouth, causing the corners of his lips to involuntarily lift. It had been a long time since he had tasted something so sweet. Mayu carefully cut off several pieces of honey and placed the comb into the beehive box. Knowing that honey should not be over-harvested at once, as it could affect the development of the bee colony, he set the beehive box down by the fields, waiting for the crops to bloom so the bees could gather nectar nearby. After attending to all matters, it was getting late, and Mayu instructed everyone to return and rest. The next day, Mayu arrived early at the fields to observe the bees. By this time, the bees had recovered and were busy at work gathering nectar. Mayu focused his thoughts and summoned the queen bee through their bond. The queen, slightly larger than the other bees, flew out of the hive and circled around Mayu, displaying friendliness. Seeing that the bee colony was in good condition, Mayu instructed the queen to return to the hive while he began to stroll through the fields. The crops in the fields had all sprouted, creating a lush green landscape that was pleasing to the eye. Just as Mayu was finishing his tour of the farmland, a girl named Hongya rushed over to find him. This girl was among the second batch of refugees who joined the tribe. About Mayu's age, approximately 17 years old, making her the youngest member of the tribe aside from Ling and Mayu. The red leaves were not as robust as the other female primitives, yet she possessed a lithe and healthy physique. Her wheat-colored skin exuding vitality, which, "Please help me," Red Leaf cried. Her face contorted in distress as she reached out to Mou for aid. "What's the matter? Speak slowly," Mou urged. "Which, I don't know what has been biting me these past few days. My body is covered in red spots, but I cannot find the source," the young girl explained, her voice tinged with grievance, while she tugged at her collar to show Mou that, "I understand now. Please put your clothes back on," Mou responded, momentarily taken aback by her boldness. It was rather unorthodox to strip in the midst of a disagreement. Moreover, it was evident that the red rashes on her face were not the issue she seemed to be addressing. "I suggest you wash your clothes when you get home and take your bedding out to air it out. This should alleviate the itching in the future," Mou offered, having swiftly deduced the problem. He had encountered similar situations before. This was a case of lice infestation. Alas, it seems the hygiene standards in our tribe leave much to be desired. Mou sighed, realizing he had more work ahead. Feeling perpetually burdened, "Let us make soap." Mou decided that the solution lay in producing soap to encourage the tribe to maintain personal hygiene. The materials required for soap making were simple: animal pancreas and wood ash. While wood ash was readily available, the tribe had not been hunting much recently, leaving the animal pancreas in short supply. Mou promptly instructed Ling to lead a hunting party to procure a few beasts. Not needing an excessive amount, plans were temporarily set aside until evening when Mou finally received several pancreas of varying sizes from the hunting team. He found a clay pot, added some wood ash, mixed in water, and filtered it through a burlap cloth to obtain a lye solution. He then ignited a fire and placed the pot over it to boil and further concentrate the lye. In another pot, he began to render the pancreas over the fire, and once the pot began to crackle and yield oil, he hastily poured the oil into the lye solution. The combination of the lye and pancreas was the most ancient method of soap making, which is also why soap is referred to as pancreas to as the two components merged. A saponification reaction swiftly took place within the pot, yielding a pale yellow paste that gradually thickened over time. "It's done," Mou exclaimed with a gleam of joy in his eyes. He removed the pot and allowed it to cool, shaping it into rectangular blocks as the temperature dropped. Task completed. Mou, exhausted, barely managed to stifle a yawn before extinguishing the fire and collapsing onto the sleeping platform. As dawn broke, Mou stirred from his slumber, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. He ambled over to the table to examine the soap he had made. It was a light yellow, with a faint scent of grease intermixed with a hint of something less pleasant. Stepping outside, Imoyu summoned Ling to gather everyone at the altar, for he intended to address the matter of hygiene. Everyone, please be quiet. Recently, some of you may have experienced itching and red spots, which is due to the presence of lice on our bodies, biting us. The solution is quite simple. We must frequently wash our clothes, bathe regularly, and periodically air out our bedding. He continued, furthermore, I have made something beneficial for all of you. This is soap, which can be used for washing hands and clothes, ensuring a more thorough cleanse. You quickly explained the remedy for the lice problem and introduced the concept of soap. To demonstrate its effectiveness, he had a bucket of water brought in for a live demonstration. Sure to, come here that I'm here, which, wash your hands. Huh? What? Wash your hands? Oh. Sure to, looking bewildered, began washing his hands, but due to neglect, a layer of grease clung stubbornly to them. All right, use this to rub your hands, then wash again. You handed him the soap. Following instructions, Sure to rubbed his hands together, noting the smoothness and the white foam that formed. After rinsing, he presented a pair of clean hands to the astonished crowd. So clean. Indeed, all the grease has been removed. All right. Mu Feng observed the wide-eyed crowd and smiled. You have all witnessed the power of soap. From now on, everyone must wash their hands and faces with soap daily, and bathe roughly once a week. We cannot afford to remain filthy and unhygienic, as it leads to illness. I asked that understood? Understood. Although the response was slightly lackluster, it was evident that many felt this was unnecessary. After all, they had lived without it for years without consequence. Those who disobey will be expelled from the tribe. Do you understand? Imoyu reiterated, and this time the response was considerably more vigorous. Alas, it seems I must resort to such measures to ensure compliance. Imoyu mused to himself. In the ensuing days, he planned to produce another batch of soap and teach Redleaf and the others the process, for the tribe would require a considerable amount of soap, and he could not afford to undertake the task daily. With soap in hand, the tribe's inhabitants would no longer resemble beggars, and once hygiene was improved, their spirits would undoubtedly rise. A sight Imoyu was eager to witness. Chapter 41. Rising conflict. As the breeding season had already passed its midpoint, Imoyu resolved to send Ling and the others out to hunt, for the tribe's food supplies were dwindling and the livestock in the pens needed replenishment and training. This time, Imoyu remained behind, allowing Lightning to accompany the hunting party. However, shortly after their departure, Lightning returned to the tribe, bearing an anxious Ling upon its back. Which trouble is brewing? The wolf tribe has arrived. As soon as they landed, Ling hurriedly reported. How many are there? How far are they from here? Lightning took me into the sky, and I spotted them. There are over 400 of them, roughly 30 miles from the valley. It appeared they had mobilized their entire force. You and Lightning quickly bring our people back. Yes, oh, how the trees wish for stillness while the winds persist. Imoyu sighed, contemplating the development of the tribe and the gradual accumulation of strength, only to have the foolish wolf tribe provoke him. Then let us fight. Imoyu felt no excessive concern. The wolf tribe comprised only around 700 individuals, a mere small tribe, and their totem god was a lesser deity, far inferior to the bamboo god. Even if they outnumbered his forces, they had previously lost a number of warriors, and their current numbers were no greater than his own, especially with Lightning at his side. The hunting team was soon brought back, and the rest of the tribe received the news, promptly entering a state of readiness for battle. Spears, knives, clubs, an array of weapons were drawn. Those scoundrels dare to attack us? I will cleave them into pieces. Indeed, let us exterminate them. The tribe members, filled with righteous fury, eagerly prepared for combat, none exhibiting a hint of cowardice. You felt a swell of pride at this display. In the face of adversity, the tribe stood united, ready to fight for their home, rendering his efforts over the past days worthwhile. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the members of the wolf tribe arrived belatedly. They numbered over 400, led by a towering wolf nearly 5 meters tall, moving like a gray bolt of lightning, its form lithe and rhythmic. Its elongated, muscular frame exuded raw power, its deep gray fur shimmering with an almost mystical luster under the sun, a clear representation of their totem god. Upon spotting the pitiful assembly of around 70 individuals on Imoyu's side, the leader of the wolf tribe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, just a handful of people, and they dare not flee. They truly intend to engage us in battle. How amusing. I wonder what the chieftain's warriors have been doing to be bested by such a meager tribe. The taunts ignited a fire within Mou's followers, their fists clenched, veins bulging in anger at the mockery. Which, let us strike. Why waste words on them? Yes, which, let them know the strength of our tribe. The surrounding warriors clamored for action. Mou, seeing their fervor, nodded in agreement. There was no need for further dialogue. The enemy had come to their doorstep. Bamboo tribe, attack, Ling bellowed, leading the charge. Kill. The opposing forces reacted swiftly, charging forth with a fierce roar. Mou whistled to summon the hidden lightning, launching into the fray against the enemy. Meanwhile, the wolf totem stood firm, initiating its defense against lightning, preventing it from decimating the ranks of the wolf tribe. In this battle of bird and beast, neither side could gain the upper hand. The wolf, as a totem god, naturally possessed greater strength than the still maturing lightning, yet its lack of flight limited its effectiveness against the swift creature. The two factions soon collided, the air filled with the sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons. Mou hastily cast several enhancement spells to bolster his warriors. Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated, abruptly halting the chaos on the ground. From the center of the field, a massive bamboo shot forth brilliant light and began to tremble violently, its roots breaking free from the earth. The bamboo god had awakened. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The bamboo god entered the fray. Its myriad roots and branches lashed out, targeting the stunned wolves. Realizing the danger too late, the wolves attempted to flee, but it was already too late. In an instant, it was ensnared by roots, emitting a heart-wrenching howl as it struggled violently, only to be swiftly drained of its blood and flesh. Reduced to a mere skeleton, which was then discarded upon the ground. The people of the bamboo tribe, witnessing this spectacle, were flushed with admiration and reverence. In stark contrast, the members of the wolf tribe appeared despondent. As though their very spines had been extracted, their morale utterly shattered in an instant. Kill them all, leave none alive, commanded Mou, and the two factions once again clashed in a fierce battle. Lightning and the bamboo deity personally descended to engage in the slaughter of their adversaries, showing no hesitation in overpowering the smaller foes. After a prolonged struggle, the war finally drew to a close, with all opposing forces slain on the spot, resulting in a resounding victory for the bamboo tribe. The shaman from the opposing side also met his end amidst the chaos. Mou had no intention of taking prisoners. Thus, even those who later surrendered were not spared. They were all sent to the afterlife. As the battle concluded, the bamboo deity returned to the heart of the valley, gradually falling into silence amidst the nearly frenzied adoration of the crowd. With the fighting over, the focus shifted to clearing the battlefield and reporting casualties. Among the shaman, 2 members had perished, and nearly half of the tribe had sustained injuries. Once the tally was complete, Ling approached with a grave tone to relay the situation. Although they had the upper hand in terms of elite combatants, and the bamboo deity had turned the tide at a crucial moment, the significant numerical disparity could not be easily bridged. In the chaotic melee, some of their own had still been killed. Alas, there is no remedy for this. Let us first clean the battlefield. Afterward, I will personally oversee their return to the embrace of the totemic deity. Mou reflected, addressing Ling. Understood, Ling replied, taking his leave, while Mou began tending to the injured tribesmen. As was customary, heads were severed and placed before the Zhu Jingguan, with all corpses discarded upon the grasslands, where animals had already returned, and the bodies would soon be consumed. Having completed a basic cleanup of the battlefield without pausing for rest, Mou, accompanied by members of the hunting team and Lightning, hastily set out. He intended to head to the wolf tribe's encampment to deal with the remaining elderly, weak, and infirm. One must eradicate the roots, lest they sprout anew with the spring breeze. He would leave no potential threat to the tribe. Walking alone would take more than a day to reach their destination, which was far too slow. So Mou planned to use Lightning to transport the group. Lightning, now nearly 10 meters tall with a wingspan of about 20 meters, was more than capable of carrying over 20 individuals effortlessly. Chapter 42. Root eradication. Upon arriving at the wolf tribe's encampment, the time was just past noon. Mou and his party concealed themselves among the thickets outside the cave where the wolf tribe resided. Observing the situation, the inhabitants of the wolf tribe dwelled within a cave halfway up the mountain, surrounded by a wooden palisade, presumably to deter wild beasts. Occasionally, individuals emerged to scan the horizon, checking for the return of the shamans. The remaining elderly and weak within the tribe maintained an orderly demeanor, showing no signs of panic. Heh, it seems they are quite confident, completely oblivious to the possibility of defeat. Mou scoffed. Let us charge in. Spare not a single soul, he commanded. The shaman, there's no need for such complexity. We could simply set fire to the cave and suffocate them within, suggested Black Tiger, a rare proposal from him. Indeed, Uncle Black Tiger's idea is excellent. It would ensure none escape. Stone chimed in. Suffocate? Nonsense, Mou retorted, feeling a sense of disbelief at such brutality. It's unnecessary. We will simply kill them. They are but a gathering of the frail and ill. He dismissed their method and ordered the assault. With the anticipation of the wolf tribe at its peak, what awaited them was not the return of their kin, but the clarion call of death. Over 20 totem warriors from the bamboo tribe surged into the cave like wolves among sheep, commencing the slaughter of the unarmed and defenseless elderly. Blood, roars, and cries intertwined, creating a tragic symphony of despair. Though Mou felt a pang of compassion at the scene before him, reason dictated that this was the right course of action. For the sake of the tribe's future, he had to proceed. As the cacophony gradually subsided, with lightning patrolling the perimeter, it was assured that none would escape. The shaman discovered over a dozen beast cores, along with some food and seeds. After inspecting the provisions within the cave, Ling reported the findings to Mou. Bring back the beast cores to distribute among the warriors to enhance their strength. The food is inconsequential, but do take the seeds back. Mou swiftly made decisions regarding the spoils of war. He opted to forego the food, as the tribe had no immediate need for it, and since lightning could not carry an excessive load in one trip, it would be impractical to make multiple journeys. Understood. I'll make the arrangements right away, Ling replied before departing. Almost immediately after, Stone approached, holding 2 black stones the size of goose eggs. Shaman, I found these peculiar stones deep inside, he said. Cheese stones, Mou exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he took the objects from Stone's hands. He recognized them immediately. These were chi stones, a rare and extraordinary mineral that naturally forms in the earth, containing a wealth of pure shamanic power that could assist shamans in their cultivation. The essence of shamanic power is the natural force that drifts through the air. Areas rich in such power often give rise to chi stones. These stones were exceedingly rare and hard to come by. The wolf tribe had indeed been fortunate to find 2, but now they would benefit Mou instead. Excellent work, Stone. These stones will prove immensely valuable to me. I shall record your contribution, and upon our return, I will have Ling grant you a beast core. Mou expressed his delight, praising Stone for his find. A beast core? That's wonderful. Thank you, shaman. Stone beamed, fully aware of the significance of a beast core for a warrior. A beast core, as the name suggests, is an irregularly shaped object formed within the bodies of ferocious beasts, typically located near their hearts. It is the source of their power and can aid warriors in enhancing their strength. After conducting a thorough search and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Mou and his party boarded Lightning to begin their return journey. With minimal cargo, the load would not burden Lightning. On the other side, within the valley, a group of individuals gathered in a clearing, their eyes filled with anxious anticipation. As dusk approached, and with no sign of the shaman's return, worry began to ripple through the tribe. Why haven't they returned yet? It's nearly dark, Hongya murmured anxiously, holding a deep respect for Ling and Mou, the young tribal leaders who treated her kindly, which heightened her concern. Others shared similar worries for those who had ventured out, though their reasons may have varied. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing towards the sky. The crowd on the ground looked up to see a dark shape approaching from the horizon. It's the shamans. As they drew closer, several keen-eyed individuals recognized Lightning, and excitement erupted among them. Shaman, you've finally returned. I was beginning to worry. Upon landing, Hongya dashed toward Mou, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke in a quavering voice. All is well. We have returned, Mou gently reassured her. Since helping Hongya rid herself of fleas previously, she had often followed him around, and he had taken care to teach her various things, occasionally sharing meals with her. Given the destruction of her tribe and her adaptation to a new environment, her reliance on Mou had naturally deepened. All right, the wolf tribe has been eradicated. We can now live in peace. After comforting Hongya, Mou addressed the concerned crowd. Good. The others rejoiced at this news, as no one wished for a hostile force lurking nearby. This is indeed a joyous occasion. I propose we hold a bonfire celebration tonight. MOU suggested without hesitation. Excellent. The tribe's people wholeheartedly supported MOU's idea, immediately beginning preparations. Before long, the gathering on the grassland erupted into a festive atmosphere, indulging in food, song, and dance. They reveled until the midnight hour, only dispersing at MOU's request. The following day, the weary tribesmen did not indulge in sleep, but instead rose early, ready to honor the heroes who had perished in battle, allowing them to return to the embrace of the totem. To show respect, every member of the tribe bathed and donned their finest attire before gathering at the altar. Yesterday, the wolf tribe invaded. Fortunately, with the protection of the totem deity and the united efforts of our tribe, we successfully repelled the enemy. However, tragically, 2 of our kin lost their lives in the battle. Their sacrifice was for the tribe, and they shall be honored for their bravery. MOU delivered a rare and lengthy eulogy. The crowd below wore solemn expressions, the joy of the previous night replaced by somber reflection. After concluding his eulogy, it was time to handle the remains, and MOU personally ignited the pyre where the bodies lay. Soon, flames engulfed the 2 corpses. The tribe's people believed this would allow the deceased to return to the totem, to nature, and MOU chose to adhere to this custom. Chapter 43. The Azure Lin Horse with the storm settled. The tribe resumed their daily activities. Ling led a hunting party, while MOU strolled through the valley. The atmosphere within the tribe was one of tranquility. In the fields, women diligently tended to the crops. Weeding as per MOU's instructions, bees buzzed in and out of the hives at the field's edge, industriously collecting nectar. Sheep and chickens lived peacefully in the pens, and Lightning was taken along by the hunting team. What is that? MOU turned toward the valley's entrance and suddenly noticed a group of peculiar creatures on the nearby grasslands. They resembled horses but stood nearly 2 meters tall. Their bodies a striking indigo, appearing ethereal and graceful. What splendid beings! After a moment of careful observation, MOU surmised that this might be a type of horse. Wouldn't that be fortuitous? The tribe is currently in need of a batch of transport animals. He resolved to seize this opportunity. However, most of the warriors had been taken away, leaving only a few who clearly would be unable to capture the group of horses. For the time being, MOU could only have someone monitor them to ascertain their direction of movement. Returning to the valley, he planned to gather people to craft some stone-throwing ropes, as the ones in the tribe had become severely worn. To be prudent, he needed to create a new batch for the upcoming horse-catching operation. Hongyi, go find 20 people. I need a batch of stone-throwing ropes made urgently, MOU instructed the young girl. All right, I'm on it. Hongyi replied cheerfully as she bounded away. Remember to bring the materials and tools, I know, to ensure that the newly joined members of the tribe could keep pace with its development. MOU had arranged for the teaching of relevant skills. The orders were quickly disseminated, and those assigned the task immediately set aside their current work to rush over. With more hands, the work progressed swiftly, and within just half a day, they produced 100 stone-throwing ropes. Now they merely awaited the return of the hunting party to proceed with capturing the horses. Initially, MOU had contemplated crafting a few lasso ropes. But upon reflection, he decided against it. Such skill is difficult to master in a short time. In the afternoon, Lightning returned to the tribe with the hunted game, and MOU promptly mounted Lightning to seek out Ling and the others. Within a short while, Lightning guided MOU to the depths of the grasslands where the hunters were. What brings you here? Is there something wrong in the tribe? Ling hurriedly inquired upon seeing MOU's urgent return. Everything is fine. I found suitable mounts for you. Come with me to catch them, MOU replied, his tone light and buoyant. Really? What kind of mounts? Wonderful. We will finally have mounts. Upon hearing MOU's words, the hunting team members were filled with excitement, having long coveted MOU's Lightning, eagerly awaiting their own steeds. They are horses. Horses? What are they like? You'll find out when we get there. Excellent. Let's head back now. I can't wait for my mount. With the news of the mounts, the group lost all interest in hunting, each one eager to return immediately. Lightning certainly bore the brunt of this excitement, making 2 trips to bring both people and game back to the valley. Once they dropped off the game and without taking the time to rest, MOU and the others set out again with the stone-throwing ropes. This time, MOU selected around 20 strong ordinary individuals to assist the hunting team in encircling the herd of horses. The horses had not strayed far. They grazed as they moved, having only covered a mere 10 miles in half a day. Be mindful of concealment. Spread out and encircle from different directions. I will give the signal to throw the ropes. MOU instructed. Understood. All right, let's move. The crowd dispersed, slowly maneuvering towards the horse herd amid the waist-high grass, with a few even crawling on the ground. As they approached within about 100 meters of the horses, an unexpected event occurred. The largest and most formidable horse among them suddenly neighed, causing the herd to panic and bolt. Damn it, Lightning, catch that largest horse! MOU shouted, commanding Lightning to pursue the horse that had just whinnied. Anyone can run away today, but you cannot escape. You are ruining my plans. With the situation at hand, MOU had no choice but to order the throwing of the ropes. Fortunately, there were people positioned in all directions. No matter how the horses attempted to flee, they would inevitably pass by someone. After a flurry of throws, several fortunate individuals managed to ensnare a few horses. However, there was no time for a second throw, and MOU, feeling helpless, ordered the gathering of the captured game. Due to the earlier disruption by the one horse, a meager 12 horses remained from the herd of over 100. Frustrating. After a considerable time, Lightning returned with a horse covered in blood, evidently injured during the chase. Wait! MOU quickly intervened as Lightning attempted to release the horse. What's wrong? Which, upon hearing MOU's call, the others hurried over. This horse seems unusual. As MOU reached out to the horse pinned down by Lightning, he activated his knowledge hand. Ding! Identification successful. Qing Lin Horse, Horse King, hybrid beast. Named for its full body of green scales. It is a swift-moving creature. OU immediately understood. He had sensed that this horse was extraordinary. Which, are you all right? I'm fine. This is a fierce beast. MOU articulated the information he had uncovered. A fierce beast? How unbelievable! The crowd erupted into a flurry of disbelief, loudly discussing the revelation. Ling, come over. Would you like me to contract it for you? Naturally, MOU thought of Ling first for such a fine creature. Which, really, are you allowing me to contract it? Ling hesitated, excitement mingled with uncertainty. You are the chief. If not you, then who? MOU jested. Indeed, chief, please go ahead and contract it. Exactly, with a good mount, you can lead us in better hunts. The others had no objections to MOU's decision and even encouraged Ling, believing the fierce beast should rightfully belong to him, thus affirming his capable leadership. All right then, since everyone insists, I shall proceed with the contract. Thank you, everyone. Ling, seeing the support, no longer declined and sincerely thanked the others before agreeing. Which, I leave it to you. Leave it to me, Ling. I need a drop of your blood. MOU stated his requirement. Contracting for another is somewhat different from doing it for oneself. All right. Which, without hesitation, Ling pricked his finger, and upon seeing this, MOU hastily activated the contracting technique. The intricate patterns drew the droplet of blood towards the horse's forehead. The horse snorted loudly, struggling violently to break free from the witchcraft. The contract has failed. Which, what happened? Ling inquired urgently upon noticing the failure. It's all right. This horse is a bit stubborn. A good beating should do the trick. Following MOU's instructions, over 20 burly men charged at the horse, giving it a sound thrashing until it was on the verge of collapse before stopping. All right, let's try again. This time, the attempt was indeed successful without any further mishaps. Ah, stubborn creatures need a good beating. They won't behave otherwise. Upon completion of the contract, MOU promptly healed the horse's injuries and then released it from Lightning's hold. Due to the impact of the contract, the fierce horse's attitude towards Ling improved dramatically, displaying an affectionate demeanor that left Ling beaming with joy. As night fell, MOU and the others did not linger, hoisting the bound ordinary Qing Lin horse and making their way back to the tribe. Upon returning, MOU instructed that the horse be placed in the enclosure previously used for the wild buffalo, then hurried off to eat, for the day's exertions had left him quite famished. Once in his room, MOU sat cross-legged on the bed and activated his golden finger, intending to research how to transform an ordinary Qing Lin horse into a fierce beast. Since the Horse King is a hybrid beast, it stands to reason that ordinary horses could also undergo a similar transformation, especially considering that the Horse King evolved from a regular horse. After expending 3,000 honor points, MOU acquired the method for the evolution of the Qing Lin horse. The provided tome detailed several approaches, including using rare herbs or breeding with other fierce beast horses. After perusing the options, he found only one feasible method for now: grinding a fierce beast core into powder. mixing it with fierce beast blood to create a medicinal paste, and feeding it continuously for a month for a chance of metamorphosis, albeit with uncertain success. Yu found himself at a crossroads. He possessed 11 beast cores, having obtained 12 from the wolf tribe, with one promised to Stone. These cores were communal property of the tribe, and while he could freely manage them, he still intended to convene a meeting to gather opinions from others. Treating it as a mental exercise for them, I have discovered a method to transform the ordinary Qing Lin horses into fierce beasts, but it requires the use of the captured beast cores. And there are enough cores for only one horse. Please share your thoughts. Should we use the cores or acquire a fierce beast mount? The next day, after breakfast, Yu gathered all the warriors of the tribe in the open space. Which, you decide. We will follow your lead. Indeed, whatever you say goes. The majority lacked initiative, readily deferring the decision back to Yu, which came as no surprise to him. He primarily sought insights from those few capable individuals he had been monitoring. Which, will using the beast cores guarantee success? Stone astutely posed the pivotal question. Yu felt a wave of relief at Stone's inquiry and praised him before continuing. Not necessarily. It can only be said that there is a certain probability of success. After Yu's explanation, several perceptive individuals began to waver. If success were assured, they would unhesitatingly opt for the fierce beast. However, the current uncertainty left them in a quandary. Perhaps we should hold off for now and distribute the beast cores to enhance everyone's strength instead? Ling suggested after some contemplation, naturally prioritizing the tribe's welfare as chief, believing they did not urgently need a fierce beast mount. Well said. What do the others think? I feel we should use them. We can always acquire more beast cores later, Black Tiger stated, followed by Stone and others expressing their views that, of course, most others were merely going with their instincts and could not articulate specific reasons. All right, let us proceed with the use of the cores, Yu decisively concluded. After a round of statements, it became evident that support for utilizing the beast core was significantly higher than for retaining it. With the voting concluded, the subsequent tasks fell to Yu. He ground the beast core into powder, placed it into a ceramic jar, and mixed it with some blood extracted from a lightning creature, following the steps outlined in the tome to form a paste. For the sake of convenience in feeding, Yu divided the medicinal paste into 30 portions and shaped them into small pills. Once the paste was prepared, Yu took the jar and sought out Aunt Lan Hua, who was busy near the beast pen. She was the eldest woman in the tribe, appearing to be in her 40s, and had been assigned by Yu to oversee the livestock due to her previous experience in raising small animals in the original tribe. Aunt Lan Hua, which of these horses is the strongest? Yu inquired directly upon encountering her. It's the one with a tuft of white hair on its head. Aunt Lan Hua casually gestured towards a horse in the pen. All right, please lead it to the empty pen next door for separate feeding. Of course, I'll take it over shortly. Good. Remember to add one of these pills to its water every day. No more, no less. Have you noted that? Yu handed her the jar. Noted. You can rest assured. Thank you for your help. After clearly conveying his instructions, Yu refrained from further conversation, giving a nod before departing. He felt quite confident in this middle-aged woman's capabilities, as she had never faltered since he entrusted the breeding team to her. Which, someone from the back of the tribe has come, claiming they wish to see you, on the third day after preparing the medicinal paste, as Yu inspected the growth of crops in the field. He was approached by someone bearing the news. Tio, see me? How many are there? 3. All right, I shall go and see. Regardless of the visitor's intentions, both Yu and Ling felt it prudent to investigate. Oh, you have business with our tribe? Upon reaching the gentle slope, they encountered the newcomers, 3 individuals adorned with totem patterns extending to their shoulders, 3 intermediate warriors. We are from the Eagle tribe's hunting team. Our witch and chief have decreed that your tribe must offer tribute to us once every year at the end of the dry season. One of them, who appeared to be the leader, looked down on Yu and his companions with a contemptuous gaze. Is this a tribute tax? Such practices exist in the wildlands? Yu was momentarily taken aback by their words. Why should we pay tribute to you? He restrained the anger of his companions, forcing himself to inquire calmly. Humph. Our tribe's eagle god has ascended to become a middle god. We are now the strongest in this vicinity, and you should pay tribute to us, I see. Very well, we shall comply. Quite sensible. You better make sure to come, or else. After delivering their threatening remarks, the 3 warriors strutted away. Yu suppressed the urge to retaliate violently. Acquiescing to their unreasonable demands, He understood that a tribe had recently risen to prominence, feeling emboldened and attempting to consolidate the tribes in the region, demanding submission and tribute from others, though infuriated. Mou felt powerless. A middle god totem represented a formidable power, and their tribe numbered at least 3,000, replete with intermediate warriors, far beyond what he and the bamboo tribe could contend with. Alas, being weak is indeed a sin. The day after sending off the warriors from the eagle tribe, Mou had just finished washing up when he heard someone calling for him outside. "Witch, there are people coming from the gentle slope. The chief has already gone to meet them and sent me to fetch you." "What? More from the eagle tribe? Those persistent scoundrels, do they truly believe I would not dare to slay them?" Mou's anger flared instantly. He had only just managed to calm down from the previous day's frustrations, and now they were back again. No, which, it is a group of elderly and children. Is that so? Take me to see. Upon arriving at the location, Mou discovered a massive gathering of people, at least 100, mostly elderly and children, with only one young adult negotiating with Ling. Mou cleared his throat, drawing the attention of all present. "Witch, you have arrived." Ling greeted him eagerly upon seeing Mou. "Is that the witch from their tribe? She looks rather young." Indeed, their chief is quite young as well. The murmurs among the people grew louder upon hearing Ling's address, though their whispers were barely audible enough to escape Mou's keen ears. "What are you people? Where are you from? Where do you intend to go?" Mou immediately posed the fundamental questions to the lone young adult. The sole adult was a woman, tall and strong, though she did not possess the bulk typical of other primitive women, instead exuding a graceful vigor. "We are from the Peach tribe. We were forced to flee our ancestral land after a battle with the Eagle tribe left our totem gods severely injured. So these elderly, weak, and sickly individuals were deemed burdens and abandoned to fend for themselves." Mou understood without her needing to elaborate. "And you? I do not want these people to die, so I stayed behind." The woman spoke, her teeth clenched in anger, clearly incensed by her tribe's abandonment of the weak. Such loyalty is admirable, Mou thought to himself, silently commending her. "What brings you here to us?" "We wish to find a place to live nearby. We noticed a valley and came to investigate, but we inadvertently wandered into your tribe's territory. We are leaving now." As she explained, she began to lead her people away. This scene felt eerily familiar. It reminded Mou of when Shirtu and the others had stumbled into this area and been taken in by him. "Wait, I can offer you refuge." "Really?" She gazed at Mou in disbelief. Yet upon seeing his calm demeanor, she sensed no deceit in his words. It was hard for her to fathom that any tribe would take in a group of the weak and infirm. "Indeed, discuss among yourselves. All right." The woman turned back to her group, seeking their opinions. "In a way, we are from the Peach tribe. How can we join another tribe?" "Enough with that. The Peach tribe has forsaken us, but we cannot." Mou listened intently, noting that many of the younger individuals were inclined to join, while some of the elders stubbornly refused, adamantly believing they could not betray their tribe. For those unwilling to join, "I can permit them to reside nearby and allow them to earn food through simple labor for the tribe," Mou offered, recognizing that his primary interest lay with the younger individuals. As for the elders, he would let them be. "Very well, we can join, but you must fulfill what you just proposed." The young woman addressed Mou. "Certainly, organize them and select those who wish to join." Mou acquiesced to her request. "Great." After some discussion, over 90 individuals expressed their willingness to join the tribe, while more than 30 elders remained adamant in their refusal, and Mou no longer pressed the matter. "Let us go back, pay tribute to the totem god, and then arrange for your accommodation." "Thank you." Which, with their acceptance to join the tribe, the young woman altered her address for Mou by the way. "What is your name?" "Which I am called by Yun." "Very well, I shall remember that. Our tribe is still quite small." After inquiring about her name, Mou proceeded to introduce her to the tribe's situation. They moved all supplies from the wooden house to the cave to make room for their new residents. Next, they began constructing grass huts to accommodate them for the night, with plans to start building brick houses the following day. After paying tribute to the totem, Mou meticulously organized the tasks for Ling and Shirtu. Hongyi, gather the women and prepare food for them. Though the tribe's conditions were quite humble and far from the prosperity of the original tribe, the newly joined individuals expressed no dissatisfaction. After freshening up and having a meal, their restless hearts found a semblance of peace. The next step involved addressing their accommodation. mobilizing everyone in the tribe to begin erecting grass huts. With insufficient houses, they had to make do for a few days. Thankfully, no one voiced any complaints. Of course, discontent would not alter their situation. Once aboard a pirate ship, one could not simply disembark at will. After a day of bustling activity, they managed to prevent anyone from having to sleep outdoors. Early the next morning, MOU commenced the construction of brick houses, assigning personnel to tasks such as brickmaking, tile production, and digging foundations. They were thoroughly occupied. However, this was not something that could be completed in the short term, and MOU remained unhurried. The grass huts would suffice for several days. Once the tribe's work was organized, MOU left 5 warriors to guard the tribe while he took Bai Yun and other warriors aboard Lightning to depart the valley. He had set his sights on other members of the Peach tribe. Surely, there were more abandoned individuals from a middle tribe, and MOU intended to gather them in. Taking Bai Yun along was also a strategic decision for ease of operation. They swiftly arrived at the former site of the Peach tribe, using it as a starting point to begin their explorations. After several days of searching, MOU and his group indeed encountered several batches of abandoned individuals from the Peach tribe, as well as a few settlements of refugees. MOU treated them all equally, directing them toward the tribe's location. Continue south, and you will find a valley. The tribe there will take you in. This was the most frequently spoken phrase by MOU and his companions during those days. Concurrently, within their tribe, MOU instructed his people to expedite the construction of additional grass huts to accommodate the influx of refugees. This occasion presents a splendid opportunity, a chance to swiftly advance the development of the tribe. While the elderly and children may seem of little use in other tribes, it does not imply that they lack value in the Bamboo tribe. They can engage in various tasks such as weeding, tending to livestock, making ropes, or assisting in the crafting of pottery. There are indeed numerous activities suited for the elderly and children. As for whether the Eagle tribe will vent their anger on the Bamboo tribe, MOU has also contemplated this. Since they have not aggressively pursued these individuals, it is likely that they are indifferent to their whereabouts. Following MOU's advocacy, people have gradually begun to arrive from the gentle slope over the past few days. Chapter 46. Counting the population in recent days, a considerable number of individuals have come to join the tribe, bringing the population to over 400. Although MOU initially directed the refugees to head south on their own, he did not abandon them entirely. Rather, he accompanied a group to escort them along the way. It is uncertain how many of these ordinary people would survive the journey to the valley, facing various dangers along the route. After 5 consecutive days of outings, MOU returned to the tribe, refraining from personally recruiting refugees and instead delegating this task to Ling and others. With the sudden increase in population, he needed to remain to organize the personnel and assign suitable individuals to appropriate roles. He called for Shi Tu and Hong Yi, assigning them a task. I need both of you to count the tribe's population, categorizing the elderly, children, and adults separately. Can you manage this? Absolutely. We will ensure the task is completed, the 2 young individuals replied confidently, displaying great enthusiasm. This was their first significant task assigned by the shaman, and they felt compelled to execute it well. All right, off you go. I will instruct everyone to assist you. Best of luck. MOU encouraged them. He intentionally sought to train the 2, for otherwise, he could have simply summoned everyone to the open space and counted them in no time. He was curious to observe how they would approach the task without offering any suggestions. By evening, the 2 returned, appearing fatigued and somewhat drained. So, did you manage to count everyone? MOU inquired. Yes, we did. They responded immediately, their spirits lifted, pride evident on their faces, indicating that they had performed admirably. All right, share your findings. Hong Yi, you go first. Noticing their eagerness to speak, MOU smiled affectionately and called on Hong Yi to report. Well, shaman, our tribe, including today's newcomers, totals 456 individuals. Among them, there are 106 adults, 93 elderly individuals over 50, and the remainder are children under 16. Hong Yi recounted, counting on her fingers. Additionally, there are 154 females, with the rest being males. The oldest elder is Grandpa A. Shan, aged 62, while the youngest is the 8-year-old Xiao Yuya. Shi Tu proudly added, mentioning details that Hong Yi had overlooked. Excellent job. How did you count so many people? MOU praised them before inquiring about the specifics. It was my idea. We broke many small sticks, and after counting each person, we gave them a stick, so there wouldn't be any mistakes, the young girl replied, puffing her chest with pride. Quite a clever method indeed. Thank you, shaman. All right then, I shall reward you with a delicious meal. Hooray! The two food enthusiasts' eyes sparkled with excitement. Go fetch some eggs from Aunt Lawn and pluck a few wild vegetables while you're at it. MOU directed them. Understood. The two dashed off, brimming with enthusiasm. You took out a jar to wash and then retrieved some beast fat, intending to prepare a fried egg dish for them. The room filled with the aroma of cooking. Standing before the stove, MOU focused intently on the fat in the pan, stirring it with a wooden spatula to ensure it coated the bottom evenly. He accepted a handful of fresh wild vegetables from Hongyi, rinsed them briefly, and chopped them into small segments, arranging them neatly on a plate. Next, he took several eggs, gently cracking them against the edge of a pottery bowl. Allowing the egg whites and yolks to flow into the bowl, he swiftly whisked the egg mixture with chopsticks, the sound crisp and lively as the fat began to smoke slightly. MOU carefully poured the egg mixture into the pan. The eggs immediately solidified, sizzling as he gently flipped them to achieve a golden, fluffy texture. Afterward, he added the chopped wild vegetables, stir-frying them together, releasing an enticing aroma. He skillfully seasoned the dish with a pinch of salt. Continuing to stir in a short while, a visually appealing and fragrant wild vegetable fried egg dish was ready, served on the dining table. Shirtu and Hongyi were already seated, eagerly awaiting the meal. Dig in, MOU said with a slight smile as he divided the dish into 2 portions for them. Shaman, what about you? I'm not hungry. Then all right. Seeing that MOU had no desire to eat, the two no longer hesitated and began devouring the fried eggs with the chopsticks he had prepared. Eating ravenously, MOU stood nearby, smiling as he watched them. And yes, no wonder the village elders cherish children who eat heartily. Their eager expressions brought MOU immense joy, reminiscent of nurturing piglets. Burp. That was delicious. I wish I could eat this every day. After finishing, both of them wore satisfied expressions. Shaman, allow me to be your woman. Hongyi suddenly exclaimed, shocking everyone. What? MOU was taken aback, bewildered by her unexpected proclamation. Well, that way I can enjoy your cooking every day, the little girl said innocently, unaware of MOU's astonishment. All right, I'll teach you how to cook. If you want to eat it in the future, you can make it yourself. Really? That sounds good. Is it really just for the food? MOU felt inexplicably annoyed, as if he wanted to scold someone. After counting the population, MOU proceeded to allocate tasks. He assigned 50 elderly and weak individuals to tend the fields, 30 to oversee the fish pond, and 60 to assist Aunt Lawn with the livestock. He selected 30 individuals skilled in stone tool crafting to produce stone spears and other necessary tools. Another 30, under Hongye's guidance, were tasked with rope making. The remaining 100 able-bodied men, aside from the hunting team, were designated as a construction team responsible for brickmaking and housing construction, while 40 were appointed to assist Shirtu in crafting bricks and tiles. The remaining 200 individuals were not assigned specific tasks, but were instructed to care for one another and look after themselves. Including the elderly and very young who were unable to work. MOU entrusted the hunting team to Heihu, freeing Ling for other responsibilities. With the tribe's population expanded, there were numerous matters to address, and he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 47. Breakthrough. From the arrival of the first batch of people until 15 days later, the influx of newcomers finally came to a halt. The tribe's population had reached 539, with numerous refugees from other settlements among the recent arrivals, raising the count of able-bodied individuals to 141. Thus, the current composition of the tribe comprised over 100 elderly, 141 able-bodied individuals, and more than 300 children aged 8 to 16. The potential for development is immense, MOU reassured himself. The preliminary division of labor had been largely established, with only minor adjustments remaining. MOU decisively delegated this portion of work to Ling, with Shirtu and others assisting. He then took a chi stone into his room to enter a period of seclusion, instructing others not to disturb him lightly, but to remember to deliver meals on time. MOU had reached the pinnacle of human shamanism for some time, and with no particularly urgent matters in the tribe, he intended to devote a substantial period to training, aiming to break through to the earth shaman realm using the chi stone. Sitting cross-legged on the Kong, he held the chi stone in his hand, gradually channeling his shamanic power into in an instant. The energy contained within began to flow into MOU's Niwen Palace. His goal was to fully saturate the Niwen Palace with shamanic energy and then compress it into a single point to pierce through to the next realm. Time slipped away unnoticed as he immersed himself in daily training. Meanwhile, Ling, following MOU's instructions, secretly brought back over 500 pounds of rock salt, which, after purification, yielded nearly 300 pounds of fine salt, on the 5th to last day of the second month of the growing season. He conducted a trade as agreed with Qing Niao and the others. Ling, good to see you again. Long time no see, Qing Niao. Upon meeting, the two exchanged familiar greetings. This time, we brought 4 dromedaries, Qing Niao said, gesturing to the animals being led by several members of the lion tribe. Excellent, but why isn't MOU here? Qing Niao asked curiously. The shaman is in seclusion, aiming for a breakthrough to the Earth Shaman realm. Ling replied honestly. Earth Shaman? I recall that MOU is around your age, isn't he? Qing Niao asked, astonished. Indeed, he is about 17 years old. How could he be aiming for the Earth Shaman at such a young age? Our tribe shaman is nearly 60 and still only an Earth Shaman. The comparison left Qing Niao both amazed and envious of MOU's talent. Having broken through to a junior warrior at 16, he had thought himself quite gifted, but now he saw a junior warrior and an even more talented shaman of the same age in this obscure little tribe, leaving him feeling like his long-standing pride had been mercilessly crushed. Oh, I see, Qing Niao replied, somewhat despondent. The essence of this transaction revolves around 20 dromedaries. In addition, the lion tribe has left behind 5 bundles of linen to compensate for the deficit from the previous trade. Upon completion of the exchange, Ling graciously hosted the visitors. Ling, how has your tribe's population increased so significantly? Qing Niao observed that the number of people in the bamboo tribe had grown considerably since their last encounter, and was instantly filled with curiosity. Are you familiar with the eagle tribe? Ling did not respond directly, but rather countered with a question. Are you referring to that tribe in the central region? The one that recently clashed with the Peach tribe? Indeed, the newcomers in your tribe are those abandoned by the Peach tribe. I see. Although Qing Niao found it difficult to comprehend MOU's decision to take in the elderly and weak, she refrained from probing further, as it was a matter for their tribe. Do they require tributes from you as well? Qing Niao suddenly recalled something and inquired. Precisely, do you also? Sigh, these rascals, both chieftains sighed in resignation. If it weren't for our lion god, alas. After finishing the prepared meal, Qing Niao and her companions took their leave. After bidding them farewell, Ling assigned the dromedaries to the engineering team for transporting materials and returned to her daily tasks. Days passed, and the separated Qinglin horse successfully underwent its metamorphosis. Just after its transformation, it escaped the beast pen and galloped wildly in the valley, only to be recaptured later by Ling and Lightning working in tandem. As mid-March arrived, within the confines of the dwelling, MOU's training had reached its final stage. He was engaged in the last compression of his shamanic energy. Completing this step would enable him to successfully form a shamanic energy seed. However, this final phase proved to be exceptionally arduous, as each attempt to compress his shamanic energy left him with excruciating headaches, inflicting significant damage to his mental faculties. Several attempts ended in failure. Damn it, I refused to be defeated. Frustration surged within MOU as he faced repeated setbacks. This time, as pain engulfed him, he gritted his teeth and suddenly intensified his efforts. With a burst of vitality, he spat out a mouthful of blood, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Within his consciousness, he beheld a perfectly round shamanic energy seed suspended in the dantian. Ha ha ha, I've done it. I have succeeded. After his breakthrough, MOU did not immediately emerge from his seclusion, but instead lay down to indulge in a restful slumber. Once rejuvenated, he announced his emergence the following morning. Shaman, you have succeeded. Indeed, that's wonderful. Congratulations, Shaman. Upon hearing of MOU's successful breakthrough, Ling expressed her elation, knowing that the tribe's strength had once again been augmented. Please, enlighten me about the developments within the tribe over the past month. Certainly. This past month, we traded with Qing Niao and acquired 20 dromedaries and 5 bundles of linen. We have constructed over 60 houses, and the building process is ongoing. Additionally, we captured a number of wild chickens, bringing our total to 200. Other livestock remains as it was before, and with the increased population, the hunting team has been too busy to capture more. We also discovered a considerable amount of fish fry in the pond. And the Qinglin horse has successfully evolved. Ling recounted the developments with great pride. Good. You have worked hard during this period. Now, take a few days to rest. MOU was highly satisfied with Ling's efforts. Shaman, now that you have emerged from seclusion, I wish to leave the tribe for a while. I am on the verge of breaking through to an intermediate warrior level, and I wish to venture out for training to expedite my advancement. Is that so? Very well. Take Lightning with you. Shaman, if I take Lightning, what will happen to you in the tribe? No worries. I have no plans to venture out myself for the time being. The tribe remains secure with the totem god present. Then, it is settled. When do you intend to depart? I plan to leave tomorrow. All right, be careful. Understood. Mou did not dissuade her. There are two paths for a warrior to break through at a critical juncture. One is to gradually remove the obstacles through persistent effort, and the other is to venture out for training, challenging formidable beasts to unleash their potential amidst danger. It seemed Ling had chosen the latter, and Mou held deep respect for her decision. Life is akin to a journey, each person following their own path. Worldly affairs are as transient as clouds, unpredictable in their shifts. Everyone must tread their own road in the morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the wild lands. Ling mounted Lightning and set forth, leaving the tribe under the watchful gaze of Mou and the others. Chapter 48, Soil Cultivation. The school. After a thorough inspection, Mou gained insight into the tribe's development. Over the course of more than 2 months, the yellow rice plants in the fields had reached a height of 20 centimeters, a vibrant green that brought a sense of tranquility. Meanwhile, the sweet potatoes had also sprouted, indicating that it was time for the first soil cultivation. Mou, you had learned that sweet potatoes typically required 5 months for harvesting, necessitating 3 rounds of soil cultivation. Once after sprouting, again during the budding stage, and once more during flowering, each spaced approximately 20 to 30 days apart. This practice would enhance soil depth, raise soil temperature, and promote the growth and swelling of the sweet potato tubers. The first round of soil cultivation coincided with the current sprouting phase of the sweet potatoes in the tribe's fields. You gathered 50 individuals responsible for farming and organized them for the soil cultivation task. The initial round would involve shallow cultivation, primarily aimed at increasing soil depth, raising temperature, and facilitating the growth of the sweet potatoes. This round should not be overly deep, as doing so could harm the root systems of the sweet potatoes. Mou briefly introduced the key points of soil cultivation and began demonstrating. He picked up a bone hoe and evenly spread soil over the roots of the sweet potato sprouts. The soil must be applied uniformly, avoiding uneven thickness, and care should be taken to protect the roots from damage. As Mou demonstrated. A group of elderly individuals and children listened attentively, akin to students in a classroom. All right, have you all seen clearly? Now it's your turn. It is advisable to apply some fertilizer during soil cultivation. But since Mou had just emerged from seclusion and Ling was uncertain about how to cultivate sweet potatoes, no preparations had been made, and they could only proceed with basic soil cultivation. However, this also spared them the subsequent watering steps, as fertilizing the soil would necessitate immediate watering to prevent scorching the sprouts. Since no fertilizer was applied this time, watering was unnecessary. Standing at the edge of the field, observing the busy figures, Mou felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. These are the future of the tribe. To use them for labor seems a bit wasteful. With this thought in mind, Mou pondered as he left the fields. That evening, he summoned Shirtu, He, Lanhua, and Hongya to his chamber. As he gazed at the group gathered around the table, Mou articulated his thoughts first. Currently, there are over 300 children in our tribe, and allowing them to remain scattered is not feasible. Thus, I propose establishing a school. A school? What is that? A school is a place where children gather to learn various skills. Shirtu, pause the construction of houses for now. I need you to focus on building a large room capable of accommodating these children. But Shaman, I don't know how to construct such a large building. Shirtu hesitantly replied, It's quite simple. Just build 6 structures the same size as mine, ensuring there are no gaps in between, and then knock down the walls to create one large space. Mou addressed Shida's concerns with clarity. What a brilliant idea, Shaman. How did I not think of that? This will be no problem, Shirtu exclaimed, as if a new world had opened up to him. How much time do you need? With over 100 of us, it should take about a month. Shirtu calculated the time and provided an answer. That's acceptable, but ensure the quality is maintained. We cannot prioritize speed over excellence. Understood. However, we cannot be idle during this month. Starting tomorrow, let us dedicate 2 hours each morning to gather all the children in the open area, where you will each teach them skills. Hongya, you will be responsible for teaching them rope making, net weaving, skin cutting, and similar tasks. Shirtu, you will instruct them in pottery, brick making, roofing, and stone tool polishing. Do you understand? Got it. They replied in unison. What about me? He interjected, noticing he had not been assigned a task. Hey, you will teach them to identify various animals, impart basic hunting skills, and share knowledge on survival in the wild, if that is agreeable? Very well. As for Aunt Lanhua, you will teach them some skills related to animal husbandry. Sure too, you will instruct them in woodworking and construction techniques. Understood. Once each individual's teaching responsibilities were outlined, Mo Yu also organized the schedule. Starting tomorrow, Uncle He will go first, and then each of you will take turns teaching for 1 day, followed by a 2-day break before the next round. I will also periodically come by to impart some knowledge, Mo Yu added as a final note. Once the arrangements were made, Mo Yu dismissed everyone. He reflected on the plans, ensuring nothing was overlooked. He did not harbor any fantastical notions of introducing the Chinese language to the tribe for everyone to learn. Such an idea was impractical and futile. Written language and culture emerge as societies reach a certain stage of development, and teaching Chinese in a primitive tribe where basic survival needs are not met would be a mere indulgence. Mo Yu merely intended to teach them some basic numbers for daily use and a few commonly used measurement units. As for the neighboring traveler attempting to teach the primitives Chinese, Mo Yu scoffed at the notion. The younglings of the bamboo tribe are soon to find joy. Each morning, they are roused at dawn to attend classes in the clearing for 2 hours, followed by breakfast, and then they assist with chores until dinner, with an hour allotted for meals in between. Additionally, there is physical training. Children aged 12 to 16 must engage in half an hour of physical exercises before formal classes commence. Conducted under the standards set for trainee warriors by Hehu, Mo Yu tossed and turned until midnight, pondering a notion that he promptly set in motion the following morning with Hehu and the others. Children of the bamboo tribe, raise your voices for me. With the implementation of Mo Yu's teaching plan, the children of the tribe became notably more subdued, with instances of playful mischief diminishing significantly. Chapter 49. Quarrying. The engineering team commenced the construction of the schoolhouse as per Mo Yu's specifications. On the day of his personal inspection, as he was guiding others, a spear wielder rushed over, exclaiming, we are running low on stones. Have we exhausted our supply from earlier? Indeed, if we are to reopen the quarry, it cannot be done by ordinary folk. It requires warriors, but they are still needed for hunting. The spear wielder articulated the difficulties faced by the engineering team. To quarry stones, you say? I have an idea. You accompany me, bring torches, gather some firewood, and fill 10 or so ceramic jars with water. You contemplated briefly before formulating a plan. Understood. The spear wielder was uncertain of Mo Yu's intentions, but presumed that there was profound reasoning behind the witch's actions, thus refraining from further inquiry. Orders were dispatched, and soon all the required items were prepared. Let us depart the valley. They traversed to a low stone cliff at the western mouth of the valley. This shall suffice. Place the firewood in front of the stone wall and stack it. Yes. Once the firewood was piled, Mo Yu commanded that it be ignited, and flames soared, scorching the stone wall. Those with jars, go fill them with water and bring them here. While the fire blazed, Mo Yu dispatched others to fetch water. A few hurried off and soon returned carrying filled jars as the flames began to dwindle, and the stone wall became intensely heated as the flames threatened to extinguish. Mo Yu instructed them to douse the stone wall with water. With a hissing sound, a cloud of white steam erupted accompanied by cracking noises, and the onlookers gazed in astonishment, perplexed by how the witch's actions related to quarrying stone. As the temperature dropped, Mo Yu picked up a stick and prodded the stone wall, leading to a shocking revelation for the spear wielder and others. The once impenetrable stone wall began to crack under the witch's manipulation. Excellent. Now extract the stones from the fissures and return with them. How did you accomplish this? The spear wielder exclaimed in wonder, hastily seeking Mo Yu's wisdom. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Simply remember the method I have just demonstrated. When you can no longer dig, repeat my steps. Do you understand? Mo Yu refrained from elaborating further. I have noted it. Remember, do not excavate in a single spot excessively to prevent the wall from collapsing. And always wait until it cools before digging. Understood. I shall supervise this area personally. Very well, continue your work. I will return now. In the gaze of adoring admiration, Mo Yu departed with deliberate steps. With the witch's guidance, quarrying stones became simplified, manageable by the ordinary folk. Stones were extracted and transported back to fill the foundation. Observing their method of transportation, Imoyu winced. If this continued, his beasts would soon be rendered useless. No, we must devise a flatbed cart. The valley's terrain is level enough to utilize without the need for constructed roads. After researching the method, Imoyu called back the spear-wielder. To create a flatbed cart, we must first gather materials, which shall be our primary resource. Imoyu selected some pine. He instructed the spear wielder and the others to fell trees and roughly cut the wood to appropriate lengths. For the cart frame, based on the design dimensions, the wood was to be crafted into various components. Using bone knives, they smoothed the wood surface and joined the parts with mortise and tenon joints, drilling holes at the junctions to insert the tenons, thereby firmly assembling the frame. As for the wheels, ideally, the wood should be bent into suitable circular shapes by roasting it to enhance its flexibility. However, Imoyu considered the inconvenience of installing spokes on the wooden wheels. It would be simpler to piece together several arcs of wood into a circular form. Though this method resulted in heavier wheels, they were practical and relatively sturdy. After piecing together 2 wheels of equal size, they drilled holes at the centers to install the axle, which was usually made of hardwood and polished to ensure the wheels could rotate smoothly. Finally, the wheels were affixed to the bottom of the cart frame, and a flat surface, also constructed from wooden boards, was laid on top and secured using mortise and tenon joints, completing the flatbed cart. Now, give it a try. Imoyu instructed the spear wielder to push it. All right. The spear wielder pressed his hands against the edge of the cart and pushed with all his might, causing the wooden cart to creak and slowly move forward. Amazing, which I never imagined this peculiar contraption could actually roll. This makes transporting goods significantly easier. The spear wielder examined the wooden cart with fascination, occasionally reaching out to touch it, clearly intrigued. But we are not finished yet. We still need to create another item. What? A yoke. The yoke, also known as a yoke for livestock, is a curved wooden device placed around the necks of draft animals. Shaped like an inverted van approximately half a meter long, it consists of 2 curved segments of wood joined together, with holes drilled at both ends to thread ropes, which are then tied to the flatbed cart, allowing the beast to pull it. The 2 worked together for half the day to complete by evening. Imoyu instructed the spear wielder to bring a draft animal. Once the yoke was secured and the flatbed cart attached, they prompted the beast to move forward, and the cart began to roll under the animal's pull. Initially, the animal struggled to adapt to the new apparatus around its neck, but upon realizing that escape was futile, it acquiesced to the situation. You should make a few more of these. They can also be used for plowing in the future, Imoyu remarked, pointing to the yoke as he spoke to the spear wielder. Understood. Which as the flatbed cart made its way to a more populated area, the laborers dropped their tools and rushed over to observe. What is this thing the witch has created? It can move. Let me touch it, I want to touch it too. Seeing the commotion, Imoyu swiftly took his leave, knowing that staying would lead to endless inquiries. As the witch hurried away, the crowd promptly turned their attention to the spear wielder, surrounding him and inquiring about the peculiar contraption. He wished to escape, but found himself unable to do so. This world felt overwhelmingly vast and constricting. Realizing he could not flee, the spear wielder reluctantly began to explain the function of the flatbed cart as questions poured in, and the sky darkened amidst his animated discourse. Chapter 50. Combat. The tribe was developing in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, deep within a grassland, a towering bird of over 10 meters in height and a resolute warrior were feasting upon a colossal wolf carcass. Blood stained the man's cheeks, rendering him a fearsome sight. Alas, this raw meat is truly unpalatable. I had never realized it before. My palate has been spoiled by the witch. Ling grimaced as he swallowed the bloodied meat in his hand. Having been away for so long, he wondered how the witch was faring and what was happening back in the tribe. Ling muttered to himself, feeling increasingly lonely as the days passed. Although Lightning was clever, it could not speak. Wandering alone, devoid of conversation, was maddening. Lightning, indifferent to Ling's ramblings, continued tearing into the prey beneath its feet. Having grown accustomed to its master's incessant chatter, Lightning had undergone significant changes during this period, likely due to consuming numerous ferocious beasts. With its current strength, capturing ordinary bloodthirsty creatures was a simple task. Let us rest tonight, and tomorrow we shall officially challenge the bloodthirsty beasts before returning to the tribe. Ling declared to Lightning. Chirp. Upon hearing the mention of returning to the tribe, Lightning responded, a rare occurrence. After such a long absence, It too yearned for Mou, who had cared for it since its hatching. Ha ha, Ling chuckled softly. The grassland fell into silence once more, interrupted only by the occasional sound of tearing meat and swallowing. When he first departed from the tribe, Ling felt his strength was insufficiently honed. So he refrained from hastily seeking out the bloodthirsty beasts. Instead, he trained alongside Lightning, challenging and hunting various wild animals, living off the land and honing his skills. As he journeyed, he lost count of how many beasts he had slain, spending his days either hunting or traveling to hunt. Along the way, he inevitably sustained numerous injuries, but fortunately, the herbal remedies gifted to him by the witch proved effective. His travels had been fraught with peril but ultimately safe. And today, he felt he had sufficiently refined his abilities, thus deciding to seek out the bloodthirsty beasts the following day. The next morning, Ling rose early, consumed a few bites of beast meat, organized his weapons, and mounted Lightning to set off. Before challenging any beasts, he needed to select a suitable target. This one is too large. I shall not pursue it. The stature of this one is far too diminutive. It simply will not do. This one, at first glance, reeks of toxicity, decidedly unfavorable. This creature, adorned entirely in scales, presents a formidable challenge. Amidst this expansive grassland, the savage beasts of mixed blood are as numerous as the stars in the heavens. Yet few are suitable as targets for trial. After a prolonged search, I arrived beside a thicket of low trees. It was now midday, and I instructed Lightning to descend, intending to rest briefly before continuing the search. No sooner had we landed than a vibrant tiger, standing 2 meters tall and measuring 4.5 meters in length, sprang forth. However, upon spotting Lightning beside me, it abruptly halted and fled in the opposite direction. When one seeks diligently, fortune often favors the bold. You are the one, Lightning. Let us pursue. I immediately designated this tiger as my trial target, for it was the most fitting opponent I had encountered thus far. With Lightning by my side, how could the tiger possibly escape? Realizing it could not elude the duo of man and beast, the tiger decided to stand its ground for a desperate confrontation, which suited my intentions perfectly. I leaped to the ground, facing the tiger head-on. With a fearsome roar, the tiger lunged at me first. My eyes widened in an instant as my body instinctively rolled to the side. The tiger missed its mark, quickly pivoting to attack once more. I hastily drew the bone blade fashioned from the mixed blood beast and gripped it tightly. The tiger leaped high, its razor-sharp claws aimed at me. I swiftly dodged to the side while simultaneously slashing towards its claws. The tiger, feeling the sting of pain, let out an enraged roar and lashed out with its tail like a steel whip. I crouched down just in time to narrowly avoid the strike. Fueled by anger, I retaliated, charging at the tiger and thrusting my blade towards its abdomen. The tiger adeptly twisted its body to evade the blow. Sinking its teeth into my arm instead, I winced in pain but refused to relinquish my grip on the knife. Instead, I summoned all my strength to plunge the blade towards the tiger's neck. The tiger was forced to release its bite and retreat. We engaged in a fierce exchange, each of us launching relentless assaults. I deftly dodged the tiger's strikes, searching for openings to counterattack. The tiger, relying on its formidable strength and agility, relentlessly attacked me. Initially, it seemed hesitant, wary of Lightning's presence, but soon it grew bolder as it realized Lightning remained passive, intensifying its ferocity. At this moment, I was panting heavily, my body marred with wounds of various sizes, nearing my limit. Just as I contemplated surrendering and calling for Lightning's aid, a sudden surge of warmth erupted from my chest, coursing through my body, gradually restoring my depleted stamina. The tiger, however, remained unrelenting, howling as it lunged at me once more. This time, I did not evade. I raised my bone blade and charged forward. With a resounding crack, I disregarded the tiger's claws swiping at me and summoned my last ounce of strength to drive the bone knife deep into its forehead. The tremendous force drove the blade completely in. With a pained roar, the tiger thrashed violently, flinging the exhausted me away. Upon hitting the ground, the impact rendered me unconscious. Though gravely injured, the tiger still possessed sufficient strength. Its eyes bloodshot with fury, it lunged at my fallen form, intent on tearing apart the two-legged creature that had harmed it in that instant. Lightning sprang into action, soaring forward and crushing the vibrant tiger's skull with a single swipe of its paw. The massive beast collapsed, blood gushing from its head like a fountain. Subsequently, I grasped the tiger's lifeless body and carefully lifted the bloodied me towards the tribe. At that moment, the totem patterns adorning my chest began to emanate a faint green light, slowly spreading towards my shoulders. Chapter 51. The medicinal peach tree. Come, lift these logs over there. Add some soil. No, it's leaning. Adjust it again. I in the valley. Mo personally directed the tribe's young men in constructing a schoolhouse, a place meant to accommodate the children for learning and living, where even the slightest negligence was unacceptable. Mo, feeling a sense of unease, opted to oversee the project himself. Suddenly, a tremor of intuition coursed through him, prompting him to gaze towards the south. Is that lightning? Mo quickly spotted lightning soaring towards them, excitement bubbling within him. Where is it? Has the chief returned? Where's lightning? Upon hearing Mo's voice, the workers on site paused their tasks. Looking skyward, there, that dark spot. Someone suddenly shouted, having spotted the figure in the sky. Oh, it's over there. Others began to catch glimpses of lightning approaching. Oh no. Mo's expression darkened, for his keen eyes, honed as a shaman, discerned the figure in lightning's grasp. The person appeared drenched in blood, utterly motionless. A jolt of dread gripped Mo's heart. What has happened to the chief? As lightning drew nearer, the others gradually recognized the figure, myself. Chaos erupted among the grass, voices rising in concern over my condition. Silence. Mo commanded, quelling the commotion. I will do my utmost to treat the chief. Do not worry. Though he spoke confidently, uncertainty lingered within him. Just then, lightning landed in the open space, gently placing both the tiger's corpse and my body onto the ground. The chief, a throng of people rushed towards me. Step aside. Let me see, Mo ordered, pushing through the crowd to reach my side. Upon closer inspection, I was in a pitiful state, covered in wounds of various sizes, my body caked in blood, my clothing torn to shreds. Thankfully, it's just superficial injuries. Mo assessed my condition, noting that while I looked dreadful, most of the wounds were merely surface level, likely the result of exhaustion leading to unconsciousness. All right, the chief is fine and no need to crowd around. Bring a basin of water, some cloths, and find him a set of clothes. Instructed the onlookers. He then began to channel a powerful healing spell, the Great Healing Technique, significantly more potent than ordinary healing spells. Also beneficial to plants. Under the might of this powerful sorcery, my wounds gradually began to heal. Yet the exhaustion that had caused my unconsciousness would require ample rest to overcome. Shaman, water is here. Good. You men help wash the chief's body, then give him some water and carry him back to his quarters. Yes. All right, everyone else disperse. The chief is fine. Return to your tasks. After tending to my wounds, Mo dismissed the crowd, allowing them to resume their activities. Time swiftly passed during my unconsciousness, and soon night fell. Where am I? I murmured, awakening to the sight of the ceiling above. Chief, you are awake, cried Stone, who had been keeping vigil by my side, excitement evident in his voice. Shaman, the chief is awake. The chief is awake. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Stone dashed out to announce the news. Moments later, Mo arrived, having heard the commotion. Chief, how do you feel? Are you better? Much improved, thank you. Shaman. I apologize for causing you concern. Haha, good. It's wonderful to see you awake. Rest a bit longer. Once you're up, I will gather everyone to celebrate your advancement to an intermediate warrior. Machem. Satisfied that I was recovering well, Mo led the others outside. He noticed that the totem patterns on my body had already spread to my shoulders, a clear indication of my new status as an intermediate warrior. By evening, I was able to move freely, albeit still somewhat weak, likely due to blood loss. That night, Mo organized a modest gathering to celebrate, during which each warrior received a portion of the mixed blood beast's meat. This meat, rich in energy, could only be fully utilized by warriors, while ordinary individuals could merely savor its taste. The consumption of this beast's flesh greatly benefited the warrior's training. Mo placed the tiger's bones upon the altar alongside the previous wolf skeleton. Tomorrow morning, Uncle Black Tiger, gather 9 warriors in front of my dwelling. We have matters to attend to. As the gathering drew to a close, Mo addressed Black Tiger, adding, Oh, and Bayun, you should join as well. Understood. I will bring the men to you tomorrow morning. Shaman. All right, then disperse and get some rest. Knock, knock, knock in the morning, as Mou was lost in dreams. A loud rapping at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Shaman, it's Black Tiger. Just a moment, Mou snapped out of his stupor, recalling that he was supposed to lead them on a task today. He quickly got up, tidied himself, and opened the door to find 10 warriors along with Baiyun already gathered outside. Good. Since everyone is here, let us depart. Summoning lightning, we set off. With sparks flying, we swiftly arrived at the Peach Tribe's encampment. Shaman, what brings us here? To dig for trees. Dig for trees? Which trees? Shaman, you mean those medicinal peach trees, right? Baiyun, having overheard the conversation, quickly grasped the situation. Clever. Do you know where they are? Yes, there are 5 medicinal peach trees deep within the peach grove. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lead the way, Mou. You had long coveted the Peach Tribe's medicinal peach trees, having heard tales of their totems bearing fruit that enhance strength. Furthermore, he learned from Baiyun and others that the few century-old medicinal peach trees, born from the totem's divine essence, possessed similar effects. Since then, he had been eager to acquire these trees. The vicinity surrounding the Peach Tribe's encampment was a vast orchard spanning hundreds of acres. And this season was the peak of peach blossom bloom. Upon entering the grove, it felt as if stepping into a dreamlike realm. At a glance, the peach blossoms are in full bloom, stretching endlessly. The delicate pink flowers, light as clouds, bloom at the tips of the branches, each resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece of nature. As the gentle breeze sweeps by, the peach blossoms sway gracefully, petals falling like pink snowflakes. Fluttering beautifully, a sight to behold. Baiyun and the others journeyed through the peach grove, finally discovering 5 medicinal peach trees deep within. At first glance, the trees appeared no different from those nearby, but upon closer inspection, they revealed their remarkable uniqueness. It was fortunate to have Baiyun as a guide. Otherwise, others would find it challenging to discern the differences among these medicinal peach trees. Having located the place, the next step was simple: excavation. With combined efforts, they quickly unearthed the trees, which were then transported back to the tribe with the help of lightning. Mou designated a clearing at the northern edge of the bamboo forest for planting the trees. During the relocation, many peach blossoms were shaken off, and the root systems sustained some damage. To ensure this year's fruiting was not affected, Mou infused each tree with a touch of shamanic power using a great healing technique. Under the nurturing influence of this power, the previously wilted peach trees instantly regained their vitality. After watering them, Mou did not give them further attention. He had done all he could. If they could not survive now, there was nothing more to be done. These peach trees, under the influence of the totem deity, were no longer ordinary flora. They could be classified as extraordinary plants. It is said that every unique flower and herb possesses miraculous properties. Yet thus far, Mou had only encountered these peach trees and the bamboo of the bamboo deity. Chapter 52. Bows and arrows. Hey! Ha! In the morning, Mou was roused from his slumber by the spirited shouts of the children during their training. Pushing open the door, he saw the horizon just beginning to blush with the first light of dawn, a gossamer veil gently draping over the still sleeping earth. The distant mountains appeared shrouded in a gray mist, their outlines becoming somewhat indistinct in the soft illumination. On the grassy field, fervent youths were engaged in rigorous training, sweat glistening on their brows. Mou gazed at this scene, his heart awash with mixed emotions. Today's training task involved weapon usage, led by Heihu, with each child wielding a bone knife, diligently practicing the basic slashing motions. Heihu had spotted Mou but merely nodded in acknowledgement, not uttering a word of greeting. While the children continued their drills without interruption, quite good. Mou nodded slightly. Heihu was indeed an excellent instructor, as training should reflect discipline and organization, adhering to orders without exception. After watching for a while, Mou felt somewhat dissatisfied with the types of weapons in the tribe. While they had bone knives, bone clubs, and bone spears for close combat, they lacked any weapon for ranged attacks. It seemed imperative to craft some bows and arrows. Initially, Mou had thought that in this realm of extraordinary powers, bows and arrows might be superfluous, which had deterred him from creating them. However, it was clear now that they were necessary. Naturally, he could not make an ordinary bow, as a standard bow could not withstand the strength of a warrior and would easily break off to find the bamboo deity. After a moment of contemplation, Mou dashed towards the bamboo forest. His eyes set upon the offspring of the totem deity. The bamboo here, having been imbued with the deity's power, had mutated and could be classified among the extraordinary flora. You recalled how Ling had struggled to cut through the bamboo when he first arrived, a testament to its remarkable resilience, making it an excellent material for bow making. Entering the bamboo grove, he engaged in a spirited negotiation with the bamboo deity, ultimately securing permission to use the bamboo after enduring a scolding. With materials in hand, he set off eagerly. Finding Ling at the dwelling, who had yet to rise, Mo knocked fervently. "Ling, are you up? Is that you, shaman?" "I'll be up shortly." Moments later, Ling opened the door. "Shaman, is there something you need? Bring your bone knife and come with me." "Oh, okay." Leading Ling to the bamboo grove, Mo selected a bamboo stalk of the thickness of a corn cob. "Chop this down." "Huh? This. Just do it. I've consulted the bamboo deity. Oh, all right then." Upon hearing Mo's intent to chop bamboo, Ling was initially startled, aware of the sanctity of the totem deity's possessions. However, once reassured of the deity's consent, he began to chop energetically. Watching Ling's cautious demeanor, Mo felt a twinge of disdain. "What's with the theatrics? It's not your first time chopping bamboo. You did quite well last time. Why the hesitation now?" The bamboo proved as resilient as anticipated, and it took Ling a considerable time to fell it. After successfully bringing it down, they needed to cut a 1.5-meter section to serve as the bow's body. Given its special properties, minimal processing was required. Only the side branches needed trimming, and the surface smoothed out, along with creating a notch for the bowstring. The crucial task lay in crafting the bowstring. For this, Mo chose tendons harvested from the old tiger, as the sinews of this fierce beast were exceptionally strong and could withstand a warrior's force. Selecting robust tendons, he tore them into thin strips by hand, then repeatedly kneaded them on a wooden board to enhance their durability and smoothness, ultimately weaving them into a bowstring. Entrusted the task of bowstring crafting to the women of the tribe, while he and Ling focused on processing the bamboo. It took the entire morning to complete these two components, after which they would combine them. Bending the bow, Mo secured one end of the string at the lower end of the bow, then exerted force to bend the bow further, attaching the other end of the string at the upper end and securing it tightly. Buzz. With the string properly set, Mo tested its draw weight. The bow was exceptionally stiff, requiring all his strength to pull it halfway. "Ling, give it a try." "Okay." Creak. Ling effortlessly drew the bowstring fully, without the struggle Mo had experienced. "How does it feel?" I suppose I used about half my strength." After their experimentation, Mo gained a clearer understanding of the bow's draw weight. Comparing it to Ling's strength as an intermediate warrior, it seemed that the tribe's novice warriors should be able to wield this bow effectively. All right, the bow is complete. Now we move on to the arrows. First, for the materials, Mo chose straight, slender bamboo shoots, cutting them to appropriate lengths and smoothing their surfaces. Next came the arrowheads. He had Ling grind one from beast bone. While metal would have been preferable, limited resources forced him to make do with bone. For the fletching, he used feathers from the tribe's chickens. After plucking the feathers, he trimmed them to suitable shapes and sizes, adhering them to either side and the lower end of the arrow shaft with adhesive, adjusting their angles and positions to ensure stability during flight. Finally, he attached the crafted arrowhead to the front of the arrow shaft, completing the arrow. With great excitement, Mo was eager to test his creation. He recalled the essentials of archery from ancient texts. In archery, a gentleman must align his inner intent and maintain a straight posture. Then, he may hold the bow and arrow firmly, and only then can he speak of hitting the target. Stepping into the open space, Mo positioned himself sideways, feet parallel and shoulder-width apart, his body slightly leaning forward. He knocked the arrow, drew the string, aimed at a nearby log, and released it. Whoosh, thwack. The arrow shot forth, swiftly grazing the log and striking a fist-sized stone a meter to the left, the tremendous force instantly breaking the arrowhead. "Wow!" Ling exclaimed in awe as the shaman had launched this peculiar weapon, hitting a stone from several dozen meters away, erupting in cheers. You got it now. This is a bow and arrow, just like I demonstrated." Mo chuckled awkwardly, relieved that Ling assumed he was aiming for the stone. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed today. Clearly, theory and practice were worlds apart. "Your turn to try." Quickly regaining his composure, Mo handed the bow to Ling for him to test. "All right, shaman, let me give it a go." Ling, intrigued by this weapon capable of launching slender bamboo shoots, eagerly accepted the bow. Chapter 53. Talent. Stand straight, lean slightly forward, and use both eyes to aim. Don't close one eye. Mou began to teach Ling the essentials of archery, adjusting his stance. Although he was inexperienced, he could still instruct others. Whoosh! As Ling released the arrow, it flew through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow. Thwack! The arrow struck the log squarely, though lacking a proper arrowhead. It only penetrated slightly into the trunk. Ha! Shaman! Look! I hit it! Archery is so hard! Ling shouted exuberantly upon hitting the target. Now it was Mou's turn to feel the pressure. Comparisons were inevitable. Ling, I feel a bit down. I've embarrassed myself in front of my fellow time travelers. A promising youth of the 21st century, a fine man of Huagua, and yet I've lost to a primitive who doesn't even wear underwear. I feel utterly useless. After a bout of self-deprecation, Mou adjusted his mindset. So what if he couldn't shoot arrows? Give it another shot. Let me see. Mou had Ling shoot several more times. Only once did he miss, while the rest were consistently on target. All right, Ling, it seems you have quite the talent. Practice well. Once you master it, you'll need to teach others. This bow and arrow will become an essential weapon for the tribe. I understand, Shaman. I will practice diligently. Ling nodded earnestly. With years of hunting experience, he recognized the significance of the weapon invented by the shaman. It was no exaggeration to say this would dramatically alter the tribe's hunting and combat strategies. What does the chief wield? I am also uncertain. The actions of Mou and Ling have indeed attracted the attention of others, who have gathered around in a circle to observe. This object is called a bow and arrow, a new weapon invented by the shaman, and I will demonstrate how it is used. Noticing the curiosity of the onlookers, Ling promptly began to explain and personally showcase its functionality. With this tool, hunting will become significantly easier. Furthermore, it will greatly assist us in warfare against other tribes, allowing us to strike before they even approach. As many learned about the purpose of the bow and arrow, they eagerly began to discuss it, expressing the initial intentions behind Mou's creation of this weapon. Mou nodded in approval, realizing that there are indeed many intelligent individuals within the tribe. It is understandable. The ignorance of primitive man stems from a lack of exposure and insufficient inheritance and accumulation of knowledge, rather than being a reflection of their intellect. Consequently, a fervor for learning to use the bow and arrow erupted within the tribe. Those who were unable to utilize the specially crafted bows began to replicate them using ordinary wood. The enthusiasm for archery grew increasingly fervent, to the point where it began to disrupt the normal activities of the tribe. Ultimately, it was Mou and Ling who intervened, advising that they should pursue their studies during their leisure time. However, that is a matter for another time. To return to the main point. Clearly, a single bow is insufficient for use. Thus, in the following days, Mou and Ling focused primarily on the production of bows and arrows. They busily harvested bamboo, twisted beast tendons, and crafted arrows, finding joy in their labor. Upon completing the 6th bow, they found themselves out of beast tendons from the hybrid ferocious beasts, forcing them to pause their work. Lightning, look at you, wandering about aimlessly all day. This won't do. I hope that one day you can become a successful mountain giant eagle, as I will rely on you for care. Thus, I have decided to send you out now to hunt down a hybrid ferocious beast, preferably one of considerable size. After much persuasion, Mou finally convinced Lightning to willingly venture out to find a hybrid ferocious beast for him. Hurry back, as I am still waiting for the beast tendons to craft the bows. Before Lightning departed, Mou reminded him to return swiftly. I am a good person, taking this too seriously. How can I open the door? Sigh. There are not many good masters who care for their beast companions like I do. As Mou returned to the valley, he contemplated it would take a while for Lightning to return. So during this time, Mou planned to assess the archery talents of the other warriors. In order to provide tailored instruction later on, he gathered all the warriors in the open space, ready to test their abilities. Each would have 3 attempts to hit the target, with those hitting the most prioritized for bow and arrow allocation. All right, Uncle Black Tiger, you go first. After explaining the key points to everyone, Mou called upon Black Tiger to take his shot. Very well, Shaman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew in succession. Point 2 hit the target. Next, point 1 hit the target. All right, 3 hits. After testing, I have discovered another talented archer, Guatong. Is it? Come forth and shoot again for me to observe. Yes, tap, tap, tap. 3 arrows, all hitting the target. Good. Excellent. Step aside for now. Next. After the testing concluded, 5 individuals were selected. including Black Tiger and Guotong. You 5 possess the best archery talents among the warriors. This first batch of bows and arrows is entrusted to you. Make sure to practice diligently. Yes, well then, you may practice freely. After Mou departed, arrows began to fly wildly across the open space. That evening, Lightning returned with a hybrid ferocious beast resembling a cow. After removing the tendons, Mou left the cow's entrails, distributing some of the remaining meat to the warriors in the tribe. While preserving the rest, woohoo, it's time for some beef offal, not rushing to craft the bows, as the tendons needed to dry before they could be used. Mou decided to treat himself after such a long period of hard work by making a beef offal soup. He cleaned the heart, liver, and lungs, rinsing away the blood, emptied the contents of the intestines, scrubbing them clean, and gathered a few wild vegetables from the garden, thus completing his preparation. With a hot pot, he added beast oil. And once heated, he sought the spices he had discovered among the shaman's herbs, which had a unique aroma, edible and harmless to the body. He added the beef offal, frying it until slightly golden. Then transferred it into a clay pot, added salt and sufficient hot water, and after bringing it to a boil, he simmered it on low heat. When the beef offal was nearly done, he added sweet potato chunks and wild vegetables, finishing with a touch of salt for seasoning. The pot of Mou's beef offal soup was finally complete. Ah, this is truly delicious. Mou tasted the soup. It was well balanced in saltiness and flavor, whetting his appetite. Just as he was about to indulge in a hearty meal, there was a knock at the door. "What brings you here?" Upon opening the door, he found the young girl Hong Yi standing there. "Shaman, what are you eating? It smells so good. Beef offal soup. Would you like to join me?" Mou, fully aware that the girl had come to mooch a meal, graciously proposed. "Yay, you're the best, shaman." The little girl beamed with joy at Mou's words. "Oh, I've been given the good guy card. This is frustrating. Is it too late to kick her out?" Mou grumbled internally, but obediently served a large bowl of beef offal to Hong Yi. Chapter 54. The beast tied with the beast tendons caught by lightning. The production of bows and arrows progressed rapidly. Half of the warriors were equipped with this new weapon, and the children's training now included this discipline as well. "All right, I see everyone has trained sufficiently. Today we shall venture out for some real combat." On this day, Mou looked upon the archers who had trained for over a week with great satisfaction. It must be said that primitive people take hunting weapons very seriously, resulting in quick and effective learning. Now, even the least skilled among them could hit 7 or 8 out of 10. Excellent! It's time for real combat. Practicing in the tribe has been rather dull these past few days. The warriors had no objections to Mou's proposal. Instead, they appeared eager to participate. "Very well. You have half an hour to prepare your weapons, and then we shall set off. Yes, Ling, this time, leave 5 people to guard the tribe. Everyone else will come along, including you." "Understood. I will arrange for those who will remain behind." Shortly thereafter, the expedition party was ready. "Let us go." With the command, the hunting team set off in a grand procession. What is that?" After traveling a short distance, Mou suddenly noticed a multitude of beasts moving in the same direction. "Lightning, fly that way." "Let us go see him." Mou instructed Lightning to head toward the direction of the beast herd, relying on his years of experience, knowing there must be something valuable ahead. After advancing for a while, the presence of wild beasts increased, and Mou soon spotted what was attracting them. It was a sapling, standing as tall as a person, adorned with 3 glistening golden fruits. This was clearly a rare plant. However, its effects remained unknown. The gathering of beasts grew larger, with even ferocious beasts appearing among them. "Let us retreat." Upon witnessing this scene, Mou immediately decided to halt the hunting expedition and return the others to the tribe. "Shaman, you cannot go. There are so many wild beasts. It is too dangerous. Indeed, Shaman, you are the pillar of the tribe. You cannot take such risks. How about Lightning and I go instead? You stay in the tribe and await news." Upon returning to the tribe, everyone's expressions changed drastically at the sight of Mou preparing to venture forth for the fruits, hastily trying to stop him. "Enough. There's no need to argue. I am merely going to take a look. I will not take any risks, Shaman, but that is an order." Seeing that they were still trying to dissuade him, Mou had no choice but to leverage his position as shaman to persuade them. After bidding farewell to the group, Mou and Lightning returned to the vicinity of the fruit tree. At this moment, the ground was surrounded by thousands of wild beasts. and the sky was filled with numerous ferocious flying creatures. All the ferocious beasts circled around the area of the fruit tree, but did not immediately rush towards it, clearly waiting for something MOU observed from a distance and quickly instructed Lightning to land in a patch of grass far away. As he did not wish to attract the attention of those ferocious beasts, hiding in the grass, they patiently awaited the unfolding events. As the sun began to set, the beast herd finally reacted. The fruits on the sapling began to emit a remarkably enticing aroma, causing the wild beasts to go wild, rushing towards the tree. Ferocious beasts of hybrid bloodline strength maintained their rationality, and they would not allow these lesser beasts to lay claim to such a rare item. Thus they began to slaughter the advancing wild creatures. The sounds of roars and screams accompanied by the scent of blood filled the primal grasslands. MOU heard the commotion but made no unnecessary movements. He continued to wait patiently. He was not foolish. He could discern the nature of the scene unfolding from the sounds, and charging in recklessly would be tantamount to delivering himself as a meal. Go ahead and fight. When you are both exhausted, it will be my turn to make an entrance, MOU thought deviously. The slaughter continued, with wild beasts being torn apart and their throats bitten through. Falling one by one until the moon hung high in the sky, the horrifying sounds gradually subsided. Lightning, let us go take a look, MOU decided to approach, fearing that he might be too late and allow the ferocious beasts to seize the opportunity. Just as they neared the area, the overwhelming stench of blood, coupled with the intense visual impact, nearly caused MOU to vomit. The once lush grassland was now obscured by a sea of animal carcasses. The shattered bodies lay strewn about, dismembered limbs scattered, warm entrails intertwined, with the occasional twitch of a half-dead beast. At the terminus of this mountain of corpses and sea of blood stood 5 ferocious creatures of varying sizes. Clearly the ultimate victors of this grim spectacle. Beside them, golden fruits shimmered with an increasingly vibrant allure under the moonlight, presenting a stark contrast to the gruesome scene nearby. Yet, at this juncture, the true victor had yet to emerge. With a sudden hiss, a monstrous python sprang forth, seizing a nearby saber-toothed beast and coiling tightly around it. The saber-toothed beast, unwilling to submit, opened its bloody maw and sank its teeth into the python. Meanwhile, a wild boar charged into a nearby ferocious bull, and the two began to engage in a fierce struggle. The balance was disrupted as 4 beasts paired off to fight for their lives. Seizing the moment, the remaining ferocious ape darted toward the fruit tree, while the other 4 beasts, entangled with their adversaries, found it difficult to intervene effectively. Just as the ape was about to grasp the fruit tree, MOU and Lightning made their entrance. Diving down, Lightning grasped the branches of the fruit tree and uprooted it entirely. Amidst the fiery glares of the other beasts, they made their swift escape. The ape beat its chest and howled at the sky, but it was merely a display of impotent rage. In the midst of MOU's elation, a giant eagle swooped in from the distance. "Damn it, old Six," MOU cursed, realizing he had mistaken himself for a mere spectator when he was, in fact, the prey. "Lightning, step on it, head for the tribe," he urged. Fortunately, Lightning maintained its speed, and the eagle struggled to close the gap. However, Lightning was also unable to shake off its pursuer. The two parties chased each other, and before long, the outline of the valley appeared in MOU's view. "Excellent, hurry, Lightning, fly straight back to the valley." With a low cry, Lightning surged into the tribe, landing beside the bamboo grove. Once on the ground, MOU let out a sigh of relief. They were safe. Suddenly, he looked up at the sound, only to see the foolish eagle had followed them in. Yet he had no intention of fleeing again. He merely smiled at the raptor. The beast, noticing its timid quarry had halted, dove toward MOU. "Foolish eagle," MOU exclaimed with a tinge of mockery, "you dare to act so brazenly?" A commanding voice resounded in his ears, accompanied by a vivid green bamboo branch. With a swift crack, the raptor's head exploded into a mist of blood. Its scream stifled before it could escape its beak, crashing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 55. The Golden Jade Fruit Boom. The body struck the earth, landing near the bamboo grove, prompting MOU to exhale in relief that it did not crash into a dwelling. The tremendous noise roused the slumbering inhabitants, who began to rise from their beds. A bone whistle sounded, signaling alarm, and chaos erupted within the tribe. "Enemy attack! Wake up! Something's amiss! Grab your weapons!" Don't push me. After a cacophony of confusion, the warriors finally armed themselves and burst from their homes. You observed this scene in silence, mentally noting the sluggishness of their response amidst the disarray. If a true emergency arose, they would find themselves trapped and slaughtered in their homes. It appeared imperative to expedite the construction of the walls and arrange for night watchmen beforehand. Upon stepping outside and assessing the situation, the primitive folk exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Well, since everyone is awake, warriors, come lend a hand to plant this tree and deal with the raptor's carcass. Mou finally broke the silence. All right, shaman, warriors, gather around. Others, return to your dwellings. All is well. Ling promptly organized the crowd. Hearing the shaman in chief, the others yawned and shuffled back indoors. Is this the wondrous tree? Ling inquired, gazing at the fruit tree beside Mou with curiosity. Indeed. Take 2 individuals and promptly plant it by the peach tree. Others, handle the beast's remains and remember to extract the beast core. Understood. Ling took 2 companions to plant the tree, while Black Tiger led a group to dispose of the carcass. Drawing a bone knife, he sliced open the beast's chest and extracted the core located within. Shaman, this is the beast core, Black Tiger said, rinsing it before handing it to the shaman. Good. Cut off a small portion of the beast meat to feed to Lightning. All right, this was his second beast core. The first had been obtained from the tiger Ling had hunted previously. Stowing away the beast core, Mou strolled over to Ling, who had successfully planted the fruit tree. The 3 fruits intact. Ding, recognition successful. Golden jade fruit tree, a miraculous tree that bears the golden jade fruit. Golden jade fruit, nourished by blood and flesh, contains extraordinary energy capable of transforming hybrid beasts into pure-blooded ones. Colorful, Mou exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Shaman, what is the matter? Is there something wrong with this fruit tree? Haha, Ling, we have acquired something remarkable. This fruit can evolve hybrid beasts into pure-blooded ones. What? Such miraculous properties? This will enable the tribe to increase by 3 pure-blooded beasts. Ling, upon understanding Mou's words, was ecstatic, gasping in exhilaration as her voice rose in pitch. Moreover, as long as we nourish this tree with blood and flesh, it will continue to produce new fruits. This is truly the blessing of the totem upon our bamboo tribe, Ling exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement upon hearing the tree's continuous yield. All right, go retrieve your and Black Tiger's mounts. Understood, Ling, realizing the shaman's intent, hurriedly went to fetch the Qilin horses. Shaman, can you truly evolve my mount into a pure-blooded beast? Black Tiger, the other Qilin horse's owner, also approached. Indeed, just set me down for now. Oh, my apologies, shaman. I was too excited and did not mean to bump into you. Black Tiger quickly realized, releasing Mou and hastily apologizing. No matter. You 2 bring the horses over. Yes. Plucking 2 fruits, Mou noticed their translucent clarity and alluring fragrance, tempting him immensely. Shaking off the distraction, he handed the fruits to the 2. Feed them to the horses. The horses eagerly devoured the fruits, their eyes lighting up as they chewed. Shortly after swallowing, the 2 mounts reacted. Torrents of energy surged through their sinews and bones, causing intense pain. The 2 horses struggled violently, with Black Tiger nearly losing his grip on the reins, while Ling managed to hold onto hers with one hand, suppressing the frenzied Qilin horse. After a tumultuous struggle and anguished whinnies, the horses visibly transformed. They grew to a towering height of 3 meters, their scaled bodies darkening, eyes sharp as lightning, manes sleek and glossy, their muscles rippling with newfound strength, appearing even more majestic and formidable. All right, lead them back for now. We shall try riding them tomorrow. With the transformation complete, the 2 were eager to gallop under the moonlight. But Mou quickly intervened, cautioning against such nighttime escapades. He decided to leave the remaining golden jade fruit on the tree for now, intending to use it once they captured a hybrid beast. In the early morning, before dawn broke, Ling and Black Tiger mounted their horses and raced through the valley. Their shouts and laughter, mingled with the horses' whinnies, roused the entire tribe. Who the hell is making such a ruckus this early? Chief, Captain. The weather is splendid. Stone Spear, awakened by the commotion, burst outside cursing but quickly halted upon spotting Ling and Black Tiger racing by, breaking into a grin. Indeed, the weather is delightful, but I could have sworn I heard someone calling me a bastard just now. Black Tiger feigned innocence, scratching his ear with a forced smile. Did you hear incorrectly? Is that so? Black Tiger dismounted and shot a dangerous glance at Stone Spear. Seeing this, Stone Spear bolted toward Mo. But before he could cover much ground, Ling intercepted him. No, don't slap my face. The grass echoed with Stone Spear's cries of despair. What a relief. My mood has instantly brightened. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the two clapped their hands and rode off, leaving Stone Spear behind with two panda eyes, disheveled in the wind. Mo observed the scene from the doorway, shaking his head with a smirk. Childish. For breakfast, Mo savored another hearty meal of beast meat. The day's agenda included resuming the archery training that had been abruptly halted and seeking a suitable beast for contract, as he needed to utilize the remaining fruit before it lost its potency. Or he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. He instructed them to prepare their bows and gather weapons, and once again, they set off. Chapter 56. Slaying the beast this time, no unforeseen circumstances arose, and the group swiftly discovered a herd of deer 50 kilometers southwest of the tribe, led by a hybrid beast. Stop, conceal yourselves, Mo commanded from a distance. He turned to Ling and Go Ting. You two take the archers and spread out on either side. When the deer approach, draw your bows and shoot. The rest of us will move behind and wait for my signal to start hurling stones to drive the herd this way. Yes, everyone replied in hushed tones. Commence the operation and be cautious not to let the lead deer escape. Split up, as Mo led his companions stealthily to the rear of the deer herd, while Ling and his group had already taken their positions. Throw! As the command was issued, the tribesmen beside Mo skillfully hurled their slings, causing several deer to stumble and fall to the ground. The startled herd, in a panic, began to flee in another direction. Fire! Ling commanded as he observed the approaching deer. Whoosh! Dozens of arrows sliced through the air, striking the fleeing deer with tremendous force, instantly piercing their bodies and causing blood to gush forth. Creak! Ling also drew his bow. Aiming at the lead deer, whoosh! Releasing his finger, the arrow shot forth, targeting the deer's face. Unfortunately, the cunning beast swiftly dodged with a turn of its head. Missed? Once more, Ling, undeterred by the miss, quickly knocked another arrow. Whoosh! Just as the deer attempted to evade again, another arrow flew in from the opposite side, and the deer, frantically adjusting its stance to avoid it, was too late. Thud! The second arrow struck true, piercing the lead deer's eye. Eliciting a piercing cry, Ling glanced over to see Go Ting holding a bamboo bough, its string quivering, clearly indicating that the previous shot was his doing. The duo quickly loosed a few more arrows before the deer ceased its struggles. Retrieve the arrows, count the spoils. At that moment, Mo's voice rang out from the other side, prompting them to stop delaying. Sharing a knowing smile, they approached to extract the arrows lodged in the deer's body. This hunting venture, including the lead deer, resulted in the capture of a total of 19 deer, along with 5 live ones ensnared by the slings, totaling 24 prizes, a bountiful harvest. Following this battle, the warriors recognized the prowess of the bow and arrow, capable of ambushing prey from a distance and pursuing fleeing beasts, proving far more efficient compared to the previous tools of bone knives and spears. Indeed, the bow and arrow are extraordinary instruments. Alas, I have yet to hit my mark. The performance of the bow and arrow illuminated its advantages to all, leaving those previously deemed unfit lamenting their fate. It's all right. Talent may be lacking, but effort can compensate. Once the next batch of bows is crafted, they can be distributed for practice. You soothe their spirits. All right, let us return. It's still early. We'll walk back and see if there are any other discoveries. This time, Mo intended to walk back himself. Though typically riding Lightning for convenience, it often led to missing valuable resources on the ground. Certainly, the others had no objections to the shaman's decision. As they explored and proceeded, Mo discovered several types of wild vegetables along the way, though they were all rather ordinary and unremarkable. Halt! Be vigilant! Not long after, Ling suddenly shouted, having caught a whiff of an unusual scent. What is it, Chief? The others immediately perked up, forming a protective circle around Mo, attentively observing the rustling surroundings. They're coming. It wasn't long before Ling spoke again. A series of soft rustling sounds shattered the tranquility, revealing a pack of wolves stealthily emerging from the underbrush, swiftly surrounding Mo and his companions in a fan-shaped formation. They did not launch an immediate attack, but instead encircled the group. Waiting in silence, "Chief, why aren't they attacking us?" Shirtu quietly inquired. "This, I'm uncertain as well." Ling shook his head, equally puzzled by the wolves' behavior. "They are waiting to at that moment," Mou, at the center of the group, spoke up, having discerned the wolves' peculiar conduct. "Waiting for what?" The alpha wolf, no sooner had he spoken than a wolf over 2 meters tall emerged from behind a nearby mound, stepping to the forefront of the pack. This wolf was lithe and imposing, its gray fur resembling fine silk, each strand appearing meticulously groomed. Its head was held high, with sharp, piercing eyes that were cold and keen. Its ears twitched slightly, and 4 sturdy legs stood firmly on the ground, while its tail hung straight behind, elegant yet menacing. Indeed, wolves are astute hunters, Mou mused, recognizing the alpha's cleverness in using its smaller packmates to approach stealthily before revealing itself. It was also a moment of carelessness on Mou's part, compounded by lightning being dispatched to transport their haul, allowing the wolves to draw near unnoticed. "Shaman, let us kill them all," Ling suggested from the side. "No, I have my sights set on that alpha." Mou quickly intervened, preventing Ling from making a move. "Are you suggesting we capture it for the tribe?" "Precisely, and Shirtu could use a battle companion." "Shaman, is this for me?" Shirtu exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. "Indeed, hooray, I want a beast companion too." Mou commanded Ling to subdue the alpha wolf. "Chief, be careful, don't harm my little Shirtu." Ling nearly stumbled upon hearing this. "What? I thought you were concerned about me. But you're worried about this wolf? And what else with little Shirtu? We haven't even caught it yet, and you've already named it? I'll have to find a reason to give this kid a good thrashing later." Ling inwardly grumbled, yet his hands moved without hesitation as he charged toward the alpha wolf, engaging it in combat. The others also rushed forward to subdue the ordinary wolves. After a prolonged struggle, Ling pinned the alpha wolf's head to the ground, preventing its escape. This was also due to the necessity of capturing it alive. Otherwise, with Ling's strength, it wouldn't have taken so long to slay the wolf. "All right, the usual protocol. Let us give it a good beating before the contract, as it makes failure more likely." "Yes." Upon receiving the command, the warriors eagerly readied themselves, surrounding the alpha wolf. After a thorough beating, the contract was successfully established on the first attempt. After a brief healing, Shirtu successfully subdued the creature. "Shirtu, have it gather the pack." "All right, Shaman, I'll give it a try." Shirtu began. "Little Shirtu, gather all your subordinates and come back with us." A commanding, elongated howl resonated through the air. Responding to the call, the other ordinary wolves converged, totaling around 20 adult wolves. "Let us depart." With the wolf pack now assembled, Mou decided it was time to return to the tribe. However, the alpha wolf halted, unwilling to leave. "Little Shirtu, what's wrong?" "We're heading back to the tribe." Shirtu was equally perplexed, not understanding why the alpha wolf refused to follow. Typically, such behavior wouldn't occur after a contract was completed. "Shaman, it seems it doesn't want to leave." "Oh dear, why are you pulling me?" Just as Shirtu was about to consult Mou about the situation, the alpha wolf tugged at his clothing, pulling him toward the east. "It seems it wants you to follow it." Realizing the alpha's intentions, Mou understood that the wolf was leading them somewhere. He had some suspicions but lacked certainty. "Oh, is that so? Then let us go take a look." Shirtu also caught on. "Let us go and see." "Yes." Mou and his companions followed the alpha wolf eastward, while the pack trailed quietly behind, keeping a distance, clearly distrustful of the bipedal beings. After approximately 20 kilometers, a small slope appeared before them. Upon rounding the mound, a vast cave came into view. Howl. Arriving at the cave entrance, the alpha wolf paused and lifted its head to howl into the cave. "Wood." A response soon followed, accompanied by rustling sounds as 5 wolf pups emerged from within. "Wow, how adorable!" Before Mou could react, Shirtu shouted and rushed over, scooping up one of the pups to pet it. The little wolf, bewildered, thought, "Didn't I just hear my father's call? Why is this drooling creature rubbing my head?" Quickly recovering, the pup bit down on Shirtu's finger. "Ouch, that hurts. Let go." Shirtu instinctively tried to shake off the pup, but fearing injury, he was at a loss for how to proceed. "Howl." Finally, the alpha wolf called out to the pup, prompting it to release its grip. "Ha ha, Shirtu, you." The comical scene elicited hearty laughter from the warriors. Shaman, look at them. Shirtu's face flushed crimson as he approached Mou, who was struggling to suppress his laughter, to complain. Enough of the laughter. Let us gather the pups. We should head back. Stifling their mirth, the group hurriedly scooped up the little wolves, preparing for their return. Howl! Just then, the alpha wolf dashed into the cave. Little Shirtu, where are you going? I'm going in to take a look. There might be something inside. Seeing the alpha enter the cave, Mou decided to follow suit. Ling, Shirtu, let us explore inside. The others can wait a moment. Yes. Entering the cave, darkness enveloped them. Mou quickly conjured a light spell, manifesting a green orb that illuminated the surroundings. The cave was not particularly deep. After a few steps inside, a pungent odor wafted through the air, unmistakably the scent of wolf dung. What is that? Ling asked, gazing towards a peculiar plant at the cave's end, accompanied by the alpha wolf glancing back at them. Let us check it out. Approaching the plant, they scrutinized it closely. This peculiar grass was strikingly unusual. Its leaves were a translucent emerald green, long and slightly curled, with a barely perceptible silver edge along the margins. At its apex bloomed a delicate, petite pink-flowered, an extraordinary bloom. Mou gasped in astonishment. Quickly, let us search other areas to see if there is anything else. He urged Ling and the others to continue their exploration of the cave's interior. Wu, over here. We have made a discovery. Shortly thereafter, Shi was the first to notice some traces. Wu, do you see if this is the grass clippings? Indeed, it is the root of that peculiar grass, though it appears to have been consumed. Mou observed it seems that this wolf has broken through the threshold of the savage beast by consuming this extraordinary grass. He sighed. Alas, I have been greedy. Let us take that one back with us. Success in identification. Yueying grass avoids sunlight, commonly found in caves, ravines, and deep valleys. It holds significant value for both beasts and warriors, enhancing their strength. After being harvested, its roots can regenerate into new plants. What a treasure. Mou felt a surge of joy after identifying it. Ling, use the bone knife to cut it down and bring it back. This is indeed a valuable item. Yes. Ling picked up the knife and carefully sliced the grass at the soil level. All right, William. You should also dig up these 2 grass roots to take back. They can grow anew, Mou instructed. Initially, he intended to do it himself, but he was still responsible for providing light. Understood. Would be cautious not to damage them. And remember to bring some soil with you. Got it? Ling knelt down and, with meticulous care, successfully unearthed the grass roots. Good, continue. After Ling had extracted all the grass, they exited the cave with Xiao Shi. Phew, finally out. I thought I would suffocate in there. As soon as they emerged, Mou exhaled a long breath. The cave had been rather pungent and irritating to the eyes. Wu, Chief, you have returned. The people waiting outside rushed forward upon seeing them. Yes, we have returned and discovered something good. Let us head back to the tribe, and I will explain further. Understood. Chapter 58. Influenza in haste. Mou returned to the tribe and quickly procured 2 clay pots to plant the Yueying grass roots, placing them indoors since the grass does not thrive in sunlight. Sure, take the wolf pack to the valley entrance and create a cave for them to inhabit nearby. Outside the dwelling, Mou observed the pack of wolves, led by the alpha, marching triumphantly into the tribe, leaving him speechless. Yes, I shall take them out immediately. Everyone else, disperse. Mou instructed the gathered onlookers, who had followed them back to the tribe, their eyes filled with envy. After processing the prey, twilight approached, and Mou began to roam the tribe again. Near the chicken coop, he spotted Aunt Lon sighing heavily as she pulled 2 dead chickens from the enclosure. Aunt Lon, what has happened? Mou inquired as he approached. Wu, I am unsure. The chickens have not been eating well these past few days, and their droppings have turned green, Aunt Lon lamented. When did the chickens begin to die? Yesterday, there was one dead when I came by. I intended to tell you. Aunt Lon explained with a tone of disappointment, appearing somewhat guilty. All right, let me take a look. Mou approached the chicken coop and observed the chickens, each appearing listless, their feathers disheveled, the ground littered with greenish or white diarrhea, and occasionally a chicken gasping for air, seemingly sneezing. Sneezing? This familiar symptom flashed in Mou's mind. Avian influenza. This is bad, Mou thought to himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation. While the loss of the chickens was regrettable, Avian influenza could be transmitted to humans. Aunt Lon, could you come over for a moment? I have a question for you. Mo quickly called Aunt Lon over. What is it, Wu? I need you to answer truthfully. Oh, all right, Wu. Noticing Mo's serious expression, Aunt Lon hastily agreed. In the past few days, have you felt unwell, such as headaches, fatigue, or watery eyes? No. Are you absolutely certain? Yes, yes. Phew, that's good. You sighed in relief, thankful that she was fine. Have any others visited the chicken coop recently? Hongya came by a few days ago. All right, I will go ask her. After inquiring, Mo hurried to Ling's dwelling. Ling, are you home? He called from outside. Wu. I'm here, please wait a moment. Before long, Ling emerged. Wu. Did you need something? Yes, you must urgently inform everyone that no one is allowed near the chicken coop for the time being. All feeding of other livestock should be entrusted to the warriors. Mo issued his commands in one breath to Wu. What has happened? Ling asked, confused as to the reason behind Mo's orders. The chickens are ill and contagious. Contagious? Yes, if a person comes into contact with an infected chicken, they too may fall ill. In severe cases, it could be fatal. What? Is it that serious? I will go at once. Upon hearing the possibility of death, Ling finally grasped the seriousness of the situation. By the way, arrange for Aunt Lon to stay indoors for the next few days and have the warriors deliver her meals, Mo added, realizing he had forgotten this detail in his rush. Understood. Ling hurried off to relay the orders, while Mo sought out Hongya. After some inquiries, he found the busy girl in the vegetable garden. Wu, were you looking for me? The young girl rushed over upon spotting Mo. Yes, I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully. Oh, go ahead. I promise I won't lie. Have you recently done Mo described the symptoms of avian influenza to her? I don't think so. If it's true, it is true. If it's false, it's false. What do you mean by I don't think so? Speak clearly. Mo adjusted his expression, his tone serious. No, then that is good. After returning home these next few days, do not come out and take plenty of hot baths. Why? I don't want to. The young girl was reluctant, unsure of what was happening. I command you in the name of the Wu. Do you understand? Mo, fully aware of the situation's seriousness, had no intention of negotiating. Fine. Seeing Mo's serious demeanor, the girl complied without further protest. It was likely due to the robust physical constitution of primitive people that neither Mo nor the girl exhibited any obvious symptoms for the time being. However, Mo remained vigilant. The tribe consisted mainly of the elderly and children, who lacked the strong immunity of adults. The consequences of infection would be dire. Ling, have you delivered the orders? Mo sought out Ling again. All arrangements have been made. Wu, good. Gather the warriors and come with me. Mo led the warriors to the chicken coop. These chickens could not be spared and must all be dealt with. He called upon the warriors for this task because they possessed far superior physiques, rendering them less vulnerable to ordinary viruses. Kill them all. Wu. Why? That is an order. As for the specifics, Ling will explain later. Just get to work. They proceeded to slaughter all the chickens, collect the remains, and ultimately burn and bury them where they lay. Bring some ash from the plants and sprinkle it throughout this area. We must ensure that the tribe members refrain from coming here for the time being. Understood. The orders were disseminated, leaving the tribe in confusion, unaware of why Mo had issued such commands. What is happening? Yes, what is wrong with the chicken coop? The tribe buzzed with speculation, but Mo had already restricted the information. The few who were privy to the situation received strict instructions not to speak out, to prevent inciting panic. Once everything was handled, the night had fully descended, and Mo returned to his dwelling, feeling utterly exhausted under the moonlight. I hope no one has been infected. Chapter 59. Restructuring the animal pen just when it seemed that troubles had settled. Another misfortune struck. Despite Mo's prompt actions upon discovering the influenza, he was still a step too late. Hongya had inadvertently contracted the virus. The day after dealing with the chickens, Hongya began to exhibit symptoms, initially a mild cough, but soon escalating to a runny nose, sneezing, and overwhelming fatigue. Upon hearing the news, Mo rushed to the isolated dwelling of Hongya. Wu, am I going to die? The young girl, with her eyes red and swollen, asked, feeling utterly miserable. Certainly not. I will ensure you recover, so do not worry, Mo reassured her, though he himself had no effective treatment for influenza to offer at that moment, choosing not to voice his uncertainty to alleviate her fears. Really, Wu? Of course it is true. How wonderful. I thought that I would never see you again or taste your cooking. Hongye lamented pitifully, do not fret. Everything will be fine. Yu found himself at a loss for words, realizing even in her distress, she was still thinking about food. Keep warm by the stove, wrap yourself up, drink plenty of hot water, and rest well. Lacking effective remedies for the cold, Yu could only advise her to take care of herself. In a desperate attempt, he infused some shamanic power through a grand healing ritual, unsure of its efficacy. Amidst the concerns of those around them, time swiftly passed, and 3 days later arrived. During these 3 days, no other cases of influenza emerged, and Hongye began to show signs of improvement, likely due to the robust constitution of primitive people. Thus, the influenza incident came to a temporary resolution on that morning. Yu summoned a group of young men, intending to renovate the animal pen by laying bricks on the ground and constructing a shelter to shield against the wind and rain. The recent outbreak of influenza was closely linked to the substandard conditions of the animal pen, where the animals had long been subjected to a damp environment. Shimiao, gather your team and clear all the debris from the ground. Removing any large stones as well, then compact the ground thoroughly. Yu commanded the team leader, Shimiao. Understood. Is there anything else? Please prepare some mortar, came the reply. Very well. The bricklaying commenced in the now empty chicken coop, where the ground was meticulously cleaned and leveled, removing any debris and stones to ensure a solid and smooth surface. Subsequently, the prepared mortar was evenly spread across the ground. The bricks were then carefully placed upon the mortar, maintaining consistent spacing between them. After laying each brick, they were gently pressed down, with any misalignments promptly adjusted. Shimiao stood nearby, directing the workers. Having spent a considerable time engaged in construction, the team found laying the floor to be relatively straightforward, especially under Shimiao's supervision, allowing Yu to enjoy a moment of leisure. It's all done. Please come and take a look. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shimiao reported that the floor had been completed. Excellent, I shall inspect it. If all is satisfactory, we can proceed with constructing the shelter. Upon entering the chicken coop, the previously chaotic and muddy ground had vanished, replaced by a smooth and even floor of red bricks. Wonderful, very well done, everyone. Your hard work is greatly appreciated, Yu remarked, visibly satisfied as he praised the workers involved in the construction. Bring some river sand to fill the gaps between the bricks, he instructed, addressing the final imperfections. All right, I'll send someone to fetch it. You truly are impressive. I hadn't thought of that, Shimiao admitted with a hint of embarrassment. It's nothing serious. It could have been left unfilled. Yu chuckled, offering reassurance to the middle-aged man before them. Once the river sand was collected, it was sprinkled over the laid bricks, and with a few gentle kicks, it was pushed into the crevices, finally sweeping away the excess sand to complete the task. Now, we shall proceed to construct a shelter to protect against the wind and rain. This shelter should be enclosed on 3 sides, with an opening at the front and a sturdy roof atop. Yu outlined his requirements for the shelter's construction. You have all built houses for quite some time now. Constructing a shelter should pose no significant challenge, so I shall leave it to your discretion, he concluded. Rest assured. We will construct a robust shelter, came the confident response. Good, give it your all. During this year's sacrificial ceremony, those who meet the criteria will have their totems awakened by me. Really? Truly? Thank you. You are indeed like a father to me. How wonderful. The group expressed their immense gratitude upon hearing of the opportunity to awaken their totems, nearly offering to adopt Yu as their godfather. With Yu's grand promises in mind, the young men worked diligently, rushing forward with fervor. While they erected the shelter, Yu made his way to the site designated for the school, located to the west of the altar. You've arrived. The individuals remaining there to construct the school greeted him. Yes, you have all worked hard, Yu replied, lacking any pretension. The school was now more than halfway complete. As per the original plan, it consisted of 6 adjacent rooms, 3 of which had already been finished, while the remaining 3 had various walls partially built. Yu estimated that it would take approximately 10 more days to complete. Excellent. Soon the children will be able to learn within these walls. Following Yu's guidance, teaching activities had already commenced within the tribe. The individuals appointed as teachers had transitioned from confusion to competence, and the children were learning quite well. Yu himself conducted several lessons, imparting basic arithmetic and concepts of time, distance, and length, yielding effective results. He intended to categorize the children based on their individual talents and interests once the school was finished. allowing them to study subjects suited to them, alleviating their pressures and implementing personalized education. Chapter 60. The green raincoat. Time flew by, and amid a flurry of activity, summer arrived. With the onset of the rainy season, the heavens grew increasingly tempestuous, resembling a scorned maiden shedding tears. The adults in the tribe fretted over the inability to work, each one consumed by gloom. In stark contrast, the carefree children frolicked in the rain. Like a herd of unbridled ponies cavorting in the downpour, they jumped about in puddles, sending up sprays of water, their laughter echoing through the air. The adults, trailing behind, shouted for the little ones to return quickly lest they fall ill, while the children seemed to tease their elders, running even faster, their tiny figures brimming with vitality in the rain-soaked world. You held a cup of hot water, savoring it while smiling at the lively scene. Appearing like an otherworldly sage, though he feigned a calm demeanor, he too longed to dash about in the rain, yearning for a vigorous rendezvous with nature, yet felt constrained by his station, which we have brought the people and tools. Shermiao announced, arriving with several skilled women braving the rain. Very well, set everything down. First, let us warm ourselves by the fire and enjoy a cup of hot water to thaw out, Mou instructed, ushering the drenched individuals indoors. Understood, which, knowing Mou's temperament, they accepted without hesitation, placing the tree bark and bone needles under the eaves before shaking off the mud from their feet and settling around the hearth. Here, dry yourselves off. Mou handed each person a piece of linen to wipe the water from their heads, which, we really don't need this, we're fine. It's just linen. A few of the tribe's people hesitated, reluctant to take the precious fabric, knowing that even a small piece could be exchanged for many goods. Oh, it's no trouble. It's just a piece of cloth. You can dry it out afterward. Mou reassured them. Encouraged by his words, they gratefully accepted the linen and began to dry off, appreciating his approachable nature. While they warmed themselves by the fire, Mou approached the pile of tree bark, picking up a damp piece. The bark was rough like ordinary tree bark, yet remarkably pliable and lightweight, covered in brown fibers reminiscent of palm bark from the world he had come from. This was specifically sourced for the purpose of crafting raincoats. In the agricultural civilization of Huagua, raincoats held significant importance, serving as essential gear for laborers working in the rain. They not only possessed practical value but also embodied rich cultural significance, as exemplified by the famous lines, "In front of Shisai Mountain, egrets fly. Peach blossom waters nourish the perch." The green raincoat, with its delicate craftsmanship, could withstand the gentle rain without the need to return home. Mou aimed to create this raincoat for the people of the tribe, providing them with a means of protection against the rain to meet their needs during inclement weather. To produce a raincoat, the bark must first be stripped from the tree and left to dry in the sun for a while, ensuring it becomes somewhat dry but not overly so, to prevent it from cracking. Afterward, any impurities remaining on the bark are removed, and the bark is soaked in water to soften it for easier handling. These preparations completed, Mou now held the processed bark in his hands. "All right, everyone gather around. I'm going to teach you how to make something," he called out once he saw they had rested sufficiently. "Which, just tell us how to make it. We will certainly accomplish it." The group responded with confidence as they approached. "We are going to create something called a raincoat. Listen closely to my instructions on how to proceed." Yes, they began weaving according to Mou's directions. First, they established the collar of the raincoat, crossing the bark to form a circular base shape. From the collar, they began weaving strands of palm bark downward, ensuring a tight weave akin to braiding, allowing the strands to intertwine while maintaining the overall shape, gradually crafting a covering that would extend down over their bodies, paying particular attention to the front to ensure it could open and close naturally. During the weaving process, additional palm bark was added as necessary, continuing until they reached a suitable length that would cover the hips and beyond. Mou guided them, demonstrating techniques as needed, while the others focused intently on learning. Even Shermiao took a piece of bark and attempted to weave alongside them. "Wow, so this is a raincoat. What is it used for?" Shermiao inquired curiously as he admired the finished product. A raincoat. The name itself implies it is clothing, so naturally, it is meant to be worn, Mou replied with a smile. But this raincoat looks rather unappealing. Don't we have animal hides? Why wear bark for clothing?" Shermiao questioned, puzzled, as he felt comfortable enough with Mou to express his thoughts candidly, unlike others who maintained a more formal demeanor. "Get lost? Who said it's meant to be worn as clothing directly?" MOU playfully slapped Shimiao on the back of the head. Which, didn't you just say? Never mind. I didn't quite catch that. This child shows promise, MOU thought, satisfied as he observed Shimiao no longer disputing. Certainly, this item cannot be worn directly. It requires the accompaniment of a bamboo hat to be functional. A bamboo hat. What is that? A group of people suddenly appeared perplexed. All right, no need to guess. I will teach you. Pay close attention and learn diligently. Yes. Chapter 61. The Green Bamboo Hat. The primary material used to weave the bamboo hat is bamboo. However, MOU has yet to discover any bamboo groves aside from the one near the totem god. So he must choose suitable, flexible thin branches instead. He selects branches of moderate thickness and excellent quality, carefully carving them into long, uniform strips using a bone knife. The strips are then soaked in clean water for a period, making them softer and easier to bend without breaking. MOU has naturally arranged for these preparations in advance. He begins the weaving process for the top of the hat. The wooden strips are arranged in a crisscross pattern, using one strip as a reference, while the others are sequentially placed on top or interwoven beneath it, gradually forming a circular crown. As MOU explains and demonstrates, he is fortunate that these women frequently weave baskets and other implements. Thus, they find it relatively easy to grasp the technique. During the weaving process, attention must be paid to the tightness of the arrangement of the strips, ensuring the crown is sturdy and durable. Next, he commences weaving the brim of the hat. The strips extend downward from the edge of the crown, woven in circles. Each circle should maintain an even width, and the spacing between the bamboo strips should neither be too wide nor too narrow. While weaving the brim, it is essential to periodically secure the crossing points of the strips with fine twine to prevent them from loosening during the process. Simultaneously, adjustments to the position and tightness of the strips must be made to ensure the overall shape of the bamboo hat is neat and aesthetically pleasing. Finally, he tidies up the completed bamboo hat, carefully inspecting each part, trimming excess strips and twine to create a more orderly edge. The hat is then polished to achieve a smooth surface. Thus, a beautiful and practical bamboo hat is completed. All right, this is the bamboo hat MOU. This looks like a hat. Is it meant to be worn on the head? Shirtu speculated as he gazed at the shape of the bamboo hat. Clever. It is indeed meant to be worn on the head, MOU confirmed, causing Shirtu to beam with pride. Come, put on the raincoat and wear the bamboo hat. MOU pulled Shirtu over to help him don the raincoat and the bamboo hat. Ah, this is so ugly. Can I not wear it? Shirtu pouted, asking. Shut up. You're such a nuisance, MOU replied, giving no kindness to the chatterbox. Go outside and run around in the rain before coming back. But can I skip that? What do you think? Fine. I'll go. Shirtu, looking despondent, opened the door and stepped into the rain. MOU, observing his retreating figure, sensed a hint of tragedy and farewell. This guy is overly dramatic. It's as if he is being asked to give his life for a little rain. MOU sighed in exasperation. In the span of half a TS brewing time, Shirtu returned. Entering the room, the edges of his raincoat and the brim of his hat dripped with rainwater. MOU, I'm back. How does it feel to wear it? Not very comfortable. Who asked you that? Shirtu was momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by MOU's sudden inquiry. All right, take off the raincoat and the bamboo hat. Oh, okay. Shirtu hurriedly fumbled to remove the raincoat. Now, do you see anything? MOU asked again as he stripped off his clothing. Haha, MOU, I get it now. This is to keep off the rain. I was soaked for so long and didn't get wet at all. Shirtu finally realized, speaking excitedly. Finally you've caught on. MOU nodded in approval. This thing is actually for rain protection? I was wondering why MOU went through all the trouble to make such an ugly outfit. Indeed, he didn't get wet at all. Hearing the conversation between MOU and Shirtu, the other women in the room could no longer sit still and gathered around. Several of them engaged in animated discussion, occasionally reaching out to touch Shirtu's body, causing the young lad to turn beet red. All right, now let us quickly weave a few more. Starting tomorrow, you all will be responsible for teaching the others in the tribe who need to learn. MOU interrupted their gathering and assigned tasks. By the end of the day, they had woven 5 or 6 sets of clothing and hats, which MOU first distributed to Ling, Heihu, and other high-ranking members of the tribe. MOU, what is this called? It can actually keep people dry from the rain. It's amazing, Ling exclaimed after experiencing the peculiar item brought by MOU. Quickly discovering its usefulness. The clothing is called a raincoat, and the hat is called a bamboo hat. Raincoat, bamboo hat, excellent items. Now we want to get soaked when going out in the rain, and the children want to be afraid of getting sick. Ling examined the raincoat, flipping it over and over, unable to put it down, asked the chief. He understood well the significance of this item, knowing that many in the tree tribe had suffered illness and death due to rain exposure in previous years. The remaining sets of clothing, give them to the individuals I mentioned, and tomorrow I will send others to the school to learn how to weave raincoats. You should oversee that. All right, MOU. I will check in tomorrow. The subsequent weaving of raincoats was arranged to take place in the newly completed school, which had just finished construction earlier this month. However, since it had not yet dried, the children had not been allowed to enter. Now, it could serve as a workshop for crafts. It seems more workshops will need to be established for such tasks, as relying on the school indefinitely is not a sustainable solution. You contemplated the need for another workshop. However, there remains much work to be done in the tribe. Dozens of brick houses are yet to be built. The construction of the city wall also needs to be prioritized. As the tribe continues to develop, they will encounter increasing challenges, and a sturdy wall can effectively protect the tribe from external threats. With the raincoats, everyone in the tribe can go out normally on rainy days. OU is truly wise. This item he created can indeed shield against the rain. Yes, if we had this before, my daughter wouldn't have the tribe members held great admiration for MOU's wisdom, and the newly joined individuals gradually accepted this young leader. Respecting him from the bottom of their hearts, MOU's contributions to the tribe, through the invention of various useful items, have earned him the respect of the people. Oh dear. One day, as MOU lounged in a chair at the door enjoying the rain, a startled cry rang out. Following the sound, he saw a little girl, Hongyi, wearing a raincoat, rolling around in the muddy ground, evidently having fallen. Be careful. The ground is slippery when it rains. Noticing this, MOU hurried over to help the girl up and brought her back inside. Wah, MOU, the ground is so slippery, Hongyi said, her eyes brimming with tears. You're so careless. You should have gone slower, MOU said with exasperation, handing her a damp cloth to wipe her face. Thank you, MOU. After expressing her thanks, she took the cloth and began to wipe the mud from her face. Haha, give it to me. I'll wipe it for you. Watching the little girl smear mud all over her face with the cloth, making her look like a calico cat, MOU burst into laughter. All right, fine. I won't tease you anymore. Then why are you still laughing? I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. Humph. After cleaning Hongyi up, MOU found her a clean outfit to change into. Don't think too much. MOU averted his eyes during the clothing change. Who put the little girl in my room? I didn't see anything. Not a single glance. I didn't dare to look. Being single is scary. It seems we need to repair a few paths. Having the ground remain muddy is not ideal, MOU pondered. Furrowing his brows. This is troubling. The work in the tribe seems to be increasing the more I think about it. Sigh. I can only take it slow. Chapter 62. Silage. After several consecutive days of rainy weather, a rare sunny day arrived. MOU began to inspect the tribe, checking for any adverse effects caused by the rainfall. Aunt Lan Hua, are the livestock doing well? He inquired as he approached the livestock enclosure. As she was the most knowledgeable about their condition, MOU, they're all fine. There are no issues. That's good. You carry on. I'll take a stroll. All right. The 4 livestock enclosures have now all been paved with tiles and equipped with sturdy roofs. The living conditions for the animals have improved significantly. Due to the previous influenza outbreak, the chicken coop is now empty, leaving only 2 old pens for the Chilean horses and camels, which remain at their original numbers. Additionally, there is a new sheep pen that MOU had constructed after capturing sheep, which has now been completed. Once the weather clears, he plans to restock the chickens and look for other suitable livestock for breeding. As the enclosures need to be expanded, as MOU observed the livestock, he contemplated the upcoming tasks. Aunt Lan Hua, are you managing all right? Is there any difficulty in feeding the livestock? After surveying the area, he asked for Lan Hua's opinion before leaving. There's no problem at the moment. Thanks to the raincoats you invented, we can feed them normally even on rainy days. Moreover, it's the rainy season, so the pasture is easier to gather. However, I'm unsure how to feed them during the dry season, Lan Hua replied after considering. Rest assured, I will address that soon. If there are any other difficulties, report them promptly. All right, MOU. Well then, I'll head back now. Upon the reminder from Aunt Orchid, MOU also recalled that the feed for livestock during winter indeed required attention. Last year, The lack of preparation for winter fodder had led to the abrupt failure of their nascent livestock industry. MOU was well aware of how to address this issue, having frequently engaged in such activities back on Blue Star. The solution was straightforward: silage. The process of creating silage is a continuous and meticulous endeavor. Prior to its production, a silage pit must be excavated, designed in a rectangular shape, with brick walls rising approximately 20 centimeters above the ground to prevent rainwater infiltration. The bottom should be coated with mortar made from sticky wood glue. Naturally, this task was entrusted to Shi Miao and his team. Following MOU's instructions, the pit was dug beside the western hillside. Once the pit was ready, the next step involved gathering fresh grass. "Sure too, please have some people fashion a few bone knives in this manner," he said, describing the curved design with a concave edge, leaving a 2-finger space for the handle. "What is this for?" "This is called a sickle. Once completed, it will be quite convenient for cutting grass and harvesting crops." "Oh, very well, I'll grind them tonight and bring them to you." "All right, wait a moment, I have something for you," MOU said as he rummaged through a box in his bedroom. "What is this?" Shi inquired, opening the box to reveal several dark pills. "Do you remember the strange herb we found last time? I combined it with beast cores to create these, which help warriors enhance their strength. Take them and give one each to Ling and He Hu. The rest are for you." MOU produced 5 pills made from the luminous herb he had researched. "Is this really for me? Perhaps it would be better to distribute them among the tribe. I only need one." Shi initially reacted with excitement, but then hesitated slightly. "Haha, no worries. These were discovered by your beast companion. You must enhance your strength swiftly. The tribe cannot continue to provide for others indefinitely." "Yes, MOU, rest assured, I will strive to break through soon." Upon hearing MOU's words, Shi stopped refusing. Providing for the Eagle tribe had long been a collective concern, and everyone harbored the hope of one day ceasing this humiliating obligation. "Well, your determination indicates that I have not misjudged you. Go and attend to your duties." "Yes," Shi replied, taking the box and departing with resolute steps. With the addition of the sickles, the collection of pasture became much easier. Following this, the gathered raw materials needed to be chopped into pieces measuring 5 to 10 centimeters for subsequent fermentation and feeding. The chopped silage must be washed, ensuring a moisture content of 60 to 70%, which is crucial for successful fermentation. Next, the silage pit was filled. A layer of soft grass was laid at the bottom, followed by layers of chopped straw. After every 30 centimeters of filling, the material was compacted, particularly the edges. The filling process had to be swift, and MOU and the others worked tirelessly to complete it within 2 days. Promptly sealing the top. This was to prevent prolonged exposure of the raw materials to air, which could lead to fermentation failure. When the fill reached the level of the pit's opening, additional straw was added to ensure that the silage was slightly higher than the pit's edge. Finally, the pit was sealed and covered. A layer of crushed grass was placed on top of the straw, weighted down to compress the materials, and then sealed with animal hide. During the covering process, a layer of fine grass was first placed, followed by animal hide, and then a 40-centimeter layer of soil was compacted on top. After covering, it was necessary to check the silage pit daily for 5 or 6 days, promptly sealing any cracks with moist soil to ensure the soil at the top remained elevated above the pit's edges, thus preventing rainwater from entering. Silage made in this manner is more suitable for livestock digestion and absorption. Most importantly, it has a long preservation period, theoretically lasting around 3 years, making it more than sufficient as winter feed for livestock. This endeavor occupied them for over 10 days, with delays caused by rain. By the time the silage was ready, it was nearing the end of the 2nd month of summer, and the day for trading with the Lion tribe was fast approaching. The 2 tribes had traded multiple times, fostering closer ties between them. However, before the bluebirds of the Lion tribe could arrive, the mid-level warriors of the Eagle tribe came knocking first. Chapter 63. The market summon your shamans and chieftains. The upper tribe has orders to convey to you. The leader boisterously called out to Bai Yun, who had discovered them, his attitude haughty as if commanding subordinates. Bai Yun, upon witnessing this, did not dare to delay and hurriedly sought out MOU. "What do they want this time? They truly are a persistent nuisance," MOU muttered with exasperation as he approached them. By the time he arrived, they had grown impatient. "Why do you young ones run so slowly, keeping our captain waiting for so long?" The opponent began chastising MOU and his group without any regard for MOU's status as a shaman. "Haha, speak your purpose. What do you want?" MOU naturally did not offer them a pleasant demeanor. The delegation from the Eagle tribe consisted of 1 mid-level warrior and 10 junior warriors, a total of 11 individuals, riding peculiar mounts resembling horses with 2 horns on their heads. How dare you, boy? What kind of attitude is this? Do you not fear repercussions for your tribe? Indeed, a mere shaman from a small tribe is insignificant. How dare you show us such disrespect? Before the mid-level warrior could respond, several of his companions chimed in, "Enough!" The mid-level warrior interjected, silencing the others. "Our tribe's shaman and chieftain have received orders. We plan to open a market and command your tribe to bring supplies for trade in 5 suns." "A market? Very well, we shall comply. You may leave now." Imoyu acknowledged the request, knowing he could not refuse. "Haha, just a brash young one, unable to maintain composure. It is fortunate I have a good temper. Otherwise," the mid-level warrior, annoyed by Moyu's repeated dismissals, threatened him. Moyu said nothing further and turned to lead his group back to the tribe. "Hey, this dog of a beast dares to treat us this way. Captain, give the order. I will make this young fool bleed today." The warriors from the Eagle tribe were furious at Moyu's demeanor, shouting in outrage, "Shaman, let us slay these bastards." They spoke loudly, intentionally making sure Moyu and his companions heard them clearly. At this, Shirtu immediately protested, beseeching Moyu to command the execution of these scoundrels. "Enough. The orders have been conveyed. They will indeed go. When the time comes." The captain spoke ominously, already plotting how to make things difficult for Moyu during the trade. "All right, return for now. Do not worry. They will not last long." Moyu also halted Shirtu, as he had already formulated a plan. "Ling, take lightning and bring back those dogs." An hour after the Eagle tribe departed, Moyu suddenly commanded Ling, "Shaman, but if we kill them, won't the opposing tribe come after us?" Ling, despite his anger, retained some rationality and expressed concern over Moyu's actions. "Haha, no worries. It is common to encounter a ferocious beast when out and about. Losing a few warriors is nothing unusual." "I understand. Shaman, I will promptly retrieve them and see if they remain so defiant." Ling, encouraged by Moyu's words, smiled mischievously and departed with lightning. Watching Ling and the bird depart, Moyu's expression turned frigid. He had no intention of allowing those individuals to return alive. He had long disregarded the manner in which he interacted with them. A small tribe, indeed. "How audacious, Captain! Why did you not teach that boy a lesson? He is merely a shaman from a small tribe." Deep in the forest north of the Bamboo tribe, a group of over 10 individuals rode steadily. One person suddenly spoke to the captain at the front of the group. "Shut your mouth. Do you wish to die? After all, we are within their territory. If we provoke the totem." The leader's expression darkened upon hearing someone so oblivious to their surroundings. Yes, Captain. You brainless fool. How could a shaman awaken a totem? Do not show your face again. Be cautious lest you meet your end out here." The mid-level warrior, fueled by frustration, took out his displeasure on this individual. "Understood, Captain. Humph, keep your mouth shut. Do not speak until we return to the tribe." "All right." Seeing the captain in a rage, the others showed no inclination to intervene, watching the reprimanded junior warrior with a mix of pity and amusement. "Captain, look over there. Slap. I told you to be quiet. Did you not hear me?" The captain, infuriated by the warrior's continued chatter, delivered a sharp slap to his face. However, before the warrior could retort, a piercing eagle cry filled the air, followed by a massive shadow that blotted out the sun, swiftly knocking all 11 individuals off their mounts, rendering them unconscious. "Go. Fetch a bucket of cold water to wake these esteemed guests." Moyu observed the captured individuals with a slight smile. "Bring the water here." The water was promptly splashed onto their faces. "Where is this? You scoundrel! How dare you bind us? Do you not fear the annihilation of your tribe?" Upon being doused, the individuals immediately regained their senses and, once they understood their predicament, began to curse vehemently. "Haha, it seems you still do not grasp the situation. Young man, it would be wise for you to release us. Otherwise, upon my return, I shall surely bring forth a force to annihilate your tribe." "Ha. Let us see if you can maintain such bravado in a short while." Hearing the audacity of her captors, Moyu could not help but laugh in anger. "Enough of this. Cast them to the wolves. And as for the stones, instruct the alpha wolf to commence with a slow consumption, starting from the limbs, ensuring they do not perish instantaneously." Moyu had no intention of engaging in banter with those on the brink of death. She issued a direct command to have these lofty guests taken out to feed the wolves. Rest assured, shaman, I will ensure that the little stones and their companions savor their meal over a span of 2 to 3 days. The stones immediately took their orders to heart and eagerly carried the captives away. Those who dared to insult her most revered shaman would certainly have to endure the exquisite torment of being devoured by wolves. As for the market, it is indeed time to pay a visit. Having dealt with the vexing matters at hand, Mou began to ponder the intentions behind the establishment of the market by the other party. Chapter 64. The Eagle Tribe. These rascals have finally done something commendable. Although Mou was discontent with the haughty demeanor of the Eagle Tribe, she nonetheless acknowledged the merit of their initiative to establish a market. A market, as the name suggests, serves as a gathering place for nearby tribes to engage in trade and exchange resources. The establishment of such a market is immensely beneficial for the communication and development among surrounding tribes, including the Bamboo Tribe. Naturally, the motivation behind their actions is to extract the maximum benefit from this arrangement. After all, who would labor tirelessly for no gain? However, such matters are unavoidable. Rules have always been employed to restrain the weak. Without strength, one must adhere to the regulations set forth by the powerful, as equality is fundamentally based on capability. Mou intended to attend the market, with the prospect of trading being secondary. The primary goal was to gather intelligence and gain insight into the other tribes in the vicinity. The items available for trade within the tribe were limited, primarily consisting of ceramics, as salt was certainly not an option. If salt were to be traded, Mou was certain that those ravenous tribes would leave the Bamboo Tribe utterly depleted. Stones, please gather the previously fired ceramic tripods. We shall take them to trade. Very well. Shaman Mou reflected that while ordinary pottery might not attract interest from other tribes, the ceremonial tripods would likely be more sought after. The affairs of a nation hinge on rituals and warfare, and every tribe places great significance on their sacrificial practices. With the trading items prepared, the next step was to determine who would attend the market. Mou planned to go himself, accompanied by the intermediate warrior Ling. However, the tribe needed a leader to oversee matters, thus the Black Tiger could not attend this time. He needed to remain behind to manage tribal affairs, as the increased population necessitated more stringent oversight than in the past. After careful consideration, Mou decided to take Ling along with 5 warriors, transporting their goods on pack animals and proceeding on foot. For safety, Lightning would still accompany them, but not in the usual ostentatious manner. At times, it is prudent to conceal one's strengths. Time flew by like a fleeting thread, and in just 5 days, the day of the market's opening arrived. Before dawn, Missouri Yu and his companions set off. Prior to their departure, Mou brought along the remaining beast cores, which served as vital currency in intertribal trade. The newcomer from the Eagle Tribe indicated that their location lay to the north of the valley. Approximately half a day's journey away. Mou calculated that, based on their pace and departure time, they would likely arrive around noon. As they journeyed, thanks to Lightning's aerial reconnaissance, the group encountered no perilous beasts. Who goes there? After traversing approximately 20 miles, they approached a dirt slope when they were questioned. We are from the Bamboo Tribe, merely passing through. Which tribe do you belong to? Mou had no intention of offending anyone without cause and responded courteously. A rustling sound of clothing against leaves followed, and soon 10 individuals emerged from the underbrush, all appearing to be warriors clad in pristine white sheepskin, with the leader adorned with a ram's horn. We are from the Sheep Tribe, and this is our chieftain. Once both parties had established their presence, the individuals across from Mou answered his inquiries. We bear no ill intent. We are simply passing through. Mou reiterated his explanation. The Bamboo Tribe. Is that the tribe that previously accepted refugees? Indeed. So you are also heading to the market? Precisely. It seems you are as well. Given that both tribes were evidently aware of each other, the chieftain of the Sheep Tribe extended an invitation to join them on their journey. I apologize, but we are weary and need to rest. You may proceed ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Mou declined. As traveling together could expose Lightning's presence, and it would be better for them to part ways. Very well, we shall take our leave. Seeing Mou's refusal, the others did not press further and departed. Following this encounter, Mou and his group continued onward, encountering several other tribes along the way, yet all were preoccupied with their own journeys, resulting in no significant interaction. As the sun reached its zenith, the members of the Bamboo Tribe hastily arrived at their destination. The encampment of the Eagle tribe was established around a towering stone pillar, which was 10 meters in diameter and over 100 meters high. Resembling the iconic stone pillar found in the province of Blue Star, surrounding this pillar were numerous wooden dwellings, easily numbering in the thousands. Beyond the tribe lay a chaotic expanse of stone forest, creating a natural barrier that encircled the encampment, leaving only a single path leading outward. Various eagles, differing in size and form, either perched upon the stone pillar or soared gracefully overhead. You observed the layout of the Eagle tribe and could not help but express his admiration. They were not the first to arrive. Numerous tribes had already gathered, orderly entering the encampment, indicating that the market would take place within its confines. After a brief observation, Mou and his companions joined the line. To enter, one must present a beast core and depict their tribal totem on provided hides. After a lengthy wait, it was finally their turn. Guarding the entrance were dozens of warriors clad in burlap, wielding bone spears and adorned with bone blades, exuding strength and confidence. The leader sat upon a tree stump, with a stone table before him displaying beast cores of various shapes. Without lifting his head, he outlined the entry requirements. How darkly opportunistic, an entry fee of 1 beast core, Mou muttered inwardly, yet complied and handed over the core, subsequently sketching their tribal totem on the offered hide before being granted entry. Upon entering the tribe, they were greeted by a broad dirt path, flanked by several tribes that had already laid out animal skin carpets, displaying their wares, while numerous individuals meandered about in search of desired items. Some stalls were abuzz with inquiries and haggling over prices. After a cursory examination, it became evident that the most sought-after goods were those related to shamanic herbs and the bones of fierce beasts. As Mou surveyed this familiar yet strange scene, he was filled with nostalgia, reminiscent of the bustling markets of his past life. Having completed his observations, he and his companions quickly settled into a suitable spot. They unfurled their animal skin carpet, unloaded the ceramic tripods from the pack animals, arranged them neatly, and awaited potential customers. For the primitive continent lacked the tradition of hawking goods. What is this? It looks quite exquisite. The novel ceramic tripod quickly captured the attention of passing primitives, and shortly after setting up their stall, inquiries began to pour in, revealing great curiosity. This here is a ceramic tripod, used in rituals. It can hold items and is far lighter than stone tools. Upon receiving his first customer, Mou eagerly began to elaborate on the tripod's functions and benefits. In essence, utilizing this item enhances the solemnity of the rituals. Manifesting our devotion, Mou, a modern individual, found it effortless to persuade a primitive, and soon the customer appeared intrigued. How shall we exchange? Well, what do you believe is a fair trade? Mou refrained from providing a direct answer, tossing the question back, as he himself was uncertain of the tripod's value in the eyes of the primitives. I can offer 2 beast cores in exchange. The primitive, lacking the cunning of Mou, answered straightforwardly. 3 cores. This item is exceptionally challenging to produce, and only our tribe possesses the ability to craft it. Understanding the other party's psychological price, Mou began to negotiate. After a series of discussions, they settled on a price of 3 beast cores per tripod. Of course, such fortunate encounters were not to be expected each time. Subsequent exchanges primarily involved mundane items such as salt, animal skins, and grains, with the most valuable goods being the bones of fierce beasts. While they managed to trade a few items, only 2 tripods had been exchanged thus far. They had brought 10 in total and now had 7 remaining. Given the long journey ahead, Mou had no intention of returning that day. Noticing the lack of customers, he entrusted the stall to Ling and opted to explore the market. Casting his gaze around, he noted that approximately 30 tribes had arrived for trading, encompassing nearly all nearby tribes. Is this clothing made from sheep wool? After a brief stroll, he recognized the individuals from the sheep tribe whom they had encountered earlier. Their goods primarily consisting of garments crafted from wool. From the bamboo tribe? The individual instantly recognized Mou, for his slight frame was quite conspicuous among the brawny men surrounding him. Indeed, it is our attire is crafted from the fur of the hybrid ferocious beasts derived from the totemic spirits of our tribe. It is not only remarkably warm but also exceedingly sturdy, impervious even to bone blades. Upon confirming the identity of the individual, he began to extol his wares, gesturing with his bone knife as he spoke. Mou, upon glancing at the offerings, found little interest and swiftly concocted an excuse to take his leave. As he meandered about, he observed various familiar items from different tribes, but paid them little heed. That you? Just as Yu contemplated returning, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by Qing Niao. Long time no see, everyone. Recognizing him, Yu approached with a smile and offered a greeting. This your stall? Indeed. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. It's on me. The stall of Qing Niao and his companions primarily showcased hemp cloth and ferocious beast bones, which were rather popular, drawing the occasional passerby. Thank you, but I shall pass on the items, Yu replied politely, seeing nothing particularly special. Where is your stall located? Qing Niao, noting Yu's refusal, inquired about the location of the bamboo tribe stand. It is situated near the exit. Feel free to drop by. Ling and the others are there. All right, I shall visit shortly. You all carry on. I will continue to explore. Just as Yu was about to bid farewell, he caught sight of an adjacent stall displaying numerous identical bone tokens. What are these? Curiosity piqued, he asked. Those are witch bone tokens. Before the stall attendant could respond, Qing Niao, who had been observing, promptly answered. Witch bone tokens? What exactly are they? You truly do not know what witch bone tokens are. Qing Niao, upon realizing that Yu, a witch, was unaware of these tokens, could not help but feel a swell of pride. This brother speaks the truth. These are witch bone tokens, crafted by the witches of our tribe. They contain the witch script of the derivation technique, which, when activated by totemic power, can unleash the derivation technique to promote plant growth. The elderly vendor interjected, explaining to Yu. Oh, I see. How can I acquire some? I would like a few. What will you exchange for them? Beast cores. Then it shall be 1 beast core for 3 tokens. Agreed. Yu, without haggling, readily made the exchange, eager to delve into the study of this item, as it pertained to his knowledge gap. After the transaction, he no longer felt the urgency to depart, but instead sought to consult Qing Niao, who, as the chief of the central tribe, possessed a wealth of information. Seeing the typically all-knowing Yu inquire about something unfamiliar, Qing Niao felt quite pleased. He delegated the business to others in the tribe and began to elucidate the details to Yu. Witch bone tokens are made from the bones of ferocious beasts. Once shaped, the witch script is meticulously carved onto the surface, with precision in depth and thickness, evenly infusing the corresponding witchcraft. The spells can be sealed within. When needed, they can be activated using witch power or the blood essence of a warrior. Their primary function is to allow warriors to use witchcraft anytime, anywhere. Typically, the spells stored within are healing types, allowing warriors to carry them while hunting, so they can be activated for treatment if injured. Upon grasping the explanation, Yu presented one of the witch bone tokens to Qing Niao as a token of gratitude, safeguarding the remainder for further study upon returning to his tribe, aspiring to master this technique as well. Meanwhile, as Yu continued to wander, the bamboo tribe's stall encountered some troubles. Why don't you just take it? You think you can exchange 1 beast core for our 3 ceramic cauldrons? Shirtu shouted indignantly, drawing the attention of onlookers. Kid, in our eagle tribe, your goods are our goods. Offering you 3 beast cores is merely a courtesy. I could just take it. What would you do about it? A bald, middle-aged man stood at the stall, flanked by 3 companions, all of whom wore mocking expressions as they regarded Shirtu and his companions. Not long ago, these 3 from the Eagle tribe had set their sights on the ceramic cauldrons at the stall, leveraging their identity as warriors of the central tribe to engage in this strong-arm tactic. Many tribes had faced similar situations but remained helpless. Fine, take it. Just please do not disturb our business any further, Ling interjected, restraining the agitated Shirtu and suppressing his anger as he acquiesced to their unreasonable demands. It seems your tribe does have some wise individuals, the man smirked, noticing Ling's concession. Chief. Shirtu intended to voice his thoughts after the intruders left, but the words caught in his throat, and he merely sighed deeply. Ling said nothing, patting Shirtu's shoulder before returning to oversee their business. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. Chapter 66. Red Iron or upon Yu's return to the tribe's stall. He observed the tribe's people's disheartened expressions. After inquiring, he learned of the recent unfortunate incident. Ling acted wisely. Do not be dismayed. If you wish to avoid being bullied, focus on your training. Once we grow stronger, such events will not recur. Having grasped the situation, Mou affirmed Ling's approach while encouraging the others. Rest assured. Which, I shall train diligently, Shirtu vowed through gritted teeth. We will as well, the others echoed in agreement. Good, this is the spirit of the fine men of the bamboo tribe. Now, Ling and I will guard the stall. You all may wander about. If you desire anything, feel free to trade for it. Mou said, handing Shirtu several beast cores. Noticing the lingering gloom among the group, he encouraged them to take a stroll to lift their spirits. Really? I heard we could go out for a bit. Shirtu's demeanor brightened instantly as he accepted the beast cores and dashed away with the others. Which, do you think they might cause any trouble? Ling expressed his concerns for Shirtu and the others. No worries. I trust they will exercise discretion. Very well then. Subsequently, Mou and Ling continued to oversee their stall. Which, we have returned. As the evening approached, Shirtu and the others finally returned to the stall. So, what did you trade for? I exchanged for a finely crafted beast bone knife, Shirtu declared, producing a meticulously made bone knife. Good. And what about the rest of you? Mou asked the others, who all shook their heads, indicating they had not acquired anything. And this, Shirtu added, pulling out a fist-sized object from his pocket. What is this? Ling inquired, examining it. Allow me to see, Mou urged, eager to inspect the item. Upon closer examination, it appeared to be a fist-sized stone, distinctly angular, with a hard texture, radiating a deep red hue. This is, ding, identification successful. Natural red iron Oregon haha. Indeed, it is iron ore. Which, is this item useful? Shirtu inquired. Noting the excitement on Mou's face. Where did you acquire this, Shirtu? At the innermost stall. I believe it was from the so-called barbarian bull tribe. Quick, take me there. Oh, all right. Mou suppressed his excitement and followed Shirtu directly to the stall. This is it. This is where they exchanged it for me. Soon, Mou arrived at the innermost stall. Good sir, is there an issue with the bone knife we traded? The vendor, seeing Shirtu return with Mou, assumed there was a problem. No, we merely wish to inquire if you have any more of the stones you just gave me. Where did you find them? Mou attempted to organize his thoughts. But Shirtu blurted out his question. You intended to intervene, but it was too late. Oh, that stone? I just picked it up along the way. There's only that one. What do you want it for? Realizing they were interested in that seemingly inconspicuous stone, the vendor quickly grasped its potential value and was unwilling to disclose any further information. Shirtu, hearing this, glanced back at Mou, who was facepalming in disbelief, and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Well, you see, our tribes which discovered a rare herb from a location where such stones are found, so we came to ask where you found this stone. Mou quickly turned the situation around, feigning innocence as he fabricated a tale. Rare herb? We only found this one stone. I can't recall the exact location. You should leave quickly. We have more items to exchange. The vendor from the barbarian bull tribe replied, suddenly animated by the mention of the rare herb, but quickly masked his excitement. Oh, very well then. Upon hearing this, Mou recognized that the vendor had fallen for their ruse and feigned disappointment as he departed from the stall. Which, did I mess things up? Was what you said earlier true? What do you think? Mou smiled slightly and, ignoring the bewildered Shirtu, strode back to his own stall. Chief, did you hear that? As soon as Mou and Shirtu left, the members of the barbarian bull tribe began to converse animatedly. Haha, I wonder which tribe's Navi youngling divulged such critical information so carelessly. What a fool! The chief of the barbarian bull tribe chuckled. A grin plastered across his face. Upon returning to the stall, Mou immediately set about arranging it. Ling, keep an eye on the person at the innermost stall, but be discreet. Do not let them discover your presence. Should they show any signs of leaving, report back to me at once to AS for the remaining ceramic tripods. Sell them off cheaply. Not a single one should be left unsold. The others promptly accepted their orders. Though they were uncertain about the reasons behind Mou's commands, they complied unconditionally. They hastily dealt with their tasks, as Mou intended to follow the people from the Manyo tribe to locate the iron ore. Despite his lackluster acting skills, Mou discerned from their reactions that they had been deceived and would venture to the site of the fictitious exotic plants he had concocted. As night had fallen. The likelihood of their departure was low, yet for safety's sake, Mou instructed Ling to maintain surveillance. Throughout the night, the other party remained inactive. The following morning, MOU gifted the last 2 ceramic tripods to Qing Niao and then focused intently on awaiting news from Ling, as it was highly probable that the others would depart that day. During this time, MOU had the stall meticulously packed up to ensure they could set off at a moment's notice. He regarded the iron ore with utmost importance. Acquiring it was imperative, as it would determine whether the tribe could enter the Iron Age, a matter that could not be taken lightly. Which, they are packing up. It seems they are about to leave. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Ling returned with the report. All right, Ling and Shi, the 3 of us will ride Lightning and follow them. The rest of you wait for our return outside the Xiongning tribe. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. Which, are we doing this for that stone? Indeed, that stone is of great significance to our tribe. We must ascertain from where they obtained it. Shortly thereafter, the members of the Man Yo tribe hurriedly departed from the market. Let us go. We must follow them. Chapter 67. Tracking parting ways with the few members of the Man Yo tribe as they exited the marketplace, the 2 groups immediately dispersed. After distancing themselves from the Xiongning tribe, MOU called Lightning back, and the 3 began to trail the warriors of the Man Yo tribe. The individuals from the Man Yo tribe proceeded eastward. MOU maintained a vantage point from above, ensuring he was neither too far nor too close, thus avoiding detection while remaining in pursuit. Which, they are moving so slowly, naturally, they are on foot. Can you expect them to be swift? Oh, the warriors of the Man Yo tribe, traveling by foot, were indeed moving at a leisurely pace. Chieftain, is this the vicinity? After about 2 hours, the members of the Man Yo tribe halted before a rocky hill. This is it. I even left a mark here. The leading chieftain confidently pointed to his earlier work. But why didn't I see that kind of stone? How would I know? Perhaps search around here. Which, it seems we have arrived. They have stopped. Ling, who had been keeping a watchful eye, informed MOU, yes, this should be the place. How shall we proceed? It's simple. Lightning, fly over and let out a couple of roars to startle them. With the command issued, Lightning soared toward the rocky hill. Ah, a ferocious beast, run. The individuals still searching for exotic plants looked up in alarm as they beheld a massive bird of prey hurtling toward them. In that instant, their quest for exotic plants was forgotten as they scattered in terror. Ha ha, which, they have all fled. Shi chuckled at the comical scene. All right, let us descend and investigate. Once on the ground, MOU and Ling headed straight for the rocky hill, while Shi darted in the opposite direction. Shi, where are you going? MOU questioned, puzzled by Shi's sudden departure. Hee, which, I just saw that chieftain point in that direction. I'm going to check it out. There might be something good there. Fine, but be cautious. If you don't find anything, return promptly and don't wander off. Understood. After Shi left, MOU began to examine the rocky hill before him. Standing at over 50 meters tall, it sprawled across an extensive area, which, it seems there is no sign of the stone we seek here. Ling surveyed the surroundings, also failing to locate what MOU desired. Come, let us break open this rock face. All right, witch, please step aside. You took a few steps back. Once he saw the witch had moved, Ling wasted no time, rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and with a loud shout, began to strike at the rocky wall with his fist the size of a sandbag. Boom, boom! In no time, a hole was smashed into the wall, revealing reddish-brown iron ore within. That should suffice. Stopped. MOU called for Ling to halt as he observed the progress, so it was hidden in here. No wonder I didn't notice it earlier. This is exactly what I was looking for. Mark the location, and we'll return with others to collect it later. Understood. Which MOU had no immediate plans to mine the ore, as he had come unprepared and lacked the means to extract and transport the ore. Which, I'm back. Did you find anything? At that moment, Shi also returned. Yes, we found it. Did you discover anything over there? No, nothing at all. Shi responded awkwardly. Very well, let us head back for now and return later. All right. Seeing that the witch did not press further, Shi breathed a sigh of relief and followed MOU and Ling as they mounted Lightning to return. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he had, in fact, mentally cursed the members of the Man Yo tribe. For a long time after, Shi vividly remembered this incident, especially when he joyfully pushed aside the grass only to discover a half-dried lump of feces. Upon returning to the vicinity of the Eagle tribe's encampment and reuniting with the other 4, they began their journey back to the tribe. This transaction had resulted in the successful sale of 5 ceramic tripods. Of the remaining 5, 3 were forcibly purchased by the Eagle tribe using a beast core, while 2 were gifted to Qing Yao due to MOU's urgency in locating the iron ore. Including the beast cores spent, they had acquired a total of 11 beast cores, 5 2-meter-long hemp cloths, 2 witch-bone cards, and some seeds. These constituted the resources obtained from this transaction. Which, trouble. The bees have gone mad and are chasing after people. Upon returning to the tribe, Hong Yi rushed over to find MOU in a flurry. What happened? Explain in detail. MOU instructed someone to properly store their goods before inquiring about the situation from Hong Yi. Which, we're not sure either. Earlier this afternoon, the bees suddenly split into 2 groups. One stayed in the box, while the other swarmed out, biting everyone. Hong Yi gathered her thoughts and recounted the events to MOU. And now, where has the other group of bees gone? Having listened, MOU had already formulated a plan in his mind. The other group has flown to the valley entrance and is all clustered on a tree. Indeed, I suspected as much. You may return now. I will go take a look shortly. Oh, all right. Wait a moment. Here, take this. Just as the young girl was about to depart, MOU suddenly recalled something and called her back. Wow, is this for me? It's beautiful. Upon turning around, Hong Yi spotted the bone necklace in MOU's hand. Yes, I thought it looked nice, so I swapped it for you. This was something MOU had obtained from the marketplace, where a tribe specialized in selling such bone ornaments. Thank you. Which, hearing that it was specifically exchanged for her, the young girl smiled sweetly in gratitude. Hee, it was a small gesture. You go ahead and tend to your tasks. I'll tidy up and check on the bees. All right, which MOU knew without looking what the situation was. The bees had swarmed out of the hive. Although he had no experience in beekeeping, he had certainly heard of it. Having been exposed to the information explosion of the 21st century, everyone had acquired a smattering of knowledge, and MOU was aware that bees could swarm. Swarming is a natural method of reproduction for bee colonies. When the colony grows large and there is ample nectar, a new queen bee will emerge and be nurtured. When the new queen is about to emerge, the old queen and nearly half of the worker bees will leave the original hive to establish a new nest, forming a new colony. This phenomenon typically occurs in the spring and summer when floral resources are plentiful. And the climate is warmed out, of course. This is the general situation. In the tribe, the queen bee that swarmed out this time must be a new one, as MOU had already contracted the original queen, ensuring that chaos would not ensue. This was a positive development for the tribe, signifying that the bee colony had grown larger and could produce more honey in the future. Clarifying his thoughts, MOU instructed Ling to gather those who had been stung and provided simple treatment. Next, they needed to devise a plan to retrieve the runaway bees. Chapter 68. Retrieving the bees. Upon reaching the valley entrance and observing the swarming bees, MOU found them clustered on a tree branch, showing no immediate intention of fleeing. Tio reclaimed the bees that had swarmed. New hives needed to be prepared. This task naturally fell to Shimiao. Working diligently, Shimiao managed to construct several hives within a few hours. Once he received the hives, MOU first spread some honey evenly on the inner walls before transferring a piece of honeycomb from the old hive into the new one. With that, all the preparations were complete. The subsequent task of retrieving the bees could not be simpler. He recalled that these hornets could be subdued with smoke from burning pine needles, a method he had successfully employed when capturing the first box of bees. Igniting the pine needles, MOU produced smoke that enveloped the bees, inducing them into a stupor. Once subdued, he transferred them into the hive, contracted a new queen, and thus the once chaotic bees were successfully pacified. Once the matters at hand were settled, MOU prepared to embark on the journey of iron smelting. Presently, the able-bodied individuals of the tribe were engaged in constructing dwellings, a task projected to take approximately a month to complete. During this interval, it was evident that excess manpower could not be diverted for iron smelting, yet preliminary preparations could commence. The foremost requirement for iron smelting was undoubtedly the construction of a blast furnace. To erect the furnace, it was essential to select a suitable location, ensuring ample space and a solid foundation. MOU designated the area adjacent to the brick kiln for this purpose. He then summoned a workforce and elucidated the structure of the blast furnace before embarking on the construction. The initial step involved constructing the furnace body, utilizing large bricks to form a robust base to guarantee stability. Subsequently, bricks and clay were gradually assembled to form the furnace shaft. MOU opted for a cylindrical shape for the furnace body. Guided by the suggestions of the omnipotent hand, to withstand the intense heat and internal pressure, he employed horizontal bricks for the structure. Additionally, He incorporated an air inlet at an appropriate position on the furnace body to facilitate combustion, while a smaller tap was established at the bottom for iron extraction. TO enhanced control over the internal temperature and airflow. MOU meticulously designed several passages and baffles within the furnace. This task demanded careful attention to detail and was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. It took MOU and his team an entire week to construct a furnace that barely met the required standards. Upon completion, MOU conducted a thorough inspection and made necessary repairs to ensure there were no cracks or leaks that might lead to complications during the smelting process. Is this thing used for firing ceramics? Curious onlookers inquired, gazing at the towering furnace. No, this is for smelting iron, MOU clarified. Iron? What is that? They asked. Well, it is a type of metal extracted from rocks. You will understand once we produce it. MOU pondered for a moment, struggling to articulate the concept of iron to them. Are you referring to gold artifacts? An elderly voice interjected from the crowd. Mio, you looked up to see the oldest man in the tribe. Old Master Ashan, speaking. Ashan, what do you mean by gold artifacts? Can you enlighten me? MOU hastily approached to seek wisdom from the elder. The gold artifacts. I heard from the old shaman of our tribe that in the larger tribes and clans of the south, there are metals refined from stones, said to be exceedingly beautiful and suitable for crafting simple tools. Though I have never seen them myself, the elder reminisced, his face adorned with nostalgia. Oh, you know what these gold artifacts look like? MOU inquired eagerly, realizing they resembled metals. I've heard they are akin to the color of the sun. Alas, I am old and my memory fails me. The elder reflected for a moment before continuing. Indeed, I am refining gold artifacts, though they may differ from what you described. Oh, you surmised that the elder was likely referring to copper products. Do you truly know how to create gold artifacts? Upon hearing MOU's affirmation, the elder's excitement surged, his demeanor shifting from calm to animated. Indeed, and the gold artifacts I craft are superior to theirs, MOU confidently asserted. As a man of the modern era, endowed with a golden touch, he felt compelled to possess such confidence. Otherwise, he might as well resign himself to a fate of despair. Wonderful, truly a blessing from the totem gods to have such a wise shaman in our tribe. Such gold artifacts are only produced by a few of the larger tribes, the elder exclaimed, grasping MOU's hand with moisture in his eyes. You shall surely lead us to build a great tribe. Rest assured, I, along with everyone in the tribe, shall strive to develop our community further. MOU reassured him. That gives me hope. I sincerely wish to witness that day, the elder lamented, having long cherished the dream of his tribe evolving into a great one. However, fate had dealt a cruel hand, leading to the destruction of their previous tribe and his subsequent displacement. Initially, MOU's motivation for tribe development was self-serving, yet through enduring interactions and witnessing the fervent hopes of Elder Ashan and others, he felt a stirring within. He could not betray their expectations. Though the elder departed some time ago, MOU remained unsettled. From previous conversations with Qing Yao and others, he had learned of the prosperity in the southern regions, which were significantly more advanced than the other 4 tribes. However, he never anticipated the disparity would be so vast. While the people here struggled with basic clothing and housing, the great clans of the south had already begun rudimentary metal smelting, signifying a civilizational leap spanning not merely a century. It was at that moment that MOU resolved to visit those great clans in the south to broaden his horizons. Yet, such endeavors would have to wait. For now, he needed to develop the tribe step by step. Regaining his focus, MOU commenced planning another aspect of preparation for iron smelting. With the furnace ready, the next concern was the fuel. The temperature required for smelting iron was quite high, and burning wood alone would not suffice. Thus, an alternative fuel was necessary: charcoal. Although the tribe possessed peat, it was unsuitable for iron smelting. Peat, essentially, is an incompletely formed coal, lacking sufficient carbon content to adequately reduce the iron ore, and its combustion temperature falls far short of the high temperatures required for smelting. In light of this, MOU contemplated using charcoal, a method dating back to the spring and autumn period, although its efficiency was considerably low. The production of charcoal involves using relatively hard wood as raw material. Conveniently, the blast furnace would require a few days to dry, allowing MOU to seize this opportunity to procure charcoal. As he contemplated, he made his way to Ling's dwelling. Ling, gather some pine wood, large pieces, and ensure they are not rotten. What do you need the wood for? Ling asked, puzzled. It is not for heating. It is required for iron smelting, Mo briefly explained. What exactly is this iron you speak of? Ling inquired further. Well, it is black in color and exceedingly hard, capable of being shaped into forms that bones cannot achieve. Iron, is it very hard? Perhaps comparable to the bones of the fierce beasts? Mo made a simple comparison between the iron he remembered and the bones of the ferocious beasts. Of course, Mo was not primarily concerned with the hardness of iron. Here, the strength of a piece of beast bone could rival that of iron. What he truly valued was iron's malleability, which enabled the crafting of various essential tools to— Oh, I see. Having grasped the situation, Ling cheerfully accepted the task and set out to gather wood. Naturally, the collected wood could not be utilized immediately. It required sun exposure to eliminate moisture and needed to be cut into uniform sizes. This procedure was crucial to ensure that the burning time would not vary significantly. During this time, Mo also kept himself occupied, exchanging for a book on charcoal production and diligently studying it within his dwelling. When all preparations were finally complete, 5 days had passed. Quickly, move all the wood into the kiln and stack it up. Beside the pottery kiln, Mo directed the others to transport the wood. The existing pottery kiln was chosen for charcoal production. After stacking the wood, Mo entered the kiln to inspect it and discovered an issue. Very well, let us ignite it. Yes, the individual behind him, holding a torch, approached to ignite the wood inside the kiln. According to the book, when producing charcoal, the kiln should initially be fully ventilated to allow the wood to burn completely before gradually sealing it to achieve the desired charcoal. Quickly, seal the entrance of the kiln as the flames ignited all the wood inside. Mo hastily instructed the prepared individuals to block the entrance. Only a small ventilation hole at the top remained open, and Mo climbed atop the kiln, enduring the heat to observe the situation within. Quickly, bring me 2 bricks, as the wood burned sufficiently. Mo called for 2 bricks to partially seal the ventilation hole. All right, that will suffice for today. We shall return tomorrow to check at this point. The process was nearly complete, and seeing that the day was waning, Mo dismissed the crowd. Next, they would wait for the kiln to cool naturally before retrieving the charcoal. A restless night passed, and early the next morning, Mo rushed to inspect the kiln without having eaten. He clambered onto the kiln's top and peered inside. What in the world? Did the sky fall? The ventilation hole was too large. Most of the wood has been reduced to ashes. Bring water, quickly. Mo leapt down from the pottery kiln, shouting for water. Instantly, chaos erupted in the tribe as people scrambled to grab pots and bowls. Rushing to fetch water. Sizzle, buckets of water were poured in, extinguishing the flames and releasing a cloud of steam. After a frantic salvage operation, Mo managed to recover less than 1/10 of the original wood. But fortunately, the kiln held together despite the thermal shock. Thank you all for your efforts. This time, it was my blunder, Mo said, pinching his nose and awkwardly addressing those around him. Looking around, he noticed that not a single person remained clean. They were all covered in soot and dirt, with only their eyes and teeth visible amid the grime. In the depths of the southern mountains, there lies a true craft of burning charcoal, where one's face is coated with ash and smoke, and strands of gray hair intermingle with blackened fingers. Despite the methods provided by the Golden Finger, the execution is not something that can be accomplished in a single attempt. Thus, one must clean up the aftermath and rekindle the fire anew. The procedure remains unchanged, stacking the wood, igniting the flames, and sealing the kiln's mouth. This time, Mo made an alteration. Once the wood within the kiln burned thoroughly and the smoke diminished, he swiftly sealed the ventilation opening tightly and plastered over any leaks with clay. The interior of the kiln became invisible, leaving only the external temperature as a gauge. It was not until 4 days later that the temperature within the kiln had completely subsided. Well, don't just stand there. Let us open the kiln. If it fails, we can try again, Mo remarked with a smile at the hesitant warriors nearby. Understood, Wu. Upon hearing Mo's command, they began to excavate. The clay sealing the kiln's mouth was gradually removed, revealing the dark ashes within. A sense of dread washed over Mo as he caught a glimpse, his heart sinking. Step aside. Let me take a look. Though his hopes had waned, he still approached with determination. Ha ha, it worked. Suddenly, the onlookers heard Wu exclaim with unrestrained joy as Mo cleared the bottom ashes. He was pleasantly surprised to discover several blackened chunks of charcoal, still retaining the shape of the original wood. Gently clashing two pieces together produced a crisp sound. Quickly, dig it out. No, let us remove the top of the kiln and extract the charcoal from above. Mou hastily instructed the others to lift the kiln's lid and retrieve the charcoal. Hurry, grab your tools and transport the charcoal over here. Ling also rushed over to organize the operation. Watching as basket after basket of charcoal was removed, Mou felt a swell of pride. I am a genius, haha. Place all the charcoal over by the smelting furnace for convenience later. After daydreaming for a moment, Mou began directing his kin in transporting the charcoal. Once all was removed, he calculated that they had obtained less than 2/3 of the original wood, meaning nearly half had been consumed in the flames. HMM.IT should be due to igniting from below, resulting in uneven burning. Next time, I could try igniting both ends simultaneously, Mou concluded. With the charcoal production completed, preparations for iron smelting were in order. And the next step was to commence the smelting process. Wu, Qingniao and the others have arrived. Chapter 70. Proposal. Upon hearing that Qingniao had come, Mou was quite surprised. It was only the middle of the month. And not yet time for trade. Ling, go greet them and bring them in. I shall await you inside. All right, Ling replied, preparing to leave, but Mou quickly reminded her, wash your face first. Wouldn't want them thinking something is amiss with a face darker than Li Kuei's. Once Ling had departed to welcome their guests, Mou hurried back inside, washed his face, changed into clean attire, and heated some water. Wu, we have arrived. Just as Mou poured several cups of water, Ling entered with Qingniao and the others. Haha, it has been a while. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Once everyone was settled and after exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. You was the first to inquire. It isn't yet the day for trading. What brings you here so early? Qingniao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied. The last trade was disrupted by those scoundrels from the Eagle tribe. Our tribe is running low on salt, so Wu sent me to check that. I see. You still require 500 pounds this time. I would like to take more this time, as I won't be coming again this month. We will resume normal trading at the end of next month, Qingniao pondered before addressing Mou. That is feasible, but I am uncertain if you coming early will yield enough salt in the tribe. What then? We currently have no salt left. Upon hearing Mou's words, Qingniao's expression shifted to one of urgency. Well, how about this? I can share the location of our tribe's salt source with you. You may collect it yourselves. Mou proposed, requesting Qingniao and his companions to step outside briefly. Really, Wu? That is splendid. Our tribe will no longer suffer from a salt shortage, Qingniao exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement. Ahem, let us not get ahead of ourselves. I do have conditions. Mou motioned for Qingniao to sit once more. My apologies, Wu. I got too carried away. Qingniao's cheeks flushed as he recalled his earlier outburst. Of course, please state your requirements. Very well, allow me to outline my conditions, which you may discuss with your tribe as Wu. Firstly, only your tribe may extract salt from that location. It must not be disclosed to other tribes. Secondly, you may take as much salt as you like for trade with other tribes, but half of the goods acquired must be shared with our tribe. To demonstrate goodwill, you will be allowed 500 pounds of salt free of charge each month. Mou thoughtfully ensured no points were overlooked. Those are my stipulations. You may return to discuss them with your Wu, and if all is agreed upon, I will immediately reveal the salt mine's location and share the technique for refining edible salt. I have noted it, Wu. I have no issues with these conditions personally, but I must confer with our Wu, Qingniao replied, suppressing his excitement. That's fine, if you agree. A vow to the totem is required from both you and your tribe as Wu to reassure our people. Mou stated, naturally supporting the idea of a solemn oath. With the primitive reverence for their totemic deities, even cannibal tribes would not dare to break such vows. All right, Wu, I shall return to consult with the Wu. And by tomorrow morning, I will come back with their response. Very well, I shan't keep you any longer. The journey ahead requires time. You rose to see the eager Qingniao off from the tribe. Wu, why must we disclose the location of the salt mine to them? We could engage in trade with other tribes ourselves. Wouldn't that yield greater rewards? After Qingniao and his party departed, Ling voiced her thoughts, having refrained from asking in front of outsiders. Indeed, your inquiry demonstrates that you are a competent chief, one who considers the tribe's welfare while forming your own opinions. Mou affirmed Ling's question before expressing his perspective. How does our tribe's strength compare to other smaller tribes? And how do we measure against Qingniao's tribe? Instead of providing a direct answer, MOU guided Ling to understand the nuances of their situation, serving as a form of mentorship. While our tribe's totemic deity is stronger than those of other smaller tribes, even surpassing that of Qingniao's. However, we lack the number and strength of warriors compared to the other tribes, and our population is quite limited, consisting mostly of the elderly and children. Ling was well versed in the tribe's circumstances, easily answering MOU's inquiry. Then how many of our people could we send out for trade? How many possessed the strength to ensure that other tribes would transact peacefully rather than resorting to theft? MOU continued to pose questions. Wu, are you suggesting that Qingniao's tribe possesses the ability to trade with other tribes? Ling furrowed her brow, contemplating the matter before responding. Astute. Presently, we can only trade with the Lion tribe, acquiring minimal goods. But consider this, as a central tribe, Qingniao's group can engage with numerous other tribes for resources. Oh, I see. So, while we appear to be giving away half of our resources, in reality, we would be obtaining much more than before, correct? After much discussion, MOU finally saw Ling grasp the concept. Haha, exactly right. It seems your intellect is quite sharp. MOU chuckled, playfully teasing Ling moreover. This way? We need not lift a finger, bearing no risk while obtaining ample resources. Indeed, Wu, you are remarkable to have thought of this. Ling expressed her admiration wholeheartedly. Sigh, there is still much to improve upon. After sending Ling away, MOU let out a breath, reflecting that while Ling was significantly more astute than other primitive individuals in the tribe, he still lagged behind when compared to Qingniao. Through his previous conversation with Qingniao, MOU was confident the latter had deciphered his intentions. Yet, it took so much dialogue for Ling to catch on. However, this disparity was unavoidable, stemming from exposure and experience. Qingniao had grown up in a more developed region, naturally broadening his horizons far beyond those of Ling and her kin. Well, it will take time, and I refuse to believe they can surpass me, MOU mused, eventually finding solace in his thoughts, and no matter how capable they were. Could they truly compare to one molded by 5 millennia of civilization? He remained confident that under his guidance, Ling, Shi Tu, and Hong Yu would one day surpass their counterparts. Chapter 71. Alliance in perfect alignment with MOU's expectations. The opposing side had no valid reason to reject this proposal. It was mutually beneficial for both tribes. Sure enough, around 10 o'clock the following morning, Qingniao and the Wu from the Lion tribe arrived. This time, due to the presence of the opposing tribe's Wu, they were accompanied by a contingent of 10 mid-level warriors for safety. After welcoming the group inside, Ling took charge of the accompanying warriors while MOU and Qingniao were ushered into MOU's abode. Wu Yu, how did you construct this dwelling? It is truly impressive. The shaman of the Lion tribe praised the dwelling of MOU and his companions, exclaiming that he had never encountered such a well-structured house in the southern regions. This abode was constructed from bricks, materials fashioned from clay, akin to the methods used in pottery. MOU provided a brief overview of the house's materials and architecture, which elicited admiration from his guest. Please, take a seat. He welcomed the two into the house, pouring 2 cups of hot water and placing them before his visitors. What are your thoughts on my proposal? Although MOU felt confident about the outcome, he maintained a calm facade as he inquired, We have discussed it and can accept your terms. Moreover, I hope that our 2 tribes can form an alliance. The old shaman agreed without hesitation, proposing a mutual alliance. Although this was only his second visit to the Bamboo tribe, he had often heard from the Qingniao about their rapid development. The sights he beheld during his journey today confirmed those accounts. Astonishing him with the Bamboo tribe's remarkable potential, he was determined to forge a bond with this burgeoning ally. Ha ha, that would be splendid. MOU responded with a hearty laugh. Very well, let us pledge our oath. Agreed. With the Bamboo god as our witness. And the Lion god bearing witness. Upon completing the oath, the 2 tribes officially allied, strengthening their relationship significantly. Subsequently, as the host, MOU presented a feast of beast meat and the tribe's unique eggs to his guests. This is the altar, used for sacrificial rites. Over here is the farmland, and these are the beehives. This area comprises 3 animal pens for livestock. After a satisfying meal, MOU led Qingniao and the others on a tour of the tribe. Although the shaman was secretly astonished by the variety of food available, he expressed particular admiration for the intricately designed altar that MOU had constructed, showering him with praise. Indeed, Shaman Yu, you possess great talent to have crafted such a magnificent altar. I must insist that you visit our tribe one day to assist us in building a similar altar. Certainly, I shall make my way there when the opportunity arises. Mo found it difficult to withstand the enthusiasm of his elder companion, who seemed transformed by the sight of the altar, his usual composure replaced with fervor. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qing Miao and the others prepared to take their leave. Brother, may I ask a favor of you? Please, Shaman Yu, speak your mind. I would like you to inquire about a specific type of stone. It is black, and when touched, it loses its color. When placed in fire, it ignites and turns red, leaving behind white ash once burned. Mo elaborated on the properties of coal. Not a problem, my young friend. Rest assured, I will investigate this matter upon my return. Thank you, elder brother. Mo and the shaman conversed. Ling and Qing Miao exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of bewilderment, resignation, and disbelief. They witnessed the transformation of the elder and the youth from flattery to camaraderie, engaging in light-hearted conversation devoid of the anticipated gravity. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed that this was the shaman they remembered. Until next time, then, travel safely. After bidding farewell to Qing Miao and his companions, the tribe resumed its bustling activities. Mo returned to his dwelling and retrieved the shaman's bone talisman he had obtained earlier. With no one available to assist in the tribe, other tasks were temporarily set aside, allowing him the chance to learn how to craft the shaman's bone talisman. This talisman was of utmost importance to the tribe's development, and he had every reason to learn its creation. The process required suitable beast bones to be prepared in advance and shaped accordingly. This task had already been undertaken by Shi Tu, who had successfully fashioned around 10 pieces. Additionally, a carving knife capable of etching the beast bones was necessary. Mo could not procure this and thus had to shamelessly request a sturdy and sharp bamboo leaf from the bamboo god. With all materials gathered, Mo began with renewed confidence. The first step was to accurately carve the corresponding shamanic script onto the beast bone, ensuring uniform depth and width, and that the carved script flowed seamlessly. To familiarize himself with the script, Mo practiced drawing it dozens of times on the ground and meticulously studied the finished talisman he had obtained before commencing. He chose the greater healing spell, took up the bamboo leaf knife, steadied his mind, and, after adjusting his posture, began in earnest. This process demanded immense patience and precision. Even the slightest error could render his efforts futile. During his first attempt, overwhelmed by nerves, his hand trembled, and a line was miscarved. Alas, failure, he lamented, yet he continued undeterred. Recognizing that initial failures were to be expected, on his second attempt, he carved 2 deeply down. On the third try, he misaligned a line, rendering it useless. Fourth attempt, I cut my hand. What in the world? Mo stared at the 3 remaining pieces, his spirit faltering. To hell with this. Whoever loves carving can do it. I am done. After venting his frustrations, Mo resolutely gathered the scattered bone fragments and resumed his carving. Breathe, remain calm, and steady your heart. You can do this. Mo was ultimately unwilling to abandon his efforts. After a moment of reflection and study, he steeled himself and returned to the table. With the carving knife in hand, he took a deep breath. This time, he was as steady as a rock, each step flowing smoothly like water. The lines were evenly distributed, the script precise, and the infusion of shamanic power steady and uniform. At last, the bone fragment radiated a green glow. Success! Ha ha, I did it. I am a genius, Mo exclaimed joyfully, dispelling his earlier gloom. He pressed on, fueled by newfound confidence, and continued carving the remaining 2 pieces of the talisman. In an intense flurry of activity, however, another piece was ruined. Leaving him wary of complacency, he focused intently on the last fragment, and this time, he encountered no issues, achieving success on the first try. After completing the talisman, it was time to test its efficacy. Mo tidied up and sought out Ling Ling. Come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. After some inquiries, he found Ling at the valley entrance, walking his beast companion. Oh, all right, Ling replied, leading his beast horse over. Since consuming the golden fruit, the horse had grown increasingly robust. Mo reflected on the tribe's strength, which now included a nearly mature lightning beast, 3 pureblood beasts, and Shi Tu's wolf, recently caught and evolved with the last golden fruit, an impressive display of power. What is it, shaman? I need to test the effectiveness of this talisman. Is this the talisman you crafted? What spell does it invoke? Ling eagerly examined the talisman. It's the greater healing spell. We need an injured animal for the experiment. Understood, shaman. Ling, not hesitating, drew a dagger from his waist and made a long cut on his beast's leg, causing the horse to whinny in pain. What have you done? Mou exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Shaman, we have an injured animal now. Shall we commence? Very well, Ou's lips twitched. How does one use this? Apply it to the wound, press down with your hand, and then activate it with totemic power. Got it? Simple enough. Ling began to follow Mou's instructions. Moments later, a green light flickered, and the wound on the horse's leg gradually began to heal. Before long, the talisman shattered into 2 pieces, completely rendered useless. Observing the scabbed-over wound, Mou estimated, not bad. It seems to have about 70% of the normal spell's efficacy. He felt quite satisfied with this result. The insidious divide. Time quickly passed, and summer's end arrived. Mou found himself kneeling beside a mound of soil, digging around a cluster of ground yams with a bone spade, grasping a withered vine. He exerted force and pulled, revealing a string of yams, both large and small, some as big as a head, others the size of a fist. Indeed, it's time to harvest. After 5 months of growth and 3 rounds of earthing, the yams were now ripe. Meanwhile, the yellow rice, for various reasons, had begun to ear but remained crisp and green, showing no signs of maturity. He gathered the idle members of the tribe, armed them with various tools, and headed straight for the yam field. When harvesting, they first removed the vines and then carefully excavated, setting aside any that were rotten or damaged. Ou personally engaged in the digging while teaching others the techniques. Let us begin with a command. The group eagerly plunged into the labor. Sunlight poured over the fields as the tribes young and old bent their backs, gripping the yam vines tightly and pulling with all their might. Revealing clusters of yams, their eyes sparkled with delight, and smiles broke across their wrinkled faces. Hey, this year's yams have grown splendidly. One person shouted excitedly. He quickly crouched down, carefully picking up the round yams and placing them into a nearby basket with deft movements. Indeed, it was thanks to the shaman's teachings. What was it called again? An elder chimed in, Grandfather. It's the practice of earthing and fertilizing. The shaman mentioned it in class. A youthful voice chimed in from the side, belonging to a boy of around 10 years old. Indeed, it is just as you say. By the way, this school is truly remarkable, imparting so much knowledge to these children. Haha, weren't you the one who initially claimed it was a fruitless endeavor? Declaring it a waste of time? I doubt we'll dig up your sweet potatoes. You do talk too much. Elderly individuals are busy digging potatoes, panting heavily as sweat cascades down their cheeks, yet they remain unbothered. The sight of the increasing bounty in the basket brings them immense joy. With a little more effort, they could harvest the entire field today. Ou encourages others while digging. All right, team. The others respond enthusiastically in unison, their spirits high as they dedicate themselves to the labor. His hands work tirelessly, his eyes fixated solely on the plump sweet potatoes. Haha, we won't have to go hungry this snowy season. Indeed, these sweet potatoes will last us quite a while. Amidst the flurry of activity, the entire 20 acres of sweet potatoes are finally unearthed, yielding approximately 100,000 pounds, with an average yield of about 5,000 pounds per acre. Next comes the storage. Fortunately, the wooden shed constructed earlier remains intact, serving perfectly as a temporary warehouse. Before storing the potatoes, a series of preparations must be undertaken. First, the potatoes need to be sorted, with damaged, diseased, or misshapen ones being removed, as these are prone to rot and cannot be stored alongside healthy potatoes. Additionally, the potatoes must be dried. Freshly dug potatoes are still covered in soil and moisture, requiring them to be placed in a well-ventilated area to air out for a period. Only then can they be stored. After completing these tasks, it is now the 15th of the first month of autumn. That noon, after finishing his meditation, Mou was about to have a bite to eat when Shimiao entered to report. Which, the last house has been completed. Would you like to take a look? Oh, it's finished? Wonderful. I shall go and see. With that, he set aside thoughts of dinner and hurried to the residential area, in stark contrast to the initial emptiness. The region in the northwest of the valley is now lined with rows of uniformly sized brick houses. After over 150 days of labor and the efforts of more than 100 young adults, nearly all the tribe's resources have been devoted to brickmaking, soil excavation,
and stonecarving.at last. This batch of residences has been completed, totaling around 300 houses. Some families share accommodations. These houses have been constructed according to MOU's plan, starting from the gentle slope at the back and extending eastward, organized into 3 rows, each containing 100 houses. Naturally, due to various limitations, these houses are currently built in relatively modest sizes. MOU intends to make some changes for future constructions. Having already formed preliminary ideas in his mind, by the time MOU arrived, the last house had just been finished, of course. Many of the houses still lack proper clay beds, doors, windows, and furniture, but as it is only the beginning of autumn, there is ample time to address these matters. The completion of the houses is a cause for celebration, and MOU, as per usual, hosted a bonfire evening. During the event, he publicly praised those who contributed significantly and rewarded each with some animal hides, linen, and salt, effectively winning their loyalty. With the completion of the housing, a considerable number of young adults have become available, allowing MOU to pursue his previously devised plans. Chapter 73. The bellows and iron smelting. Now that the tribe's members have some leisure time, MOU plans to divide them into 3 groups. 50 young adults will form one group, dedicated to all aspects of iron smelting, while the remaining young adults, led by the elderly and infirm, will engage in road construction, and the warriors will be responsible for daily hunting and replenishing livestock such as chickens. MOU will lead the iron smelting efforts, while Sher Miao will oversee the road construction. The recently finished laborers quickly return to their new tasks. The first step is iron smelting. All materials have been prepared, and they only need to create a bellows and retrieve iron or to commence production. The bellows will require crafting various components, including side panels, a cover, a bottom plate, a ceiling plate, a front panel, and a back panel, which will then be assembled and fitted with air valves, pull rods, and other attachments. The bellows will be of a rectangular structure. Suitable wooden boards will be cut and prepared for the mortise and tenon joints. Next, the pull rods and grips will be made, joining them together, and holes will be drilled in the front and back panels to accommodate the pull rods. Subsequently, air inlets will be chiseled into the front and back panels, and a wooden wind deflector and hanging board will be placed in position, with small holes drilled into the front and back panels to secure it with wooden pegs. Furthermore, a wind tongue will be necessary to allow movement at the air outlet. A hidden compartment will be created in the top panel and attached accordingly, followed by the installation of a protective board for the pull rod, which will be secured with a long wooden peg to prevent it from being pulled out. A piece of raw wood will be fashioned into the air outlet, with small holes drilled into the edge of the air plate, and some feathers will be affixed, placing the feathered air plate inside the bellows. Lastly, a bit of beast oil will be applied to the pull rods for lubrication. Once all the outer wooden boards are installed, MOU personally mounted the bellows onto the reserved position atop the furnace. As for the ore collection, MOU and Ling took several warriors, bringing tools back and forth until they had retrieved approximately 2 tons of raw ore. Everything is now in place, just awaiting the right moment. A few individuals crushed all the ore, following the meticulously outlined steps. MOU organized the work. The iron ore was smashed and layered with charcoal before being placed into the furnace to burn, with a blower assisting combustion. Others diligently followed the witch's instructions, preparing materials and igniting the fire. At around 1000 degrees Celsius, a chemical reaction occurred between the charcoal and the oxides in the iron ore, reducing iron oxide to metallic iron, resulting in a low-carbon pig iron. Upon completing this step, it was already evening, and MOU called a halt to the work, planning to continue the next day. The pig iron still contained numerous impurities such as slag, which would need to be heated and forged repeatedly to remove them. During the forging process, the pig iron would be heated multiple times in the charcoal fire, allowing carbon to permeate the surface, forming steel. However, this carburized steel would have a very uneven carbon content, necessitating repeated heating and forging to ensure a more uniform composition, transforming pig iron into high-quality steel. Naturally, this task would be addressed later, as the current focus was still on producing pig iron. The following morning, iron smelting continued. Which, I heard you have managed to forge some metal. Could I have a look? Old man A. Shan, having learned that the witch had begun producing metal for crafting tools, rushed over immediately. Of course, no problem. Sure too, go fetch a piece of the forged iron block. You called out to the busy crowd, designating Sure too to learn about this new material. All right, coming right up. Sure too, hearing the command, hurried to the nearby pile of finished iron blocks and selected one about the size of a fist. Which, is this a tool? gazing at the dark object in his hand. The elder was somewhat incredulous, his face filled with skepticism. Haha, certainly not. This is only a preliminary stage. Further processing is required before it can become what you refer to as a tool, Mou explained. Smiling as he recognized the elder's thoughts. Phew, that is a relief. The old man sighed with relief, glad that his dreams of fine tools remained intact. Rest assured, we will notify you as soon as it is ready. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. After sending off the elder, Mou returned to the furnace, continuing to closely monitor the iron smelting process, which is fraught with danger. He could not afford to be negligent until everyone became proficient. After a few days, as the workers grew more adept, Mou stepped away to begin further processing the iron blocks, planning to forge a batch of farming tools as a trial run. Lacking an anvil, he had a flat stone brought in as a substitute. He ignited the charcoal, placed the iron block inside to heat, and continued until it glowed red. Once removed, he began to hammer it with a stone, repeating the heating and hammering process until the afternoon when the iron block appeared clean, with all impurities and carbon residues eliminated. The next step was shaping. Mou shook out his sore arms and continued his battle with the iron block. He aimed to forge a hammer first, facilitating subsequent ironworking tasks. Using a stone, he hammered and adjusted the shape of the iron block, occasionally flipping it with a ferocious beast's bone. After about an hour, he finally shaped the hammer, then drilled a hole in it for attaching a handle. Placing the hammerhead on a stone slab, he positioned several stones around it to secure it, then took a sharpened beast's bone chisel, aligning it at the center and striking it forcefully with a stone. The rhythmic sound of metal striking metal echoed as he successfully created a hole around 4 centimeters in diameter. Dipping it into water for quenching, he completed a hammerhead the size of 2 fists. The subsequent installation of the handle was relatively straightforward. He selected a straight wooden stick that matched in thickness, embedding it into the pre-drilled hole to complete the task. Once finished, Mou picked up the hammer, weighed it in his hand, and felt immense satisfaction. With a solid strike, he brought it down onto a nearby stone slab, which shattered with the impact. Noticing the hammer's surface was somewhat rough, Mou instructed someone to fetch some river sand for a simple polishing. Go call Old Man Ashan. Tell him the tools are ready. Once everything was processed, Mou hurriedly sent someone to summon the elder. The old man had been eagerly awaiting this moment, planning to come by the next day. Where are the tools? Let me see them. Before long, the old man arrived, his speed leaving Mou astonished. Elder, slow down. The messenger called out, trying to keep pace. Where are the tools? The elder inquired as soon as he arrived. Here, take a look, Mou said, revealing the glimmering metal hammer from behind him. Is this goldware? Indeed, it is quite beautiful. The old man incessantly rubbed the hammer, murmuring to himself. Well then, do you have any tools in mind that you desire? I can craft a metal one specifically for you. Mou observed the old man's demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Really? Perhaps it's best to forego that. Such a precious item. Haha, not to worry. There's plenty of iron available. Just tell me what tools you wish for. I seem to have no specific needs. The tribe's provisions are quite sufficient. The old man furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while without arriving at a conclusion. Never mind, allow me to create something for you. I shall deliver it once it is completed. That would be splendid. Thank you, Wu. Chapter 74. Road construction and inquiry. While Mou's iron smelting progressed remarkably, on the other side, Shimiao was diligently pursuing the road-laying efforts. Hurry, clear away all the debris from the street. Move that stone to the other side. Shimiao stood in the residential area, vocally directing the work, as per Wu's instructions to clear and compact the designated roadway. Quickly, bring over the rammer. This rammer was crafted by Mou, inspired by scenes from films of his previous life. Consisting of large stones fashioned into cylindrical pillars measuring 1 meter in diameter and 0.7 meters in height, with grooves carved in the center for rope binding. When in use, individuals would simultaneously lift it and let it drop freely, compacting the ground under its weight. According to Mou's plan, 5 roads, each 3 meters wide, were to be constructed in a horizontal and vertical layout to connect every household in the residential area. Additionally, a route was to encircle the altar and bamboo grove, forming a circular pathway, from which 4 5-meter wide main roads would extend north to south through the entire valley, reaching from the fish pond in the east to the stone cliff in the west, connecting to a gentle slope in the north and the valley entrance in the south. Subsequently, this would serve as the main thoroughfare, with various road specifications built according to the needs of travel, linking the tribe's animal pens, latrines, farmland, and kills. Everyone, please quiet down. I have a question for you all. If anyone knows the answer, please raise your hand. That evening, MOU took the time to gather everyone from the tribe, seeking information on a few matters. All right, let us start with the first question. Has anyone seen a type of grayish-white stone that is somewhat softer than others and crumbles into powder when broken? MOU was describing the characteristics of limestone. With the tribe's development, the glue made from sticky wood was no longer sufficient to support the various infrastructure needs, and MOU needed to find a way to produce cement. The ongoing road construction required a considerable amount of cement, and the sticky wood glue was evidently in short supply. As he observed the crowd shaking their heads, MOU let out a despondent sigh. It was to be expected. Limestone shares similar physical properties with other stones, and it was doubtful that primitive people could distinguish them. Have any of you encountered naturally occurring caves, damp with some beautiful grayish-white stone columns inside? MOU, unwilling to let his cement plan die, pressed on with his inquiries. No, the crowd continued to shake their heads. Woo. I have seen such a cave. During a previous hunt, I ventured in with my father and others. Just as MOU was about to succumb to disappointment and consider using ordinary stones, the contemplative Ling suddenly spoke up. What? You've seen one? MOU's eyes lit up as he seized Ling's arm and inquired loudly. Yes. Good. Please describe precisely what it was like. Ling meticulously recounted the process of discovering the cave and described the stone columns. Haha, it must be stalactites. Where is this cave located, and how large is it? It's about 30 kilometers east of the tree tribe. The cave is exceptionally large. We ventured several kilometers inside, but there are more paths within. MOU calculated that it was approximately 100 kilometers from here. Excellent. In the morning, take a few people and ride lightning to excavate those stone columns and bring them back to the tribe. Understood. With the limestone secured, MOU began to pose the second question. All right. I have another inquiry for everyone. Has anyone seen a type of black stone that loses color when touched, is relatively brittle, and shatters easily? Most of the people continued to shake their heads. Woo, is that stone suitable for burning, somewhat akin to the peat we have in our tribe? The elder Ashan stepped forward from the crowd. Precisely, elder. You've seen this stone? MOU promptly descended from the platform to approach the elder. Yes, Wu, there was a Sioux tribe to the west of the Peach tribe. Their totem is a pangolin, and they have a mountain of this stone beside their tribe. They often trade it, though they demand quite a lot in return. The elder recounted. Splendid, elder. You have been immensely helpful. Upon hearing Ashan's account, MOU was overjoyed, having resolved 2 issues in one go. Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. The ancients were not mistaken. With the questions resolved, MOU ordered the crowd to disperse. Now, the materials for producing cement were complete. The history of cement can be traced back to ancient Roman times when the Romans utilized a mixture of lime and volcanic ash as building materials. The cement MOU aimed to produce would primarily consist of lime, clay, and iron slag mixed in a specific ratio, ground, and then calcined at high temperatures of 1,500 degrees. The clay is straightforward. Lime can be produced from limestone. Although MOU has not located limestone, he has found a suitable substitute in stalactites. As for iron slag, the tribe generates a significant amount of iron or slag daily, which would suffice for cement production. The following morning, Ling set off to gather stalactites, while MOU continued to supervise iron smelting at the high furnace. Negotiations with the Sioux tribe would require him to bring lightning and some warriors. So he would wait for Ling's return before proceeding. The others in the tribe were engaged in their respective tasks. In recent days, MOU had selected some of the more astute young individuals to begin forging shovels, hoes, sickles, and other farming tools, resulting in several completed products. Though the quality was somewhat lacking, they proved quite functional. It wasn't until nightfall that Ling and the others returned with the stalactites in tow. By the time MOU arrived, they had already unloaded the stalactites from Lightning's back. The stalactites varied in color, white, grayish-white, yellowish-brown, featuring warty protrusions and evident layering. These warty formations are characteristic of stalactites, formed through the gradual accumulation of water droplets. Some stalactites contained holes resembling honeycombs, while others displayed distinct striations or rings. Phew, thank goodness this isn't on Blue Star. Otherwise, Acquiring so many stalactites would be enough to warrant a lifetime of hardship. Mo mused to himself as he gazed at the assorted stalactites before him. Chapter 75. Negotiation and conflict. In the ensuing days, Ling and the others returned early and late, bringing back ample stalactites. That is sufficient. This will do. This evening, after Ling delivered the final batch of stalactites, Mo called an end to the task. Yes, everyone, return and rest well. Tomorrow we shall visit the Sioux tribe to see if we can procure some coal. The production of cement is an urgent matter, as the preliminary roadwork led by Shi Miao is nearing completion and will soon commence paving. Ling, gather 10 warriors to accompany us. Understood, Wu, mobilizing the troops. They set off directly north to the old site of the Peach tribe, then proceeded westward. Before long, they encountered a black-brown mine, devoid of any vegetation. Wu, is it over there? According to Elder Shan, it should be in this direction. Their tribe seems to be located on the western side of the mountain. You refrained from riding Lightning directly over, as he was here to conduct business. To approach so openly might provoke the totem spirits. While he wasn't particularly concerned, a harmonious approach often yields prosperity. Descending from the clouds at a distance, a party of 12 trekked along the base of the mountain towards the west. What a pity that this open coal mine isn't located near our tribe. Gazing at the towering ore, Mo felt a mix of envy and resentment. Who are you? About a kilometer from the Sioux tribe. Mo and his group were spotted by the enemy's patrol. The opposing force consisted of a dozen junior warriors, each deliberately exposing their chests. For some unknown reason, these individuals were notably short. The tallest barely reaching 1.7 meters, sporting rather shifty eyes. Mo curled his lip in disdain, thinking, where did these little thieves come from? Greetings, friends of the Sioux tribe. We are from the Bamboo tribe, here to trade. Seeing the other party wielding weapons and eyeing them warily, Ling, as the chief, took the initiative to speak. Trade? I suspect you are merely thieves attempting to pilfer Sioux stone. I have never heard of a Bamboo tribe. The leader, a short, lecherous-looking middle-aged man, regarded Ling and the others with disdain, clearly dismissing them. We are indeed here to trade. Look, this is a beast core. Witnessing their skepticism, the honest black tiger stepped forward to unroll a beast skin bag, revealing the cores within. Upon seeing these cores, the man instantly perked up, his eyes glinting with greed and desire. Humph, what a lowly tribe of thieves you are. You think you're worthy of trading with us? Hand over all your beast cores, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, the man blew a whistle and soon, 10 or so warriors emerged from the forest behind them. Ha, it seems you intend to rob us outright. Mo gazed at the foolish individuals before him, a mix of anger and amusement washing over him. Ha, I never expected your brain to function so well. You've wisely chosen to relinquish the items. He demanded to see their shaman and chief. Ling, having already discerned the intentions of the opposing party, coldly interjected, Ha, I am indeed the chief, and as for meeting the shaman, who do you think you are to deserve such an audience? The shamelessness of the adversaries left Mo astounded. He could not fathom how these imbeciles had survived this long without learning a lesson. Are you not afraid that among us there may be intermediate warriors? Mo mockingly continued, restraining his kin who were on the verge of erupting. Heh, and what of it? The totem god of our tribe is nearby. Even if you have intermediate warriors, what does it matter? The individual, seemingly unfazed by Mo's inquiry, replied with arrogant bravado, Ha, splendid. Truly a gathering of the same ilk. Mo clapped in delight, realizing that they had been transparent from the very start. Chief, that fellow must be terrified. He is babbling nonsense. One of the adversaries burst into laughter, observing Mo's inexplicable behavior. I initially intended to negotiate with you, but now I've changed my mind. If you choose your own demise, do not blame me with that. Mo waved his hand dismissively, opting for silence. The individual, having comprehended Mo's words, was about to continue his mockery, yet his smile abruptly froze in place. Ling swiftly dispatched the loquacious chief to the ground, the force of her action rendering him breathless. The few junior warriors were no match for Ling and her companions, especially with Mo intermittently casting supportive spells, sending them sprawling. Where is the totem god when needed? One of the warriors from the Sui tribe shouted in desperation, realizing their supposed pillar of strength was nowhere to be found. That man is the blessing shaman. Seize him. At that moment, the previously prostrate chief. Feigning death, deduced MOU's identity upon witnessing his spellcasting and charged at him with a roar. The others from the Bamboo tribe showed no intention of aiding him, continuing their fierce battles with their own opponents. Ha ha, a mere blessing shaman running around, truly seeking his own doom. As he closed the distance to MOU, the man's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny, and he jeered loudly, "Fool." MOU responded with an international gesture, softly uttering a few words. This was the last utterance the chief would ever hear. Just a meter away from MOU, the chief suddenly crumpled like a pile of mud, breathless. Upon closer examination, an icy spike protruded from his forehead, shimmering with a faint blue luminescence. This was a recently acquired war shaman spell known as the Ice Arrow Technique. Do you know who I am? I am a genius. Who informed you of my blessing shaman? Seeing the ice arrow's efficacy in swiftly eliminating a warrior, MOU's vanity swelled as he stood beside the fallen body, boasting to himself, "Ah, the chief is dead, run." At this, the opposing warriors' morale shattered, and they began to flee in panic. Heh, why aren't you running now? Soon, the Bamboo tribe members mocked the Sway tribe warriors, who were now terrified and disheveled on the ground. "Shaman, what shall we do with these captives?" Ling approached MOU for guidance, observing that all had been apprehended. "Well, their useless chief has been slain by me. Although these individuals are detestable, their crimes do not warrant death." MOU pondered briefly, dismissing the notion of exterminating them. "Let us sever one right arm from each and release them. You command." The air around the nearby mine echoed with the chilling cries of the captives. "Return and inform your shaman to relocate the tribe elsewhere promptly, or else," MOU murmured as he watched the wounded individuals retreating, clutching their bleeding arms. The skirmish with the Sway tribe concluded with a resounding victory for the Bamboo tribe. While the totem god they had relied upon never made an appearance. The reason was evident as MOU glanced at Lightning, who was preening its feathers, a smirk forming on his lips. "Damn, I should have anticipated this. If I had known, I would have waited a bit longer." Observing the diligent warriors tossing coal, MOU's thoughts drifted back to the arduous process of burning charcoal he had undertaken days prior, causing his good mood to dissipate. After venting his frustrations, he approached the coal mine to assess the situation. Grabbing a shovel, MOU cleared away the loose earth, and after only a few digs, he struck something solid. Upon digging further, he discovered a chunk of dark brown stone. This is buried quite shallow. The advantage of an open-pit coal mine lay in its accessibility, making extraction feasible, as MOU knew. Conventional coal mines typically had depths ranging from hundreds to thousands of meters. "Shaman, is this not similar to the peat in our tribe? Why must we travel from such a distance to excavate it?" One of the tribesmen inquired. "This is called coal. It burns at a higher temperature than peat. The materials we need to create our next project require a higher heat than peat can provide." MOU explained in detail, but it was evident from the man's expression that he had not comprehended much. The disparity became apparent. While Ling and the others grasped the concept instantly, the majority of the tribe's people displayed a lack of mental acuity or slow learning abilities. Struggling to accept new ideas, Lightning, gather all of this and transport it back. Once the coal was extracted, the transportation duty naturally fell to Lightning. However, Lightning eyed the dark substance with a hint of reluctance. 10 chickens. 20.30. After much persuasion, Lightning begrudgingly agreed, allowing the warriors to load the coal onto his back. Once the coal was transported back to the tribe, they could begin the process of burning lime. Finding a compacted area near a gentle slope, MOU gathered all the preliminarily crushed materials. "Listen closely. We must now mix these materials together." MOU began to outline the process. "Shaman, leave this task to us. You need not intervene." Before MOU could finish, Stone confidently interjected. "You seem overly confident. This is not something that can be haphazardly mixed together. Pay careful attention to my instructions. The specifics are as follows. Shovel the materials into the center of the clearing. For every 7 shovels of stalagmite, add 3 shovels of clay and 1 shovel of iron powder. Precision is paramount." MOU, recalling the proper cement material ratios, laid out his requirements to the eager individuals wielding shovels. The typical cement mix comprises approximately 75% lime, 20% clay, and 1.5% iron or powder, with the remaining 4.5% consisting of various additives like gypsum. As MOU only had the first 3 materials, he had to settle for a simplified ratio. "Understood." This is simple. Just watch us, shaman. Alright, let us begin. Mixing these materials produces raw material, which requires calcination and grinding to become true cement. While calcination ideally necessitates specialized rotary kilns, such equipment was unattainable in this primitive land, forcing MOU to resort to clay kilns. Nevertheless, although these cements may not match modern standards, they were more than sufficient for current construction needs. Shaman, is this the cement you spoke of? The captain of the Bamboo Tribe's construction team, Stone Spear, could no longer contain his excitement upon hearing that the shaman had created a new building material. Indeed, this is cement. It appears very fine, but how is it used? This material serves as a perfect substitute for the mud mixed with adhesive sap, possessing comparable strength. Is it truly that miraculous? It looks unremarkable. Stone Spear, astonished by the seemingly mundane substance's powerful capabilities, soon found himself questioning, wait, shaman, if this material is identical to the sap mud, why do we exert so much effort to create it? Wouldn't it be simpler to continue using the sap mud? While that may be true, consider how many buildings the tribe needs to construct and how little sap we can collect daily. How much mud can we mix with that sap? Ah, I understand now. Shaman, you mean this substance can be produced in large quantities, unlike the sap mud, which yields only small amounts daily? Stone Spear quickly grasped the implications of MOU's explanation. Good. It seems you are performing well as the construction captain. MOU acknowledged with a nod of approval. By the way, this material looks rather unremarkable. Here's an idea. Go fetch some sand and bricks, and bring back some adhesive sap. We'll build 2 walls with these 2 materials. And then you'll see the difference. It will also allow me to inspect the quality of the cement. You contemplated the experiment he wished to conduct with the cement. Excellent idea. I'll get right on it. With materials readily available, Stone Spear swiftly collected what was needed and returned, accompanied by a group of curious tribespeople. Why have you all come? Well, shaman, Stone Spear mentioned you were experimenting with the new cement. So we came to watch. One individual sheepishly explained. The curiosity surrounding MOU's recent cement endeavors had drawn a crowd eager to witness the proceedings. Today we are only constructing 2 walls. There's nothing particularly noteworthy to see, so please return. I'll call you when the formal experiments commence. You replied, exasperated by the eager onlookers. All right, we'll return then. That time. Make sure to notify us. Upon hearing the words of the shaman, although they were filled with curiosity, they discreetly took their leave. As for the mixture of sand and cement, it is not as simple as it seems. For every 7 portions of sand and gravel, 3 portions of cement must be added, mixed evenly, and then an appropriate amount of water incorporated. While stirring the concrete, MOU instructed Shuriao. I have noted it. Shaman. Once the cement mortar was prepared, MOU and Shuriao swiftly erected 2 walls, each a meter high. All right, let's head back. We shall return once it has dried. Shaman, can we continue with the road construction? Indeed, you may commence the paving tomorrow, using this cement. Begin with the main avenue, adhering to the width I previously specified, and apply the same method as used for the animal enclosure. After offering a brief overview, MOU returned. Chapter 77. The return to the market. Word has it that the shaman intends to test these 2 walls. Which one do you think is sturdier? I believe the adhesive wood glue is superior. As our houses are constructed with it, I feel that the cement is better. After all, it was personally crafted by the shaman, so it must be more formidable. In the open space, the tribe's people gathered in clusters, engaging in discussions. Today marks the day MOU is to experiment with the brick walls, and these individuals have come to witness the spectacle. Soon, MOU and Shuriao approached with hammers, accompanied by Ling and Shur too. Shaman, chief. Upon their arrival, conversation ceased as others respectfully greeted them. Good morning, everyone. Now that we are all assembled, let us begin. Shuriao, step forward and strike these 2 walls. Yes, Shuriao responded, his step steady as he approached the adhesive wood glue wall, delivering a powerful punch without hesitation. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a shallow imprint was left on the wall. After delivering the blow, Shuriao turned to MOU. Continue to the next wall. Hearing the shaman's words, Shuriao nodded and moved to the adjacent cement wall. Bang! Another punch landed on the wall surface. What do you think? The onlookers pressed closer, and MOU also directed his gaze. Kai. Upon removing his fist, a less pronounced imprint was evident on the wall. All right, I must say the cement is indeed more impressive. They both seem quite similar to me. MOU approached to inspect the conditions of both walls, subsequently nodding in satisfaction. Shaman, this cement is surprisingly effective. We may no longer need adhesive wood glue. Shi Yao, witnessing such an excellent building material, was equally thrilled, chattering excitedly. However, this cement does possess some drawbacks. It sets rather slowly, and during the drying period after construction, it requires frequent watering. MOU, while expressing his satisfaction with the cement, also mentioned its shortcomings and precautions. Ensuring that Shi Yao and the others were well informed for their construction endeavors, I have taken note, Shaman. I will be cautious. Seeing that Shi Yao had recorded everything, MOU nodded in approval. Very well. Then everyone. Just as MOU intended to disperse the crowd, his words were interrupted by shouts from a distance. A warrior rushed over, panting and calling out. What is happening? Upon seeing the man approach, MOU quickly inquired, Huff, Huff. The Eagle tribe has sent word. They say the market will open in 3 days, and we are to attend. Where are they? They have already departed. Understood. Everyone may disperse. MOU dismissed the tribe's people. His mood dampened as he wandered through the tribe. Have these people gone mad? It has only been a month, and now they wish to hold a market again. Although MOU disliked the feeling of being controlled by others, he could not deny the market's utility for the tribe's development. During the last event, he had acquired numerous valuable items. Sigh. I suppose I must attend. There was no alternative. MOU organized affairs within the tribe and set off for the market on the morning of the 3rd day. Accompanying him were He Hu and Ling, while Shi Tu remained behind to oversee the iron smelting and road construction. MOU contemplated what to bring for trade. He carried only a pouch of beast cores, as there were no suitable items within the tribe, and taking anything too valuable would likely result in coercive purchases from the Eagle tribe. Having no goods to transport, there was no need for a pack beast. The group of 8 rode on 3 horses. The reason for not having 8 horses was that only He Hu, Ling, and MOU could ride, while the others were entirely inexperienced and had to rely on the trio. You all must practice riding properly upon our return. MOU observed the scene, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Thanks to the presence of lightning and 2 fierce beasts, their journey was remarkably smooth. Why are all these people not setting up stalls, but instead heading towards the center of the tribe? After exchanging a beast core to enter the market, a rather unusual scene unfolded. Which tribe are you from? A warrior from the tribe approached, delivering a message. Our tribe's shaman has commanded that all tribes gather at the central square. MOU was about to inquire further. Another warrior from the Eagle tribe arrived to relay the order. What is the reason for summoning us? Why all the unnecessary questions? You will find out once you arrive. The man impatiently retorted to Ling's inquiry before turning to notify other newly arrived tribes. Rascal, Ling muttered in annoyance. Come on, let us go see. MOU led the group along the dirt path, following the crowd to the center of the Eagle tribe. Looking around, he observed individuals from various tribes surrounding a stone altar constructed from piled rocks, upon which stood a young woman alongside a stern-looking middle-aged warrior. A shaman, is it? This is my first encounter. From their positioning, MOU discerned their identities and couldn't help but exclaim softly. While he was aware that many tribe shamans were women, this was his first actual meeting, and the young shaman appeared quite youthful. Brother, refrain from speaking. It would be unwise to attract the warrior's attention. At that moment, a young warrior from a nearby tribe cautioned MOU, who had been rather audacious in openly discussing the shaman of the Eagle tribe. Hearing someone speak, MOU turned to see a tall but lean young warrior with a smattering of freckles across his face. Acknowledging the good intentions behind the warning, MOU engaged in conversation with him. Thank you for the warning. May I ask which tribe you belong to? Oh, we are from the 3-leaf tribe, and our tribe's totem deity is a 3-leaf divine herb. I see. Once this concludes, we can engage in trade. That sounds splendid. After we finish, do visit our tribe's stall. Certainly. Silence. Our shaman has something to convey. Just as MOU was conversing with the warrior, the chief of the Eagle tribe spoke up, drawing the attention of all tribes present. The young shaman took a step forward, and a melodious voice soon followed. Chapter 78. A warning to others. Bring everyone forward. As the command echoed, a group of individuals, bound and ragged, emerged from the structure behind the altar. A cursory glance revealed no less than 300 or 400 people, comprising the elderly, the young, men, and women, many of whom bore alarming injuries that had scabbed and festered. What is the meaning of this? It seems that what has happened to them? Upon witnessing this scene, chaos erupted among the crowd below, with people whispering and pointing fingers. Heh, a warning to others, perhaps? Imoyu surmised. Piecing together the situation in his mind, silence, the chief shouted once more, quelling the commotion. The ant tribe failed to heed our demands and disregarded our summons to the market. Consequently, several days ago, our warriors exterminated their tribe. We have gathered you here to publicly execute these audacious rebels, serving as a cautionary tale to others. The young shaman continued, her tone as calm as still water, as if the individuals to be executed were merely livestock. After her words, the shaman inclined her head slightly to the middle-aged chief, who understood the signal and approached the edge of the altar. Bring the offenders forth. Upon command, the warriors forcibly brought the first 50 captives to the altar's base, kicking them behind the knees to compel them to kneel. Execute, with the command given, the awaiting warriors swiftly raised their bone knives and struck down in an instant. Severed heads rolled upon the ground, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. The remaining captives were left in shock, their eyes wide with rage. Some let out furious howls. Others, their legs turned to jelly, collapsed to the ground. Some wept openly, pleading for mercy, while others, overwhelmed by fear, muttered incoherently. Prepare the next batch. Imoyu observed the unfolding scene with an expression of indifference. No sympathy or anger stirred within him. Only a faint sense of sorrow for the plight of the unfortunate and a burgeoning anxiety regarding his tribe's inadequacies. Although he despised the Eagle tribe's actions, he had no intention of recklessly intervening. After all, this world was one governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, and he himself had ordered the deaths of many. I must say, the effectiveness of this measure to intimidate others is truly remarkable. Over 90% of the tribes witnessing this spectacle have been thoroughly frightened. Now, upon encountering the warriors of the Eagle tribe, they exhibit signs of trepidation. Have you heard? The cannibal tribe has reportedly arrived as well, and it seems they have brought many able-bodied individuals, claiming they intend to sell people. Imoyu returned to the marketplace. He overheard a discussion that piqued his interest. Brother, where is this cannibal tribe you speak of? Oh, they're just over there at the entrance. The man sized up Imoyu and his companions before answering. Let us go take a look, Imoyu suggested, expressing his gratitude as he intended to investigate. Hearing that they were selling people, he thought it might provide an opportunity to acquire some individuals for his tribe. Upon arriving at the destination, they found it crowded with people, forming layers of onlookers. After much effort, they finally squeezed their way in. To his astonishment, the open space not only housed the cannibal tribe and their wares, but also a considerable number of individuals from the Eagle tribe. Bear tribe, we did not invite you. What brings you here? A warrior from the Eagle tribe questioned first. Humph, we come as we please. What can you do about it? Don't think that just because you've intimidated a bunch of small tribes. UVE claimed dominance, retorted the Bear tribe, showing no deference to the Eagle tribe. The words ignited anger among the Eagle warriors. Are you not afraid of provoking a war between the tribes? War? If you're not afraid of dying, then come on. Our tribe hasn't stored enough food for winter yet, and that girl from your tribe looks tender and delicious. I would love to savor her. The Bear tribe openly challenged, brazenly threatening to taste the Eagle tribes which, you all. I will go fetch the shaman and chief. Stay here if you dare. Faced with the Bear tribe's blatant indifference, the Eagle warriors could only leave in frustration. After their verbal sparring, the cannibal tribe began to sell their goods. This is food we captured a few days ago. It was intended for consumption, but we lack salt, so we are trading it for some. Any tribe interested can come to exchange, 1 jar of salt per person. The vendor gestured toward a stone jar nearby, which could hold about 5 pounds of salt. Yet, after a long wait, no one approached to trade, not even to inquire. It was hardly surprising. Aside from the questionable value of trading 5 pounds of salt for a person, the notorious reputation of the cannibal tribe and their recent offense against the Eagle tribe deterred the smaller tribes from approaching. While others were fearful, Imoyu was intrigued. If he could secure all these able-bodied individuals, over 100, train them well, his tribe could bolster its ranks significantly after the autumn festival. Let us return and find Qingniao. Imoyu resolved, signaling to Ling and the others to retreat. He intended to seek assistance from the Lion tribe to negotiate for these individuals. Firstly, although Qingniao's tribe had suffered losses, they were still a mid-tier tribe and would not fear retaliation from the Eagle tribe over this minor affair. Secondly, Imoyu had no salt to trade, as he possessed nothing but beast cores. After some searching, he soon found Qing Miao and her group, who were selling salt at the same spot as before. The Lion Tribe's stall was bustling with people trading for their snowflake salt, a name Imoyu had concocted to add flair. Qing Miao, could you come over here for a moment? Once the crowd thinned a bit, Ling called out to her. Ling, you're here. Did you see? Our salt is selling like hotcakes, and we've made quite a bit from beast cores. Qing Miao rushed over, immediately sharing news of their salt business. Oh, you noticed her subtle change in address from which you'd adjust you. And he silently admired her cleverness. That's wonderful. We've come to ask for your assistance, Imoyu replied with a smile. Oh? Assistance? Sure, just let me know what you need. I'll do my best. It's like this. Imoyu explained the situation and his intentions to Qing Miao. Understood, it's just a small matter, don't worry. I'll take people over to negotiate for you right away. Thank you, that would be greatly appreciated. How splendid, Ling remarked, impressed by the confidence that strength brings. For matters that his tribe needed to carefully consider, Qing Miao's tribe faced little concern. Rest assured, we too will grow stronger soon, Imoyu said, patting Ling on the shoulder with determination. Chapter 79. The transaction completed on their return journey. In a dense forest 3 kilometers away from the Eagle tribe, a group of primitive people gathered. Occasionally glancing in one direction, clearly awaiting something. Why hasn't the shaman arrived yet? Be patient. It takes a long time for so many ordinary people to come through, replied one among them. These were Imoyu and his companions, who had arranged to meet Qing Miao after the transaction. Shaman, it seems they are coming. After waiting for another half hour, the scout, Black Tiger, returned. Hurry up, don't run. Sure enough, soon the voices of Qing Miao and her group reached them. Upon seeing Imoyu, Qing Miao beamed. I've fulfilled my promise. We've got everyone back. Excellent. Thank you so much. Imoyu expressed his gratitude eagerly. Are you all heading back as well? Ling inquired. Noticing Qing Miao's group laden with goods. Indeed, we must return. Otherwise, the cannibal tribe might grow suspicious. Doesn't that delay your business? Ling remarked, to which Qing Miao smirked slyly. But it's not just our business. It's a joint venture between our tribes. Have you forgotten that half of the goods we traded include your share? Though she said this, all right, we are allies, after all. Seeing Ling about to argue further, Qing Miao interjected. You considered it. Indeed, they had received considerable help, and this transaction would affect their business. So he finally said, let us forego our share of this trade. You can take everything back. How can that be? Not to mention whether I agree or not. If I do that, the shaman will surely break my legs when I return. Qing Miao jumped up at Imoyu's suggestion, adamantly refusing. Then let us agree to help each other in the future. Seeing her steadfastness, Imoyu chose not to press further. All right, that's more like it. Qing Miao sighed in relief. By the way, this is the merchandise from this transaction. Let us hand it over to you. Take a look and see what you need. If it's convenient, just give us the beast cores. We still have so many people to take care of, and carrying goods is cumbersome. That works for me. Without hesitation, Qing Miao agreed and began counting out 100 beast cores to hand over. It really this many? Moyu and Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the cores, though they pretended to remain composed out of course. This salt is a prized commodity, especially this fine salt. We certainly took advantage of you during our previous trade, Qing Miao explained with a laugh, then bashfully recalled their earlier dealings. Haha, it's fine. We're allies after all. After some light banter, both sides completed the exchange of people and goods. We'll take our leave now. See you next time. See you next time. Please give my regards to my brother. Hearing this, Ling and the others behind him paused, a look of helplessness washing over their faces as they recalled Imoyu's bond with the Lion Tribe's shaman. Sure. I'll make sure to pass it on. As they watched Qing Miao and her group depart, Imoyu turned his attention to the individuals bound beside them. Each of these people appeared gaunt, sallow-faced, with dull eyes and tattered clothing. Their condition was truly pitiful. Count them, and then untie them. After surveying the scene, Imoyu issued the command. Yes, the warriors promptly obeyed, advancing to cut the ropes binding the individuals. Upon realizing they were being freed, the captives were momentarily taken aback but made no attempt to flee. Instead, they merely shook their stiffened arms. Shaman, all are untied. I counted. There are a total of 142 individuals. Imoyu nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing the report. Clearing his throat, He began to address the freed captives. You should already understand that it was I who arranged for your release. As for the reason, it is not out of kindness or a desire to assist. I do not intend to make you slaves, nor do I wish to consume you. You cleared his throat once more before continuing. The reason for your release is that our tribe has recently been re-established and is in need of individuals to grow our ranks. In simpler terms, we intend for you to become members of our tribe. Upon hearing Mo's words, the once hopeless individuals gradually lifted their gazes, but the majority wore expressions of skepticism, clearly disbelieving his intentions. Mo, indifferent to whether they believed him or not, continued his discourse with unwavering confidence. As for your belief, that is for you to ponder. Regardless, you must first accompany me back to the tribe. Only then will you discern the veracity of my words. He hoped that during their journey, they would refrain from causing any trouble. Should anyone attempt to sabotage our efforts, I assure you, I will not hesitate to act decisively. Having conveyed his thoughts, Mo issued a stern warning to these individuals, mindful that they differed significantly from the previous two groups who had willingly joined. Let us proceed for a while, and then seek a secure location to rest for the night. We shall reach the tribe by tomorrow. Given the frail condition of their companions, it was evident they would not arrive at the tribe today, and thus they could only find a suitable place to stay temporarily. Under the imposing presence of the warriors, despite some reluctance, the group complied and continued on their way. After walking approximately 10 kilometers, they halted before a rocky cliff to assess their surroundings and then proceeded to make camp. The warriors immediately dispersed to attend to various tasks. Once Ling and the others cleared a space and kindled a fire, He-Hu, who had ventured out to scout, returned on horseback. Chief, I found no signs of dangerous creatures. But there is a cave over there that appears quite deep. Its contents remain a mystery. Let us not concern ourselves with it for now. Take some men and hunt for food. Everyone is hungry after our journey. Mo replied. He had no intention of investigating the cave at this moment. The priority was to safely escort these individuals back to the tribe, and other matters could wait. After securing the hunted game and burying the entrails and blood on site, the darkness of night descended. The group formed several clusters around the bonfire, beginning to roast the meat. The delectable warmth of the food seemed to dissolve the fatigue of the day, even allowing the previously tense individuals to relax somewhat. They are actually providing us with meat. Perhaps what that young man said is indeed true, many thought to themselves. Suddenly, Chief, not good. Just as Mo was about to rest, He-Hu, who had gone out to dispose of the animal bones, rushed back in alarm. What is it? Mo sprang to his feet, urgency in his voice. That cave it glows, and there are sounds of beasts coming from within. Upon hearing this, Mo's brow furrowed deeply. A luminous presence accompanied by the roars of beasts. What peculiar creature could this be? Ling, have you ever heard of such a ferocious beast? I've never seen one, but my father spoke of creatures that indeed emit light. Ling replied, The world is filled with wonders. Mo acknowledged with a nod. The others stood vigilant as he decided, let us three investigate. After a moment's contemplation, Mo resolved to approach the cave. It was close, and one should not slumber peacefully while danger lurked nearby. Though be cautious. He summoned lightning back to his side, and the trio carefully approached the cave described by He-Hu. What is that? From a distance, Mo observed a faint white glow emanating from within the cave. Let us proceed and examine it. The three gripped their bone knives tightly and cautiously advanced toward the entrance. As they neared the cave, approximately 50 meters away, the ferocious beast within seemed to sense their presence and unleashed a series of ominous roars. The sound was deep and resonant, striking fear into the heart. Yet, thus far, lightning had provided no warning, which offered Mo some solace. Why does this beast not emerge, merely continuing to roar? Ling remarked, puzzled by the delay. The trio remained at the cave entrance for an extended period, but there was still no sign of the beast's appearance. Could it be injured? Mo speculated, then steeled himself and led the way into the cave. Wait, be careful, He-Hu and Ling exclaimed, rushing to position themselves in front of Mo. Inside the cave, the three exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their embarrassment at the absurdity of the situation. What a frightful creature! Ultimately, it was Mo who broke the awkward silence, delivering a swift kick to the trembling white hind tucked away in the corner. A soft whimper, reminiscent of an infant's cry, escaped the creature that resembled a large white rabbit. Just moments prior, The trio had entered the cave with bated breath, anticipating a fearsome beast, only to confront a half-human-sized, rabbit-like creature instead. Confirming there was no danger, MOU reached out and touched it. Ding! Identification successful. Luminous beast. A hybrid ferocious creature, timid by nature, herbivorous, and produces feces resembling stones that emit a glow and carry a fragrant aroma, which can soothe and calm the mind. Lacking offensive capabilities, it mimics the roars of ferocious beasts to deter predators. Is this truly a hybrid ferocious creature? MOU mused, incredulous. Wow, these stones are beautiful. What are they? He Hu and Ling had already picked up glowing stones from the ground, engrossed in their examination. I'm not entirely sure, MOU admitted, pondering for a moment before remaining silent. Just then, the luminous rabbit chose that moment to publicly relieve itself, producing a glowing excrement the size of a fist. Ling and He Hu exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they silently discarded the stones they had been holding. Wait, don't throw those away. They are valuable. We can trade them at the market next time. MOU urged them to reconsider. Reluctantly, they picked up the stones once more and cradled them in their arms. Seizing the opportunity, MOU formed a contract with the little creature. The contract required a significant amount of mental energy, and since MOU specialized in mental fortitude, he could manage to contract several without issue. Once the contract was completed, MOU and the others hurried back. Upon their return, the individuals who had remained behind felt reassured and rushed forward to inspect the stones in Ling and He Hu's possession. Chief, Captain, these stones are truly exquisite. Where did you find them? Oh, these? They were in that cave, Ling replied, his expression unflinching as he and He Hu watched their fellow tribesmen play with the excrement. It smells delightful. This stone even has a fragrance. A warrior leaned closer, inhaling deeply, and then, under the incredulous gazes of MOU and his companions, licked the stone. He has no flavor, the warrior remarked seriously, his mouth moving as he savored the taste. Ugh, Chief, Captain, what is wrong with you three? Did you eat something bad? Not at all. We're perfectly fine. Never better. After this amusing interlude, MOU organized a rotation for the warriors to guard through the night. And fortunately, the evening passed without incident. Aside from the sounds of the primitive tribesmen snoring and the occasional flatulence, the night was tranquil, allowing MOU to enjoy a refreshing sleep. At the break of dawn, the group quickly consumed a modest meal before hastily resuming their journey, finally returning to the tribe by midday. You're back. The tribespeople, who had anticipated MOU's return, were already waiting on the gentle slope. Hongyi spotted MOU and dashed over. Wow, how adorable! What kind of creature is this? It is one we encountered along the way. After exchanging pleasantries with the tribe, Hongyi took the luminous beast to play. While MOU began organizing tasks, Ling, take the beast core back to your dwelling and secure it. Distribute the stones among the tribe so they can use them for illumination. He Hu, lead these individuals down to wash up. Pay homage to the totem and then arrange their accommodations. Understood. As the two departed with the able-bodied individuals, MOU quietly instructed Shi to go and discreetly inform all the warriors to keep a watchful eye on these newcomers, lest any trouble ensue. Huh? Aren't these individuals voluntarily joining us like we did? Shi asked, somewhat perplexed by MOU's directive. No, these people are I see. Understood. Comprehending the reason, Shi promptly took his leave. Finally, we're back. After issuing his instructions, MOU stretched leisurely and strolled toward his dwelling. He intended to catch up on sleep, as the commotion from the primitive tribesmen had deprived him of rest the previous night. Suddenly, not good. A group of warriors is approaching. Just as MOU lay down, someone rushed in with urgent news, reporting the arrival of unfamiliar warriors. How many? Where are they? MOU sprang up and dashed outside. There are about 30 warriors, just over the slope. They want you to go to them, and they don't seem to be friendly. Did they mention which tribe they belong to? They did. They referred to themselves as the Bear Tribe. At the mention of this name, MOU's pupils constricted. The cannibal tribe. Why have they come? Quick, sound the alarm. Okay. Woo. The piercing sound of the alarm rang out, plunging the entire tribe into chaos, akin to a drop of cold water splashing into a hot oil pan. Chapter 81. Intense battle and interrogation. Upon hearing the alarm, Ling rushed to MOU's side. Ling, quickly relay the order. Apprehend all newcomers to the tribe. if anyone attempts to cause chaos or refuses to comply. Eliminate them without mercy. Mo Yu's immediate concern was that something had gone awry with the recent batch of individuals exchanged with the Bear tribe. Understood. Ling departed to convey the message, while Mo Yu, accompanied by the warriors who had arrived, made his way toward the slope. Ha ha, Chief, they have emerged. This will secure the tribe's food supply for the next few months. Upon seeing Mo Yu emerge, a warrior from the opposing tribe immediately erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "What brings you to our tribe?" Mo Yu, upon encountering the other party, promptly inquired, "What do you want?" The chieftain, noticing that the person before him was merely a youth, playfully taunted, "Little one, summon your shaman." "Why do you shout at your uncle?" Infuriated by the mockery of his tribe's shaman, Shirtu could not contain his anger and unleashed a torrent of curses. Employing the eloquent phrases he had learned from Mo Yu, "Himph, a mere child like you dares to be your tribe's shaman? Truly a worthless tribe." Shirtu's vitriol only served to further enrage the chieftain, who gritted his teeth in response. "Enough. Speak. What brings you to our tribe?" "We have not provoked you," Mo Yu, disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar, cut straight to the chase. "Are you lacking in intellect? Are you unaware of the purpose of the Bear tribe? We are here to seek provisions, and yet you previously engaged in the trade of captives. Are you not deranged?" Shirtu questioned in confusion. "Ha! How else would we find you if we did not prevent those people from returning to your tribe? Initially, we intended to seek out several tribes, but it appears you have taken them all. What has become of those people?" "Ha ha, I shan't tell you. Guess for yourself." The man laughed heartily, continuing to taunt Shirtu. "You." Shirtu's face turned a deep shade of anger. "It must be the scent." Mo Yu remarked with a slight smile, pulling Shirtu behind him. "Heh, I must say, the shaman is indeed clever," the chieftain remarked, casting a glance at a peculiar creature with an elongated snout, reminiscent of an anteater. In that moment, Mo Yu comprehended. They had manipulated those individuals, and once other tribes purchased them, they could track them back to their tribe using that strange animal. In the primitive continent, tribes were relatively scattered. Without a general sense of direction, it was challenging to locate another tribe's residents, especially smaller tribes and refugee gatherings. This explained why Ling and her companions had only discovered a small tribe during their previous explorations, with the rest being medium-sized tribes. "Heh, you truly have no fear of death, daring to pursue us with so few people, unafraid of the totemic deities? Ha, we have 20 intermediate warriors here. How could a small deity from your tribe possibly threaten us?" The chieftain dismissed the notion, as his tribe specialized in hunting other tribes, having conquered numerous smaller ones. To his surprise, rather than the panic he had envisioned, he was met with smiles from the opposing group. Some even laughing heartily. "Chieftain, have they been struck dumb? What are they laughing at?" The chieftain felt insulted, his face burning with humiliation as a simmering rage began to erode his rationality, prompting him to abandon thoughts of why the other party had suddenly burst into laughter. "Kill them!" The laughter of the opposing group vexed him, and he commanded the execution of these insignificant tribe members. "Excellent. Warriors of the Bamboo tribe, prepare for battle." With a single command from Mo Yu, the warriors of the tribe surged forward, accompanied by lightning diving from the sky and the Wolf King, who had been lying in wait on the hillside. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. With the formidable presence of the lightning beast, no unforeseen events were to occur. The metallic claws of the lightning beast crushed foes into mere pulp. "Wait, leave one alive," as Ling prepared to slay the final warrior. Mo Yu swiftly intervened, for he had questions that required answers. Upon hearing the shaman's command, Ling quickly halted the bone knife that had already descended. The man, witnessing the bone knife mere inches from his face, cried out, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. "What is that smell? It stinks," Shirtu exclaimed, pinching his nose as he approached Mo Yu in a worries. He merely soiled himself in fright. "Ha, coward." They bound the man like a dumpling and doused him with a basin of cold water. Instantly reviving him, "Did I ask? You answer. Lie or delay, and you shall die." Mo Yu approached, placing the bone knife against the man's neck with an icy tone. "Humph, go ahead and kill me. I will say nothing. Our tribe's shaman will." Crack. Mo Yu, perceiving the man's failure to grasp the gravity of his situation, swiftly turned his wrist and struck the man's cheek with the blade's flat side. "I will kill you." Crack! Another strike silenced him, leaving the atmosphere eerily still. I ask, you answer. Should you delay, I shall make you acquainted with a fate worse than death. Noticing the man had quieted, Mo continued. How did you know we purchased from the lion tribe? Humph! The man turned his head away, unwilling to respond. Upon witnessing the man's defiance, Missouri swiftly severed one of his toes, causing the man to scream in agony, nearly fainting once more. Speak again, and you best answer honestly. You lightly tapped the second toe of the man's left foot with the knife. How did you know about the people we purchased? I don't know. Ugh. Another toe was severed. Why? Because, arg, I was about to say. The man, realizing that his answers were met with further brutality, shouted in a hoarse voice, tears streaming down his face. You were slow to answer, you replied, his expression unyielding. I say it is because our chieftain remarked that medium tribes typically do not purchase captives. Hence we kept a close watch on the lion tribe. What of the others? Mo continued, recalling that there had been more members of the bear tribe at the market. The chieftain instructed them to return to the tribe with salt. Do they know where you are headed? No, the chieftain only informed them to pursue a small tribe. And that scent-tracking creature, how many people are in your tribe? Speak. Approximately 3,500. How many warriors does your tribe possess? Chapter 82. The storm approaches. Observing the man stammering, Mo raised his hand for another strike. Ugh. Finally, the warrior could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and fainted. This man truly is a worthless fool. Lacking any sense of self-preservation, Mo muttered, gazing at the unconscious warrior and the blood flowing from his foot. Sure too, fetch some medicinal herbs to staunch his bleeding. We shall interrogate him upon his awakening. Ah? Oh, I will go right away. Sure-too gulped nervously, responding quickly and rushing out to fetch water. The shaman is terrifying, Sure-too thought to himself as he ran, having witnessed the shaman's methods of dealing with enemies before. Yet still feeling a sense of trepidation, realizing that the usually gentle shaman had a much darker side. Taking advantage of the warrior's unconsciousness, Mo addressed the chaos caused earlier, summoning those who were in control. Speak. Who among you has secretly scattered the medicinal powder along the way, leading the cannibal tribe to us? Mo had already inquired of the man, who revealed that someone had left markers for their pursuers at intervals along the journey. What? Someone lured them here. The group, outraged, erupted in shouts, unable to fathom that there was a traitor among them, guiding the cannibal tribe to annihilate their own bear tribe. Heh, do you require my personal intervention to unearth you? Mo coldly surveyed the crowd. Where is Huashur? Huashur over there. The crowd parted, revealing a young primitive man. Huashur, you scoundrel. How could you betray us and lead those beasts here? Have you forgotten that your father was slain and devoured by them? A young man, similar in age to Huashur, rushed forward, fists clenched and eyes brimming with rage. I don't want to die. I want to live. Huashur, spurred by the accusations, shouted back, tears streaming down his face. Ah, beast, traitor, I will kill you. Separate them. As the two began to grapple, Mo hastily commanded. Shaman, it wasn't me. Truly, it was not. Huashur, realizing the gravity of his situation, fell to his knees before Mo, pleading through tears and snot. Not you? Heh, very well. I shall ensure you die a most convincing death. As the words fell, Ling brought forth the peculiar long-nosed creature. Do you recognize this? And no, I have never seen it before. One cannot shed tears until faced with the coffin. Loosen the ropes. With the refusal to admit guilt, Mo instructed Ling to loosen the restraints. Don't come closer. It wasn't me. Get away. As the creature advanced toward him, Huashur's composure shattered, and he crawled away in a panic. Pierce his tendons and hang him on the altar. Mo, having lost patience for the spectacle, issued the execution order for Huashur. The shaman spoke. The warrior has awakened. Understood. I shall proceed immediately. Just as the matters here were being resolved, the warrior regained consciousness. A new round of interrogation ensued, extracting every conceivable piece of information from his lips, stripping him of his remaining value. Mo ordered for him to be displayed upon the altar alongside the fire stone. Their anguished cries echoed throughout the tribe, serving to deter the restless minds lurking in the shadows. The fire stone, being an ordinary individual, succumbed to his fate in a short span, while the warrior lingered on until midnight. gradually succumbing to slumber. Ironically, the very vitality he once took pride in extended his suffering. Tio think he was a diviner. This was indeed a grave misfortune. Having dealt with the immediate troubles, Mou exhibited no sign of relief or joy. Instead, he wore a serious expression. He had just learned that the shaman of the bear tribe was a diviner of considerable strength, proficient in the art of prophecy. You had no doubt that the opponent could ascertain the approximate location of their tribe. Alas, the trees wish for calm, yet the winds do not cease. Mou furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. There was no turning back now. All he could do was prepare for the inevitable retaliation. In terms of warfare, one must approach it from two fronts, defensive and offensive strategies. On the offensive side, he needed to forge a substantial number of iron weapons and weapons crafted from the bones of ferocious beasts, while also seeking ways to acquire more devastating armaments, as conventional weapons pose little threat to warriors. For defense, Mou planned to mobilize all available manpower and resources to erect a wall behind the gentle slope. Furthermore, he intended to craft armor to equip the warriors of the tribe. Mou also contemplated utilizing all beast cores for the evolution of the Qinglin horses, aiming to form a cavalry unit. These were the thoughts that occupied his mind for now. He would prepare for whatever came his way. Having devised a plan, Mou did not immediately set it into motion. He still had another matter to attend to. Ling, an unexpected situation has arisen. How do you perceive the tribe's response? Chaos, if you ask me. Ling pondered seriously. Indeed, chaos. The moment the alarm sounds, the tribe becomes as disordered as a boiling pot of porridge, utterly clueless about what to do. Additionally, our patrols have been far too lax. Only when the enemy is at our doorstep do they come to report. What kind of state is that? Mou voiced the tribe's shortcomings in one breath. I understand now. I know what must be done, Dado. Pray tell, if there's anything amiss, I shall correct you. Certainly. I believe these two issues can be resolved together. We shall first schedule the warriors to patrol the gentle slope in shifts. And should an emergency arise, they will sound the alarm. The alarm will be categorized into 3 signals. 1 blast for friendly tribes, 2 blasts for ferocious beasts, and 3 blasts for unknown hostile tribes. Upon hearing the alarm, all non-combatants must remain indoors, while warriors will assemble only upon the 2nd or 3rd blasts. Not bad, there's progress. Though there are still some deficiencies, it's already quite commendable. Mou nodded with a smile. Genuinely pleased. His teachings had finally borne some fruit. However, there were still areas that required refinement, such as Chapter 83. Divination. The shaman and I have returned. We managed to barter for quite a bit of salt and sold those goods to a small tribe. What of the chieftains? They have gone to pursue that small tribe. Very well, you may take your leave and hand the salt over to those responsible for cooking. In a flat expanse 24 kilometers north of the bamboo tribe, there lay an area enclosed by a circle of wooden fences, inside of which stood rows of haphazard stone houses, appearing quite crude. At this moment, before the largest house at the center of the tribe, a pallid middle-aged man was engaged in conversation with several warriors. After inquiring and dismissing them, the man stood for a long while in front of the house, lost in silence. Meanwhile, within the bamboo tribe, Mou was discussing the alert system with Ling. What you previously suggested can all be implemented, but we must also add a few points. For summoning all members of the tribe, we can sound 9 blasts, and for gathering the able-bodied, we can use a continuous long note. You are indeed thorough in your considerations. I shall relay this to the tribe to be executed henceforth. Ling flattered Mou profusely before turning to carry out the orders. The shaman of the bear tribe, noticing that the day was drawing to a close and the warriors had yet to return, could no longer remain seated. Why are they not back? Could it be never mind? I shall consult the oracle. Divination involves the use of tortoise shells and yarrow stalks. The diviner employs these tools to interpret the signs, guiding the people to remain faithful, respect the deities, and adhere to the laws. Rushing into the dwelling, he retrieved a tortoise shell to burn over the fire, along with 50 yarrow stalks, the materials necessary for divination. Once prepared, the middle-aged man closed his eyes and took 1 stalk to symbolize the yin and yang. He then divided the remaining 49 into 2 piles, representing the dual forces of heaven and earth. From the right pile, he took 1 stalk, placing it between his left hand's ring and little fingers, symbolizing humanity. He proceeded to group the remaining stalks into sets of 4, counting the 2 piles according to the established rules. with the remainder or fraction held between his fingers, forming the first hexagram after 3 iterations. As he muttered incantations, he manipulated the stalks. After an indeterminate amount of time, he had a fleeting vision of the tribe's warriors being torn apart by a fierce bird. Though the image was unclear, just as he strained to gain clarity, a green light obscured his view. Ugh, cough, cough. The interruption of his divination caused a rush of blood to his head, nearly causing him to spit it out. Upon examining the tortoise shell from the fire, he found it to be an omen of great misfortune. This cannot be. The tortoise shell clattered to the ground, shattered into pieces, as the shaman stared in disbelief at the divination results. Muttering to himself in incredulity, the North? Could it be the Central Tribe? It seems further deliberation is required. After a long silence, the shaman of the Bear Tribe finally accepted the outcome, reflecting on the images seen during the divination and the interruption he had experienced. He surmised that those responsible for the chieftain's demise must belong to a Central Tribe. Had they not been overwhelmingly powerful, the consequences would not have rebounded upon him. It was highly likely they were from the Central Tribe. Hence the shaman of the Bear Tribe temporarily extinguished his desire for immediate vengeance. Of course, Mou remained unaware of all these developments. At this moment, he was preparing for the tribe's second autumn harvest. Initially, he had intended to personally oversee the iron smelting the following day, but fate intervened when he received news that the yellow rice planted by the tribe had ripened. Reluctantly, he attended to this matter first. Currently, Mou was sketching a design plan in his room, which bore a resemblance to nunchaku. It consisted of a long rod and a series of slender tree branches woven into rectangular fence panels, connected by a rotating axle. This apparatus was called a chain flail, commonly used in rural China as a tool for threshing grain. When used, one lifts the chain flail to make the fence panels ascend and perform a 360-degree rotation, landing steadily upon the stalks of grain, creating a rhythmic motion of striking, producing a percussive sound. Mou intended to use this device for threshing the yellow rice. The next morning, he instructed the workers to harvest all the yellow rice, teaching them to bundle the cut plants into small sheaves. The method involved placing the cut grain onto a bundling stick, typically made by twisting 2 small stalks together. After securing a small handful of grain, they would split it into 2 below the ear, twisting left and right to bind it together. Subsequently, a small sheaf was placed atop the bundling stick and tied like a rope, tucking the end into the grain bundle to secure it, preventing it from coming undone. After stacking the small bundles for drying, they would proceed to threshing. Once the harvesting was complete, Mou hurried over to the iron smelting furnace on the other side. After greeting the busy workers, he approached the stone where the iron smelting had been entrusted to Shirtuoyud. At that moment, Shirtu was diligently hammering away at the iron ingots, entirely oblivious to Mou's arrival. Seeing this, Mou cleared his throat. Ahem, shaman, you have arrived? Upon hearing the voice, Shirtu looked up to find Mou beaming at him and quickly greeted him. Yes, I have something to discuss with you. Take a look at this, Mou said as he revealed the design he had just drawn, which prominently featured various common cold weapons, knives, spears, and arrows among them. Are these weapons? Shirtu asked uncertainly after glancing at the drawings. Indeed, I require you to lead a team to forge a batch of weapons based on these designs. But shaman, why not use the bones of ferocious beasts to craft the weapons? The hardness of iron is comparable. That is true, but our tribe does not possess an abundance of ferocious beast bones, and they are too heavy for ordinary individuals to wield. Mou smiled as he provided his rationale. He aimed to arm all able-bodied members of the tribe for any potential needs. In the chaos of battle between tribes, it was unlikely that only warriors would take to the field. Ordinary folk would also be compelled to fight. I see. Very well, I shall gather people to start working on this, but shaman, do not hold out too much hope. The outcome is uncertain. After hearing Mou's explanation, Shirtu readily agreed, though he himself was not entirely confident. No matter, just produce some for now. If it doesn't work, we will adjust our approach. Mou expressed indifference to the matter, considering that the tribe's people had only recently begun to engage in blacksmithing, and their technical skills were, as one might imagine, quite rudimentary. In the following days, Mou dedicated himself to teaching others the craft of forging at the furnace. Even when Huang Yimi had completed his drying process, Mou merely demonstrated briefly before hastily returning. However, despite his earnest efforts, the results were less than fruitful. Although Mo had spent several days imparting knowledge on iron smelting, he himself was merely an amateur, and the primitive individuals exhibited sluggish reactions. Thus, after several days, aside from being able to hammer out a rudimentary iron strip from stone, the others were left as bewildered as a tiger in a strange land, utterly at a loss. This predicament was not entirely their fault. Previously, Mo had instructed them to forge simple agricultural tools with low expectations, merely requiring them to be capable of tilling the soil. Now, suddenly tasked with crafting more intricate weapons, it was indeed a considerable challenge. "Hand me the hammer. I shall give it a try," Mo finally declared, unable to contain his frustration at the lack of progress. Grasping a half-finished iron block, he cast it into the charcoal furnace and began to operate the bellows, drawing and pushing the handle back and forth. With the assistance of the wind, the iron block gradually glowed red. Taking matters into his own hands, Mo used a bone shovel to place the heated iron onto the anvil, then wielded the iron hammer with forceful strikes, regardless of the quality of the forging. His fervor made the endeavor appear quite convincing. The rhythmic sounds of ding, ding, ding echoed through the air. Though Mo was a shaman, his strength exceeded that of ordinary folk, and through his relentless hammering, the impurities within the iron were gradually eliminated. Its structure became increasingly compact, and the surface smoothed out. After a considerable period of hammering, the iron was shaped into an elongated rod, which he then divided into several segments before reheating and continuing to forge. After a few adjustments, the initial form finally emerged. As Mo struck the cooled rough blade against a stone, the sound was notably crisper than that of the previous iron block. The shape, though still somewhat abstract, gave him hope as it was now recognizable as a blade. Forging, as it turned out, was a skill that required finesse, akin to becoming an experienced driver. Those who excelled were seldom caught, while novices often found themselves ensnared at the first attempt. With the initial shape complete, the next step was polishing. Mo first selected a coarse stone to commence the process. The continuous friction between the blade and the stone gradually revealed the dense structure within, making it shine with luster. He then sought a finer stone for the finishing touches. "Bring a basin of water." As he deemed the blade sufficiently polished, Mo cast it back into the fire until it glowed red. Sizzle! With the water delivered, he quickly retrieved the heated blade and plunged it into the basin for quenching. Thus, a primitive version of a hefty sword was finally crafted. The blade measured 40 centimeters in length, 5 centimeters in width, and was a finger's breadth thick, gleaming silver with a cold glint. "Quick, fetch me a piece of wood." Upon completion, Mo, filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, swung the iron sword toward a branch brought forth by a tribesman. Crack! The branch snapped with a crisp sound. "Color!" The onlookers erupted in excitement, their enthusiasm surpassing even that of Mo. After the demonstration, he immediately inspected the blade's edge, noting merely a shallow indentation, devoid of chips or warping, which filled him with joy. "Excellent! The forged iron sword is indeed effective. Shaman, can you teach us? We wish to learn blacksmithing from you." Witnessing Mo forge the blade they had struggled to produce, the primitives clamored for his guidance. "You should have observed my technique while I was forging." "Yes, technique is crucial. The balance of pressure is vital, but most importantly, you must envision the item you wish to create. If your goal is to forge a sword, then you must have the sword's shape in your mind as you strike, little by little. Understood? So it is this simple. I have learned." After listening to Mo's explanation, the tribe's people's confidence surged, and they rushed to grasp iron blocks, eager to begin forging. Work diligently. As long as you can produce quality metal weapons, regardless of the type, ordinary individuals will be rewarded with 5 pounds of salt. And during the priest's awakening, they will be prioritized. Warriors will receive a mixed blood beast, a Qingtong horse, as a mount. Seeing their fiery enthusiasm, Mo seized the opportunity to propose some rewards. Color, shaman, broken bowl. The primitives were now invigorated, their excitement palpable. Though they were now able to eat well and stay warm, who would not wish for more resources? Who would not desire the shaman's praise and esteem, to hold their heads high in pride before the other members of the tribe? However, despite their newfound confidence, it was inevitable that most would face disappointment. Mo chose to disregard their fervor, focusing instead on the task at hand. He gathered several pieces of iron and cast them into the furnace. For he had yet to craft the metallic gift he had promised to the elder Ashan. Now, with time to spare, he could fulfill that obligation while also addressing the questions of others. Achieving multiple goals at once, he followed the same steps as before, first thoroughly heating the iron blocks, then continuously hammering to eliminate impurities and transform them into refined steel. Once the impurities were removed, Mo fused several pieces of iron together, continuing to shape them into elongated forms, gradually extending them. After several hours of labor, he produced a 1.3-meter-long iron cane, the top featuring a slightly curved handle and a round ball-shaped end. Mo had originally intended to carve a dragon's head, but after much effort, he found himself unable to achieve it, resigning to create it in this simpler form. After careful polishing, the iron cane was complete. Mo hefted it in his hands, noting its substantial weight. Fortunately, even the elders among the primitives possessed greater strength than the frail university students of his former life, making this weight quite suitable. As for the notion that wielding an iron cane resembled that of Kujani, the primitives were none the wiser. After inquiring, Mo found Ashan, who was lost in thought while observing the bees beside the beehive. As the sun set, the elderly man, with his graying hair, stood in the open field, lost in contemplation, evoking a sense of melancholy and solitude. Elder Ashan, I have come to present you with a gift. Upon hearing the voice, the old man slowly turned around. Upon recognizing Mo, a smile immediately spread across his face, his deeply etched wrinkles converging. Ah, it's the shaman. You mentioned you would bring me something? Indeed, I promised to craft a piece of gold for you, and I have just completed it. Mo said as he extended the cane toward him. Is this the gold piece you forged for me? It's truly beautiful. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he closely examined the cane. Splendid, truly splendid, he murmured, his eyes moist as he gently traced the iron cane with his hands. Pray tell, what is this stick for? After a lengthy pause, the elder finally returned to the present. Yet his words instantly extinguished the complexity of Mo's feelings. Wait, you mean to say you had no idea what this is for? Then why were you so excited just now? And could you not shift your emotions so rapidly? This object is called a cane. You can use it to lean on when you go out, making walking considerably easier. After finishing his explanation, Mo proceeded to demonstrate its use. Oh, so that's how it works. Quite nice indeed. It makes walking much simpler. The elder tried it out, and in an instant, a new world opened before him as he ambled back and forth with the cane. Ha ha, I'm glad you like it. I shall take my leave now. The hour grows late, and you should return home as well. Very well, thank you, shaman. The next morning, Mo arrived at the vicinity of the furnace. And upon his arrival, he spotted Shirtu approaching with excitement, holding something in his hands. Shaman, ha ha, I forged the gun head. Take a look. He eagerly handed it to Mo, anticipation written across his face. All right, let me see. As Mo examined the gun head, he found it to be quite unsightly. Where it should have been straight, it was crooked. Where it should have been pointed, it was dull. Nonetheless, he could discern the general outline of the gun head. Not bad. It can be used. You chose not to dampen Shirtu's enthusiasm, offering an encouraging remark. Shaman, can I say something? Speak freely. Why the hesitation? About the reward. The reward? Certainly, I can arrange for 5 beast cores from Ling shortly. Since Shirtu had acquired a mount, Mo decided to exchange the reward for beast cores. Hooray! Thank you, shaman. Upon hearing Mo fulfill his promise, Shirtu leaped with joy and dashed off to find Ling. The others, witnessing Shirtu's reward, were filled with envy and redoubled their efforts at the forge, eager to earn the shaman's favor. Mo smiled quietly, refraining from further comment. The production of iron weaponry would not be completed in the immediate future. And Mo was not foolish enough to wait idly. After inspecting the progress, he turned to leave. The Qingtong horses that had been captured and kept in the tribe were now ready to be summoned. As the cavalry needed to be assembled in the face of impending threats, gathering all the warriors of the tribe, a throng of them marched toward the stables. Initially, Mo had only called for 11 warriors. Given that there were merely 11 Qingtong horses remaining in the tribe, however, the allure of the event drew in many others. Shaman, chief, why are so many of you gathered here? Aunt Lan Hua, busy tending to the beasts, looked up in surprise upon seeing the assembly of warriors. It's nothing. Carry on with your work. We are here to form contracts for these horses. Mo provided a brief explanation. Oh, I see. Upon arriving at the stable and peering through the bars, He beheld a dozen magnificent steeds, some standing and others lying down, each brimming with vitality. Additionally, there were 3 young foals, recently born after reaching the tribe. Gotang, please enter and select a horse to observe for a moment before we begin the formal contract. Which are you giving me a mount? Gotang exclaimed with delight. Indeed, you gestured for him to choose a horse that caught his fancy. Understood. Upon hearing the witch's affirmation, Gotang eagerly leaped into the stable to make his selection. They're all quite similar. Just pick one. Mou urged as he noticed Gotang hesitating for too long. Oh, right? Gotang finally chose a rather tall stallion from the group. This one will do. Very well, lead it out. Although the horse seemed somewhat reluctant, it could not resist Gotang's insistence and soon was pulled out. Now, please mount it and take a look. Mou refrained from allowing an immediate contract. These Qinglin horses were rather stubborn, and a direct contract often met with failure. It was better to tire them out first, while one could feasibly render the horse nearly exhausted before contracting it. Doing so would require subsequent healing, and with so many horses, Mou feared that excessive exertion might impair Gotang's spirit, hence he opted for a gentler approach. All right, let me give it a try. Gotang responded, swiftly vaulting onto the horse's back, neighing. The moment the Qinglin horse felt a rider atop it, it became agitated, snorting loudly and commencing a wild gallop, attempting to throw off its rider, which Gotang found himself swaying left and right, utterly bewildered. Hold onto the mane, don't fall off, Mou shouted urgently. Upon hearing the witch's advice, Gotang quickly grasped the horse's mane tightly, neighing. The horse, feeling the pain, became even more frantic, dashing wildly around the tribe. Be careful not to bump into anyone. Upon hearing the witch's voice, Gotang instinctively pulled the mane to one side, and indeed, the horse shifted direction in response to the pain. Seeing this, Gotang's eyes lit up as he began to adjust his course, riding in circles. After what felt like an eternity, the horse finally capitulated, coming to a halt, panting heavily and no longer paying attention to its rider. Observing this, Mou understood that the horse had submitted. That's enough. Come over to contract it. He summoned both the rider and the horse, asking Gotang to produce a drop of blood, as anticipated. The contract succeeded without any resistance. Next, with one contract completed, Mou promptly ordered the next. The following procedures were much the same. First, exhausting the horse's energy before proceeding with the contract. And the success rate was indeed high. Naturally, there were 1 or 2 particularly obstinate horses that endured some minor injuries before eventually complying with the contract. All right, this is all the horses in the tribe. The remaining individuals will have to wait until more horses are available. Having completed the contracts, several individuals still awaited mounts. It's all right. Which, we can wait a bit longer. Though the warriors felt somewhat disappointed, there was no resentment or dissatisfaction among them. They had once been the beleaguered refugees, struggling to survive amidst ferocious beasts, but the witch had taken them in, providing sustenance and warmth, allowing them to awaken as warriors. What more could they desire? A mere mount was of little consequence. If they did not receive one, so be it. They could still lead the horses out for a ride to nurture their bond and practice their skills. But feeding and returning the horses to the stable at night was essential, as Mou intended to unify their evolution. Understood. Which, upon hearing that the witch would assist in the horse's evolution, the others naturally had no objections and readily agreed to Mou's requests. All right, everyone disperse now. Take the horses out to practice your riding skills. Ensure you don't fall off when the time for battle arrives. After addressing the matters at hand, Mou dismissed the crowd. As he watched the witch leave, the warriors who had received mounts eagerly mounted their horses and set off for a leisurely ride. Chapter 86. The saddle, how was it? During dinner, Mou inquired about the warriors' experiences with riding. Well, the contracted horses are exceptionally intelligent and quite obedient, making for an excellent partnership, but Gotang hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed. But what? Well, after riding for a while, my backside hurts, and if they run too fast, it's difficult to maintain balance, and I sometimes slip. The grips are not particularly comfortable. After much prompting, Gotang finally spoke softly. Understood. I'll resolve this for you tomorrow. Mou's solution was, of course, to craft saddles. The ancestors of his past life had already devised the best equipment for horseback riding, which he could simply replicate. The following morning, Mou summoned Shi Miao, and they headed straight to the cave, ready to collaborate on crafting saddles. The first step in saddle making involved selecting the right materials. You chose some sturdy and resilient wood, ensuring it was dry to prevent deformation later. Next was constructing the saddle frame, using chisels and other tools to shape the selected wood into a saddle bridge, the arched front and back sections, and the saddle seat. Along with other components, through techniques of cutting, carving, and bending, the wood was fashioned into appropriate shapes. Once the wooden structure was completed, it needed to be wrapped in leather. The leather was cut to suitable sizes and shapes, carefully covering the saddle frame and sewn tightly with needle and thread. Finally, the metal fittings were assembled, including stirrups and belly straps. You personally forged the stirrups from iron, securing them to the sides of the saddle frame through riveting, ensuring stability while riding. After completing the saddle, the two emerged from the cave, realizing it was already midday. They found Gotung riding and called out to him. What's the matter? Bring the horse over. Yes, after leading the horse over, Mou measured its head size. He then took a suitable leather strip, folded it, and wrapped string around the folded section to create a thickened part for the brow band. From either end of the brow band, he extended strips of string or leather around the horse's cheeks and nose. At the sides of the cheeks, he placed two small rings made of bone, threading the leather strips through to secure the position and prevent injury to the horse's skin. Below the nose, he crossed and tightened two strips of string or leather to form the noseband. Thus, a rather rudimentary halter was fashioned. Next, he took a moderately thick and flexible branch, bending it into a U shape. At the ends of the U shape, he wrapped leather strips to form a protective covering, preventing injury to the horse's mouth, thus creating a bit. He connected the bit to the halter, securing its ends to the halter's cheeks, then tied the reins to the halter and placed the saddle on the horse's back. Completing the process, Uncle Shimiao, what are you doing? Why are you tying up the horse? Gotung, who had been watching curiously as the two worked diligently, finally found an opportunity to ask as they paused. Get on the horse and give it a try. Huh? Ride the horse? Quickly. Oh. Though uncertain why the witch didn't he answer his question and instead urged him to mount, Gotung complied and climbed onto the horse. Place your feet in the stirrups and grasp the reins. After Mou adjusted Gotung's posture, he instructed him to ride the horse for a lap. Before long, Gotung returned, his face glowing with excitement. What is this? Binding it to the horse helps me maintain balance and makes it easier to control. It's truly remarkable. Haha, as long as it works. This device is called a saddle. The part for your feet is called a stirrup. The headgear on the horse is a halter, and the bit in its mouth is a bit. While you hold the reins, you informed him about the riding equipment. I'll remember that. Gotung replied, looking somewhat sheepish. Could you sound a bit more genuine? Mou smirked inwardly. Shimiao, for the next few days, I'll need you to make several more saddles. You turned to Shimiao, who stood nearby. It's no trouble. I'll work diligently to produce them. Good. Once completed, go to Ling to collect 3 beast cores. Just say it's for me. You glanced at the middle-aged man who had contributed significantly to the tribe and decided to reward him. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Upon hearing of the reward, Shimiao instantly became excited and expressed his gratitude profusely. It's nothing. You've done a lot for the tribe, so it's only right to reward you with a few beast cores. Yes, I'll go get to work now. All right. As Shimiao departed, he felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that his efforts had not gone unnoticed. The witch remembered him, which felt wonderful. Gotung, gather the archers you selected earlier and have them ride with their bows and arrows to the western clearing. I'll be waiting for you there. After bidding farewell to Shimiao, Mou instructed Gotung yes. After Gotung left, Mou rummaged through the storeroom for several complete animal hides, bringing them outside and stuffing them with some withered grass. Tying them tightly, he then took the grass bundle to the western clearing, which was designated as the future grazing area, though it currently remained largely empty due to the tribe's limited livestock. He found a stick to prop up the grass bundle and stuck it into the ground. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the sound of hooves approached. It was Gotung and the others. Do you see that straw dummy? Yes, I do. Well then, I want you to ride your horses towards the valley entrance, and as you pass by this dummy, shoot arrows at it. Do you understand? Mou will be training you in mounted archery. Simply being able to ride or shoot arrows individually is insufficient. Only by integrating both skills can you truly excel on the battlefield. I comprehend, but why must we do this? Someone questioned, perplexed. The bow and arrow serve as effective long-range weaponry against distant foes. Yet once an archer is approached by the enemy, they will immediately lose this advantage. Therefore, I need you to be active. This is the only way to fully utilize the bow's capabilities. To achieve this, you must first hit moving targets while in motion. Is this clear? I see now. Understood. Rest assured, MOU, we will practice diligently. Excellent, we shall begin with this stationary target, and once you are proficient, we will transition to moving ones. I hold high expectations for you, so do not disappoint me. Yes. Hearing MOU's earnest regard for them, the warriors felt a profound sense of honor and responded in unison with a loud affirmation. Very well, let us commence our training. Safety first. Chapter 87. Archery practice. The horses galloped swiftly, the bowstring twanged like thunder. The first to practice was Go Tong, who spurred his horse from the north. Racing towards the valley entrance as he passed by the target set by MOU, he immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow flew like lightning, swift as a meteor, yet it lacked precision. From 10 meters to the left of the target, MOU watched as the arrow grazed his ear, swallowing hard in surprise. Are you all right, MOU? Upon realizing he had nearly shot MOU, Goting dismounted in a panic and rushed over. Other warriors also gathered around. I'm fine. Phew, that's a relief. I truly apologize. I do not know why it veered so much. Goting exhaled, still shaken. Shooting while mounted is quite different from shooting from the ground. As the horse moves, by the time you align your shot, you have already been carried a distance away. Thus, you must attempt to lead your shot according to the horse's speed and gradually learn to gauge this timing. MOU, as a modern individual, could be regarded as a theoretical giant, yet practically a dwarf. Though he himself lacked skill, he understood the principles and offered some advice based on his experience and insights. Understood. Haha, MOU, I get it now. I will give it another try. Go Tang, suddenly enlightened, leapt back onto his horse for another attempt. Go for it. Think carefully about what I said, MOU encouraged, though his body instinctively moved 20 meters to the side. Whoosh! This time the arrow flew a meter away from the target, striking the stone wall behind it with such force that the arrowhead embedded deeply within, the fletching quivering. Effective. This greatly boosted Go Tang's confidence, and he turned his horse back to the original spot, ready for another go. The other waiting warriors looked on helplessly at Go Tang, thinking, does this mean we won't get to practice at all? Yet, none dared to voice their frustrations at the captain. They sighed and continued to watch. Next was Go Tang's solo showcase. Whoosh, 1 meter. Whoosh, half a meter. On his 11th attempt, Go Tang returned to the starting position, took a deep breath, and urged his horse forward. The azure-scaled steed understood immediately and galloped forth. The target loomed ever closer, and Go Tang leaned slightly, drawing his bow, closing one eye to aim, silently calculating the moment to release the string. This is it, Go Tang thought as he reached the perfect position, squinting, and let go of the bowstring. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of all, the arrow sliced through the air. Crack! A direct hit, the arrow piercing through the target. Magnificent, Captain, you are formidable. Have I done it? Hearing the cheers beside him, Go Tang murmured in disbelief. Well done, Go Tang. MOU offered his praise without hesitation. Haha, I succeeded. MOU, look, I hit it, Go Tang exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement, dancing about as he sought recognition from MOU. Excellent work, Go Tang. MOU was equally pleased. He had been observing Go Tang's practice and understood that hitting this arrow was no mere fluke. Indeed, Go Tang continued to shoot several more arrows, each with equally impressive results. All right, I will leave the rest of the training in your capable hands. You must take responsibility and ensure they learn. This is crucial for our future battles. MOU patted Go Tang on the shoulder, offering encouragement before smoothly handing over the task. Yes, do not worry, MOU. I will teach them well. Having settled this matter, MOU returned to his quarters. After such a long day, he felt quite famished and decided to prepare a meal. Nowadays, MOU primarily cooked for himself, as he simply could not stomach the food prepared by others in the tribe. Sigh! It is so easy to slide into luxury from frugality, yet so difficult to revert to simplicity from indulgence. How I have fallen! MOU rummaged through the clay pot in his room and retrieved some golden rice. Freshly delivered that morning by Ling, he picked up a grain, examining it closely. The rice was entirely golden, about the size of a thumb, and appeared exceptionally appealing. After taking a bowl of golden rice, he rinsed it a few times and placed it in a clay pot. adding 2 bowls of clear water before setting it on the stove to cook. While waiting, Mou busied himself with frying 2 dishes, sauté ed meat and fish stewed with yams. When both dishes were ready, the rice was nearly done. Lifting the lid, he found the water had evaporated, leaving behind fluffy, golden grains of rice. How fragrant! The unique aroma of grains that he had not experienced in a long time made Mou's salivary glands work overtime, nearly causing him to drool into the pot. Who could resist? Mou quickly served himself a bowl of rice, eagerly sitting at the table, grabbing chopsticks to pick up a grain, not bothering to pair it with the dishes. And without a second thought, popped it into his mouth. The aroma instantly filled his mouth. With a gentle bite, the rice was soft yet not mushy, springy but not hard, perfectly balanced. However, Mou, unable to savor the flavor, hastily swallowed, his expression contorting in discomfort. Don't ask. Just know it was hot. He then picked up another grain, this time appearing more composed after learning from his earlier mistake. Observing closely, he noticed that the rice had expanded further after cooking, its golden hue still radiant, glistening under the steam. Blowing gently on it, he tasted it, finding a delicate texture and a subtle sweetness that was exquisite. Mou's fingers danced as he disregarded any semblance of decorum, indulging in mouthfuls of rice paired with the dishes, unable to stop, burp. After a whirlwind of consumption, Mou sat back satisfied, releasing a contented belch. Now, this is what real food tastes like. Mou surveyed the chaotic dining table, filled with reflections, as he realized he could not recall the last time he had eaten rice. Looking at the remaining rice, he smiled helplessly. The rice was indeed generous, having expanded so much after cooking. Not wanting to waste any, Mou pondered and decided to stew another pot of meat, intending to wrap the rice in it to make rice balls to share with Hongyi and the others, allowing them to taste something delightful. Hongyi, are you there? In the middle of the second row in the living area, Mou called out loudly. Mou, what brings you here? Hearing Mou's voice, Hongyi hurried out from her meal. I brought you something. Mou smiled gently, gesturing for her to enter. All right. The little girl nodded eagerly, her eyes glued to the pot in Mou's hands. Once inside, the light dimmed significantly, revealing a wooden table set with some utensils, beside which stood a middle-aged woman. Chapter 88. The final transaction. Mou, you have arrived. Upon seeing the tribe's most esteemed shaman enter, the woman immediately bowed respectfully in greeting. Mou recognized her. She was from the same tribe as Hongyi, having been placed together for mutual support. No need for formality. Please sit down. I came to bring you some goodies. Noticing the woman's nervousness, Mou smiled kindly, speaking in a soft tone. Indeed, Auntie, you need not be anxious. The shaman is quite amiable. At this moment, Hongyi, who had followed Mou into the room, chimed in to reassure her. Good. Please sit, shaman. All right, let us all sit. Once Mou took a seat, the woman cautiously settled beside him. Shaman, quickly tell me, what delicious treats have you brought? How did you know I brought you something tasty? I guessed. Haha, quite the accurate guess. Mou chuckled as he lifted the lid of the clay pot, revealing the rice balls within. What is this? Rice balls. Are they delicious? You'll find out once you try. Watching Mou and Hongyi banter like siblings, the woman felt a twinge of surprise. She knew that Hongyi had a close relationship with this shaman, but did not expect them to be so intimate. As she thought this, she gradually relaxed, looking towards the rice balls Mou had brought. You both should give it a taste. The flavor is delightful. The crimson leaves could hardly contain their eagerness. Regardless of the steaming rice balls, after receiving Mou's permission, they stepped forward to seize a rice ball and devour it heartily. The woman, too, delicately took one, nibbling at it. Delightful. Ah, so delicious. The two exchanged vague compliments after their first bite, and then began to munch vigorously. What is this made of? After finishing one rice ball, the young girl finally found the opportunity to inquire. Is the yellow-toothed rice you consume? Impossible. You must be deceiving me. I cooked that with Aunt Gu, and it was utterly tasteless. Mou glanced at the sticky bowl on the table, unsure whether it should be called porridge or rice, his face a mask of helplessness. If it were delicious, it would be a miracle. Come by when you have time, and I shall teach you how to prepare it. All right, thank you. The remaining rice balls were distributed to Ling and the others. Mou entrusted the task of delivering the food to Hongyi before returning. I'll have another one. Just leave one for the chief. As soon as the witch departed, Hong Yi, clutching the jar, grinned foolishly, already scheming on how to misappropriate those rice balls. After the flurry of activity, Moyu's life returned to tranquility. Each day was filled with teaching the stones to forge metal and guiding Go Tung in archery practice. Life was exceedingly fulfilling, though he occasionally harbored concerns about the threat posed by the flesh-eating tribe. Time swiftly advanced to the end of August, marking the conclusion of the second month of autumn. The long-anticipated Yuxiong tribe had not arrived, but instead, the Qingyao tribe made their final trading visit of the year. It couldn't merely be termed a trade. The primary objective of the Qingyao was to exchange the supplies acquired from salt sales during this period. This represents half of our recent transactions with other tribes, though most of it has been converted into beast cores for you. Qingyao succinctly explained the situation to Moyu. Very well. Thank you. This time, the Qingyao tribe did not even enter the settlement, as they were eager to return for a hunting expedition. With their larger population, the food consumed during winter posed a considerable burden. Moyu understood this, accepted the supplies, and bid them farewell, marking this as the final transaction of the year. Their next meeting would be in the coming spring. Upon returning to the tribe with the goods, Moyu began to tally them. This time, he received 10 rolls of hemp cloth, 2 bags of yellow-toothed rice, 2 bundles of ferocious beast bones, and around 200 beast cores. Why is this one different? While counting the beast cores, Moyu suddenly noticed one that was larger and more vibrant than the others. Ding! Identification successful. Pureblood ferocious beast long-nosed beast's core. To discover a core from a pureblood ferocious beast was indeed fortuitous. Ling, this is for you. Make good use of it in your training. After reviewing it, Moyu handed it to Ling, knowing that warriors could cultivate more rapidly with cores of the same level. Yes, thank you. Which, being one of the tribe's most familiar faces to Moyu, Ling accepted it solemnly without hesitation. As for the remaining beast cores, Moyu planned to use part for evolving the Qinglin horses and distribute the rest among the warriors for their cultivation. Over the past month, Moyu had instructed Aunt Lan Hua to feed 2 horses with pills made from beast cores for their evolution. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. Only one horse successfully evolved while the other succumbed to the potency of the medicine and perished on the spot. Moyu was not overly disheartened. As it was a matter of probability, having one success was already commendable. Despite the risks of failure, this endeavor must continue, for one ferocious beast horse was worth 10 ordinary horses. Regrettably, regarding the wolf pack, Moyu consulted his golden finger and discovered that a wolf king could only be born when the pack reached a certain size, making it nearly impossible to cultivate artificially. This left Moyu in a prolonged state of frustration. His wolf cavalry had vanished. Which, shall we go hunting this year? Ling, who had just learned that the Qingyao tribe was preparing for a hunt, promptly inquired about this year's hunting plans. The tribe's affairs cannot come to a halt just yet. Go Tang and the others are still in training, and the Yuxiong tribe could arrive at any moment. Moyu pondered for quite some time before resolutely deciding that they would not partake in this year's hunt. But what about the tribe's food for winter? Haha, Ling, think carefully. Is our tribe lacking in food? Moyu chuckled. Ling's reasoning was somewhat habitual. The tribe currently had 100,000 pounds of taro, several thousand pounds of yellow-toothed rice, fish from the ponds, livestock in the beast pens, and the usual stock of dried meat, sufficient to sustain 700 people through 3 months of winter, not to mention the possibility of winter fishing. Yes, it seems we really aren't lacking food, Ling agreed, breaking into laughter. His previous winter hunger experiences had left him fearful, leading him to assume that winter would bring food shortages. However, he expressed concern about the limited meat supply in the tribe, especially since offerings were required for the rituals. Ling then broached the subject of offerings. That is indeed a dilemma. If necessary, let Lightning and Little Stone go hunting. They have been idle for too long. Moyu, without much thought, directed his attention toward Lightning and the Wolf King. Although primitive thinking dictated that offerings should come from personally hunted prey, exceptional times called for exceptional measures. Moreover, both beasts were members of their tribe. So why not let them hunt? Moyu shamelessly contemplated. That could indeed work. Chapter 89 Summary. Departure from fire. On this day, Moyu sat before a table, his fingers occasionally tapping the surface. Clearly deep in thought, upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had unwittingly traversed into this unfamiliar world for nearly 2 years, from the initial days of fleeing for his life to discovering the totems in the valley. From the rudimentary caves to the present sturdy brick walls, from a handful of cats to over 700 tribe members, the journey had been fraught with experiences, and the tribe had undergone significant transformation. With yet another year of rituals approaching, MOU resolved to review the tribe's recent circumstances to draw lessons and plan the next steps for tribal development. Reflecting on the past 2 years felt like reminiscing about yesterday. MOU rose and retrieved a piece of animal hide, pulling a piece of charcoal from the hearth, and began to compile statistics regarding the tribe's affairs. Population, 681. Agriculture, 50 acres of farmland. 5 peach trees, 1 golden fruit tree, 2 luminous grass plants. Buildings, approximately 300 houses, 1 pottery kiln, 1 brick kiln, 1 blast furnace, 1 altar, 1 school, 4 animal pens, 2 toilets, 1 fish pond. Assets, over 200 beast cores, 80,000 pounds of taro, 2,000 pounds of yellow-toothed rice, over 260 animal hides, more than 70 pieces of ferocious beast bones, over 40 rolls of hemp cloth. Animals, mountain giant eagle, ferocious wolf king, luminous beast, Qing Lin horse, camel, sheep, wild chickens, fish, tiger bees. As MOU jotted down these details, he summarized the various aspects, omitting less significant items that were difficult to quantify. Wow, I hadn't realized the tribe had amassed so much. It's nothing like before. Upon completing his notes and reviewing them, a smile crept across MOU's face. He had guided the tribe to this point, and now witnessing its flourishing development and the prosperity of its people filled him with immense satisfaction. However, the mention of the peach trees left him somewhat frustrated, as their significance had not been clearly communicated upon their arrival. Consequently, the peaches had been plucked by the tribe's mischievous children before they had ripened, leaving MOU to find the trees stripped bare by the time he noticed. How unfortunate that after all the effort expended in digging up and nurturing the trees, they had not even had a chance to taste the fruit. Though somewhat vexed, he bore no ill will toward the children of his tribe. They were merely indulging. After completing his summary, MOU sought out Ling, who was currently patrolling the tribe. With the rituals fast approaching, he noted that there were still ample animal hides and hemp cloth available. Distribute them among the tribe members. The leaders of each work team and those who have performed well can each receive a piece of hemp clothing. That hemp cloth is rather precious. Perhaps it would be best not to distribute it. You could just make a set for yourself, and we can save the rest, Ling replied, somewhat apprehensive. Distribute it. If left too long, it will lose its durability. It's just hemp cloth. We can weave more when the time comes. Really? You truly know how to weave hemp cloth? Of course I do. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Very well, then let us proceed with the distribution. With that, Ling had no further objections. However, he wondered if a unified production would be too slow. Let us just release the materials and animal hides, allowing them to take them home and make their own clothing. But many people don't know how to sew. Silly, if they can't do it, can't they seek help from others? MOU replied with a hint of exasperation. His intention was not only to save time, but also to create opportunities for the young members of the tribe to bond. MOU had been puzzled by the absence of any newborns in the tribe for so long. These individuals seemed to be holding back, reluctant to seek partners. Oh, right? You're so clever, Ling exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, chuckling. After discussing this matter with Ling, MOU began his own inspection of the tribe. The pathways within the settlement had been mostly paved, with completion expected before the rituals. Shermiao, how long until the remaining pathways can be finished? MOU inquired of the individual responsible for the project. Only a few more paths connecting the animal pens and toilets remain. I estimate it will take about 10 more days. All right, please work diligently to ensure it is completed before the rituals. Understood. Having departed from that area, MOU made his way to the blast furnace. Where is Shur-Tu? Upon reaching the designated location, MOU did not spot Shur-Tu, prompting him to inquire with a middle-aged man nearby. The shaman has sent Shur-Tu and his team to the brick kiln. As the recent road construction has necessitated an increased supply of bricks, he has been quite occupied there, the man respectfully reported to MOU. How has your ironworking been progressing? Have you managed to forge any satisfactory weapons? MOU inquired. Indeed, we have recently produced a spearhead, but nothing else has been completed as of yet. Where is it? I would like to see it. MOU expressed his curiosity. This is it. I crafted it myself and have kept it on my person, the man stammered, finally retrieving a palm-sized metal object from his pocket after a moment of hesitation. Excellent. Quite impressive. What is your name? Mo immediately recognized the quality of the spearhead. Its dimensions were uniform, the material was dense, and its shape closely resembled the design specifications de Wu. My name is Li Hua. Haha, there is no need to be so nervous. You forged this spearhead yourself, did you not? Why yes. This spearhead is exceptionally well made. Here is what I propose. You should seek out the chief later to receive your reward, and henceforth, you will be responsible for the ironworking within the tribe. During this year's festival, you may attempt to awaken your totem. Delighted by the discovery of such talent, Mo Yu immediately promised a series of rewards. Upon hearing the shaman's praise and the impending rewards, Li Hua trembled with astonishment. His lips quivered, and his eyes glistened with tears as he stammered, "Thank you, shaman. I will work diligently and strive to produce excellent ironware." Good. If you have time, I suggest learning from Shirchong. Although his expertise lies in woodworking, there is much you can exchange and learn from him. You may find yourselves collaborating in the future. Mo Yu said, noticing Li Hua's hesitance to express something. He offered a warm smile. Yes, I understand. Li Hua eagerly nodded. Very well, focus on ironworking during the day, and when time permits, join the children at the school for a few lessons. Mo Yu advised before departing, encouraging Li Hua to learn about various aspects of tribal life to keep pace with the tribe's development. Next, Mo Yu proceeded to inspect the progress of Go Tang and the others practicing archery. They had been learning mounted archery for several days, and today was an opportune moment to observe their progress. Kai, from a considerable distance, Mo Yu heard a cheer. Intrigued, he quickened his pace towards the source of the sound. Upon approaching, he discovered Go Tang practicing archery. He was riding swiftly from the opposite side, and as he passed a clearing, the waiting warriors immediately tossed their bags into the air, with bated breath. Go Tang drew his bow, releasing an arrow that struck the suspended straw bag with precision. Bravo! Mo Yu exclaimed, impressed by Go Tang's remarkable improvement. Shaman, you have arrived, Go Tang, noticing Mo Yu, leapt from his mount and rushed over. Haha, Go Tang, your progress is astounding. I never anticipated you would master this technique in such a short time. You evidently possess great talent, Mo Yu commended with a nod. Hee, I only learned it this morning. Go Tang said bashfully, scratching his head. That is indeed rapid progress. Given your outstanding performance, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the archery team of the Zhu tribe, ranking only below the chief and me in tribal hierarchy. Mo Yu formally designated Go Tang. Previously, Shi Tu and Shirchong had essentially been leaders in their respective fields, but Mo Yu had not made any formal appointments, which held a different significance compared to Go Tang's designation now. Yes, thank you for your trust, shaman. I will manage the archery team well and contribute to the tribe, Go Tang pledged, immediately kneeling to express his earnest loyalty. Rise. You must now shoulder the responsibilities of a captain and not betray my trust. Mo Yu instructed. Yes, I will remember that, Go Tang affirmed. Good, continue your training, and I shall take my leave for now. Farewell, shaman. On September 3 RD, gentle snowflakes began to fall, heralding the arrival of winter. This also signified that the Zhu tribe's second grand ritual was imminent. Mo Yu had selected 123 individuals to awaken, with the majority being young and able-bodied, totaling 110. The remaining 13 were talented youths aged 16 to 17. With none above 50. Mo Yu's method for selecting qualified individuals was straightforward. He simply utilized his golden finger to verify their strength, identifying those classified as apprentice warriors. After a period of preparation, the offerings necessary for the ritual were nearly complete, consisting of grains, wild vegetables, livestock, poultry sourced from within the tribe, as well as large aquatic beasts caught by Ling and the Wolf King, along with various wild and ferocious creatures, rendering the offerings quite abundant. The following day, as people eagerly opened their doors, they discovered that the snow continued to fall, resulting in disappointed faces as they retreated indoors to warm themselves. On September 5, the snowfall finally ceased, though the weather remained overcast. Fortunately not hindering the ritual at dawn. As the first light broke, the entire Zhu tribe bustled with activity. Clear the snow from the ground swiftly. The grand ritual is to commence at noon. Everyone, move quickly. The young and able-bodied members of the tribe busily prepared near the altar. During the grand ritual, all tribespeople were required to stand before the altar, necessitating the clearing of a large, flat area. Hurry, bring out the ceramic cauldrons and wash them thoroughly before placing them atop the altar. Once these tasks were completed, Shi Tu led a team to bring the pre-prepared yams, golden rice, and various wild vegetables to the altar, arranging them meticulously within the grand cauldron. Aunt Lan Hua also arrived with her team, delivering carefully selected and clean sheep and wild chickens, bound into bundles and placed before the altar. Ling also joined them, presenting the remaining offerings prepared for the ritual. As noon approached, the tribe members gathered their belongings, returning to make final preparations before the ritual. They needed to cleanse themselves thoroughly, don their finest garments, and adorn themselves with the grandest and most beautiful necklaces made from beast teeth and horns, ensuring they looked their best for the ceremony. Come back, hold him down. You cannot participate in the ritual without a bath. The totem spirits will be displeased. Ah, I don't want to. It hurts. Stop hitting me. I'll wash. Just stop. At this moment, the mischievous children of the tribe were being rounded up by the adults and tossed into water to be scrubbed clean. Their cries and shouts mingling with scoldings, prompting Mou to exclaim in disbelief at the chaos. By midday, the weather gradually cleared. The second annual ritual of the Zhu tribe officially commenced. Groups of tribespeople, adorned in various animal skin garments and an array of ornaments, gathered in droves before the altar. Ling and Mou joined the assembly. This year, Ling wore a specially designed animal skin robe, unlike anyone else, featuring 5 bone knives crafted from the teeth of a fearsome beast he had hunted himself, each varying in size and gleaming coldly. Mou, as usual, donned a long linen shirt, eschewing any extravagant accessories, as he found the primitive aesthetic incomprehensible. As all were gathered, Mou and Ling ascended the altar, Mou standing atop the highest platform, while Ling took his place on the next tier. I hereby declare the commencement of the Zhu tribe's grand ritual, Ling called out. Present the offerings. The warriors, who had prepared in advance, lifted the offerings and ascended the altar in succession. Once all the offerings were piled high, the warriors descended. Mou, facing the assembled crowd, solemnly recited the incantation to summon the spirits. With a resounding hum, the sacred bamboo emitted a fearsome light, and an overwhelming divine power surged like a raging sea. Vines rapidly sprouted, lush and vibrant, sparkling in the sunlight as they gracefully extended towards the altar, enveloping all the offerings, while leaving the positions of Mou and Ling untouched. Before long, the vines retreated back into the earth, and all offerings on the altar vanished, leaving only a few stark bones and empty ceramic cauldrons. First-time participants in the ritual gazed in awe and reverence at this spectacle. Please, divine bamboo, awaken the warriors. Mou turned, bowing to the totem, and called out. The individuals preparing for awakening formed a queue, kneeling before the altar with hopeful anticipation, gazing upward at the towering sacred bamboo. As the words fell, the green divine light from the bamboo surged dramatically, and countless white flames erupted from within, drifting like stars toward the kneeling crowd below. The moment these flames touched their bodies, they swiftly merged within.